Heiyu unexpectedly traversed into the world of elves, becoming a pirate with a profound affinity for dark-type Pokémon. Witness his ascent to dominance within the league, step by step, as he claims the championship title. Years later, when a reporter inquires of Heiyu, "Why did you forsake the role of gym leader to assume the esteemed position of the highest-ranking investigator in the league?" Heiyu resolutely declares, "I shall not coexist with evil." The crowd, observing Heiyu's countenance filled with disdain for malevolence, and the formidable dark-type Pokémon entourage behind him, fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 1. Heiyu. The protagonist specializes in dark types, hold no allegiance, is utterly self-serving, ruthless yet morally ambiguous, adept in both the light and dark realms, with a subtly dark background, and is far from falsely virtuous. In the Hoenn region, a myriad of natural environments flourishes, ranging from tropical rainforests to arid deserts. However, its most striking feature is the expansive body of water. This aquatic expanse is nearly equal in size to the landmass itself, creating a stark contrast with other regions, dotted with islands of various sizes that can only be reached by sea. Some areas even allow for diving, with a rich variety of flora and a climate that suggests it is far warmer than other continents. Yet, the vast waters have also given rise to rampant piracy, particularly the notorious Ocean Gang. Upon the sea, even the teams dispatched by the Pokémon League cannot subdue them, only allowing their power to swell. Beyond the Ocean Gang, there are others who, driven by the League's corruption, have either been coerced into joining or have willingly abandoned the land, ultimately becoming pirates. The giant shark, an ordinary pirate ship upon high seas. Heiyu, hurry and sleep. Tomorrow marks our first anniversary as pirates, and we will finally receive our very own Pokémon. I'm so excited. In the cramped cabin, a dozen youths squeezed into the dim, damp space, eagerly conversing with each other, as tomorrow marks the anniversary of their being sold onto this ship. From their initial feelings of confusion and fear to a gradual acceptance, they have now fully embraced their identities as pirates. Thus, returning to the embrace of the League as law-abiding citizens seems nearly impossible. Among these youths, one stands out, a dark-haired boy, possessing a rather handsome countenance and a composed demeanor, leaning against the corner. This boy is Heiyu. He gazes coolly at the exuberant group, internally dismissing them. What a bunch of naive children, ignoring their childish thoughts. He reflects on the air thick with the salty scent of the sea, mingled with the odor of youthful sweat in the small, dark cabin. Heiyu furrows his brow, even after more than a year in this world. He cannot help but reminisce about Water Blue Star. Originally, he was merely an ambitious youth of the 21st century, enjoying games and anime. Who would have thought that upon opening his eyes, he would find himself in the enchanting world of Pokémon? Regrettably, this world is not as idyllic as portrayed in the anime of his past life, where everyone could obtain a starter Pokémon and embark on their journey to challenge gyms. Here, to possess such opportunities, one must start at the age of 6, pay an annual guarantee of 200,000 for 10 consecutive years, and provide a series of proofs. Only then, at 16, can one set off on their journey, receiving a starter Pokémon and the League's credentials. Alas, I suppose I have a hellish start. Not only am I an unregistered individual, but I've also become a pirate. Heiyu sighs inwardly, feeling he has brought shame upon the predecessors of traversers. Other individuals who ventured into the Pokémon world began with divine advantages. They could easily defeat ordinary foes and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Lost in thought, Heiyu gradually drifts into slumber. The following day, dawn breaks, with the sun rising steadily over the horizon. Unlike the other youths who sleep in, Heiyu rises early, bending his body to navigate over the slumbering children, making his way out of the cramped cabin. "Good morning, Mitsui." "Good morning, Gitten. Your iron claw lobster looks even more robust today." Heiyu greets the veteran pirates with enthusiasm. Unlike the other naive youths, he, with memories from 2 lives, understands the significance of connections. Even aboard this modest pirate ship, the internal relationships are intricate. It took him half a year to gradually discern each individual's identity and relations. "Haha, it's little Heiyu here. Come lend a hand." A sailor, observing the direction of the waves, jested. "Indeed, Gyutin, Has there been any change in the wind today? Heiyu jogs forward, assisting the sailors with their tasks, thereby winning the affection of the ship's older crew members. After all, who could resist a sweet-talking, handsome, and eager young lad? Rest assured, the seas have been calm for the past few days. It seems we can capture plenty of Pokémon in the days ahead and then sell them on land for a handsome profit. At the mention of selling Pokémon, excitement spreads across the sailors' faces. As for the League's regulations, having embraced piracy, why concern oneself with the League's law? Heiyu, Madame Meta is urgently looking for you. Hurry over. A crew member gasped as he approached. Apologies, Gyutin, I may not be able to assist you today, Heiyu said apologetically. Gyutin, still focused on the waves, magnanimously replied, No worries, Madame Meta, must need your help with the accounts, right? It's nothing much, just assisting her with some chores, Heiyu humbly replied. The sailors, diligently attending to their respective duties, naturally did not believe him. Everyone aboard the pirate ship knows that Madame Meta is the captain's wife. Not only is she formidable in strength, but she is also a rare breeder. She usually resides in the uppermost cabin, rarely seen by outsiders. Yet, Heiyu is an exception. Having been sold to the pirate ship for merely a year, he has established deep connections with the crew. His adeptness at navigating social intricacies and his impeccable interpersonal skills have garnered him considerable respect. Most importantly, Madame Meta holds Heiyu in high regard, frequently summoning him to the upper cabin for assistance. Whispers circulate aboard the pirate ship that Heiyu may become Madame Meta's disciple, trained as a breeder. As he walks through the ship towards the uppermost deck, and finding himself alone, Heiyu sheds the guise of the bashful youth, his expression turning stoic, emanating an air of cold melancholy. Fortunately, upon my arrival, I dedicated myself to literacy. Now I am among the few cultured individuals aboard this ship, Heiyu silently rejoices. Among the boys sold to the pirate ship, most are ruffians or street urchins. Thus, Heiyu, with his striking appearance and literacy, easily stands out. Through some subtle maneuvers, he has captured Madame Meta's attention and favor. As for the rumors circulating on the ship, they are indeed spread by Heiyu himself. Otherwise, how could the fierce pirates treat a mere child with such kindness? Surely, it cannot be merely due to his daily assistance with minor tasks, for that would be sheer folly. In this realm, unbound by league laws, only the law of the jungle prevails. The weak must endure oppression. Fortunately, I have managed to navigate through the most arduous year without being oppressed by the veterans, unlike many newcomers during the same period. Today, I can receive a spirit bestowed by the captain and officially become a pirate. As Heiyu contemplated these thoughts, his excitement intensified, causing him to unconsciously quicken his pace until he stood before the door of the top deck cabin. Come in. After gently knocking, a melodious female voice called from within, prompting Heiyu to slowly push the door open. The room in the top deck cabin was exquisitely adorned, filled with elegant furniture exuding the aroma of sandalwood, and a wooden cabinet displayed a collection of exquisite artworks. At a grand desk sat a middle-aged woman of remarkable beauty, though her complexion bore slight wrinkles that even cosmetics could not conceal. The scholarly aura that emanated from her, coupled with her dignified and graceful demeanor, suggested that in her youth she must have been a breathtaking beauty. Madame Meta. Heiyu bowed respectfully, speaking cautiously. Among the four highest-ranking individuals on the pirate ship were the captain, two first mates, and the lady before him, Madame Meta. The lady slowly closed an ancient book, lifting her gaze to regard the respectful Heiyu with calm eyes. It is you, Heiyu. Today, I shall burden you once more. Madame Meta's tone was gentle, reflecting her understanding and compassion towards the crew. Despite her kind words, Heiyu immediately shook his head in refusal, retrieving a pair of shoe covers from his pocket. After tidying his appearance, he cautiously took a seat on the adjacent stool. Even then, he dared not sit fully, perching lightly on the edge, maintaining a proper posture. Heiyu began to assist in organizing the ship's accounts from recent times. Madame Meta, it seems the ship's finances have not been faring well lately, Heiyu remarked casually. Of course, he could not simply bury himself in work. Fostering a rapport required conversation. Humph, have you noticed something amiss? It appears that there are some restless souls aboard who dare to hoard goods. Madame Meta's previously gentle expression vanished, replaced by a cold and piercing gaze. To outsiders, Madame Meta might seem merely a gentle nurturer who adores all spirits, but over the past half-year of interaction, Heiyu had gradually become a confidant, gaining insight into her character. Goods? I presume you're referring to the last batch of captured spirits. Heiyu mused internally. He continued to assist in organizing the accounts, marking several discrepancies he discovered. Drawing upon the experience he had amassed over the past months, he swiftly completed nearly a month's worth of accounts. Madame Meta, the accounts are ready for your review, Heiyu said respectfully, presenting the documents with both hands. Madame Meta briefly flipped through the pages, nodding in approval from time to time, and by the end, her gaze towards Heiyu was filled with appreciation. Heiyu, you have done well. I recall that today marks the day for your batch to select spirits. Do you find yourself reminiscing about life on land? A hint of amusement danced across Madame Meta's alluring face. Heiyu's heart tightened. Realizing this was a test from Madame Meta, passing, it would affirm his status as her confidant. Failure, however, would render his efforts over the past months futile. After all, their batch of newcomers had initially been brought aboard through human trafficking or abduction, harboring deep resentment. Yet as time passed, they had gradually begun to sink into the same mire as the pirates, transforming from innocent children into full-fledged pirates. Madame Meta, Heiyu, was once a street urchin in the Glass City, with no knowledge of my parents' whereabouts. Had I not joined the great shark, I would surely have perished from hunger by now. Heiyu eagerly expressed his heartfelt gratitude, tears streaming down his face. However, he had not uttered a single falsehood in this world. It was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to rise above their circumstances. Simply becoming a trainer was an immense hurdle. All ascending resources were monopolized by the elite families of the Alliance, making survival a formidable challenge for the common folk. Indeed, Heiyu, you are truly a person of potential. Remember to choose a spirit from the left side this afternoon, Madame Meta remarked, her exquisite face revealing a knowing expression. Heiyu's eyes widened in surprise, responding, "Thank you for your guidance, madam." With a wave of her hand, Madame Meta dismissed him. Heiyu understood the unspoken cue and exited quietly, ensuring to close the door behind him. The moment he stepped outside, the weight on his shoulders lifted significantly. Ever since he had traversed into this world, first becoming a pirate and then enduring the bullying from the veterans, his heart had been tempered into something remarkably resilient. A true man can bend and stretch. There is no shame in humility when weak. One must bow low, lest they become a victim of oppression. This moment, I have made a commendable start on the path of a spirit trainer, Heiyu thought as he stepped onto the deck, welcoming the sea breeze and gazing into the distance. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. The scorching rays beat down upon the deck, where Heiyu and his fellow newcomers stood in neat rows, enduring the sun's relentless heat. Apart from the sailors maintaining the ship's operations, most of the veterans stood in the shadows, pointing and whispering about the newcomers. This had become an annual ritual after all. Amidst the oppressive sea, one must seek amusement. Bullying newcomers had become a well-worn tale, exceedingly common. Being a pirate was fraught with peril, with annual fatalities, which is why a steady influx of new recruits occurred each year. Though the great shark pirate ship boasted only a few hundred members, the original founders had all perished, and even the current captain had joined later. This underscores the high mortality rate of being a pirate. Newbies, today marks the day you shed that title. Over the past year, you must have learned how to be a good sailor. But that is far from enough. A sailor and a pirate are two different things. Without having endured the baptism of blood, you do not deserve to be called a qualified pirate. A rugged, robust man stood atop a platform, reprimanding the newcomers below. He was one of the two first mates aboard the ship, Nagata Shin. Now you are eligible to select a spirit as a reward for your year of toil. As the man's words fell, cheers erupted from the group of newcomers below. Heaven knows how they had survived this past year. Even Heiyu could not suppress his joy, his breath quickening. This was a true spirit. Though he had seen them on other pirates, possessing one himself was an entirely different experience. Chapter 2. The Lobster Soldier. Soon after, a robust man clad in a short-sleeved shirt approached the crowd, pushing a small cart. It was Brother Gutian. Black Feather mused inwardly. The others lowered their heads silently, hesitant to meet the gaze of this formidable figure, known to have spent his entire life at sea. Since birth, he had never set foot on land, thus possessing an extraordinary ability to gauge the tumultuous waves and winds of the ocean. making him the eyes of the entire shark ship. It was precisely due to this exceptional skill that he garnered the captain's favor, who intended to promote him to the position of third mate. Hey, you novices, are you not thrilled? After a round of playful banter, the atmosphere grew tenser. Come on. In the order of names called, choose one by one. Gu Tian dramatically unveiled a cloth, revealing 20 gleaming pokeballs before the astonished onlookers. All the newcomers gazed with eager eyes, while Black Feather focused on the 2 pokeballs at the far left. Arranged in 2 rows of 10, they appeared indistinguishable from one another, leaving the selection purely to chance. Whichever Pokémon they chose, it would be theirs with no room for negotiation. First up, Black Feather. Upon hearing his name, his peers displayed expressions of envy. Even the old pirates spectating could not hide their anticipatory looks. Approaching the cart, Black Feather quickly scanned the options and ultimately selected the leftmost Pokeball. May it bring me good fortune, he silently prayed, clutching the ball tightly. Next, Nagashima. One by one, several other youths stepped forward to choose their Pokémon. According to the information provided by Madame Maida, the Pokeballs on the left were deemed superior. Black Feather thought to himself, observing a friend selecting a Pokeball from the right, his mouth slightly agape, yet he refrained from speaking. Soon, all the Pokeballs were chosen. Black Feather could hardly contain his excitement to unveil the contents of his Pokeball. From this day forth, you are no longer novices. Complete the assessment this afternoon, and you shall be pirates. The newcomers, who had just been reveling in their newly acquired Pokémon, felt a sudden tightening in their chests. As the dismissal order was given, the seasoned pirates returned to their posts, leaving the novices to stand on the deck, now enjoying their brief moment of freedom. This was the only vacation they had earned after a year of toil. Come forth, my Pokémon. It's a Wingull. My Pokémon is a Sharpedo. The crowd released their Pokémon, but the scene was far from pleasant. Help! A boy collapsed to the ground, a Sharpedo viciously tearing at his arm. Its razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws sent the surrounding youths retreating in terror, unsure of how to command their Pokémon. Did they not simply need to issue commands? Black Feather lost interest in the commotion and had no intention of intervening. He quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, eventually disappearing from the deck. At that moment, in the ship's lower cabin where the novices usually slept, Black Feather quietly appeared. Come forth, my first Pokémon, he said, his voice tinged with anticipation. A flash of white light, and a lobster soldier materialized. The lobster soldier flailed its pincers, displaying a wary demeanor. Black Feather endeavored to maintain a gentle expression as he slowly extracted a deep blue energy cube from his pocket. This is a water-type beginner's energy cube, a precious item I saved from Brother Gutian. He crouched down. Come, lobster soldier, have a taste. You must be starving, right? His method of capture was quite simple, to entice with food, for he had no other viable options in his current predicament. As he observed the lobster soldier, standing over half a meter tall with its massive pincers, he quickly dismissed any absurd thoughts of using force. The lobster soldier gazed at the alluring blue cube, and ultimately, its hunger triumphed over its fear of the unknown. It swiftly snatched the energy cube with its pincers and consumed it. The moment the food entered its mouth, its cautious expression morphed into one of enjoyment, eyes narrowing in blissful satisfaction. Witnessing this, Black Feather couldn't help but smile with confidence. Don't worry, lobster soldier. I have more of these. As long as you follow my commands, you will never go hungry, Black Feather promised earnestly, painting a bright future in the air. The lobster soldier, having never experienced such a scene, was instantly enamored by its new master. Lobster never surrenders. Unless all meals and lodging are guaranteed, it chirped enthusiastically, waving its pincers in fervor. One day, we shall dominate the world. Black Feather's mouth felt dry as he spoke. Yet the adoration emanating from the lobster soldier only fueled his excitement. Lobster soldier, show me your special move, but remember not to damage the cabin, Black Feather asserted, embodying the authority of a trainer. The lobster soldier emitted a white glow from its body. It's hardening, Black Feather noted. Is there anything else, lobster soldier? Responding to its master's command, the lobster soldier raised its pincers and snapped them sharply in the air. It's a pinch. Not bad, not bad. You have talent. Black Feather praised the lobster soldier, even though its move was merely a basic one. The lobster soldier joyfully bounced around, its pincers opening to release a flurry of blue bubbles. All right, lobster soldier, stop. Black Feather waved his arms to burst the bubbles. They should be foam, after all. If they were light beams, they should be more intense. Black Feather pondered inwardly. The lobster soldier had grasped the moves of bubble, pinch, and harden. Hey! The lobster soldier called out eagerly, attempting to catch Blackfeather's attention. Glancing over, Blackfeather saw the lobster soldier enveloped in a stream of water, assuming a diving stance. This is... Just as Blackfeather grew excited, the water slowly dissipated. The move had failed. Nonetheless, Blackfeather was still immensely pleased. It was evident that it had inherited a special move. Moreover, it resembled a water jet. Not bad, lobster soldier, you have real talent. Together, we shall thrive. Blackfeather continued to weave dreams of grandeur, igniting the lobster soldier's spirit. Yet unbeknownst to him, the lobster soldier harbored another move in its mind. One it could not execute, and it involved performing a peculiar dance. I don't understand. Soon, the morning passed, and the time for the newcomer's assessment arrived in the afternoon. On the deck stood a group of youths, though one was noticeably absent. Blackfeather noticed the still visible bloodstains on the deck, remnants from the previous encounter, despite having been wiped clean. It was the boy with the sharpedo, Blackfeather thought quietly. It seemed he had perished. Blackfeather observed as the bloodstains were slowly dragged to the ship's edge. The one conducting the assessment for the newcomers was still First Mate Nagatan. Unfortunately, one of you has already left without capturing a Pokémon. As the newcomers mourned, Nagatan's tone shifted. However, I anticipate that more of you will be eliminated this afternoon. The crowd gasped in shock. They were oblivious to the implications of elimination. But the tone suggested it was far from favorable. All right, bring them forth. As Shinichi Nagata issued his command, several seasoned pirates slowly carried a cage onto the deck. Within the confines of that cage were a collection of Pokémon, Superior, Scyther, and many others commonly found in the Hoenn region. Your task today is to eliminate them. With that, the first mate departed, leaving the rookies to their own devices. The veteran pirates observed the scene with keen interest, even placing bets among themselves on who would excel first. I'll wager a bottle of beer. I'll put down 3 packs of cigarettes. Goodness, you're betting big. How will you manage this month? Indeed, it will be over a month before the ship next approaches land for supplies. Almost all the pirates were betting on their favored youths, but without exception, Heiyu received the most wagers. Heiyu's gaze was resolute as he regarded the Pokémon in the cage. The surrounding youths trembled, hesitant to step forward. Despite having been captured for a year of training, they had only performed menial tasks and learned survival skills at sea. They had never actually taken a life. In this moment of stalemate, Heiyu slowly retrieved a Pokeball and released his Krabby. With swift precision, Krabby lunged forward and crushed the Scyther. Heiyu's tone was cold, his expression impassive. Krabby hesitated for a moment, glancing back at its master, but ultimately obeyed the command, scuttling towards the cage. It raised its formidable claws, gathering a pearly energy that merged slowly in the terrified gaze of the Scyther. The life force of the Scyther gradually dimmed. Haha, I win. I win. Cigarettes, please. The experienced pirates laughed brazenly. Heiyu withdrew Krabby and silently retreated to the ranks, remaining utterly silent. Gradually, others stepped forward, their voices trembling as they directed their newly familiar Pokémon. Some succeeded, while others met with failure. The fate of those who failed was to retrieve their Pokeballs and thereafter dwell at the bottom as mere errand boys. The pirates' tone was chilling. For them, only those who completed the challenge were deemed worthy. No, give me another chance. I beg you for just one more opportunity. The youth's voice quivered as he pleaded. One of the pirates stepped forward, kicking the boy aside while cursing. Are you looking for death? A fierce Kingler emerged. Its massive claws lifted slowly, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the boy's skull. Brains splattered, blood flowed. Ah! The newcomers screamed in terror. Kingler turned to glance back, and the others, frightened by its menacing gaze, fell silent, transforming into compliant quails, their heads drooping. Heiyu cast a quiet glance at the headless corpse, realizing that in this place, human life held little value. Ultimately, the body was slowly consigned to the sea, becoming nourishment for the endless ocean. That night, in the lower ship's cabin, the youths chattered excitedly about the Pokémon. No one dared to mention the deaths from earlier in the day. Such memories were indelibly etched in their minds. Heiyu wandered through the dining hall, scanning the room as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he approached with 2 bottles of alcohol in hand. Brother Gudian, I've come to drink with you. Heiyu placed the 2 bottles on the table. Observing the lavish spread before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Gudian, you truly deserve the title of the Eye of the Great Shark. The captain certainly values you. given such great provisions. Gudien regarded the young man before him and replied, "No need for formality, my young friend. Eat as you please." The two opened a bottle each and shared a jovial conversation, discussing various tidings. In the resource-scarce sea, supplies could only be replenished during periodic land stops. Hence, alcohol was a rare commodity and the best means to forge bonds among men. "Brother, has Madame Meta been particularly busy lately? I haven't seen her around," Gudien inquired, subtly probing under the influence of drink. Heiyu's gaze flickered. Perhaps Gudien was seeking to know Madame Meta. Heiyu evaded the question, swiftly shifting the topic. As time passed, the number of people in the dining hall dwindled until only a few remained. At this point, the two, thoroughly intoxicated, stumbled out of the hall, supporting each other as they left. Just before parting, Gudien patted his chest and assured Heiyu, "Brother, if you encounter any difficulties or troubles, feel free to seek my assistance. I can resolve anything for you." With that, he slapped Heiyu on the shoulder and turned to depart. Heiyu watched Gudien's retreating figure, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Unbeknownst to Heiyu, once he left, Gudien, who had appeared thoroughly drunk and unsteady, transformed into a mask of composure, his steps firm, entirely devoid of any signs of intoxication. In his heart, Gudien mused, "With my skills and experience, coupled with my reconnaissance abilities at sea, I might have the opportunity to become the third mate." Gudien chose to lower his stature and proactively befriend Heiyu, knowing that Heiyu could speak on his behalf before Madame Meta. If Heiyu were willing to say a few good words for him at a crucial moment, his chances during the election would significantly increase. Chapter 3. The sharp-toothed fish. As the sun rose, the sea breeze was brisk. Endless waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water into the air, while water-type Pokémon poked their heads out to relish the beauty of the morning. Above the horizon, wind gulls soared through the sky, and a magnificent pirate ship cleaved through the waves. The pirate ship, large and sturdy, bore a sinister great shark emblem on its dark hull, proclaiming its fearsome reputation across these waters as the Great Shark. On the deck, a group of formidable pirates patrolled diligently, ensuring the ship's operations ran smoothly. Their faces bore scars, fierce expressions, and wild gleams in their eyes, contrasting sharply with the youthful group whose faces were still innocent as they commanded their newly acquired Pokémon. "Krabby, clamp down." Heiyu directed his Krabby to initiate an attack. Krabby leaped forth, clamping down on the already weary Swablu, which had been battered by bubbles. "Die!" The Swablu's body was ensnared in the massive pincers, letting out a pitiful cry before losing consciousness, completely devoid of combat capability. "Well done, Krabby." Heiyu affectionately stroked Krabby's firm head, slowly opening his palm to reward it with a brilliant blue energy cube. Days had passed, and all the Pokémon from his cohort had triumphed. Heiyu felt exhilarated. Madame Meta had indeed not deceived him. This Krabby was undoubtedly the most exceptional Pokémon among them. After spending these days together, Heiyu had come to understand some of Krabby's characteristics. For instance, Krabby possessed the legendary hidden ability Adaptability. This ability increased the power of its same-type moves. Consequently, the water-type move bubble became Krabby's signature attack. Especially against flying types like Swablu and Wingull, Krabby could continuously deplete the enemy Pokémon's stamina. Time and again, leveraging its higher level and superior aptitude, it emerged victorious without fail. Nodding at the patrolling pirates along the way, Heiyu made his way toward the upper deck. "Madame Meta, good afternoon." Heiyu gently knocked on the door and entered only after receiving permission. Madame Meta, still stunningly beautiful in her 40s, retained an alluring charm, though the traces of time were evident on her face. Heiyu, how did it go? Were you able to acquire the elf?" Madame Meta inquired with a smile, setting aside her ancient tome. "Indeed, madam, I am quite satisfied. The lobster soldier is an exceptional companion," Heiyu replied, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for Madame Meta's assistance, subtly indicating his desire to become a trusted confidant. Madame Meta understood his intentions. Her husband, the captain of the giant shark, had been absent for over 6 months, leaving her in a precarious position where rumors were rife among the crew, and the two first mates were restless. She urgently needed to support a new force, so she naturally leaned towards Heiyu. "You are quite remarkable, clever, and perceptive. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" Madame Meta's eyes sparkled with hope. She added, "Of course, I cannot guarantee that you will become a breeder like me. It all depends on your personal aptitude." Haikyu's face lit up with surprise as he eagerly responded, "Madame Meta, It would be my honor. Arriving in this world, he realized that ascending the ranks depended on two types of resources: tangible resources, such as high-quality Pokémon, money, and energy cubes, and intangible resources, like extensive networks, information asymmetry, and monopolized knowledge. While ordinary individuals could scrape by with tangible resources, the intangible ones eluded Heiyu. At that moment, fortune favored him, as he was offered a golden opportunity. From now on, you need not attend daily training in the mornings. Come directly to me, and I will teach you the knowledge of breeding Pokémon, Madame Meta said gently, her tone imbued with a hint of familiarity. Consequently, Heiyu spent his mornings studying breeding techniques and his afternoons training Pokémon, exempting himself from any other duties aboard the ship. Many observed this arrangement with envy. Good morning, Brother Gudien, Heiyu greeted as he entered the dining area, where he no longer had to endure the unsavory bread. A large mug of milk had become his standard fare. This signified Haiku's rising status aboard the ship, no longer merely an ordinary pirate, but surpassing many of the older crew members. Meanwhile, his contemporaries were still navigating the treacherous waters of their initiation period, struggling to grasp various maritime skills and knowledge. After breakfast with the seasoned pirate Gudien, Heiyu proceeded as usual to the uppermost cabin where Madame Meta resided. Heiyu, after evolving, the lobster soldier will acquire the dark attribute, and its temperament may become volatile. So you must manage it in advance, Madame Meta advised, her demeanor radiating warmth and kindness. It was difficult for Heiyu to reconcile the gentle mentor before him with the ruthless Madame Meta he had once witnessed commanding the giant swamp's monstrous destruction of a ship full of passengers. Heiyu, it has been quite some time since you examined your lobster soldier, Madame Meta remarked, retrieving a red and white Pokédex from her pocket. The sight of the Pokémon Dex sent a jolt of excitement through Heiyu. Madame Meta aimed the device at the Pokeball containing the lobster soldier, and it emitted a series of beeps. Lobster soldier, the rogue Pokémon, water type, ability, adaptability, level 12, height, 0. 7 meters, surpassing the average of 0. 6 meters. Well developed. Moves mastered, clamp, harden, bubble, leer, water gun, dragon dance. As the Dex's report concluded, silence enveloped the room. Heiyu gazed in awe at the all-encompassing device, particularly struck by the last 3 words, dragon dance. His uncertainty led him to question whether he had misheard. Indeed, otherwise why would I recommend this Pokémon to you? Madame Meta replied with a sidelong glance. One of the parents of this lobster soldier must be a dragon-blooded Pokémon, even if not a pure dragon type. It likely has lineage from creatures like Charizard or Gyarados, possessing dragon blood in its veins. Madame Meta diligently imparted her wisdom to her new apprentice, having been astonished by Haiku's aptitude over the past few weeks. The comprehensive introductory book she had taken 6 months to master, Heiyu had nearly memorized in just over 2 weeks. Thus, he had come to be seen not merely as a tool for expanding her influence, but as a genuine prodigy. After evolving, the lobster soldier will gain a dark attribute, so you need to cultivate this aspect early on. Additionally, its pincers will serve as its primary means of attack. Here is powdered bone made from Caracara bones. Mix it into the lobster soldier's food to enhance its skeletal strength. Before he left, Madame Meta bestowed upon Heiyu a vial of rare bone powder. Thank you for your gift, Madame Meta, Heiyu expressed sincerely, bowing deeply in gratitude before quietly departing. As a month slipped by, the sea remained calm despite occasional encounters with passenger ships. Strikingly, the pirates aboard the giant shark refrained from attacking, resulting in the passenger vessels willingly paying protection fees. This opened Haiku's eyes to the multifaceted nature of piracy. It was not merely about robbery. Pirates did not conform to a singular definition. They engaged in various enterprises. If there was money to be made, they would pursue it. Piracy encompassed more than mere theft. It was merely one facet of their operations. Pirates often doubled as smugglers, trafficking goods, Pokémon, or even people, selling anything for profit, including themselves. During conflicts among certain underground organizations, pirates might temporarily accept commissions, acting as mercenaries. Throughout the month, Heiyu observed that the pirates frequently engaged in hunting rare Pokémon from the ocean, transporting them to land where water was scarce. The Hoenn region boasted abundant water resources, and their destination was the Kanto region. Brother Gudien, how long do you estimate until we reach land? Heiyu gazed into the endless expanse of the ocean, respectfully inquiring of the burly man beside him. Gudien, as the eyes of the giant shark, could discern their location even without a map. Well, we should be nearing Evergreen City in about 3 days, Gudrun replied, gesturing with a finger, employing his unique method of navigation. As the crew daydreamed of replenishing their supplies upon returning to land, no one noticed a swarm of fearsome Sharpedo circling ominously beneath the massive pirate ship. During lunchtime, the atmosphere in the dining area was filled with unspoken joy. Suddenly, a pirate clad in a sky-blue short-sleeved shirt rushed in, shouting, "It's bad. The ship's bottom is under attack by Pokémon. Come quickly to assist." The dining area fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. "Let's go? More rewards to earn. Haha, I wonder if there are any rare Pokémon this time to bolster my team." The band of pirates, navigating precariously along the tightrope of existence, exhibited not a shred of panic. Instead, their eyes gleamed with exhilaration. High risk, high reward. Heiyu descended slowly to the combat deck alongside his comrades. The vessel was designed with semi-automation in mind, allowing an extension of a combat partition from its exterior. Even with hundreds standing upon it, it would not appear overcrowded. A horde of razor-finned fish was before them. Goodness, there must be at least 100 of them. As 2 surveyors disembarked, the intelligence they brought back reignited the crew's excitement. At this juncture, the ship's first mate, Nagata Shin, commanded, "All capable water spirits, dive in and engage. Those who cannot, provide support from the partition." As the third in command, after the captain and Lady Meta, everyone naturally complied with Nagata's orders. Several higher-level spirits leapt into the water. Ironclaw lobsters, great white sharks, and catfish kings created massive splashes as they plunged in. Heiyu's lobster minions stood on the partition, employing bubbles for auxiliary maneuvers. "Quickly, release your Pokeballs. Summon flying spirits for retrieval." As time passed, the lower-level razorfin fish were inevitably overwhelmed, succumbing to unconsciousness in the water. To prevent disputes over the spoils, each Pokeball was inscribed with a designated name. Heiyu possessed few Pokeballs, all painstakingly acquired. And although Lady Meta had gifted him several rare ones, such as Ultra Balls and Great Balls, he hesitated to utilize them on such commonplace razor-finned fish. Just as he prepared to toss a ball, his gaze was suddenly captivated by one particular razor-finned fish, distinct from the rest. It swam with astonishing speed, continually accelerating. Heiyu surmised, it possesses the hidden ability of swift swim. A surge of excitement welled within him, and with impeccable timing, he cast a Pokeball marked with his name. The water was chaotic, and amidst the cacophony, it was impossible to discern if any of the balls had struck true. Countless Swallow and Wingull hovered above, occasionally diving into the water to retrieve floating Pokeballs. "Hurry, use nets to collect these balls." Upon hearing the command, 2 pirates promptly produced nets, scooping up the rolling Pokeballs on the deck. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the razorfin fish's attempts to breach the ship's hull and sink it were thwarted. Instead, their own ranks suffered devastating losses, with over half the spirits captured. Without a steady food supply, this group would likely struggle to survive in the vast ocean. However, none of this concerned the pirates aboard the Great Shark. They were reveling in the fruits of their victory. Inside the cabin, a wild feast ensued. "Quickly, bring out the Pokeballs. This one's mine. That one's mine. Don't snatch. Damn, you took the wrong one. It has my name on it." A throng surged forward like sharks scenting blood. Thanks to the protection of the ancient Tian, Heiyu effortlessly located his own ball amidst the crowd, discreetly departing to the upper deck of the ship. "Heiyu, it's quite lively down there. How was the haul?" Lady Meta inquired, engrossed in a book on tree fruits, her eyes never lifting. "Lady Meta, we encountered a swarm of razorfin fish and reaped considerable rewards," Heiyu replied, his demeanor noticeably more buoyant. "May I borrow your Pokédex?" Without hesitation, Lady Meta granted his request. Razorfin fish, a fierce Pokémon, water type. Its powerful jaws and sharp teeth possess the capacity to fracture a ship's hull, and many vessels have sunk due to their assaults. Level 11. Ability. Swift swim. Height. 0. 9 meters, surpassing the average height of 0. 8 meters. Weight. 22 kilograms. Exceeding the average weight of 28 kilograms. Compared to spirits of the same level, it exhibits superior physical attributes. Mastered moves include Leer, Bite, Rage, Focus Energy, Water Gun, and Psycho Fong. Heiyu gazed at the Pokeball with delight, marveling not only at its hidden ability, but also at its inherited move, Psycho Fong. This was a tremendous windfall. Chapter 4. The black market of Evergreen City. Evergreen signifies an eternal and timeless verdure. Evergreen City is a place that cherishes nature, where blossoms flourish throughout the year. Its reputation as one of the most prosperous cities in the Johto region is largely attributed to the adjacent Tokiwa forest. The vast emerald expanse, teeming with rare resources and Pokémon, beckons countless adventurers to explore its depths. It is heralded as one of the 3 must-visit adventure sites in the Johto region, alongside the Hualon Cave and Moonview Mountain, underscoring its intrinsic value. Not to mention, individuals risk legal repercussions to capture and sell precious Pokémon. The mere act of gathering rare medicinal herbs from Tokiwa Forest offers substantial profits, enough to incite envy. At this moment, along Route 1, a man and a woman, a beautiful lady and a young boy, walked side by side. Lady Meta, can I truly walk freely within the city with my identity? Heiyu asked, his face etched with concern. After all, he was an undocumented individual. And Evergreen City was not one of those small towns. He had heard tales of the terrifying Junsha family within. Lady Meta cast a glance at the majestic swallows circling above, ever vigilant, safeguarding them. Rest assured, young Heiyu, as my apprentice, I shall certainly resolve your identity concerns. She replied, her demeanor imbued with confidence. Thus, they traversed the wild expanse of Route 1, but ultimately veered off, winding deeper into the forest. Lady Meta, what is this? Heiyu inquired, observing her unfurling 2 folded black squares, revealing 2 voluminous black cloaks. Donning the inconspicuous attire, Heiyu silently followed Lady Meta. Eventually, they entered a massive tree hollow, revealing a hidden world within. After traversing a dark and winding passage, a cacophony of noise and the scent of smoke and fire enveloped them. Heiyu found himself momentarily disoriented. After a year at sea, he had almost forgotten such sights. The black market. As the name suggests, it is a hidden marketplace shrouded in darkness. It is not recognized by the League, which has explicitly prohibited the trade of Pokémon, including eggs. To make a purchase, one must visit a breeding facility bearing the League seal. However, there are always those who risk immense danger for the sake of profit, thus giving rise to the black market. Gradually, the black market proliferated, expanding in scale and forming a complete industrial chain, morphing into an illicit shadowy domain. While the League does not endorse it, they tacitly allow its existence, as they wish to provide a glimmer of hope to the underprivileged and do not wish to incite rebellion. The more pressing reason is that the profits from the black market are so substantial that even high-ranking officials within the League partake in its spoils. This is the black market. Speak sparingly to avoid revealing too much. Those who thrive in this realm are invariably cunning, and one slip can expose your vulnerabilities. Lady Meta imparted her wisdom to Heiyu, treating him genuinely as her apprentice. The black market was divided into 2 sections, the stall area and the commercial street. The former was bustling with noise, with nearly half the attendees, like Heiyu, cloaked in black, concealing their identities. Yet, each person was accompanied by a Pokémon, occasionally displaying a fierce demeanor to intimidate others. Few dare to traverse without a Pokémon by their side, for such a choice invites perceptions of weakness and vulnerability. As the 2 strolled along, Heiyu witnessed a burly man provocatively confront an individual devoid of a Pokémon. Just when the onlookers anticipated a grim outcome for that solitary figure, he unexpectedly unleashed a Nidoking, promptly vanquishing both the man and his Pokémon. Truly, hidden depths abound. That Nidoking was surely at least level 30, Heiyu mused. While the confrontation may have been satisfying, it was hardly surprising that the individual was swiftly apprehended by the enforcement team dispatched by the shadowy overseers of the black market. To Heiyu's astonishment, the man offered no resistance and obediently followed. As Heiyu pondered how the powers behind the black market would handle the situation, he learned that a mere fine would suffice for the man to regain his freedom. Within the black market, a semblance of order exists, yet it is ultimately driven by self-interest. Madame Meta's words imparted another lesson to Heiyu. Accompanying them was a Swellow, Madame Meta's Pokémon. Ensuring their journey remained uneventful, in the black market, few wished to provoke unnecessary enmity. Pokémon eggs for sale. 5 each, shouted a vendor. Upon seeking Madame Meta's approval, Heiyu approached the stall. Before him lay an array of identical Pokémon eggs, numbering over 30. As the crowd drew nearer, someone could not contain their curiosity. What Pokémon are these eggs? All are for Spearow. The black market sets a fixed price of 5, no haggling allowed. The vendor replied succinctly. Feeling somewhat claustrophobic amidst the throng, Heiyu retreated hurriedly, while Madame Meta remarked, "All are Spearow eggs. It seems this vendor possesses an entire brood." Though Heiyu was astonished by the vendor's prowess, he found himself questioning why such ordinary eggs could command a price of 5 alliance coins, a sum he deemed excessive. Yet, this was not surprising. While Spearow might be commonplace, its evolution cycle is brief, capable of transforming into Fearow at level 20, making it a highly desirable flying Pokémon. Consequently, many trainers nurture one for aerial travel, ensuring minimal loss should they choose not to sell it later. Madame Meta patiently elucidated this to her apprentice. Observing the bustling crowd, Heiyu noted numerous individuals eagerly exchanging coins for the eggs, and though he maintained a composed exterior, envy stirred within him. Soaring through the skies has always been a human dream, and he was no exception. Possessing a flying Pokémon as a mount or scout would be a boon for someone accustomed to life adrift at sea. Want one? Then buy it, Madame Meta suggested. Sensing Heiyu's longing, this left him in a quandary, for his modest savings barely amounted to 1 alliance coin, hard-earned from working as a laborer for pirate sailors. The plight of other newcomers was even more dire, many not possessing a single coin to their name. Perceiving his discomfort, Madame Meta chuckled softly. "Go ahead and pick one. I shall cover the cost." "Ah, is that truly acceptable?" Heiyu feigned surprise, but inwardly he was already captivated, his gaze subconsciously drawn to the Pokémon eggs on display. "This trip to the black market was intended to procure items for you, as my apprentice. You shall not be slighted," Madame Meta whispered, her voice only audible to them. Ultimately, Heiyu selected an egg and, after paying an additional 5,000 alliance coins, received a modest incubator. Purchasing a Spearow for 5 alliance coins, a creature so ubiquitous, seemed a tad unwise. However, it is essential to recognize that Spearow is known for its fiery temperament and sociable nature. Could an ordinary trainer contend with a volatile swarm of multiple Fearows and hundreds of Spearows? Attempting to capture Spearow alone in the wild poses significant challenges. This also reflects the vendor's capabilities, able to single-handedly manage a small, unruly population, underscoring their status as a formidable trainer. Moreover, wild Pokémon retain their untamed spirit, making taming them a daunting task, fraught with the risk of backlash. By contrast, nurturing from a young age is considerably safer. Furthermore, these eggs, akin to a gamble, may yield a Spearow of exceptional quality and inherited skills if fortune favors the bold. After hastily navigating through the marketplace, the pair arrived at a quieter commercial street. In stark contrast to the previous clamor, this area felt somewhat desolate, with foot traffic scarce. However, those who did enter and exit the shops appeared markedly more affluent, their Pokémon boasting an average level above 30, quite impressive. "Follow me. This time, we'll resolve your identity issues entirely," Madame Meta instructed as she led Heiyu into a rather quiet establishment. Inside, the shop was in disarray, cobwebs festooning the corners, dust particles dancing in the air. Behind the counter, an elderly man with a white beard lounged in a chair, seemingly oblivious. Madame Meta approached and rapped on the counter. "Take what you desire. The prices are displayed," the old man muttered before closing his eyes once more, exhibiting no semblance of a business demeanor. Unfazed, Madame Meta merely smiled and requested, "Please take us to the second floor." Upon hearing this, the old man jolted awake, abandoning his previous languor, and respectfully led them upstairs. After a considerable duration, Heiyu and Madame Meta emerged from the shop. "I never imagined obtaining an identity would be so straightforward," Heiyu remarked, holding a card that represented his new identification, boldly emblazoned with his name. From this day forth, he was officially a resident of the Alliance. Noting Heiyu's astonishment, Madame Meta explained, "Individuals within the Alliance do conduct business in the black market. The proprietor of this shop is likely a high-ranking official from the population department." Glancing at Heiyu, who wore a pleased expression, she wisely cautioned, "While this identity permits you to traverse the city openly, it may not shield you from scrutiny by higher-ups or gym leaders." Heiyu's elation tempered as he absorbed her words. Nonetheless, even so, it sufficed. Subsequently, Heiyu accompanied Madame Meta as they sold a considerable array of goods, including a majority of water-type Pokémon and various precious herbs obtainable only at sea. By leveraging the disparities between the two regions, they engaged in the trade of resources and Pokémon, with the Hoenn region boasting abundant water and extensive seas, in stark contrast to the Kanto region. Before departing the black market, Madame Meta purchased a Pokédex for Heiyu, While not the latest model, it was a third-generation version, equipped with most essential functions. Heiyu bowed deeply in gratitude toward Madame Meta. In Evergreen City, Heiyu marveled at Madame Meta's willingness to grant him autonomy. Did she not fear he might flee? Such thoughts crossed his mind, yet he lacked any desire to escape, knowing that she held significant leverage over him. Moreover, even if he attempted to flee, his status as an ordinary citizen would yield little opportunity for advancement. Conversely, remaining by Madame Meta's side might afford him the chance to become a breeder in the future. After days of study, he had gained insight into the breeder's role. Even a novice breeder enjoyed a respectable social standing. As Heiyu wandered alone through the city, he reveled in the vibrant atmosphere, the long-awaited relaxation lifting a considerable weight from his shoulders. Towering buildings around him broadcasted various advertisements, showcasing the latest energy cubes and new outdoor survival gear. The exorbitant price of the space backpack was indeed staggering. Even the most basic model cost a staggering 20 Alliance coins. Such an extravagant expense extinguished any flicker of excitement within Blackfeather. Ultimately, he found himself at a Pokémon Center, intending to rest for the night. "Good afternoon, Miss Joy." Blackfeather greeted her with an air of confidence, entirely unperturbed by his identity as a pirate. "Good afternoon, trainer. How may I assist you today?" Miss Joy, adorned in her elegant nurse's uniform, always wore a professional smile. Her gentle demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Hello, I have just arrived in the Kanto region and would like to register," Blackfeather replied with utmost politeness. It wasn't merely his good manners. Rather, the Joy family, along with the esteemed Joy herself, held a unique position within the Alliance. The Joy and Kunsai families, as two indomitable powerhouses of the Alliance, wielded immense authority, one monopolizing healthcare and the other overseeing law enforcement. It was indisputable that anyone engaging in activities within the region would inevitably have dealings with these two families. In fact, it was likely that any information about him would first be known to these families before appearing in the official Alliance database. Consequently, they could swiftly identify talented trainers and employ various means, such as apprenticeship, to attract those gifted individuals. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, as both the Joy and Kunsai families could only produce daughters. This peculiarity led to countless dreams of marrying into these families. A spouse resembling a Joy or Kunsai was the aspiration of innumerable men. "You have applied for a permit for the Kanto region, valid for 3 years. Please remember to renew it when the time comes," Miss Joy said with her characteristic warmth. Although Blackfeather did not intend to linger in Kanto for long, navigating without a permit would be exceedingly troublesome. He spent another 200 Alliance coins to rent a room at the Pokémon Center for the night. Sighing, he lamented, "In the end, I am merely a common resident. If I were a direct descendant of the Alliance, I could receive treatment and accommodation at the Pokémon Center free of charge." As he lay on the narrow bed, his thoughts began to drift. The Evergreen City, where he resided, ranked merely 11th in the Kanto region, falling short compared to the ancient cities of Nibi and Hualan. Its respectable ranking was largely attributed to the gym leader, known for his unwavering success as long as he remained grounded. His immense popularity had artificially stimulated the local economy. It is worth mentioning that the de facto ruler of Evergreen City was the gym leader, along with the mayor elected by the citizens. Each city in this world operates independently. The Alliance possesses only advisory and supervisory powers, lacking the authority to command cities. This autonomy has allowed local noble families and elites to monopolize resources and pathways to advancement. Blackfeather mused about the current president of the Alliance, Darmalanchi, who was said to have risen from humble beginnings and represented the reformist faction. Unfortunately, such reforms often encountered significant obstacles due to the existing system. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Blackfeather departed from the Pokémon Center, having purchased numerous supplies, including a preferred fruit wine and an array of books to pass the time, none of which were romantic novels, but rather educational resources beneficial for a nurturing trainer. After this spending spree, his funds dwindled to 3,000 Alliance coins. Chapter 5. Intense Battle. Utilizing unconventional means to return to the sea. Blackfeather's spirits soared as he gazed upon the pirate ship anchored next to a desolate island. This outing not only resolved his identity issues, but also yielded a flying Pokémon egg and a Pokédex. Truly a bountiful harvest. 2 days slipped by quietly, and the Shark cruiser set sail once more, meandering through the waters. Fortunately, this land excursion had proceeded smoothly, with no issues arising in logistics. Pokémon sales, or personnel changes. Haha, Brother Blackfeather. I heard you have become an apprentice to Madame Meta. Congratulations. A group of pirates, led by Gutian, approached Blackfeather with warm greetings for the newcomer. Blackfeather, mindful of his status, responded modestly, "Oh, it's nothing. Madame Meta merely wishes to guide me. I am but a novice, far from your esteemed levels." Such humility from Blackfeather undoubtedly pleased the seasoned pirates, even as they outwardly respected his newfound position. Although he had risen in rank, they still regarded him with a hint of skepticism as meritocracy reigned supreme. Aware of this, Blackfeather committed himself to rigorous training, often seen practicing late into the night on the deck with his Pokémon. Bubble Beam, Little Lobster. Blackfeather commanded as the small lobster Pokémon launched a barrage of bubbles toward the sea. The countless bubbles crashed against the water's surface, creating a spray that was quickly swallowed by the abyss below. Little Lobster, your bubble beam must be more powerful. You should first enhance your strength before attempting to increase the number of bubbles, Blackfeather instructed, applying the wisdom imparted by Big Brother Gutian. After a period of intensive training, Little Lobster's enthusiasm soared. It often rose even before Blackfeather to engage in additional practice. In contrast, the Sharpedo displayed a degree of lethargy, having grown up in a sheltered environment. However, Blackfeather had yet to discover effective training methods for it. Aside from routine skill and physical training, focusing on mastering its speed boost ability, crucial for the future. Thus, each day, at Blackfeather's insistence, the Sharpedo swam in the wake of the shark cruiser, battling against the current. Big Brother Gutian. I must again request your Iron Claw Lobster to train my Little Lobster, Blackfeather said, carrying a bottle of fruit wine as he sought Gutian's guidance. Oh, brother. This is nothing. Gutian generously released his ace Pokémon, the Iron Claw Lobster, and gestured for it to impart its knowledge to Little Lobster. Little Lobster gazed up at its significantly larger counterpart, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Its 6 tiny legs danced with anticipation as it circled the Iron Claw Lobster. Is this what I will look like after evolving? Those massive pincers, that sturdy shell, and especially that striking star on its head. Little Lobster resolved to train diligently, aspiring to evolve into such a magnificent form. Haha, brother, your Little Lobster is quite lively, Gutian remarked, already eager to savor the fruit wine's aroma. Big Brother Gutian, you flatter me. Let us toast. The two Pokémon exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the mutual benefits of their partnership. As the evening deepened and the effects of the wine began to take hold, Blackfeather returned to his cabin with Little Lobster. It is noteworthy that with the announcement of Blackfeather's apprenticeship under Madame Meta on the pirate ship, his accommodations had improved significantly. No longer was he cramped in the dim, damp quarters shared with other newcomers. He now enjoyed a private room of his own. The space was modest, accommodating only a bed and a desk, leaving little room to spare. With both trainer and Pokémon settled inside, it felt somewhat cramped. Moreover, he had transformed the bathroom into a makeshift pool for the Sharpedo to swim freely. Little Lobster must learn to train within its limits, avoiding reckless disregard for its own well-being. Heiyu employed a unique massage technique to relax the muscles of the lobster soldier nestled in his arms. The little creature emitted a delightful hum, clearly reveling in the soothing experience. This distinctive method was one Heiyu had learned from Madame Meta, known to alleviate fatigue after training. The lobster soldier's shell was indeed quite formidable. Just as Heiyu's hands began to tire from the massage, the incubator placed on the bedside suddenly erupted with a brilliant white light. Startled, the lobster soldier leapt from Heiyu's embrace, stumbling to the ground. Heiyu, captivated by the spectacle, opened the lid of the incubator. As time quietly passed, cracks began to form in the eggshell. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Heiyu prepared to witness the hatching of a sprite for the first time, a truly novel experience. The white light gradually faded, and a tender chirp resonated through the air. Before Heiyu stood a small bird, its wings of vivid red, and its head adorned with tufts of chestnut feathers. Leet Sparrow, welcome to this world. Heiyu greeted the newly hatched creature with a smile. The Leet Sparrow squinted its sharp eyes into slits, chirping joyfully. Although known for their notoriously irritable temperaments, this little sprite appeared remarkably languid, likely due to its recent birth, as most sprites instinctively regard the first creature they see as their parent. Heiyu cautiously extended his hand, cradling the Leet Sparrow and gently untangling its damp, disheveled feathers. Newly hatched sprites are often quite fragile, prompting Heiyu to exercise utmost care. Before long, the leet sparrow drifted back to sleep, embodying the lethargy typical of newborn sprites. As an apprentice nurturer, Heiyu had acquired a considerable wealth of knowledge regarding sprites. It was customary for freshly hatched sprites to consume their eggshells, rich in essential nutrients. With this thought in mind, Heiyu collected the fragments of the eggshell from the incubator, intending to feed them to the leet sparrow upon its awakening. Leet sparrow, soar on the ocean breeze. On the deck, Heiyu observed the leet sparrow struggling to maintain its balance as it flapped its wings against the sea wind. Exhausted, it gradually slowed down, descending back onto the pirate ship. As it dove down and landed joyfully on Heiyu's shoulder, the leet sparrow displayed no sign of its usual temperament, likely due to Heiyu's careful nurturing. Take your time drinking. No one is competing with you. Heiyu produced a baby bottle filled with premium moo milk, enriched with a hint of vitality powder, ideal for newly hatched sprites. The leet sparrow had already surpassed its larval stage, and its statistics were stabilizing. Heiyu retrieved his cherished Pokédex, which chimed with information. Leet sparrow, the bird Pokémon. A normal-type flying sprite, level 6, with the ability Keen Eye, height 0. 3 meters, weight 2 kilograms, average development, and no adverse symptoms. Known moves, growl, peck, and leer. Glancing at the details, Heiyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, it had not inherited any moves, and its abilities were rather ordinary. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself, acknowledging that this was merely a gamble with a hatching egg, intended solely as a utility sprite for flight. Life aboard the ship continued to be rather monotonous, with Heiyu attending lessons from Madame Meta each morning, absorbing the knowledge of a nurturer while seeking wisdom from seasoned crew members. The lobster soldier persisted in training under the guidance of the ancient ironclaw lobster. The leet sparrow's task was to acclimate to the air currents above the sea, a challenging endeavor given the turbulent storms that often rendered land-dwelling sprites ill-prepared. One fateful day, an unforeseen event shattered the tranquility aboard the ship. Alert! A pirate ship is located 10 kilometers ahead, announced the lookout calmly over the intercom. This revelation sent a ripple of excitement through the previously placid great shark. Crew members hastily assembled on the deck, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the approaching vessel. Heiyu, too, grasped a monocular, his expression grave as he observed the enemy pirate ship, which was equally surveying their side. All eyes turned to Madame Meta, as it was no secret that the captain had mysteriously vanished from the ship. Consequently, Madame Meta had assumed command. Just as she prepared to speak, the first mate, Nagata Shin, exchanged glances with another officer, a flicker of delight passing between them. In unison, they proclaimed, "All crew members, return to your stations. Those whose names I call, prepare to board and engage in battle." While the crew stood in shock, Madame Meta's expression shifted to one of fury, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yet, she ultimately refrained from rebuking them, huffing in annoyance before sweeping out of the room. The two first mates exchanged triumphant smiles. If they could seize the opposing ship, their prestige would undoubtedly soar, bringing them closer to controlling the entire great shark. The mere thought of becoming captain sent shivers of ambition coursing through Nagata Shin's veins. As the crew braced for the impending confrontation, Heiyu hurried to catch up with Madame Meta. Those insufferable fools. They must have gotten wind of something to act so brazenly. Furious exclamations echoed from Madame Meta's quarters. Even before entering, Heiyu heard the sound of a cup shattering. He knocked and pushed the door open, revealing a scene of broken teacups and spilled water on the floor. Upon seeing her apprentice, Madame Meta's anger softened slightly, though her brow remained furrowed with fury. Her husband had perished due to the oceanic team's relentless pressure, and while she had attempted to deflect attention by claiming to be in seclusion for sprite training, those two ambitious first mates had managed to glean some information. Their audacity in bypassing her authority to command the crew was nothing short of a power grab. After a moment of silence, Heiyu spoke with unwavering resolve. "Madame Meta, this may not be an opportunity we can afford to overlook." At his words, a spark of intrigue flickered in Madame Meta's eyes as she replied in a low voice. "Are you suggesting we take this chance to eliminate them both?" Heiyu nodded, a glint of determination evident in his gaze. Madame Meta shook her head, her tone grave. "Regardless of their abilities, they are my equals. Can I truly defeat both of them alone? If they were to perish, the strength of the great shark would falter. A self-inflicted wound in the face of an immediate threat. How many years would it take to cultivate two powerful and experienced first mates?" In a few brief sentences, Madame Meta dismissed Heiyu's proposal, Yet she felt a sense of pride in her apprentice's decisiveness and unwavering loyalty. Since you are unwilling to proceed in that manner, we must join them in battle, Heiyu suggested, contemplating strategies. After all, fighting alongside the crew could earn them goodwill. However, if they merely sat idle, allowing the two first mates to consolidate power, it would not be long before they were completely sidelined. Madame Meta, now composed, recognized the truth in Heiyu's reasoning. Her earlier outburst had indeed jeopardized her standing with the crew. With renewed determination, she swiftly donned a coat and made her way to the deck. At this moment, all the crew members stood at the ready. Some were anxious, while others were exhilarated. Chaos was merely a stepping stone to ascendance. Aggression has always been the most effective means of capital accumulation. In this naval battle, there would undoubtedly be casualties, yet some would surely rise to greatness as a result. Blackfeather stepped onto the deck and noticed that several individuals were casting peculiar glances in his direction, subtly distancing themselves. These were the same people who had previously shown him such warmth, but now, sensing the tide turning, they began to withdraw. Blackfeather reflected on the fickleness of human nature. However, there was no time for contemplation, as two massive ships were on the brink of a violent collision. The opposing vessel showing no signs of slowing down. Boom! With two thunderous crashes, the colossal ships collided violently. Charge! Brothers, attack! The war cries erupted, and the clash between the two side sprites commenced fiercely. The formidable king crab, solar coral, and lobster minions, boasting impressive defenses, led the charge, engaging in close combat with their robust physiques. Countless jets of water, columns of liquid, and streams of foam whirled through the air, while crew members commanded from the elevated decks. At the forefront stood a giant swamp monster, a water arrow turtle, and an octopus barrel. The giant swamp monster was Madame Meta's sprite, while the water arrow turtle and octopus barrel were the two first mate's trump cards. Madame Meta, it seems your giant swamp monster has grown even stronger, Long Tianxin remarked, casting a wary glance at the formidable creature as it held off two enemy iron-claw lobsters. Madame Meta, composed and observant, retorted, you should focus on your own sprites. If yours are being driven back repeatedly by two sea spikes, it seems their strength leaves much to be desired. Chapter 6. Breaking the stalemate. Upon hearing Madame Meta's taunt, the two first mates' faces darkened, their lips twitching as though they wished to defend themselves, yet they ultimately remained silent, their expressions grim. Indeed, as Madame Meta pointed out, the sea spikes had yet to evolve into spike dragon kings using their dragon scales. They were merely single water-type sprites with a total stat value barely reaching 500. In such circumstances, their consistent setbacks revealed the undeniable truth. The first mate's capabilities were ultimately inferior to those of the pirates. Nevertheless, they stubbornly insisted. Those two sea spikes work in perfect harmony and move through the water like engines, their speed unmatched. While our sprites are amphibious, they cannot compete. The verbal sparring among the three continued, while the battle below raged on fiercely, with sprites falling in droves and blood staining the waters of vivid crimson. Flying Sprite Squad. Advance. The opposing pirates were acutely aware that if the battle continued in a stalemate, even a victory would come at a heavy cost, prompting them to decide to break the deadlock from the air. Sprites such as the proud-boned swallow, winged seagull, bobo, and fiery sparrow clashed in the sky, their skills intertwining, rendering it difficult to distinguish between the two side sprites. All one could see were sprites plummeting from the sky. As time passed, a stalemate gradually formed, resulting in significant losses in this maritime conflict. Blackfeather, pained by the sight of his severely injured toothfish, glanced at some of his fellow pirates, a flicker of resentment crossing his mind. During the earlier skirmish, they had intentionally withheld their support, leading to Toothfish's grievous injuries. These pirates were indeed selfish, opportunistic, only considering their own interests at critical moments, Blackfeather mused. Previously, he had selflessly shielded some of the sprites from attacks, fully aware that this was a team battle. Now, he had finally seen their true colors and immediately ordered the lobster minions to scale back their efforts, instructing them to merely maintain a status quo and mix in their skills. On the enemy pirate ship, several sweat-drenched pirates rushed into the command room. Addressing the one-eyed captain seated at the helm, "Captain, we cannot continue like this. The enemy's giant swamp monster is too powerful, and we are suffering heavy losses." The one-eyed captain's eyes hardened as he declared, "It seems we have no choice but to employ that tactic." As the battle intensified, the giant swamp monster began to dominate the two iron-claw lobsters. Just as the morale of Black Feather and the others surged, the enemy's 2 sea spikes suddenly coalesced. The 2 sea spikes circled in the water, gradually forming an overwhelming aura. Roar! A torrent of deep purple energy gathered, and the 2 sea spikes unleashed a surge of dragon-type energy from their sharp maws. Under Black Feather's astonished gaze, the energy converged, gradually manifesting as a colossal dragon head. Both side sprites trembled under the weight of this dragon-type energy, hesitant to act recklessly. This was the sheer dominance unique to dragon types. All eyes were drawn to the gathering force. Dragon Wave. Someone recognized the move, their voice trembling with trepidation. The massive dragon wave surged towards the water arrow turtle and octopus barrel. Although the 2 sprites had already assumed defensive stances before the attack was launched, they ultimately succumbed to the assault, unable to maintain their combat capabilities. Boom! The massive shark ship shook violently. "Quick! Run!" shouted someone. And chaos erupted as some crew members leapt from the deck into the sea, seeking a glimmer of hope. The momentum that had once favored the giant swamp monster dissipated in an instant, and fear enveloped the entire shark ship. If we preserve the mountain, we need not fear for the firewood. Black Feather was jostled amidst the panicked crowd, hastily retrieving the lobster minions into their pokeballs before rushing to a door, seeking refuge in the ship's cabin. Upon entering, he discovered an enemy pirate ransacking the room for valuables. Lobster minions use bubble beam. Amethyst jellyfish employ water pulse. The enemy was clearly taken aback and promptly released their sprites to engage in battle. The lobster minions' claws opened wide, unleashing a flurry of bubbles that collided with the massive water sphere conjured by the enemy. Inside the cramped room, the clash of skills sent water splattering everywhere. Black Feather, pulling up his garments, dispersed the obstructing bubbles. Fiery Sparrow, charge in and use Peck. The relatively energetic Fiery Sparrow was well suited for this chaotic skirmish. "I need not defeat your sprites. I only need to eliminate you." The enemy pirate broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. He also possessed 2 sprites. However, one had already lost its battle capability upon boarding, leaving him with only an amethyst jellyfish, which was clearly at a disadvantage. In the confined space, the Fiery Sparrow flapped its wings and darted forward. The enemy pirate quickly realized the impending danger, mentally shouting, "Oh no," as the mist of water obscured his vision. He instinctively rolled to evade, narrowly avoiding the attack. The Fiery Sparrow missed its initial strike but quickly turned, gathering energy in its sharp beak, launching a sudden attack from the pirate's blind spot. The beak pierced through his throat with precision and swiftness. Ugh! The pirate collapsed, clutching his gushing throat, seemingly attempting to utter a sound. The amethyst jellyfish, being a water sprite, suffered a 30 decrease in combat effectiveness on land, and now, bereft of its trainer's commands, it was utterly helpless. Soon, it too was rendered incapable of battle. Black Feather first kicked the lifeless body, then drew a dagger from his waist, slicing through the pirate's garments to begin his looting. No wonder so many people choose to become pirates, even in the face of danger. Indeed, murder and plunder are the fastest means of accumulating wealth. Black Feather gazed at his spoils, a look of contemplation upon his face. Aside from a substantial amount of alliance currency and a booklet resembling a diary, there were also 2 pokeballs, one of which contained another lobster minion. Click. Retrieve the incapacitated agate jellyfish and secure it within the pokeball to prevent its reemergence. Hearing the fierce footsteps and sounds of battle from outside, Heiyu groped his way to the door, turned it, and locked it tightly. His tense emotions finally began to ease. Feeling the rapid thumping of his heart, he slumped to the ground, stroking the panting lobster minion beside him and saying, "Lobster minion, I apologize for putting you in danger every day, just like me." The lobster minion nuzzled Heiyu's pant leg with its hard head. "I would never think poorly of my master. After all, we agreed to reach the pinnacle together. Did we not? Ha ha ha. Brothers, charge forward. The opportunity for fortune lies just ahead. Victory is within our grasp. Eliminate them all. Their Pokémon and riches will be yours." The enemy's Cyclops pirate roared from a high platform, raising his hands above his head and dancing wildly. His fervent encouragement spurred his crew of pirates into a frenzy, intensifying their assault on the Pokémon. The pirates of the Great Shark Ship were being pushed back relentlessly, particularly after witnessing the defeat of their 2 first mates' Pokémon. Their morale completely shattered. "Run! Even the first mate's Pokémon has been defeated. Save yourselves." An experienced old pirate shouted loudly. The remaining pirates, who had been holding their ground, wavered at his words. In fact, Some cowardly pirates had already jumped overboard earlier, only to become easy targets in the water. They were directly killed by the enemy's Pokémon, leaving no chance to escape, which extinguished the majority's thoughts of jumping into the sea. Do not be afraid. I am here. Gather around me. Madame Meta immediately displayed her commanding presence, her resonant voice echoing across the battlefield. The crew of the great shark ship began to retreat, clustering together. Humans possess a tendency to follow the crowd. When one person acts, others may be puzzled, but when everyone does so, they will follow suit. Meanwhile, on the enemy pirate ship captain, that woman seems intent on consolidating all her strength into one place. We must stop her. A pirate urged the Cyclops pirate. No rush. Once they are gathered, we shall capture them all in one sweep, the Cyclops pirate replied confidently. The absence of high-tier combat power forced the sailors of the Great Shark to be relentlessly driven into a corner, relying solely on their knowledge of the terrain to hold on. No more futile resistance. Surrender, and we shall treat you well as captives. Your Pokémon will not be confiscated. Indeed, why fight so hard for just a few thousand alliance coins a month? The enemy pirates immediately used a loudspeaker to employ psychological tactics, causing many to hesitate, with some less experienced pirates revealing expressions of temptation. However, the overwhelming majority were filled with righteous indignation. Only they knew their true thoughts. Since you refused to surrender, do not blame us for being merciless. Seeing that his persuasive words had failed to sway the opposing side, the enemy pirate resolved to launch a full-scale assault. Countless skills were unleashed, targeting the defensive line formed by the cornered group. Use wide-area defense, Madame Meta commanded with a wave of her hand. The great swamp monster pounded its chest and let out a hoarse roar, emanating an invisible wave. A colossal transparent shield enveloped their side and all their Pokémon. Water gun, bubble beam, and countless skills struck the shield but bore no effect. The formidable defense of the wide-area defense was now evident. Within the protective barrier, the individuals and Pokémon finally had a moment to catch their breath, quickly retrieving healing sprays and various recovery items to restore their Pokémon stamina. We are in for a fierce battle ahead. I wonder if Heiyu is still alive. He wouldn't perish in this chaos, would he? It would be a shame to lose such a promising talent. I wish to pass on my skills as a breeder. Madame Meta felt a twinge of regret. As the enemy's attacks intensified, the protective shield from the wide-area defense could not hold out much longer. It seemed she would have to resort to her trump card. Madame Meta forced herself to endure the pressure, her resolve already formed. Inside the room, Heiyu was recuperating and heard the enemy pirates' broadcast, yet he remained unfazed. He knew well the nature of these pirates. His past experiences had taught him that they were utterly untrustworthy. If they truly could not hold their ground, he would have no choice but to jump into the sea. Fortunately, there was a drainage outlet in the lower hold. Heiyu thought to himself. He was not one to be foolishly loyal. His presence on the pirate ship was solely due to the knowledge Madame Meta imparted regarding breeding. The prospect of profit was what kept him aboard. With his life at stake, he naturally needed to plan an escape route. Firebird, Toothfish, if the situation turns dire. I will jump into the sea. You two must follow quickly. Firebird, navigate from the air and locate the nearest land. Toothfish, guide me and the lobster minion through the water. Heiyu urgently instructed his three Pokémon. If it came to a moment of peril, sacrificing the lives of his Pokémon to ensure his own survival would not be out of the question. After all, once dead, nothing remained. He had no desire to perish again in this life. He wished to live. Nothing was more important than his own life. He merely hoped it would not come to that. Observing the grave expressions of his three Pokémon, Heiyu's mood grew heavier. Once he had sufficiently regained his strength, he rose and slowly opened the door, peering outside to discover the deck devoid of any figures, littered only with the remnants of Pokémon and blood. It seemed they had thoroughly swept through here. They had likely pushed on to the rear. As Heiyu rummaged through the pockets of the corpses, he indeed found a considerable amount of spoils. Just as he flipped over a body and prepared to search for more riches, a tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens. Heiyu's entire being jolted, following the sound with his gaze. There, soaring through the air, was a colossal Gyarados, its azure scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. A massive, fearsome maw unleashed a stream of milky white light. Hyper beam. Instantly, it sank the enemy pirate ship. Heiyu's heart raced, the spectacular display momentarily causing him to forget to breathe. Is this Gyarados one of ours? This question flashed through Heiyu's mind. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The appearance of Gyarados undoubtedly shattered the equilibrium between the two sides. regaining his senses from the shock. Heiyu quickly tied the spoils around his waist and moved toward the cabin along the edge of the deck, disregarding the treasures. The Gyarados' assault showed no signs of ceasing, with countless skills continuously emanating from it. With a whip of its tail, a massive tornado erupted, unleashing unfathomable power that further devastated the enemy pirate ship. The cries of the enemy pirates and the splintering of wood filled the air. In that moment, the crew of the great shark ship realized that this Gyarados was indeed part of their own ranks. The two first mates, who had been preparing to flee, were struck with terror at the sight of Gyarados, as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? The captain is dead, isn't he? The information we gathered should have been accurate. How could his Pokémon appear? Nagata Shin exclaimed in panic. The reason they had dared to disrespect Madame Meta openly, and even conspired in secret to seize control of the great shark, was that they believed the captain had perished, reportedly at the hands of a formidable dark organization. But now, with Gyarados reappearing, that dread once again enveloped their hearts. Why the panic? Our information is undoubtedly accurate. This is likely a contingency left for that woman. The other first mate quickly regained composure and analyzed the situation. Their spirits were slightly lifted, although their expressions remained grim, as together they could barely keep Lady Meta in check. At present, the opposing side had displayed such a formidable sprite, rallying the hearts of the people at a critical moment, thus earning considerable prestige. It would be exceedingly challenging to seize power again in the future. Chapter 7. The Alliance Cultivation Manual. The ferocious Gyarados unleashed its wrath, capsizing the enemy's pirate ship, while the crew of the Great Shark sounded the horn of retaliation. In the ensuing chaos, the enemy's morale shattered instantaneously. With their higher-ups restrained by Gyarados and Swampert, no reinforcements were forthcoming. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson glow of the evening sky spread across the sea's surface. The deck of the Great Shark was stained with blood, bearing witness to the brutality and valor of this clash between two pirate crews. With the last enemy pirate slain, the surviving crew of the Great Shark erupted in triumphant cheers. Undeniably, they emerged as victors of this bloody feast. Countless bodies and sprites, boundless treasures and riches. Chaos is but a ladder to ascend. Many knelt in sorrow, hands raised high above their heads in fervent cries. The remnants of the sunset bathed them in a golden hue, as if celebrating and adding a touch of brilliance to their victory. Hearing that the battle outside had finally ceased, Black Feather hastily smeared some blood across his face to feign exhaustion as he emerged from his hiding place in the ship's cabin. After all, he too had dealt with an enemy. It never hurts to present oneself as having faced danger. At this moment, Lady Meta stood at the ship's bow, holding two bloody heads, those of the two first mates. The crew gazed in shock at the coldly beautiful woman. The battle had profoundly impacted everyone, not merely due to its brutality, but also because the previously gentle Lady Meta had displayed such ruthless decisiveness. The two first mates, harboring treachery and plotting for a long time, conspired against the captain. Today, with the captain's sprite, Gyarados, I execute them to eliminate the threat. Lady Meta's tone was resolute, her gaze imbued with a hint of menace. The crew's initial excitement stilled in that moment, their heads bowed in reverence. Black Feather immediately raised his arms in a fervent cheer. Lady Meta is unparalleled in strength. We support you as the new captain, Black Feather proclaimed loudly. His youthful face flushed with enthusiasm. The surrounding crew, witnessing Black Feather's fervor, quickly grasped the shift in allegiance, echoing his calls. Hail Lady Meta! Hail the new captain! From her elevated position, Lady Meta surveyed the crew with her icy gaze. Black Feather looked up and saw her silhouette merging with the setting sun, radiating an awe-inspiring glow. Slowly, Lady Meta raised her arms, embracing the howling sea breeze, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. She declared, I formally accept your allegiance. From this day forth, I shall ensure the flag of the Great Shark flies higher upon the oceans. Long live Lady Meta! Black Feather played the role of an eager sycophant once more. Long live! Long live! Long live! The others followed suit, their voices resounding with fervor. Beneath the setting sun, the sails of the Great Shark billowed in the sea breeze, heralding a new journey. Seizing the moment before darkness fell, the crew hurriedly salvaged all possessions from the enemy pirate ship. This night was destined to be one of sleepless anticipation, as all awaited the morrow's distribution of spoils. Exhausted, Black Feather lay on his bed, while the fiery sparrow stood guard at the bedside, a habit formed over the past month since its birth. The lobster soldier and the Sharpedo lingered in a makeshift pool converted from the restroom. Although both were amphibious, they found solace in the water. As night descended, the pirate ship fell silent. Black Feather slowly rose, finally at ease in solitude. He retrieved all the spoils from his waist and pockets, filling a small table with the day's bounty. The first thing that caught his eye was a substantial stack of paper alliance coins. Pirates, often outlaws with precarious identities, seldom possessed savings accounts, relying primarily on cash. He gathered the coins, stacking them neatly, and methodically counted them one by one, taking some time to finish. To his astonishment, there were 30 alliance coins, truly the spoils of murder and mayhem. Black Feather felt a surge of excitement. After all, aside from the enemy he had slain in the cabin, he had only hastily looted a few ordinary pirates' bodies. What if he could scavenge every corpse? His eyes sparkled with fervor as he whispered to himself. A refreshing sea breeze wafted through the window, jolting Black Feather back to reality and dispelling his fanciful thoughts as he resumed counting his possessions. Within 2 pokeballs, one contained an onyx and the other a lobster soldier. Indeed, their levels were not high. Black Feather took out the Alliance Pokédex and scanned the 2 pokeballs, revealing the expected information. One sprite was level 16 and the other was level 17. Gently placing the pokeballs down, he mused, together they might fetch a price exceeding 10 coins. Perhaps I could find a black market upon returning to land. As for keeping these sprites for personal use, Black Feather had no such intentions. They could serve as temporary backups, but true training was out of the question. Sprites already accustomed to trainers were notoriously difficult to tame, and thus, few would consider them for serious cultivation. After organizing some miscellaneous items, only a small booklet resembling a diary remained on the table. Black Feather slowly opened it, intrigued by its contents. It was, surprisingly, a cultivation manual for the lobster soldier. His fingers gently turned the pages, and his eyebrows lifted in curiosity. As he delved deeper, the manual covered everything from skill training to sprite nourishment, tactical pairings, and even emotional communication. It provided a comprehensive overview of the lobster soldier, captivating Black Feather's attention to the point of distraction. Upon reaching the final page, 6 bold characters appeared, produced by the Sprite Alliance. Black Feather suddenly realized that this was an internal cultivation manual of the Alliance, instantly elevating its perceived value. He pondered how such a precious item came into the possession of a mere ordinary pirate. Black Feather speculated that this manual must have been acquired after the pirate had robbed a legitimate trainer from the Alliance. What Black Feather did not know was that the pirate he had slain was, in fact, a legitimate trainer, forced into a life of piracy due to political strife that led to his parents' untimely demise. To evade retribution and ensure his safety, he had fled his city. Following a series of unfortunate events, he had turned to piracy, and the cultivation manual was purchased using his Alliance merit points. Black Feather locked the manual securely in a cabinet. Its contents were fundamental to his future training of the lobster soldier, and thus, it was invaluable. After tallying the coins and organizing his spoils, he finally shed his pirate attire and lay down, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, the cries of the long-winged seagull filtered through the window. After several hours of restful sleep, Black Feather rose comfortably, stretched languidly, and felt invigorated. "Good morning, lobster soldier." Heiyu rubbed his bleary eyes and retrieved a box of universal food for water-type Pokémon from the cabinet. He also took out a precious primary energy cube. For the current appetite of the lobster soldier, one would suffice to satiate a significant portion of its hunger. Indeed, the production of energy cubes is immensely profitable. Fruits worth several dozen Alliance coins can yield multiple energy cubes, each of which can be sold for several hundred Alliance coins. Watching the Pokémon feast heartily, Heiyu couldn't help but reflect on the future. "I must learn to make energy cubes," he resolved inwardly. The role of a breeder is particularly unique compared to other professions, encompassing a vast array of responsibilities. For instance, the massage techniques of Pokémon massage therapists can be acquired by breeders. Emergency rescue skills from Pokémon healers are also part of a breeder's education. Additionally, the 2 most crucial aspects for a breeder are formulating training plans for their exclusive Pokémon and crafting energy cubes. Observing the Pokémon enjoy their meal, Heiyu felt a pang of hunger himself and headed to the dining area, ordering a standard curry rice. Although he now had 30 Alliance coins, he still refrained from indulging excessively. He merely added a serving of meat to his curry. As the fragrant curry burst with spicy flavor in his mouth, he involuntarily exclaimed. Just as he was about to relish his meal, A plate suddenly appeared before him, the most striking item being a small segment of a drowsy's tail. Though it appeared rather simple, the tantalizing aroma indicated its exquisite taste. After all, how could there be so many wealthy individuals capturing drowsy solely for that tiny piece of tail? Heiyu looked up to see a burly man sitting across from him. Wearing a warm smile, it was Gutian. Hey, you eating so little? I accidentally prepared too much, so let's share, Gutian said enthusiastically, inviting Heiyu to enjoy the luxurious meal before them. Heiyu smirked and replied, Brother Gutian, it seems you've struck it rich this time. That drowsy tail must not have come cheap. Without hesitation, he took a small piece and popped it into his mouth, where a sweet flavor permeated, soft and delicate. Melting away instantly. Before he could savor it, it slipped down his throat. Ah, it's all thanks to the captain's efforts that we can enjoy such comfort here, Gutian remarked casually. Heiyu understood the underlying intent and continued to indulge in the sumptuous fare without reservation. Currently, both first mates on the ship had perished, and the new captain, Madame Meta, needed to solidify her position and support the development of the ship, necessitating the appointment of new first mates. Numerous strong and experienced old pirates were keenly eyeing the first mate position. Brother Gutian, to be honest, I've been feeling quite troubled regarding Pokémon breeding lately. Heiyu began. Before he could finish, Gutian already grasped his meaning and promptly pulled a small booklet from his pocket, pushing it toward Heiyu. Little brother, I can't offer much, but here are my insights on breeding Kingler. If you have any questions regarding the lobster soldier, feel free to consult my Kingler, Gutian assured, patting his chest. Heiyu accepted the booklet and, with a playful smile, said, Brother Gutian, your dedication to the development of the great shark is commendable. I shall speak highly of you to my teacher. Although Heiyu was merely an apprentice and had yet to formally take on a mentor, he shamelessly referred to him as such. He had tasted the sweetness of leveraging connections, and such a beneficial reputation and backing were not to be wasted. Thank you very much, Gutian replied, satisfied, and added several more delicious dishes to Heiyu's table before departing. After relishing the delightful meal, Heiyu strolled on the deck. Unlike other pirates who worked daily, he enjoyed considerable freedom. Alas, the numbers have dwindled. Only 2 of my peers from the same batch remain alive. Heiyu lamented as he wandered through the various corners of the great shark. Many positions were now unstaffed, and most of his fellow newcomers had perished in the brutal battle yesterday. The life of a pirate is fraught with peril. I must return to land in the future and clear my name. The primary reasons Heiyu remained aboard the great shark were his identity and his aspirations as a breeder. Upon reaching the deck, he noticed a group of pirates gathered, curiously exchanging spoils. When 2 pirate crews clashed, the victor naturally claimed the spoils, which were considered personal loot and could not be distributed by the captain. The ship's various supplies and precious treasures were divided according to merit. Consequently, situations arose where smaller spoils were traded among them. A Wingull on the verge of evolution just needs a little training and nurturing to become a Swana, a rather youthful-looking pirate stated, adding, This Wingull has already learned the move brave bird. Heiyu observed intently as the surrounding pirates showed considerable interest in the Pokémon, continuously calling out prices. Perhaps many had lost their Pokémon in the recent battle and urgently needed to replenish their teams? Heiyu seized the opportunity to join the crowd, and several pirates readily made room for him. Gratefully, he took a comfortable seat and smiled in response, clearly aware that everyone held a respectful attitude towards the captain's close associate. Eventually, this soon-to-evolve Wingull was purchased by one of the pirates for 14 Alliance coins. This price seemed somewhat low, considering the Wingull had reached level 20 and only required slight training to evolve into a Swana. Yet, the price was somewhat reasonable, as it needed to be trained before it could be nurtured. Attempting to train someone else's Pokémon was no simple task. It could easily backfire, leading to a total loss of the investment. Note: in response to readers' inquiries, it should be noted that the Sharpedo and its evolutionary line can indeed battle on land. This is corroborated by scenes in the anime and the movie featuring Volcanion and Magyarna, where Sharpedo not only fights on land but even undergoes mega evolution there. Chapter 8. Officially taking on a mentor. Shortly after completing several exchanges of spoils, Heiyu took the opportunity to sell 2 captured Pokémon, netting around 14 Alliance coins. Such a high price must be intended to support me, Heiyu speculated silently. Of course, it could also be that the ship was currently low on Pokémon, prompting everyone to expand their teams. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned with the reasons. His small treasury was once again swelling. With approximately 44 alliance coins, he could afford a quarter of a starter Pokémon. Subsequent exchanges also yielded notes resembling breeding manuals that were relatively inexpensive due to their reproducibility, prompting many, including Heiyu, to make purchases. The contents were rather disorganized, with some merely speculative. It was evident that they could not compare to the comprehensive guides compiled by the Alliance. A brief glance sufficed for Heiyu to discern the disparity. Although merely an apprentice breeder, his perspective far surpassed that of the other pirates. After the exchange meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective posts, and Heiyu also made his way back to his room, perusing the books he had purchased. Knowledge serves as the ladder of human progress. At noon, the sun shone brightly. The restaurant appeared somewhat desolate, as the crew of the pirate ship had significantly dwindled, now numbering just over 100. As the crew contemplated indulging in the culinary delights afforded by their recently filled wallets, the current Captain Meta entered the dining hall. "Good afternoon, crew." Though a woman, her voice resonated with authority, silencing the rough-hewn pirates who bowed in respect. "Captain Meta, we greet you, Captain Meta." "Good afternoon, Captain Meta." Mrs. Meta surveyed the room, and her gaze briefly flickered to the corner where Heiyu stood, but she swiftly moved on. "There are two matters to address today. The first pertains to the distribution of resources seized from the enemy pirate crew we vanquished yesterday. I have posted the distribution notice by the exit. You may view it upon departure." Upon hearing this, the crew erupted into excited chatter, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The resources from the enemy crew were of no lesser value than those of their own ship, the Great Shark, ensuring a generous share for each individual. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew lively as whispers of delight filled the air. "Silence." Mrs. Meta's sharp reprimand commanded immediate attention, and the crew fell silent, averting their eyes from the formidable queen of the Great Shark. "The second matter concerns our current manpower shortage. Starting tomorrow, I require your assistance to ensure the ship's operations run smoothly. When we next dock on land, I will arrange for the recruitment of new crew members." As her words concluded, a sense of urgency gripped several powerfully skilled individuals aboard. They awaited the announcement of promotions and the selection of the first mate. A thought shared by all, particularly for Gudian, who had earned a reputation as one of the ship's finest, his prowess unmatched by only a select few. And having endeared himself to the newly favored Heiyu, he believed his chances of becoming first mate were greater than those of others. The ordinary pirates remained blissfully unaware of such concerns, lost in their jubilant revelry. "Heiyu, come with me." Mrs. Meta beckoned towards the corner where Heiyu stood before departing. Under the envious gazes of his peers, Heiyu rose quietly and followed her. Before leaving, he acknowledged Gudian's hopeful gaze with a subtle nod. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, Heiyu closely trailed Mrs. Meta, soon arriving at the conference room. Upon entering, the sight before him took his breath away. "My goodness!" Heiyu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The conference table was adorned with stacks of cash and baskets filled with Pokeballs. His heart raced uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He had never encountered such wealth before. Surely, it amounted to millions. Were those Pokeballs all captured Pokémon? In his moment of awe, Heiyu forgot to address Mrs. Meta with her proper title, blurting out his question. However, Mrs. Meta paid little heed to this lapse, her lips curling into a pleased smile, clearly in high spirits. "Indeed, the enemy ship's storage contained a bounty of treasures. While we managed to salvage much, we still incurred some losses." She approached the table, delicately picking up a stack of bills, inhaling the fragrant allure of money, which possessed its own unique charm. "Heiyu, this is what you deserve." She handed him 2 stacks of cash, which he estimated to be at least 100 bills. Heiyu respectfully accepted them with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Mrs. Meta keenly noted the change in his address and regarded her young apprentice with a meaningful gaze. "You possess remarkable talent, with exceptional memory and comprehension, traits essential for becoming an outstanding breeder." She praised Heiyu before shifting her tone. "However, I hope you can make a choice. Will you pursue the path of a powerful trainer or that of an excellent breeder?" Leaning back in her chair, Mrs. Meta crossed her long legs, the hem of her gown revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. This woman in her prime exuded a distinct allure. Heiyu quickly lowered his gaze, feeling a sense of reverence, and replied, "Mrs. Meta, since you deem me a genius, I believe I must live up to that title." He raised his head, meeting her gaze with unwavering determination. "I wish to develop simultaneously as both a trainer and a breeder." As your apprentice, I will forever cherish your kindness." Mrs. Meta gazed at his face, reminiscent of a lost child from her past, and a soft smile graced her lips. "You little rascal, your words are quite pleasing. From today onward, you shall be my student, no longer merely an apprentice." Heiyu immediately performed a respectful bow, declaring, "I humbly greet you, teacher. This is my notebook from my studies, a token of my apprenticeship. Study its contents carefully and strive to become a breeder soon." Mrs. Meta retrieved an ancient notebook from a nearby bookshelf, its elegant handwriting and slightly worn edges suggesting it was an original manuscript. They continued their conversation, discussing the challenges Heiyu faced in his studies and breeding practices. Mrs. Meta addressed each query, their bond deepening rapidly, resembling the ideal relationship between a mentor and student. After Heiyu departed, Mrs. Meta sat on the bench, her delicate hands gently resting on her forehead as she murmured, "Gudian, is he not a worthy candidate? Perhaps I should consider him." Chapter 9. The crafting of energy cubes. In the days that followed, the great shark sailed steadily back to the waters of the Hoenn region, occasionally encountering other vessels. However, due to the crew's manpower shortage, they refrained from engaging in piracy. The entire crew of the great shark reveled in the joy of wealth and victory, having long since cast aside thoughts of their fallen comrades. On the expansive deck, Heiyu was directing the training of his Pokémon. "Little lobster, feel the power of the water and try to harness it." Heiyu observed the little lobster intently as more and more water began to coalesce around its body. "Now," he exclaimed, "use water jet." The little lobster leaped into action, its small form enveloped by water as it surged toward the wooden target with tremendous force. Crack! The target shattered. The little lobster landed gracefully on its 6 agile legs. "Well done, little lobster. You've finally mastered water jet," Heiyu praised enthusiastically. Among his 3 Pokémon, the little lobster had made the most significant progress, having reached level 19. Thanks to substantial resource investment. To aid in training its inherited dragon dance move, Heiyu had shamelessly requested a vial of blood from the sea serpent from Mrs. Meta, his mentor, as it was known to contain dragon-type elements that could enhance the little lobster's sensitivity to dragon energy. Yet, the results were less than satisfactory. The dragon dance move remained elusive, prompting a shift to focus on the water jet. Meanwhile, the training of the Sharpedo was centered around its speed. After rigorous training, it had learned to accelerate at will. Though this rapid pace consumed considerable stamina, it yielded lightning-fast speed, while perhaps an exaggeration. In swimming races against others of the same level, the Sharpedo undoubtedly ranked among the top. The fierce sparrow has adeptly adapted to the winds of the sea, efficiently conducting reconnaissance within a kilometer radius, while its level steadily rises. Although the pace of improvement has been rapid, it remains insufficient, for the ocean harbors countless dangers. And beneath the seemingly tranquil surface lies a tumultuous abyss. Black feather rests at the ship's edge, the cerulean sea appearing eerily calm, concealing untold perils beneath its depths. It is high time to prioritize the study of energy cubes. A resolute decision has formed in Blackfeather's mind. Energy cubes, a marvel of this world. These entities are crafted by blending the most basic fruits with rare herbs. They can amplify ordinary energy exponentially, brimming with boundless nourishment, and possess remarkable effects on the growth of Pokémon. The creation of energy cubes poses a significant challenge to one's focus and mental acuity, demanding precision to the thousandth of a gram, thus necessitating continuous practice to enhance one's experience. Madame Meta produces a fruit and places it into a small machine before her, her keen eyes fixed intently on the data above. She wears an expression of utmost seriousness, leaving no room for negligence. Blackfeather stands obediently beside her, attentively absorbing his mentor's teachings. Every cultivator capable of producing energy cubes is regarded as a veritable money-making machine, exemplified by the energy cubes that are about to take shape. What was once a mere fruit worth a few dozen alliance coins is swiftly transformed into 5 yellow energy cubes, each valued at over 1,000 alliance coins. A veritable windfall. Blackfeather's eyes gleam with fervor. If he could master this craft, he would no longer fret over funding for cultivation. It is no wonder he had been unable to find any literature on cultivators in the marketplace. Such profits would surely prevent noble families from allowing the common folk access to this knowledge. A flicker of distortion passes through Blackfeather's gaze as he contemplates the twisted social structure of this world. Try this. It's an energy cube made from the phoenix pear fruit, which enhances a Pokémon's physical strength. Madame Meta removes her gloves and carefully extracts the small energy cube with tweezers. Despite its diminutive size, it contains immense nourishment and energy. Hee. Black Feather releases a lobster minion. Upon emerging from its pockball, the lobster minion is immediately enticed by the delectable aroma in the air. Its expression a mix of obsession as it gazes longingly at the energy cube within the machine. Seeing the lobster minion's eager demeanor rekindles Madame Meta's fondness for Pokémon. In an instant, the yellow energy cube is seized by the lobster minion's pincers and tossed into its mouth. Hee. The lobster minion's face lights up with delight, its eyes squinting in bliss as it emits a sound of contentment. From now on, this energy cube maker will be yours. You can practice whenever you have free time. And the materials can be directly retrieved from the warehouse, Madame Meta remarks as she exits the room, reminding Black Feather to start with the more basic energy cubes before attempting those with special effects. Black Feather retrieves Madame Meta's handwritten manuscript from his pocket, filled with an abundance of knowledge about cultivation and dozens of energy cube recipes. Among them are the most fundamental recipes for restoring stamina and healing injuries, along with a unique recipe similar to the one that enhances a Pokémon's physical strength. This is incredible, Black Feather exclaims with excitement. The last recipe explicitly states that long-term consumption can enhance a Pokémon's potential. However, as he glances at the hundreds of materials listed afterward, his initial enthusiasm wanes. He recognizes only a handful of the items, while the rest are utterly unfamiliar to him. Alas, the path of a cultivator is indeed fraught with challenges, Black Feather muses. Meanwhile, the lobster minion looks up at its master with pleading eyes, its pincers gesturing toward the energy cube on the table. I want to eat the energy cube. In the days that follow, Black Feather immerses himself wholeheartedly in the creation of energy cubes, enduring countless failures. It is no wonder that every cultivator capable of producing energy cubes is so revered and esteemed. Black Feather now comprehends this truth as he gazes at the pile of waste materials stacked in the corner and the small black lump that finally resembles a proper energy cube. He cannot help but reflect on his mentor's words. Aside from talent, perseverance is paramount. He wonders how many failures she endured before achieving success. With a sense of numbness, he places another fruit into the energy cube maker, deftly manipulating the controls with fingers that dance with familiarity. The countless experiences have honed his skills to a remarkable level. As the machine whirs to life, Black Feather once again focuses intently on the spinning needle above. Time drifts by slowly. Beads of sweat begin to form on his forehead, dripping onto the table. In a fleeting moment, he flicks his fingers. A strange sound resonates, and a glimmer of joy finally appears in Black Feather's weary eyes. Soon, a pure white energy cube materializes in his palm, emanating a gentle warmth. Holding it up to the light, he can clearly see the jelly-like substance within, its surface impeccably smooth, exuding a subtle fragrance. It is a basic universal energy cube for stamina restoration. Success. Chapter 10. Beneath one's comprehension, surely I can consider myself a half-cultivator now, Black Feather muses internally. Although he has yet to undergo the Cultivator Guild's assessment, his ability to create energy cubes places him at the threshold of this esteemed craft. With ample experience and familiarity, he will soon find the process of making energy cubes effortless. Yet, having succeeded in crafting this one energy cube after thousands of attempts, he wonders just how many types his mentor has mastered. His thoughts drift as he recalls the daunting challenges of the cultivator assessment, beyond a multitude of written tests. Candidates must also produce high-quality energy cubes within a specified time frame. Only those who succeed can earn the respect of being recognized as a junior cultivator. He gazes at the corner, where the materials he has wasted lie, pondering. Though cultivators are said to be money-making machines, the investment is substantial. No wonder Madame Meta held such a prominent position on the ship. During the captain's tenure, Madame Meta was undoubtedly among the highest-ranking individuals aboard the giant shark, having monopolized the production of energy cubes. In these vast waters, if one were to inquire about the most sought-after resource, it would undoubtedly be the basic water-type energy cubes. Almost everyone here possesses water-type Pokémon, the majority of which are nurtured as primary combatants. On land, energy cubes are scarce and exorbitantly priced, often found only in the black market. Hence, the energy cubes crafted by Madame Meta are immensely popular. The rarity of water-type energy cubes often leads to supply shortages, solidifying Madame Meta's esteemed status. However, perhaps now I too, Black Feather's lips curl slightly upwards. As anticipated, with the news of his energy cube production spreading aboard the giant shark, More and more visitors have sought him out, all with the singular purpose of procuring energy cubes. In the ensuing days, Black Feather diligently practices, evolving from a mere success rate of 1 in several hundred attempts to achieving a stable success rate of 1 in 100, occasionally managing to succeed twice due to fortunate circumstances. Half a year passes quietly. The giant shark returns to the waters of the Hoenn region, where every pirate crew has its designated operational area. During this time, they occasionally raid tourist vessels and capture rare water-type Pokémon to sell on land. During this period, 2 personnel were added, though not many. The number of crew members aboard the Corsair was steadily approaching the milestone of 200. Heiyu, indeed, your skills have become increasingly refined. The purity of this energy cube is nearly comparable to my own creations, remarked Madame Meta, holding a pure white energy cube delicately between her slender fingers. Heiyu responded respectfully. I am grateful for your diligent guidance, dear teacher. I am merely fortunate. Despite his rapid ascension in status, Heiyu remained acutely aware of his position and, whether due to his rank or vested interests, he felt compelled to show repeated respect to Madame Meta. You always speak so pleasantly, Madame Meta said, her eyes curving slightly as a smile graced her face, clearly pleased with her student. The two continued their conversation, with Heiyu presenting the challenges he had encountered during his recent studies and practical experiences. Madame Meta, adopting the tone of a teacher, addressed each of Heiyu's difficulties one by one. Upon returning to the deck, Heiyu glanced at the elves engaged in their daily training. Over the past 6 months, thanks to abundant resources, particularly the steady supply of energy cubes, the lobster minions had reached level 24, and the fangtooth fish had attained level 22. With both elves nearing the threshold for evolution to level 30. Lyspar, you need not scout any longer. Your level is on the verge of evolution. Focus on gathering your energy, Heiyu instructed, extending an arm for Lyspar to perch upon, imparting his advice with care. Heiyu then observed a youthful boy below, his face innocent yet filled with fear and excitement. Are these the newcomers? I hope they can manage. The giant shark has a dire shortage of manpower. Heiyu inquired of a nearby ordinary pirate. The pirate, upon recognizing Heiyu, responded nervously, My Lord Heiyu. There are a total of 27 newcomers under my charge to familiarize them with the duties of a sailor. Here is the roster. Would you like to review it? Heiyu had become an esteemed figure among these ordinary pirates, not merely due to his status as Madame Meta's student, but also for his ability to craft energy cubes, which earned him considerable respect. Have I truly become Lord Heiyu? Heiyu mused internally with amusement. He took the roster and casually flipped through it. The majority were street urchins or individuals forced into piracy by circumstance. Among them were a few who had been captured, their expressions filled with fear as they dared not raise their eyes to their surroundings. One name, however, caught Heiyu's attention, Xingyagong. What? This chubby lad is actually a direct trainer of the Alliance? How did you apprehend him? Heiyu's voice brimmed with reproach, for if the Alliance discovered this, the ramifications would be dire. The ordinary pirate hastily explained, My lord, this chubby fellow was not captured by us. He was purchased from the black market. At the time, we were unaware of his identity and only learned of it after the acquisition. However, through our investigation and his own account, we discovered he hails from a prominent family that fell victim to factional struggles, leading to their financial ruin and his own sale into slavery. Upon hearing this absurd tale, Heiyu's lips twitched slightly, deepening his understanding of the decaying Alliance. No wonder the Alliance has failed to eradicate these dark organizations. The internal strife and corruption are beyond imagination. Heiyu contemplated silently. While the two conversed, the chubby boy stepped forward from the crowd, brimming with confidence. Quickly, summon your captain. I wish to redeem myself. My family can offer a considerable sum. Despite his young age, appearing only 11 or 12, his demeanor exuded a boldness that belied his stature. The nearby pirates, unfazed by his bravado, rushed at him with fists flying. Pa, what a joke. Do you truly think you are an Alliance trainer? Here on this ship, you are merely a prisoner. The other pirates looked on with indifference. It was a common occurrence for the old to bully the newcomers, particularly one of such a highborn status. The thrill of tormenting someone of elevated standing brought immense satisfaction to these pirates. Enough, enough. Please spare me. The chubby boy, now stripped of his earlier arrogance, rolled on the ground like a lost dog, clutching his abdomen and head in agony. 3 strikes to shatter the Alliance's spirit. I am a pirate. For this young master, raised in a life of luxury, This was his first encounter with such pain and humiliation. His previously rosy cheeks were now marred with distress as tears streamed down his face, pleading for mercy. "I beg you, spare me." Yet, the 20 or so other youths remained silent, none daring to step forward to plead for the chubby boy or utter a single word. They either watched in terror or bowed their heads in contemplation, silently grateful they were not the ones facing such treatment. The boy observed the indifferent faces of his peers, feeling a profound sense of desolation as he experienced the coldness of human nature for the first time. Chapter 11. Rapid Advancement. Heiyu stood at the ship's railing, looking down at the bruised and battered chubby boy, contemplating. I too need to cultivate my own confidence aboard the giant shark, and this chubby lad may prove useful. With that thought, a subtle smile crept upon Heiyu's lips. Heiyu strode confidently from the towering ship's structure onto the spacious deck, approaching the pirates who were reprimanding the newcomers. In a low, commanding voice, he said, "Enough of this, cease the beating. Take this group of newcomers below deck to settle them in, and leave this chubby boy with me." Upon hearing these words, the pirates preparing to continue their punishment immediately softened their expressions, adopting an air of deference. They complied, directing the other ordinary sailors to swiftly escort the newcomers below deck. At that moment, the chubby boy, still lying on the ground and moaning in pain, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Struggling to prop himself up on his hands, his round belly appeared somewhat comical due to his effort. He gazed at Heiyu, uncertainty and fear flickering in his eyes. "Are you the captain of the ship?" he asked cautiously, perhaps influenced by his recent beating, which had stripped him of his former pride, his tone imbued with a clear hint of flattery. Little did he know, despite Heiyu's tender age of 16, he had already faced life and death trials, exuding a formidable aura capable of intimidating this pampered young master. "What is your name?" Heiyu inquired. The chubby boy lifted his head, a sycophantic smile spreading across his plump face. "I am Xinyagong." 3 days passed in silence, and the new batch of recruits had begun their duties. Due to the shortage of manpower, each individual was assigned a myriad of demanding tasks. This burden weighed heavily upon the newcomers, but the thought of a previous recruit being thrown overboard as punishment for laziness sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to persevere. After all, no one wished to become the next offering to the fish. In the dining hall, Heiyu observed the chubby boy voraciously devouring his meal. "Are you certain this boy is only 12 years old?" Heiyu asked the pirate, tallying the numbers beside him. "My lord, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I too am astonished by his appetite." The pirate lamented, gazing at the mountain of plates before him, feeling utterly despondent. Heiyu glanced at the grease on the other's lips after yet another plate of fried noodles disappeared into his stomach. Silently pondering, Hoshino Yumi's appetite nearly rivals that of 7 or 8 adults combined. The little chubby boy remained oblivious to their curious gazes and shouted once more, "Chef, bring me another plate of pasta." At that moment, Heiyu remarked, "All right, from now on, you shall follow me and run errands. I assure you, I will not allow you to be bullied aboard this ship." Hoshino Yumi patted his round belly, wearing a satisfied smile, yet his mind raced. If I fail to recognize the situation, I might find myself back to those arduous, laborious tasks. The thought of the previous days when he felt utterly exhausted was enough to deter him from wanting to relive that experience. Just as Heiyu was about to leave the dining area, Hoshino Yumi finally spoke up. "Sir, I hail from the Hoshino family, one of the behind-the-scenes stakeholders in the Battle Development Zone." Heiyu casually responded, "The Battle Development Zone, is that the one that has been quite popular in various regions recently?" Although his expression remained unchanged, Heiyu felt a flicker of surprise within. While he suspected the chubby boy came from a prominent family, he hadn't anticipated such a significant background. "How did you end up here, then?" Heiyu inquired with genuine interest. "Primarily due to some factional conflicts within the Battle Development Zone, our lineage was deemed expendable, essentially exiled," Hoshino Yumi whispered conspiratorially, his eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Heiyu fell silent, musing to himself, "Wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue, and where there is intrigue, there is conflict." He cast a sympathetic glance at Hoshino Yumi, but patiently listened on. "Boss, I acknowledge you as my leader. Please, grant me sustenance aboard this pirate ship, and I shall faithfully serve you." Heiyu halted, turning to regard the pitiable chubby boy before him, contemplating, "Perhaps I could take him under my wing as a subordinate, serving as my representative aboard the ship, and the Hoshino family's influence could serve as a strategic asset down the line." From that day forth, The pirates aboard the giant shark frequently noticed a little chubby boy trailing behind Heiyu, who handled nearly all interactions and transactions, effectively becoming his spokesperson. Hoshino Yumi transformed from a bullied newcomer into a prominent figure aboard the ship. Hey! The lobster soldier excitedly waved its sharp claws, its gaze focused and keen. With each swing, it accurately pinched the floating bubbles, popping them one by one. This game served as both entertainment and a daily training regimen. As a lobster soldier, its claws were undoubtedly its pride and joy. Heiyu, well aware of this, designed such training exercises to help the lobster soldier master its claw techniques more effectively. Through this repetitive practice, the lobster soldier's reaction speed and precision improved significantly. It performed admirably, managing to pop all 20 bubbles before they touched the ground. Heiyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, tossing a restorative energy cube as a reward. The lobster soldier swiftly caught the cube and, without hesitation, popped it into its mouth, relishing the reward from its master with great delight. Observing the lobster soldier's contentment, Heiyu chuckled, "Haha, you truly never miss when it comes to catching food." Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the lobster soldier's performance. During this time, Heiyu entrusted all the errands he needed to run to Hoshino Yumi, allowing him more freedom to allocate his time as he pleased. He chose to spend this newfound leisure delving into various books and enhancing his proficiency in crafting energy cubes. Nowadays, Heiyu was rapidly advancing each day. Chapter 12. The Big-Mouthed Sparrow. The Big-Mouthed Sparrow is merely a transitional character and will be replaced later, for the pirates adrift on the vast ocean. Time was an elusive concept. Without alarms and calendars, they might have long forgotten its passage. Chubby boy, I ask you, is it necessary? Money is so filthy. Why do you keep sniffing it? Heiyu looked at Hoshino Yumi, utterly bemused. The little chubby boy not only refused to stop but brought even more money to his nose. Inhaling the distinct scent of currency, Heiyu sighed. This league currency was pried from the dead. Be careful, it might carry bacteria. You wouldn't want to fall ill and perish. Hey, warm greetings are no match for a hefty sum. The chubby boy replied with a cheeky grin. Heiyu rolled his eyes. Ascent, a 5% cut sufficient? You're merely running errands. Though he voiced his annoyance, he held a favorable view of Hoshino Yumi. Being able to sell items for prices far exceeding their original value justified a slightly higher commission. After all, it meant greater profits for himself. Boss, when will the next batch of energy cubes be ready? Hoshino Yumi's pudgy face lit up with eagerness. I'm not an unceasing machine. You'll have to wait at least half a month, Heiyu retorted grumpily, turning away from the dining area. Unlike the little chubby boy, who seemed only to think about eating, Hoshino Yumi resumed his assault on the large smoked chicken. On the deck, Heiyu embraced the howling sea wind, opening his arms to savor the briny air, a scent unique to the ocean. Go, fire sparrow. Heiyu summoned a pokeball, and with a flash of white light, the fire sparrow soared into the air, circling twice before gently landing on the ship's edge. Heiyu was quite pleased with the display of flight. The fire sparrow had adapted well to flying over the sea. If it could adjust to such a harsh environment, returning to land would pose no challenge at all. Fire sparrow, as usual, capture Pokémon over the sea today, Heiyu instructed. This was part of his unique training method. The fire sparrow's characteristic was its keen eyesight, ensuring its accuracy would not diminish. However, research indicated that Pokémon with this trait often possessed superior vision compared to others, a hidden talent of sorts. With its eagle-like eyes fixed intently on the tranquil surface of the water, Heiyu stood by patiently, allowing time to unfold. Suddenly, in an instant, the fire sparrow's talon struck, its wings flapping as it surged towards the sea. Fire sparrow, use fury attack. After extensive training, the fire sparrow had mastered numerous techniques, and fury attack was among its signature moves. Glimmering white light enveloped the fire sparrow as it pecked and clawed, its wings occasionally flapping, creating a chaotic yet rhythmic display. Before long, the surface of the water revealed a Pokémon corpse, adorned with red scales and long yellow whiskers. A Pokémon even a child could recognize, Magikarp. Resilient enough to thrive in the dirtiest waters, it was an incredibly tenacious creature, well known for its leaping ability. Excellent, Fire Sparrow. Enjoy your meal, Heiyu remarked as he observed the Fire Sparrow, showing no signs of fatigue after the battle. Though the Magikarp offered little flesh, being primarily scales and bones, it could still provide a small snack. Fire Sparrow, continue, Heiyu commanded, and the Fire Sparrow swiftly finished off the corpse, its sharp beak stained with a hint of blood. As hours slipped by, the day's training for the Fire Sparrow came to an end, yielding a bountiful catch. Encountering dozens of Pokémon, the majority were Magikarp. Yet an unexpected delight occurred when a Goldeen was caught as well, though possessing only modest rank and average qualifications. The charming exterior of the creature endeared it to many young ladies. Blackfeather harbored no intention of keeping it for himself. Instead, he entrusted it to Hoshino Yumi for sale to the pirates aboard the ship. Just as Blackfeather was about to return to the dining hall for dinner, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from the fiery sparrow, enveloping its form in a soft glow, dazzling under the evening sunset. Blackfeather's eyes widened in astonishment, for this was a sign of evolution. The fiery sparrow was about to evolve. Although he had anticipated this moment in his heart, he had not expected it to occur so abruptly. As he prepared to return after training, this unexpected surprise caught him off guard, and he gazed with eager anticipation at the radiant light before him. Before long, the brilliant light dissipated, revealing a large creature with a rich brown plumage and a sharply pointed beak, adorned with a crest atop its head. It was the Great Beak Sparrow. How wonderful! Great Beak Sparrow, you have finally evolved. Can you take me flying now? Blackfeather exclaimed with delight. He had long awaited this moment. To soar through the skies was the ultimate dream of humanity, and he was no exception. Ah! The Great Beak Sparrow emitted an excited cry, its sharp beak capable of piercing through any prey, its fierce demeanor matching its ferocious personality. Yet, it was exceptionally docile towards Blackfeather, having been nurtured by him since its infancy. Blackfeather grasped the supportive wing of the Great Beak Sparrow and carefully climbed onto its back, feeling the warmth of its feathers. He retrieved his Pokédex from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Great Beak Sparrow, the Beak Pokémon, a dual-type normal and flying Pokémon, level 20, height 1. 3 meters, weight 40 kilograms, exceeding average parameters with exceptional development. Known moves include Glare, Screech, Peck, Pursuit, Foresight, Drill Peck, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, and Mimic. As the information concluded, Blackfeather's face lit up with astonishment. To his surprise, it had learned the move Drill Peck, a signature ground-type attack with a power of 80. Quickly recovering from his astonishment, Blackfeather's eyes gleamed with fervor as he asked, Great Beak Sparrow, can you take me flying? Ah! The Great Beak Sparrow emitted a shrill cry, then lowered one wing, inviting Blackfeather to mount. As soon as Blackfeather settled in, the Great Beak Sparrow dove upward with remarkable speed. While its overall flying speed and altitude may not be extraordinary compared to other Pokémon, its takeoff was impressively swift. Sitting atop the Great Beak Sparrow, Blackfeather anxiously watched as the massive shark ship grew smaller beneath him. With increasing distance, his tension gradually melted away. The air whistled past his ears, the wind resonating like a powerful symphony. Unable to contain his excitement, Blackfeather shouted, "Woo!" In that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of liberation and freedom, casting aside all worries and pressures. Soaring through the sky, he experienced an exhilarating thrill that entranced him, leaving him utterly spellbound. He savored this rare moment, relishing the beauty and wonder of nature. The clouds above shifted unpredictably, sometimes delicate like gossamer, other times tumultuous like waves. A breathtaking spectacle. Occasionally, flying-type Pokémon would flit by, their forms glimmering in the sunlight, creating a stunning tableau against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. Blackfeather quietly admired the enchanting scenery before him, feeling an extraordinary sense of ease. This was the most relaxed he had felt since arriving in this world. Devoid of burdens and worries, only the joy and tranquility resonating deep within. Meanwhile, in the upper deck of the shark ship, Lady Meta stood by the window, gazing at the soaring figure in the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps you should not be like me, forever confined to the sea. The freedom of land belongs to you. Chairman Damaranchi of the Alliance is vigorously reforming. With your talent and nurturing, you might soar to great heights. Watching that figure and hearing the jubilant cheers, Lady Meta's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The reason she took Blackfeather as her apprentice was not only due to his innate talent, but also because his shrewdness bore a striking resemblance to her late son. However, after a year of companionship and guidance, she had come to regard Blackfeather as family. After all, even a stone can learn to feel. How much more so a human? A self-deprecating smile graced Lady Meta's stunning visage as she murmured to herself, as a ruthless pirate, "How could I ever allow emotions to surface? It appears I have regressed." Chapter 13. Redemption of Identity. Farewell to the Minter. Before long, they would be nearing land. The Hoenn region was truly something to anticipate. Blackfeather sat by the window, perusing his books. Lately, it seemed that the evolution of the fiery sparrow had invigorated both the crabby and the sharpedo, motivating them to train diligently each day. Black Feather was naturally delighted, as his responsibility was to ensure the well-being of his Pokémon. Here, catch. He casually tossed a brilliant blue energy cube, and the crabby's claws swiftly grasped it. In terms of receiving food, the crabby had never faltered. Burp. Hee. The crabby let out a satisfied belch, waving its claws as it resumed training. I can't be idle either. It's time to learn a new recipe. This one looks promising. The basic energy cube, tidal wave. Black Feather found a recipe for an energy cube in the nurturing notes given to him by his mentor, which would enhance a water-type Pokémon's ability to sense energy, indirectly accelerating their leveling speed. Having already mastered several basic energy cubes, it was time to challenge himself with something more complex. He retrieved a simple energy cube-making machine from the cupboard, assembling its components with care as he prepared the ingredients: 1 water berry, a small section of coral from a sun coral, and a few ordinary berries. First, he carefully removed the impurities from the coral segment, preserving only the essential essence. Then placed all the ingredients into the machine for manual mixing. Each ingredient's quantity had to be precisely measured. Too much or too little would ruin the mixture. The duration and intensity of the mixing also required accuracy. It was precisely due to the intricate and meticulous nature of energy cube production that most nurturers worked slowly. Finally, the liquid was placed in a compressor, and upon solidification, it would enter the final drying stage, during which some spices could be added to entice Pokémon to consume it. Since Black Feather was making it for his own Pokémon, the flavor needed only to be acceptable. The complexity of the aroma was unnecessary. Moreover, the natural fragrance of the energy cube itself was sufficient to attract the little gluttons in his team. To his surprise, the first attempt was a success. Could it be that I am truly a genius? Black Feather gazed at the petite, sky-blue energy cube before him, a smile gracing his face. However, reality soon proved that perhaps his initial success was merely due to luck or favorable conditions. The subsequent second, third, and even fourth attempts all ended in failure. I knew that first time was just luck, but at least I can maintain a steady success rate of 1 in 20 now. That is certainly an improvement. Black Feather reassured himself, promptly resuming his energy cube production. For an entire half-day, Black Feather locked himself in his room, hands ablaze with enthusiasm, successfully creating over 20 energy cubes out of more than 300 attempts. The finished energy cubes glimmered in a sky-blue hue, emanating a subtle salty aroma. And when placed in sunlight, one could see the gentle waves of liquid swirling within. Not bad, not bad. I should take these to show my mentor. It's the perfect opportunity for some guidance, Black Feather mused. With determination, he quickly instructed his Pokémon before stepping out of his room, making his way toward the upper deck. The summer sea breeze carried a warm embrace, and under the midday sun, most people would have equipped themselves with sunscreen. Otherwise, by the afternoon, your body will present a stark contrast of black and white. Heiyu approached the door of the room and gently pushed it open. This door was no longer unfamiliar to him. Compared to a year ago, he could now freely enter Madame Metafu's quarters. The days of knocking and treading carefully were long gone, for his status had transformed remarkably. During this time, a profound mentor-student bond had blossomed between Heiyu and Madame Metafu, their relationship deepening with each passing moment. At times, Heiyu would even indulge in playful banter, eliciting light laughter from Madame Metafu. With a smile, he addressed her, saying, "Teacher, I have created a new energy cube and would like your guidance." As he slowly extended the box towards her, he eagerly awaited her insights. However, this time, Madame Metafu did not respond as gently as usual. Instead, she asked in a low tone, "Heiyu, what do you plan to do in the future? Do you intend to be a pirate for life?" A hint of concern and expectation glimmered in her eyes. Upon hearing her question, Heiyu's hands, which were poised to lower the box, froze in midair. He was momentarily taken aback by his teacher's unexpected inquiry and found himself at a loss for words. "With your talent, you should not be confined here. Do you truly wish to perish in some pirate skirmish, your lifeless body sinking into the sea?" Madame Metafu pressed on with her soul-searching questions. "The Fonyuan Alliance is rumored to hold a grand assembly in a year. It is a splendid opportunity for youths like you to make a name for yourselves." She slowly approached Heiyu, regarding him with a gaze full of affection. At 17, Heiyu was not particularly tall, but due to various exhausting training and ample nutrition over the months, he had managed to attain a somewhat upright posture. Madame Metafu's smooth hands gently caressed his cheek as she murmured, "You truly resemble someone." Heiyu, feeling tense, lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Heiyu, you ought to return to the land. That is where you will truly flourish. You should not be imprisoned by the sea. Madame Metafu turned and retrieved an identity card from the safe, saying, "This is a forged identification. From this day forth, you are an official trainer of the Alliance. The back contains a record of your experiences over the years. Memorize it and destroy it immediately." With a touch of hesitation, Heiyu extended his hand to accept the card. Flipping it over, he discovered a note densely filled with information regarding his new identity. As he silently perused the details, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. He had once dreamed of escaping this place, deeming it a distant fantasy, yet now, Madame Metafu was offering him a path to freedom. He felt both exhilarated and perplexed, uncertain of how to respond. "Teacher, what about you? Will you continue to live in such a state of constant anxiety?" Heiyu decided to probe into Madame Metafu's sentiments. She chuckled softly, swaying gracefully towards him, her slender finger lightly tapping his forehead as she teased, "You little rascal, you're concerned about your teacher now?" Heiyu smiled sheepishly, then earnestly awaited her response. Madame Metafu sighed gently, a flicker of longing and anticipation in her eyes, and said, "In a few years, I may seek a tranquil village to establish a small nurturing house and spend the rest of my days there." Heiyu gazed at her in astonishment. He had never imagined that this fierce and ruthless captain harbored such a simple and serene aspiration. "Is that true, teacher?" He could not help but inquire. Madame Metafu nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling, softly affirming, "Yes, my child. Sometimes, one must let go of the past to pursue true inner peace and tranquility." Heiyu pondered her words in silence, beginning to understand that even the mightiest individuals possess a tender side. They too yearn for a serene refuge, away from the turmoil of the world. Chapter 14, Orange City, a place where humanity converses with nature. Heiyu stood on the bustling street, lost in thought as he surveyed the vibrant cityscape. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic and towering buildings. He recalled Madame Metafu's parting words, "Heiyu, my student, forget the hardships and mire of the past. You have been reborn. One day, your name may be inscribed on the most illustrious pages of Alliance history." Reflecting on the myriad memories from the past year, Heiyu realized he was no longer the Navi child he once was. Whether it was his ruthless demeanor or his cautious nature, the transformation he underwent was significant. Thanks to Madame Metafu's guidance, if there ever came a day when his name would indeed be etched into the annals of Alliance history, Heiyu vowed he would never forget his mentor. Clad in a simple adventure outfit, he traversed the streets like any ordinary person. To his surprise, he discovered that the gym in Orange City had yet to be established. It seemed the timeline was somewhat premature. After contemplating his next move, he resolved to head to the Pokémon Center to settle in first. That evening, within the bustling restaurant of the Pokémon Center, Heiyu sat in a corner enjoying his dinner, while his companions, the lobster Pokémon and the Sharpedo, relished their Pokémon food beside him. Surrounding him were numerous other trainers, accompanied by their smaller Pokémon. After all, if someone were to bring a Steelix in here, Nurse Joy would certainly show them that her Chansey was not to be trifled with. This was indeed a semblance of a traveling adventure. Heiyu savored the complimentary meal before him, now enjoying the privileges accorded to him as an official trainer of the Alliance. He was entitled to various benefits, including free meals and lodging at the Pokémon Center and the ability to bypass ordinary trainers in line for treatment. Such were the advantages of being a recognized trainer. His forged identity was nearly flawless. His parents were guardians of a small island, and he had grown up there, utterly alone. After finishing his meal, Heiyu made his way to the hall of the Pokémon Center, where a crowd had gathered. During the evening hours, many trainers sought respite here, especially with the renowned Orange Forest located just outside the city. Adventurers often ventured inside in search of rare Pokémon offspring and precious treasures. Approaching a self-service machine, Heiyu inserted his identity card, which promptly displayed his various details. He had memorized this information thoroughly. No one could discern any flaw. It was no wonder that so many aspired to become official trainers of the Alliance. The undisclosed redemption list alone would astonish the general populace. Scanning the array of treasures on the machine, Heiyu found the breeding manual designated for the lobster Pokémon, which required 200 points. A typical starter Pokémon could be purchased on the black market for around 200, though prices varied depending on inherited moves and individual traits. However, in the Alliance's redemption list for official trainers, the cost soared to 2 000 points, meaning 10 points equated to 1 alliance coin. Heiyu now understood why the alliance's grip on power was so formidable, enticing talented commoners to acquire official status. However, the commoners have no choice but to comply, for the monopoly on knowledge by the alliance is exceedingly severe. Even if one is fortunate enough to capture a quasi-deity in the wild, without the corresponding cultivation methods, they will ultimately squander the potential of their Pokémon. The most illustrative examples are the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Yulong Du from the Kanto region, and the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Yuan Ji from the Hoenn region. The former ascended to the rank of Elite Four in his 20s, buoyed by the support of the Yulong family. In contrast, Yuan Ji, having risen from humble beginnings, took until middle age to nurture his Shelmet into a Salamence. Despite having once acquired a quasi-deity, the disparity between the two is stark. What truly empowers the common trainers is this seemingly inconspicuous cultivation manual. The Pokémon cultivation methods compiled from the Alliance's millennia of experience are beyond the reach of an ordinary commoner. Even if this commoner is a prodigy, it would be of no avail. Fortunately, I am also aboard the Alliance's grand vessel, and my next endeavor is to find a way to acquire Alliance points to exchange for the cultivation manual of the Love Disc. As Heiyu withdrew his identity card and stored it back in the Pokédex, envious glances were cast upon him by those around. Was it due to my esteemed identity within the Alliance? Heiyu quickly surmised the thoughts of these onlookers. Maintaining an expression of composure, he approached the front desk and said, "Greetings, Miss Joy. I would like to apply for a challenge certificate for the Alliance." Dressed in a pink and white nurse's uniform, Miss Joy smiled as she accepted the identity card from Heiyu and scanned it on the computer, completely ignoring another trainer who was currently processing their business. This is the privilege of being an esteemed member of the Alliance. The other trainers waiting in line were unfazed, with no one voicing discontent, as if all of this were perfectly natural, merely casting envious glances at Heiyu. "Very well, esteemed trainer Heiyu, please fill in your information," Miss Joy said, extending her delicate hand to indicate that he should operate on the screen. Name, Heiyu, gender, male, age, 17, born in Hoenn region, Little Shada Island. Current Pokémon, Krabby, Love Disc, travel regions, Kanto, Hoenn. Heiyu refrained from filling in the details for his Spearow, leaving himself a trump card, a habit he had developed. He completed the required information succinctly, choosing to omit certain private details such as Pokémon levels and trainer rank. Miss Joy took note of this and showed no signs of displeasure, maintaining her gentle demeanor. Although she had a task to scout for talents for her family, Heiyu's actions were undoubtedly contrary to her intentions. But what of it? As long as you still require the healing services of the Pokémon Center, you cannot escape the information network established by her family. Regardless of the Pokémon or the speed of your progress, all will inevitably be recorded in their family database. This is the confidence derived from a family that never crumbles. Since the establishment of the Pokémon Alliance a millennium ago, countless families have risen and fallen. Many once thrived, but ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time, fading into obscurity or even vanishing. Only the Joy and Kunsar families remain eternally prosperous. Esteemed trainer Heiyu, to qualify for the Pokémon conference hosted by the Hoenn League in 1 year, you must collect 8 gym badges. Miss Joy's gentle tone attracted the envious gazes of many around them, while she offered them a warm smile. It was nearly impossible for them to receive such a gentle tone, as they were merely ordinary trainers. Heiyu proceeded to arrange for his accommodation for the night. Though he possessed quite a sum of Alliance coins, he saw no reason to spend unnecessarily. The rooms in the Pokémon Center surpassed the majority of hotels. That night, as he lay in bed, Heiyu could not help but think of the greedy little chubby fellow aboard the S. Shark. He mused that without the assistance of the portly starry sky bow, many tasks would fall upon his own shoulders. With aspirations for the future in his heart, he spent his first night on land. Chapter 15. Warm-up battle the next day in the early morning. Heiyu awoke leisurely and first made his way to the Pokémon Center's dining hall to fill his stomach. The complimentary food was quite delectable. Heiyu gazed at the curry spaghetti before him, his expression one of great satisfaction. The Alliance's preferential treatment of esteemed trainers manifests in every aspect of life. Haha. The Krabby waved its pincers excitedly, yet Heiyu keenly observed a hint of lethargy in its demeanor. Could it be that the Krabby was feeling unwell? Heiyu gently touched its body, noticing that its shell was not as moist as usual, but rather warm and dry. A revelation struck him. The Krabby, though an amphibious Pokémon required regular hydration. Otherwise, it would become listless and prone to drowsiness. All of this was detailed in the cultivation manual. Had it been an ordinary trainer, they might have taken a long time to discover this. Some less perceptive individuals might never realize it. Heiyu quickly approached the front desk to secure a bathing room for his Krabby, allowing it to have a good wash. The Krabby, with its 6 little legs, excitedly scurried forward. Haha. It waved its pincers in the air, displaying an eager expression. Heiyu crouched down and tapped its pincers, a unique greeting between the two. Very well, Krabby, you seem quite spirited now. If we find a few female shrimp, shall we not witness the birth of little shrimp? The Krabby looked on with a puzzled expression, prompting Heiyu to decide to take it out for a good battle. Returning to the Pokémon Hall. It was far less lively than the previous night. The hall now appeared somewhat desolate. Some individuals had already set off on their journeys, while others lingered in bed, enjoying a leisurely slumber. Good morning, Miss Joy. Good morning, Trainer Heiyu. Miss Joy responded warmly, her sweet demeanor likely to incite the admiration of many men. Heiyu leaned closer and said, Miss Joy, could you please find me a practice opponent? They need not be too strong. Just someone who has been traveling for less than a year. Miss Joy smiled and nodded, turning to operate the computer data. The Pokémon Center is an all-encompassing establishment, naturally including battle arenas. Ordinary trainers must rent these facilities, and if any damage occurs, they are liable for compensation. However, esteemed trainers like Heiyu need not go through such trouble, as all expenses are covered by the Alliance. Trainer Heiyu, please hold on a moment. At this time, everyone seems to have no intention of engaging in Pokémon battles, Miss Joy said apologetically, her hands clasped together. Heiyu was not in a hurry anyway. It was a perfect opportunity to chat with Miss Joy and gather some information. As a respected figure, Miss Joy was undoubtedly well informed. Heiyu took advantage of his past life's memories, engaging in lively conversation and teasing Miss Joy. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so amusing. Trainer Heiyu, Miss Joy giggled, covering her mouth with delicate hands, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Heiyu seized the moment to deepen their rapport, saying, No need for such formality, just call me Heiyu. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Joy Lin. You can call me Lin. Miss Joy said enthusiastically. Very well, Lin. Just as their conversation reached a delightful crescendo, an alarm rang from the computer. Ah, Heiyu, your opponent has been matched. Upon hearing Miss Joy's words, Heiyu turned to survey the hall, and indeed spotted a boy of similar age to his own at a self-service machine, his eyes sparkling with fervent determination for battle. Heiyu followed the guidance of the broadcast screen and arrived at an outdoor battlefield. Are you my opponent? Remember, I shall be the one to defeat you. The opposing trainer, attempting to sound impressive, uttered this excessively dramatic line, leaving Heiyu feeling quite embarrassed. Without further ado, he initiated the battle. Go, Krabby. The boy across from him threw a Pokeball, releasing a common Pokémon from the Hoenn region, the Krabby. Heiyu promptly took out his Pokédex and scanned the opponent. The information on Krabby appeared instantly. Beep, beep, beep. Krabby, the river crab Pokémon, a water-type creature, is known for its curious nature, often moving in a zigzag pattern due to its fascination with its surroundings. The displayed content was limited. To fully comprehend a Pokémon's data, the Pokeball must be inserted into the Pokédex for a close-range scan, which was not feasible at the moment. Unbothered by this, Heiyu called forth his own Pokémon, Krabby. A flash of white light revealed the excited Krabby, proudly waving its claws, its eyes brimming with combat spirit. Hee. The opposing trainer, upon seeing Heiyu's Pokédex, displayed a hint of envy. As a common trainer, he had to rely solely on his own efforts. Merely nurturing Pokémon was already a burden, let alone purchasing travel gear. Krabby, use Bubble Beam. Heiyu commanded, deciding to test the waters first. Krabby, block it with Sand Attack. The opposing trainer reacted swiftly, suggesting he was no novice. The light blue bubbles shot forth from Krabby's claws. Most of the bubbles were shattered by the sand, yet a few managed to slip through and head towards Krabby. Charge in with Headbutt and teach it a lesson. Gathering milky white energy atop its head, Krabby leaped forward with agility towards Heiyu's Krabby. A close combat. Krabby, use Double Slap. Heiyu, though slightly surprised, gave the command. Krabby quickly reacted, lifting its 2 sturdy claws. It skillfully blocked Krabby's fierce headbutt with one claw and swiftly struck the side of Krabby with the other in a flash. Yow! Krabby cried out in pain, pushed back by the heavy hit, sliding several meters before finally coming to a stop. Don't give it a chance. Finish it off with Bubble Beam. Heiyu's cold voice echoed again. Krabby immediately sprang into action, opening its claws to release a torrent of bubbles that fell like raindrops upon Krabby, quickly engulfing it. As the bubbles multiplied, Krabby's stamina dwindled. Krabby! The opposing trainer let out a desperate scream, rushing forward to clear the mountain of bubbles, cradling the exhausted Krabby in his arms. Heiyu approached slowly, glancing at his still eager Krabby, and softly said, "Don't worry, this was just a warm-up battle. This afternoon, I will let you truly enjoy yourself." Chapter 16. A flurry of shopping. After dispatching his opponent, Heiyu did not leave, but instead wandered around the battle arena of the Pokémon Center. Krabby, to grow stronger. You need not only rich experience, but also to learn from others' strengths. Observing other Pokémon battles will be beneficial for you, Heiyu advised. Hee. Krabby nodded earnestly, seemingly oblivious to whether it comprehended the words. Meanwhile, Miss Joy in the Pokémon Hall was watching the surveillance screen, displaying Heiyu's recent battle. He defeated his opponent in just 2 moves. Could it be an adaptability trait? Miss Joy speculated. This was not difficult to guess. One could easily infer from appearance alone. Krabby's other 2 traits, Hypercutter and Shell Armor, usually manifest distinct physical characteristics. For example, its claws would appear more robust, and its shell would be smoother and harder. However, Heiyu's Krabby lacked these traits, indicating it likely possessed the hidden ability adaptability. As noon approached, Heiyu enjoyed lunch at the Pokémon Center, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he could live there for a lifetime. All meals and lodging were complimentary, leaving him with no worries. He decided to check how to earn league points. Approaching the self-service machine, he inserted his ID card and began browsing, discovering that to earn points, one must complete tasks issued by the league. Task number 5655-758-6565. Requirements: collect toxins, venom sacs, venom strands, and venom needles from various poison-type Pokémon. Reward: 120 league coins, subject to professional appraisal, negotiable, long-term purchase. Task number 8583-588-3669. Requirements: purchase a highly qualified Swellow with at least 1 inherited move. Reward: 1520 league coins. Negotiable. Task number 5503-366-9523. Requirements: protect the fruit farm on the outskirts from Pokémon disturbances. The individual taking the task must possess a strong Pokémon of at least level 30, preferably a bird type. Reward: 3 league coins, or equivalent value in fruits. Heiyu glanced briefly at the tasks, noting they fell into 2 categories. The first type was open to anyone, with rewards typically in league coins. From a publishing standpoint, these tasks were likely privately issued, with the league merely acting as a platform. After all, league regulations mandated that all transactions involving Pokémon must undergo league review and supervision. The second type of task could only be undertaken by those with direct ties to the league, with rewards generally in league points, indicating these tasks were likely officially issued by the league. Task number 3673-862-6856. Requirements: collaborate with law enforcement to clear the swarm of Caterpie along the main road bordering Orange Flower Forest. Those accepting the task must undergo an interview at the police station. Reward: 200 league points. Long-term valid. Task number 1828-686-8655. Requirements: long-term purchase of high-quality evolution stones and high-quality Pokémon items, subject to professional appraisal. Reward: based on quality, settled in points. Long-term valid. Task number 3573-858-3387. Requirements: long-term purchase of topographical maps of Orange Flower Forest, machine verification. Reward: based on the value of information, settled in points. Long-term valid. After much contemplation, Heiyu realized that tasks settling in league points were time-consuming and quite troublesome. Ultimately, he decided to accept the last task of mapping while also taking on a few tasks to earn league coins. This would allow him to train his Krabby in the Orange Flower Forest while completing several tasks simultaneously, Heiyu thought to himself. Heiyu was eager to see how Krabby would perform in land battles compared to those on the water. Wild battles were undoubtedly more direct and intense than indoor contests. He accepted 3 tasks, including the mapping task and the collection of toxins and Swellow. With 3 tasks, he had reached the maximum limit for accepting quests. As for why he didn't first jot down the details and gather the required items, that was a different matter altogether. Upon completing the original task, one may embark on a new assignment, undoubtedly making the process more efficient. However, other trainers are not to be underestimated. While some tasks may be acquired over time, those involving the likes of the stubborn Pidgey may vanish before one even realizes it. It is imperative to procure some wilderness survival gear beforehand. After accepting the task, Heiyu did not set off immediately. Wilderness survival is no child's play, and thorough preparation is essential. Conveniently, he still possessed a batch of energy cubes yet to be disposed of. Heiyu opened his Pokédex, searching for shops that purchase energy cubes. Alas, he discovered a disheartening truth. Such stores often have established partnerships with long-term breeders, and unless the energy cubes are of a rare variety, they are generally not accepted. While the quality of his energy cubes was commendable, their effects were rather singular, primarily focused on stamina recovery and accelerated growth. The shop had already formed long-standing collaborations with breeders, leaving no room for external acquisitions. Heiyu exited the shop with a sense of resignation. Having heard similar remarks multiple times, his mood inevitably soured. Must he resort to selling in the black market again? He had not anticipated that his first day on land would require dealings with the lawless underbelly, where danger lurks at every corner. It appeared that producing too many of the same energy cube could be counterproductive. Ultimately, Heiyu resolved to venture to the black market. After all, he could not afford to let such a valuable batch slip through his fingers. The black market may be clandestine, but there are various means of navigation. Besides seeking recommendations from underground contacts, the simplest approach is to find some street thugs, as these local ne'er-do-wells are always well-informed. Here are 200 Alliance coins. Take me to the black market, Heiyu stated, arriving at a dimly lit alley where he found a homeless man sprawled on the ground. The man eagerly agreed, internally thinking, this kid is wrapped up tightly, but his voice suggests youth. Perhaps there's an opportunity for another score? Noticing the man's shifty eyes, Heiyu promptly released his Pokémon. Haha. The Krabby waved its claws, emitting a menacing sound. Individuals who roam the gray areas tend to respond better to strength than to softness. Demonstrating a certain level of power ensures that others do not underestimate you. Having followed Madame Meta for over a year, Heiyu was well aware of this principle and decided to showcase his strength. Upon realizing he was not an easy target, the homeless man obediently led the way without any complications. When Heiyu offered his batch of energy cubes at the black market, they were indeed met with enthusiasm, fetching prices even higher than those offered by shops within the city. As he prepared to leave, the shopkeeper warmly remarked, "Esteemed breeder, should you have more energy cubes for sale, please consider our humble shop first. We shall offer you the highest price." Heiyu nodded silently, refraining from lingering in the black market, and departed. With over 100 Alliance coins now in his possession, it was time to contemplate acquiring a spatial backpack. The 100 Alliance coins gifted by Madame Meta had dwindled due to the extensive practice required for crafting energy cubes, yet Heiyu's fortune remained substantial. He subsequently entered a commercial establishment and began a lavish shopping spree. Luxury balls? Check. Spatial backpack? Check. Multifunctional folding bicycle? Check. Multi-purpose wilderness survival tent? Check. Truly, the Devwin company was commendable. After spending nearly 100 Alliance coins, he received merely a basic membership card. As he exited the commercial building, feeling the elegance of the membership card in his hand, he couldn't help but reflect. After all, he was not short of funds at the moment, having stabilized his energy cube production. Thus, he might as well provide his Pokémon with the finest nurturing environment. Chapter 17. Orange Blossom Forest. The Orange Blossom Forest is a woodland in the Hoenn region, situated along Route 104, connecting Orange Blossom City and Canaz City. Within the forest dwells a multitude of low-level bug-type Pokémon, such as Caterpie. However, it has also been home to some rare Pokémon. Reports on forums indicate sightings of the Slacketh and Shroomish within its depths. Krabby, use Bubble Beam. Carvania, unleash Psychic Fang. Pidgey, take to the skies and intercept to prevent its escape. A fierce battle erupted within the forest, as a Pidgey burst through the trees and soared above, its sharp eyes scanning the ground below. Die. Just as a Starly ascended into the sky, believing it had finally evaded the terrifying human below, Pidgey's sharp beak suddenly struck, drawing blood from its wing. Despite Starly's resilient nature, the pain forced its body to tilt, slowly descending. Go, Pokeball. Heiyu's 3 Pokémon approached cautiously, their gazes fixed on the Pokeball. 1 shake, 2 shakes, 3 shakes. Ding. The Pokeball ceased its trembling. and Heiyu let out a sigh of relief as he stepped forward to retrieve it, scanning it with his Pokédex. Beep beep beep. Starly, the young pigeon Pokémon, normal flying type, height 0. 3m, weight 2. 5 kilograms, development status, healthy. Moves learned, growl, peck, focus energy, quick attack, supersonic. No matter how formidable the opponent, it bravely confronts them, possessing the tenacity to remain undaunted even in defeat. When hungry, it cries out loudly. A smile spread across Heiyu's face upon reading the information on the Pokédex. He had successfully captured 4 Starlies, finally finding one with a hereditary move. And its development was promising, meeting his requirements. Heiyu's current task involved capturing Starlies, which was not particularly challenging. But stipulations demanded that the Starly possess excellent qualities and a hereditary move. He had previously captured 3. Regrettably, none bore hereditary moves, all rather ordinary. Now, this particular Starly had inherited supersonic, a commendable support skill capable of emitting special sound waves to confuse foes. This one would suffice for task submission, while the remaining 3 could be sold in the black market. Heiyu placed the Pokeball within his spatial backpack, contemplating the journey ahead. Besides completing the task for rewards and alliance points, it also served as an excellent opportunity for training and bonding with his Pokémon. Haha, the Krabby approached, raising its claws as if seeking a reward. Heiyu smiled gently, rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your share. He retrieved a piece of jerky from his spatial backpack, a treat he had purchased at the mall, infused with a mysterious blend of ingredients that Krabby adored. It was a delightful snack for his Pokémon. After instructing Pidgey to stay vigilant, he began to set up camp nearby, while also sketching a topographical map. Although such outer areas likely had been charted by others, and submitting it would yield no points, having a map was better than none, and it would enhance his mapping skills. As the sun gradually set, the forest fell into an eerie silence, and Heiyu nestled within his tent, drifting into a peaceful slumber. His confidence stemmed from the tent's sturdy construction, reputed to withstand attacks from Pokémon below level 40. Although prolonged exposure could lead to deterioration, it provided him ample time to escape if necessary. One cannot deny the adage, you get what you pay for. This tent, aside from its robustness, boasted numerous features, such as insulation, humidity control, and drying capabilities. May tomorrow's tasks unfold smoothly. As Heiyu's consciousness faded into the depths of slumber, somewhere in the forest, a snake-like Pokémon adorned with grotesque patterns engaged in a fierce struggle with a massive white feline. The two beings exchanged glances filled with animosity, a deep-seated enmity inscribed in their very genes, a hatred belonging to their bloodlines. The two elves, though battered and bruised, had no intention of retreating. They charged into battle once more with reckless abandon. As dawn broke the following day, Heiyu awoke slowly. Good morning, everyone. After preparing breakfast for the elves, Heiyu began his own meal, which consisted of simple fare, biscuits, water, and a bottle of nutrient solution. This nutrient solution was a highly sought-after product in the marketplace, an essential for adventurers, providing a day's worth of nutrition in just a small bottle. The elves feasted heartily on their food and an energy cube, the nourishment sufficient to sustain them throughout the day. Heiyu began to pack up the tent, marveling at the convenience of high technology. It required no intricate procedures. Merely pressing a button would cause the tent to fold itself away automatically. Before leaving, Heiyu instructed several elves to use their skills on the surrounding land, ensuring that his lingering presence was entirely erased before departing. This week, you scout from above. If there's any danger, return promptly, and do not stray too far from us, Heiyu advised earnestly. Upon receiving the trainer's command, Duzweek dove into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Heiyu strolled through the forest, initially hearing the occasional chirping of cicadas and calls of birds, which gradually faded into silence. Heiyu realized he must have entered the core area of the Changhua forest, where the elves were generally stronger than those on the outskirts, necessitating greater caution. This was his first exploration adventure, and he felt a twinge of nervousness, yet the sight of the excited little lobster beside him somewhat reassured him. Just as Heiyu was lost in thought, a loud bird call echoed through the air. It was Duzweek. Heiyu's spirits lifted as he hurried toward the source of the sound, soon spotting Duzweek racing back with incredible speed. Duzweek dove down, stirring up a cloud of dust, prompting Heiyu to inquire with concern. Duzweek gestured animatedly, and Heiyu began to comprehend. You say there are 2 elves ahead engaged in battle, and they are at least at your level? He asked. This week had achieved level 24. Though the lowest in Heiyu's team, its level was undeniably respectable. Higher than this week? Heiyu pondered, contemplating whether to approach and observe. He reasoned that even if those two elves were of a higher level, they were currently embroiled in fierce combat, presenting a prime opportunity for intervention. Moreover, even if he ultimately failed, with the combined strength of his three elves, could he truly fear for his safety? Action beckoned. This week, lead the way swiftly. But remember to remain quiet so as not to disturb the battling elves. Heiyu felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps today he would indeed emerge as the fortunate fisherman. As he followed Dazweek, pushing through the layers of foliage, the sounds of battle grew ever louder until he finally beheld the true forms of the two elves, the dish spoon snake and the mongoose slash. Chapter 18. Submitting the quest. The dish spoon snake and mongoose slash were sworn enemies, their memories of combat etched deeply into their genetic makeup. Their ancestors having been locked in this struggle for generations. Whenever they met, it was a fight to the death. The question of how to allow both the dish spoon snake and mongoose slash to coexist had tormented researchers for countless years. Heiyu could not help but feel a surge of joy, for in all his studies, he had never witnessed a dish spoon snake or mongoose slash that would willingly retreat. They would battle until one lay lifeless on the ground. The dish spoon snake flicked its forked tongue, its sharp, venomous fangs secreting poison as it bit into the mongoose slash, its tail striking like a steel whip, accompanied by a whistling sound as it used its agile body to entangle its foe. The mongoose slash, not to be outdone, responded with its own sharp claws glimmering ominously, deftly evading the dish spoon snake's attacks. The intensity of their clash escalated, each refusing to yield. The dish spoon snake's venom splattered through the air, releasing a noxious scent that made one recoil. Yet the mongoose slash, with its keen reflexes and remarkable speed, consistently dodged the dish spoon snake's onslaught, seizing opportunities to counterattack. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that the dish spoon snake would succumb. Heiyu was confident in this assessment due to his knowledge of the mongoose slash's two abilities, both of which severely countered poison-type elves. Its ordinary immunity trait rendered it completely immune to poison status, while its hidden toxic hormone transformed toxins into offensive power, enhancing its physical attacks. Regardless of the trait, it was not favorable for the dish spoon snake. Fortunately, it appeared to be aware of this as well. Though its wounds multiplied, its spirit remained unyielding. As midday approached, the sun ascended high in the sky, its scorching rays mercilessly beating down, as if attempting to scorch the very earth. In such searing heat, both elves were panting heavily. Exhausted, blood seeped from their wounds, soaking their fur and scales, and each breath became labored and difficult. Yet, even in their fatigue, their fierce gazes remained resolute and unwavering. This battle could only conclude with one of them falling. Under the sun's relentless glare, both combatants struggled to maintain their composure, eyes locked onto each other, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Suddenly, a thunderous command shattered the tense atmosphere. This week, use dive. This unexpected order caught both elves off guard, leaving them unable to react. In that instant, a shadow burst forth from the underbrush, racing toward the dish spoon snake like a bolt of lightning. It was Dazweek, wings beating fiercely against the air, creating a gust of wind, its sharp beak gleaming ominously as it gathered a swirl of earthy energy, radiating formidable power. As Dazweek spun rapidly, morphing into a massive spinning top attack, it surged toward the already weary dish spoon snake. The dish spoon snake's eyes widened in terror, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Dazweek emitted a piercing cry, reverberating through the forest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Dupiu-piu-piu. The dish spoon snake's cry. The dish spoon snake was struck with tremendous force, crashing violently into a massive tree trunk, sliding down to the ground, motionless, clearly having lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, the mongoose slash hesitated for a moment before hastily retreating, leaping away from the scene. Heiyu chose not to pursue. It was wiser to refrain from rash actions in the Changhua forest, lest he lose his way or inadvertently wander into the territory of a more powerful elf. A mistake he would regret. To have captured one was already fortunate. Restraining his greed was the mark of a true strength, Heiyu reminded himself repeatedly. He tossed a pokeball, successfully capturing the dish spoon snake. Beep beep beep. Dish spoon snake, the Fong snake Pokémon, a poison-type elf, has battled against mongoose slash for generations. The scars upon its body are marks of fierce combat. It attacks with its sharp tail and stands at 2.7 meters tall, weighing 50 kilograms, possessing average attributes, and developing ordinarily. Its ability is Shed Skin. It has mastered the moves Bind, Intimidate, Bite, Poison Tail, Feint, Screech, Poison Jab, Glare, Toxic Fang, Poison Trap, and Critical Hit, with the inherited move Iron Tail. He reduced the Pokeball containing the Spoon Snake and secured it behind the Pokédex. As the Pokédex scanned the Spoon Snake, it gradually began to announce its findings. Fortuitously, the Spoon Snake was at level 27 and had inherited the move Iron Tail, indicating it could fetch a handsome price. A subtle smile graced Heiyu's lips, his mood slightly lifted. Creatures like the Spoon Snake, known for their ferocity and ruthlessness, were often coveted in the black market, commanding prices higher than those of their counterparts. Surveying his surroundings, Heiyu mused that the Spoon Snake's lair was likely nearby. A search might yield a Shed Snake skin. Given his assignment to collect various toxins, Heiyu was certainly not about to slaughter the Spoon Snake for its fangs, venom sacs, or tail. Such actions would yield insufficient rewards, as toxin-related tasks compensated in Alliance currency rather than points. Had it been for Alliance points, he might have considered it. But Alliance currency was not worth the effort. Without hesitation, Heiyu commanded his Chattit to search the vicinity. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, they discovered a somewhat concealed cave. It emanated a variety of pungent odors, and within, Heiyu found 2 decayed snake skins and a relatively fresh one, clearly recently shed. This skin appeared to have been shed less than half a month ago, Heiyu noted as he examined the dark skin critically. Although he had not undergone formal assessments, he believed his theoretical knowledge was on par with that of an average novice breeder. It was time to depart, aiming to return to the city before sunset. Heiyu exited the cave, glanced up at the sun, and with a grand stride, mounted his Chattit. As its wings flapped, Heiyu soared slowly back toward the city. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, he first retreated to his room to drop off his space backpack, but did not take the time to rest. The snake skin from the Spoon Snake would lose its freshness over time, so it was prudent to submit it promptly. He approached the self-service machine, selected the task submission option, and watched as the Pokeball containing the Chattit was drawn into the machine, its destination unknown. Soon, the machine confirmed the task's completion and provided proof of the successful transaction. The task issuer promptly transferred 18 Alliance coins to him. Heiyu saw no need to negotiate further, as this amount seemed fair and aligned with his expectations. "Hello, I am an appraiser from the Pokémon Center. Please follow me," said a representative after Heiyu submitted the toxin collection task. "Ah, this is a snake skin. Judging by its appearance, it belongs to a Spoon Snake, and it should have been shed within the last 2 weeks. Sir, your collection technique is commendable. The skin is entirely intact," the appraiser remarked while donning gloves to examine the skin closely, offering compliments to Heiyu along the way. "Sir, we can offer you a maximum of 2 Alliance coins for this skin. If that is acceptable, we can settle the transaction on site." Heiyu nodded in agreement, pleased to receive another addition to his Alliance currency, bringing his total to 20 coins, thus replenishing his previously depleted wallet. Chapter 19. Striving to earn Alliance points. Heiyu finally submitted the map he had drawn, surprisingly earning 10 points. He was taken aback, as he had only sketched the perimeter of the Orange Blossom Forest, a region already extensively documented by others, thus seemingly lacking value. Could it be that cave? The only truly concealed location was indeed the Spoon Snake's cave, which, unless diligently sought, could easily be overlooked. After completing all submissions, Heiyu began to peruse the redemption list, flipping to the section reserved for Alliance elites. The breeding manual for the Sharpedo required 200 points, the same as that for the Krabby, prompting Heiyu to reflect on the necessity of diligent earnings. His final task was to dispose of the Spoon Snake he had captured. Cloaked in black, he recalled his previous experience and re-entered the black market. Arriving at the stall area, he spent 1,000 Alliance coins to rent a booth for an hour. The black market is indeed lucrative. I should consider establishing my own stall, Heiyu thought. He spread a plain cloth on the ground and placed the Pokeball containing the Spoon Snake atop it. Feeling it lacked flair, he casually added a few Pokeballs containing Chattits. After spending an additional 100 Alliance coins on a wooden sign, he inscribed, "Spoon Snake, level 27, inherited Iron Tail." 40 Alliance coins, succinctly conveying his offer. He set the price high to allow room for negotiation. Before long, his stall attracted considerable attention, with several individuals approaching to make offers. 30 coins, considering the Spoon Snake's vicious nature, Capturing it will require some effort, a figure draped in a similar black cloak countered. Heiyu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, as this aligned with his mental expectations, eliminating the need for excessive bargaining over a minor profit. Although the spoon snake had been sold, he still had about 20 to 30 minutes remaining on his stall rental. Heiyu decided to wait, ultimately selling one chattet for 9 alliance coins. The remaining 2 chattets, unwanted by customers, he bundled together and sold to a shop. Having completed his sales, he hurriedly departed the black market and returned to the Pokémon Center. "Good night, Nurse Joy," Heiyu greeted the still busy Joy upon his return. Building rapport with her was always wise. He then retreated to his room, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to slumber. The day's endeavors had been exhausting. The following morning, Heiyu was once again in the dining hall of the Pokémon Center, savoring the complimentary, delicious meals. At this pace, he mused, his Sharpedo would evolve within 6 months. However, if he did not lay a solid foundation before the evolution, even if it transformed into a Mega Sharpedo, its potential would likely be compromised. Heiyu resolved to continue earning alliance points, refusing to slacken his efforts in this regard. Approaching the self-service machine once more, he surveyed the available tasks, noting their scarcity. The tasks that offered alliance points were either excessively time-consuming and intricate or of exceedingly high difficulty, far beyond his current capabilities. With a furrowed brow, Heiyu pondered the situation. Must I venture into the perilous core of the Orange Blossom Forest to map it? It was evident that such tasks were designed by the Alliance to prompt trainers to explore dangerous areas, essentially risking their lives for the rewards offered, a blatant strategy to entice participation through alluring incentives. Ultimately, he decided to accept a group task, assisting the police department in clearing the thorned caterpillar swarm along the main road of the Orange Blossom Forest. He had previously refrained from taking on this task, as it required individual completion and could not be coordinated with other assignments. Once he accepted this task, he could no longer take on anything else. For the sake of alliance points, Heiyu finally approached the police station with his printed resume and task acceptance proof. "Really? A little kid is here to apply? Is our police department that short-staffed?" exclaimed a striking woman named Junsha, her tone laced with surprise. Heiyu bit his lip, feigning shyness as he replied softly, "No, Junsha sister. I'm here to take on the cleaning task." His voice carried an innocent quality that evoked sympathy from those around him. Having endured the trials of drifting at sea, Heiyu had mastered the art of adapting his expressions and demeanor to align with the preferences of different individuals. This time, Heiyu chose to present himself as a shy and innocent young boy, hoping to capture Miss Junsh's attention. Everything was for the sake of alliance points, and there was no shame in that. Heiyu carefully placed his introduction and task proof on the table in front of Miss Junsha. Only then did she slowly take a seat, crossing her legs gracefully, leaning back slightly against her chair. Her fair thighs, accentuated by high heels, exuded elegance and confidence. Drawing one's gaze, Miss Junsha's emerald green hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, brushing against her fair skin and emanating a subtle fragrance. Her delicate makeup complemented her police uniform, especially the form-fitting skirt, which perfectly showcased her alluring figure. Heiyu keenly noticed the golden medal hanging from her chest and mused to himself, "It seems Miss Junsha holds a significant position." However, considering her lineage, it was hardly surprising that she wouldn't start from the most basic level of a police officer. On the surface, Heiyu feigned nervousness, much to Miss Junsha's amusement. "Your strength is commendable, but it seems that water-type Pokémon may not offer much advantage." She slowly shook her head, indicating a possible refusal. Ultimately, Heiyu refrained from bringing out his Spearow, and thus, this task went unfulfilled, leaving him with no choice but to depart with a sense of disappointment. Oh, the Krabby and Carvania are relatively common Pokémon in the Hoenn region, while Spearow is rather rare here, Heiyu thought to himself. Heiyu was accustomed to leaving himself a backup plan, and this time was no different. He kept the Spearow hidden as his trump card. In the following days, Heiyu spent his time at the Pokémon Center, engaging in battles with others and crafting energy cubes for future needs. "It's time to accept a task. I just need to earn enough points to exchange for the Carvania breeding manual, then leave Changhua City," Heiyu resolved, taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. After all, he still needed to collect gym badges. Lingering here served no purpose. His next destination was set for Kanaz City, home to a renowned company named Devon Manufacturing Company, which specialized in research, development, and production of Pokémon-related products. However, news of Daewoo seemed scarce, Heiyu noted. It was rumored that they had recently developed a multifunctional Pokémon navigation device. Heiyu intended to see if there were any high-tech products suitable for him, especially since there was a gym there, the Kanaz Gym, specializing in rock-type Pokémon, which suited him perfectly. Heiyu perused the information in the Alliance Pokédex, a satisfied smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 20. An Unexpected Encounter? On the outskirts of Chunghua Forest, a black-haired boy clad in athletic gear was sprinting at full speed. A pack of ferocious gray-furred wolves surging from the bushes behind him. It was none other than the hyena Pokémon. This pack-oriented wolf Pokémon was a nightmare for countless adventurers. Once they detected movement, they would unhesitatingly pursue their target until exhaustion set in. The boy's resolute face bore a hint of surprise and dread. While running, he glanced back and shouted, "Krabby, use Bubble Beam." The cerulean bubbles shimmered under the sunlight, attacking the hyena Pokémon and successfully halting their pursuit. Heiyu's figure flickered through the forest until he reached the main road, only then daring to pause and catch his breath. "Starflower, it was worth the risk to bring you out from the hyena's territory." Heiyu slowly retrieved a radiant flower from his pocket, with 7 petals adorned with starry patterns. It was no wonder such a rare herb had attracted a pack of wolves to guard it. Heiyu's complexion flushed with excitement. This starflower was a precious herb he had learned about while studying with Madame Meta. One of these could fetch at least 20 alliance coins, and it was invaluable. However, he had no intention of selling it. This was a rare material for crafting high-grade energy cubes, and trading it in the black market would yield the greatest benefit. Heiyu carefully placed the flower into his space backpack. Although he had damaged a bit of the stem due to nerves while harvesting, it was not a significant issue. With proper care, it would recover in a few days. Heiyu gradually rose, adjusting his backpack, and walked along the main road bordering Chunghua Forest. This path was primarily paved by the Alliance for adventurers to enter the forest, yet it remained sparsely populated due to the occasional appearance of wild Pokémon. Most of these were defeated competitors in territorial disputes within the forest, yet they remained formidable for ordinary individuals. The majority of trainers preferred the safer routes rather than facing danger. Of course, the Alliance had its solutions, including previous map-drawing tasks. Signs lined the roadside, proclaiming a well-known saying in the Pokémon world: true trainers carve new paths in perilous lands. One must admit, the Alliance truly knows how to indoctrinate the next generation. A passionate youth hearing such words might genuinely be inspired to explore treacherous territories. Perhaps, like some foolish individual? Yet, none of this concerned Heiyu. He entered the forest solely for profit. Having amassed a considerable haul, it was time to return to the city for some rest. Heiyu tightened the straps of his backpack, quickening his pace. Just as he began to leave the forest, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him, he suddenly heard cries for help. "Help! Help! Daddy! Please save me!" The voice belonged to a young girl. Heiyu, adhering to his philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, was about to depart when he noticed the girl running towards him. Behind her, several emerald figures flitted through the air, their wings stirring up a gust of wind. As they drew closer, Heiyu could finally discern their identities. The poison moth Pokémon, Venonat. "Damn it," Heiyu muttered, quickly releasing his Spearow, preparing to take flight. Wait, something's amiss. The girl is wearing a watch. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the girl donned elegant attire, while he might not recognize high-end brands. The watch she wore was unmistakable. It was none other than the latest model released by Devon Company, a blue luxury piece worth at least 100 Alliance coins. Heiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. What wealthy family does this girl belong to? Heiyu's mind raced. If he rescued the girl, her parents might reward him handsomely. Assessing the strength of the Venonats, he realized that despite his Pokémon's fatigue, he could likely prevail. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Your big brother is here to save you," Heiyu called out, swiftly running towards the girl, his voice filled with reassurance. "Krabby, use Bubble Beam." Following his command, Krabby darted towards the Venonats, unleashing a barrage of bubbles. The Venonats hesitated as they ventured out of the forest, and upon being attacked, they quickly retreated into the woods. Heiyu's heart soared with joy, but he maintained a composed facade as he rushed towards the girl. With a gentle smile, Heiyu softly patted the girl's head. Speaking in a soothing tone, "Little sister, don't be afraid. The bad Pokémon have been driven away." The little girl's eyes glistened with tears as she valiantly stifled her sobs, displaying a mix of stubbornness and charm. However, Upon hearing the comforting words of the handsome young man before her, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears flowed freely like a broken dam. "Oh, wah!" she cried, her voice laden with a sense of injustice and fear. The tears gradually soaked the fabric of Black Feather's shirt. Gently patting the girl's back, Black Feather reassured her, "Do not cry, little sister. Everything is all right now. The wicked sprite will no longer harm you." The girl clung tightly to Black Feather, as if she had found a safe haven, her tiny hands gripping his shirt tightly, unwilling to let go. As time passed, the girl finally ceased her crying and looked up at Black Feather, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Big brother, Xiaoyao is a brave girl and was not afraid," she declared. Black Feather smiled, tenderly wiping away the remnants of her tears, continuously offering comforting words. "Xiaoyao? Surely not." Before Black Feather could confirm his thoughts, a large crowd rushed towards them. At the forefront was Miss Junsha, accompanied by a resolute-looking middle-aged man. "Daddy!" the little girl exclaimed in surprise, wiping her slightly damp face to reveal a defiant expression. Upon seeing his daughter in the arms of a stranger, the man immediately shouted, "Who are you? Release my daughter at once." Before Black Feather could respond, Xiaoyao frantically waved her little arms, saying, "No, Daddy. This big brother saved me and chased away the bad sprite." The middle-aged man's expression stiffened as he realized that he had acted too hastily. "I see, young brother. My name is Chinli. Thank you for rescuing my daughter," he said, hurriedly stepping forward. Black Feather confirmed his suspicions and feigned a righteous demeanor, stating, "It was nothing. I merely helped Xiaoyao when I saw her being chased by a sprite. It was no great deed." With that, he pretended to turn away. However, Miss Junsha and the crowd immediately recognized him as the shy boy who had come to accept a mission earlier. Black Feather turned his back and walked away, silently urging, "Please call me back, please call me back." As anticipated, Miss Junsha called out, "Black Feather." "Miss Junsha, do you know this young man?" Chinli asked, holding Xiaoyao in his arms, his sturdy hand patting her back in a comforting manner. Miss Junsha gazed at Black Feather, whom she had met before, and replied, "He came to our police station wanting to participate in a cleaning mission. He is a shy and good child, so we have met before." Chinli nodded in understanding, his gaze towards Black Feather becoming less guarded. Listening to Miss Junsha's assessment of him, Black Feather could hardly suppress a smile. A shy and good child? His hands had been stained with the blood of both humans and sprites, and he had once been a pirate. Fortunately, those unseemly pasts had long been buried in the depths of the sea by Lady Meta. Now, he was a young man of noble lineage within the League, embodying the essence of a shy and upright youth. Yes, indeed, that was the narrative he sought to instill in himself. After all, only by deceiving oneself could one deceive others. "Miss Junsha, it is a pleasure to see you again. Are you executing the task to clear the stingtail bug swarm?" Black Feather inquired candidly, glancing back at the large contingent of officers with a curiosity that could not be contained. Given that Black Feather had previously applied for a position, Miss Junsha found no oddity in his question. "Yes, we were initially clearing the sprites on the outskirts of the Changhua forest. We did not expect that Mr. Chinli's daughter would accidentally go missing, which is why we came to search for her," she replied without a hint of suspicion. A faint smile crept onto Black Feather's lips, as this was precisely the outcome he desired. He deliberately portrayed himself as a shy young man in front of outsiders to lower their guard and foster trust. Simultaneously, it was a means to swiftly adapt to his new identity. It seemed that his disguise was effective. At least Miss Junsha was deceived. "To be frank, Miss Junsha, I also wish to participate in this cleaning mission, not for any reward, but rather to hone my skills with sprites." Black Feather stepped forward earnestly. After a moment's hesitation, Miss Junsha consented, saying, "Very well, but this task is no trifling matter. You must be cautious and remain an auxiliary. As the highest authority present, along with the yet-to-be-appointed gym leader Mr. Chinli, she held the power to make decisions." "Thank you, Miss Junsha, for granting me the opportunity to serve the League," Black Feather exclaimed, his eyes shining with joy at her approval. The onlookers smiled warmly, regarding Black Feather as a well-behaved child, a shy and upright youth dedicated to the League. Who could possibly dislike him? Krabby and Phoeba, come out and prepare for battle. Black Feather summoned 2 sprites, coordinating with the League's cleanup personnel and several elite trainers accepting the task. The nearby stingtail bug swarm was mostly composed of weak individuals, as they were the losers in the territorial disputes of the forest. "Rapidash, unleash flamethrower," Miss Junsha commanded with a graceful sweep of her arm. as a strikingly beautiful orange rapidash leaped forth, unleashing a torrent of flames that swept through the strongest of the stingtail bugs, the venomoth and the huntail. Black Feather stood in awe of the elegant Miss Junsha, a hint of envy swelling within him. The rapidash, with its stats surpassing even the starters, had once been regarded as a legendary Pokémon. Alas, nearly all wild Houndoom were controlled by the Junsha family, rendering sightings of them exceedingly rare, akin to that of demigods. Of course, should a commoner be fortunate enough to capture a Houndoom in the wild, congratulations would soon be followed by a visit from the Junsha family, who would inquire whether they wished to join their esteemed lineage. This was the aspiration of most men. While the gentle and kind Miss Joy was lovely, Miss Junsha exuded a sense of conquest, did she not? Naturally, if one were to decline the Junsha family's invitation, they would be met with graciousness, but it would not be long before they faced the League's compulsory summons, ultimately perishing in a battle against the underground dark organizations. Historically, most trainers who foolishly rejected the Junsha family met such fates. Primeape utilized step-by-step break. As Mr. Chinley's Primeape dispatched the last sprite, the cleaning mission officially drew to a close. Miss Junsha gracefully approached the trainers who had accepted the task, settling their rewards. The group departed enthusiastically, seemingly eager to return to the Pokémon Center for their rewards. Trainer Blackfeather, you contributed significantly to the cleaning mission. Allow me to offer you a small token of appreciation. Miss Junsha suddenly spoke, retrieving a task certificate from her pocket and handing it to him. Blackfeather did not feign modesty, but accepted it without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Miss Junsha. I am just glad to be of assistance." Seeing Blackfeather accept her reward so readily brought a smile of satisfaction to Miss Junsha's face, for she disliked those who pretended to be aloof and merely put on airs. Thus, everyone left in high spirits, and the cleaning mission concluded successfully. Chinley approached with his daughter Xiao Yao, saying, "Miss Junsha, this young brother saved my daughter. Let us have him participate in the completion ceremony of the gym." Although Chinley was seeking opinions, his tone carried an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Heiyu silently mused, truly worthy of being called the man closest to the four heavenly kings, the final glory of the general system. It was evident that Mr. Chinley had journeyed from the Chengdu region without hesitation to fulfill his responsibilities as the gym leader. Such trivial matters were certainly within his purview. Miss Junsha's voice was crisp and melodious, devoid of any airs of a prominent family, and she treated Mr. Chinley with utmost respect. "That is excellent. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Junsha. May I inquire if this young brother is willing to participate?" Chinley cast an expectant glance at Heiyu. At that moment, the little Yao Yao, who had been quietly nestled in Chinley's arms, suddenly lifted her head, her large, watery eyes blinking eagerly at Heiyu, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. In a sweet, childlike voice, Yao Yao exclaimed, "Big brother, participate, participate, participate." Heiyu turned to Mr. Chinley and politely stated, "Then I shall take my leave. I would appreciate Mr. Chinley's care." "Hooray!" Yao Yao cheered, wriggling with delight in Chinley's embrace, her tiny hands forming an adorable gesture. The group exchanged knowing smiles. After all, charming children are always endearing. As they journeyed back to the city, Heiyu seized the opportunity to inquire about the gym. For Miss Junsha had been the one to bring it up, and failing to ask would seem suspicious. Mr. Chinley was invited by the vice-chairman of the Fengyuan region to assume the role of gym leader here in Changhua City. Miss Junsha was more than willing to explain to the shy young man. Chapter 22. The Battle with Chinley in the Backyard of the Pokémon Center. Heiyu was diligently training his Liaoyu, since completing his cleanup task 2 days prior and returning to the Pokémon Center. He had eagerly exchanged for the Liaoyu's training manual. The Liaoyu's teeth served as its primary means of attack, employing a series of biting techniques such as Crush, Ice Fang, and Psychic Fangs. Heiyu perused the training manual, formulating a training regimen for Liaoyu. "Today, your task is to bite through that large reef," he directed, pointing at a massive rock in the corner of the pool. In the water, Liaoyu wiggled its body, seemingly protesting against Hongyu's command. Crouching down, Hongyu gently reached into the water, caressing Liaoyu's rough body, his voice steady. "Liaoyu, to grow stronger, you must adapt, even if your teeth break. With your formidable regenerative abilities, you can recover swiftly." Heiyu would not coddle Liaoyu, for as his future companion on the seas and a key Pokémon, it must quickly acclimate to pain and the weariness of training. With a displeased puff, Liaoyu expelled a small splash of water. Yet, Ultimately succumbing to the pressure of its trainer's authority, it resumed swimming around the reef, incessantly gnawing at it. Judging by the current rate of wear, it would be a challenge to break such a large rock in less than half a day. Heiyu moved to another pond, observing the active training of his shrimpy. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Shrimpy was always enthusiastic about training, especially with the move Dragon Dance. Just as Heiyu was contemplating this dilemma, a sweet voice called out from behind. Big brother, I'm here to play." There stood Yao Yao, her ponytail bobbing as she joyfully waved at Heiyu while clutching a gigantic toy. Heiyu felt a touch of exasperation. Ever since Yao Yao's family moved to Changhua City, they had a myriad of matters to attend to. Consequently, she had taken to visiting the Pokémon Center frequently to seek Hanyu's company. Faced with this little lady, Heiyu had no choice but to set aside his training and books, treating it as a brief holiday for himself. Nevertheless, this was not entirely a misfortune. Given Yao Yao's tender age and her still-forming worldview, if he could secure a significant place in her heart, the future could be bright indeed. As someone with memories of the past, Heiyu often approached tasks with an imaginative flair, much like the mischievous Pokémon he favored, wild, daring, and unyielding. He stepped forward, crouched down to meet Yao Yao's gaze, and gently stroked her hair, saying, "Yao Yao, have you had lunch? Would you like to join me for a meal at the restaurant?" Seemingly relishing his touch, Yao Yao nuzzled his palm with her little head. "No, big brother. I want you to come to my house for lunch. Mama made lots of delicious food." Reaching out her tiny hand, she grasped one of Hanyu's fingers, tugging him toward the exit. Reluctantly, Heiyu withdrew his two Pokémon and was led out of the Pokémon Center. As they passed through the hall, many people cast envious glances their way. Hanyu's thoughts raced. Recently, due to the establishment of the gym, many had flocked to Changhua City, and prominent families in the vicinity sought to pay their respects to Mr. Qianli. Unfortunately, given Mr. Qianli's singular pursuit of power, he was not swayed by worldly concerns. Thus, these individuals had turned their attention to Mr. Qianli's daughter, Yao Yao. This little girl frequented my side, unaware of the many eyes watching her, myself included. Heiyu glanced down at Yao Yao, who was still holding onto his finger, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Fortunately, these onlookers likely bore no ill intentions, especially considering that the formidable Mr. Qianli was soon to become the gym leader of the city. An elegant and serene wooden house nestled amidst verdant bamboo groves greeted Heiyu. Breathing in the crisp air, he remarked, "Madame Mizuko, you truly embody the essence of Mr. Qianli. The harmony between this bamboo forest and the wooden house is simply breathtaking, and your design is nothing short of remarkable." Dressed in a tasteful kimono that blended seamlessly with the surrounding nature, Madame Mizuko exuded an elegance befitting a lady of high society. At his compliment, she smiled gently, like a refreshing spring breeze, and replied, "Heiyu, thank you for your kind words. I trust little Yao Yao has not been too much of a bother to you these past few days." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao pouted in discontent. "Not at all. I haven't disturbed big brother. I am a well-behaved child." Yao Yao pouted her rosy lips, indignant. "Besides, it's not my fault you and Papa have been so busy and haven't played with me." She clung tightly to Hanyu's finger, indignation radiating from her as if she were accusing her parents. "Ah, little Yao Yao, such behavior is indicative of a naughty child." Mizuko furrowed her brow, preparing to admonish her, prompting Yao Yao to hastily hide behind Heiyu. "Big brother, save me," she pleaded pitifully. Just as Heiyu was at a loss for how to respond, Mr. Qianli arrived in the gym's backyard. "Heiyu, with the gym now established, I would appreciate your care for little Yao Yao these days. I recall you intend to challenge the league competition in a year. Would you be interested in a gym battle?" Mr. Qianli's words captured the attention of all three. Heiyu felt a surge of determination in his gaze as he accepted the challenge. "Mr. Qianli, it would be a privilege to battle you." As the sound of machinery echoed in the arena, the announcement rang out. "Ding! The following battle is a gym challenge with the gym badge at stake. The rules are as follows. This match is a 2v2 with substitutions allowed. The gym leader will release their Pokémon first, and the challenger will choose a response. The challenger has the priority to attack. During the battle, the gym trainers are prohibited from switching Pokémon, while the challenger may freely substitute. A participant loses if all of their Pokémon are rendered unable to battle." With the referee's flag waved, he declared, "Let the gym challenge commence." Heiyu regarded the middle-aged man standing opposite him, a sense of inexplicable pressure welling within him, not only because it was his first gym challenge, but also because With his past memories, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the man before him. A formidable trainer, renowned for their adaptable tactics and pursuit of immense power. In their previous battles, they showcased a plethora of flexible strategies employing the likes of the Slacking, the Makhok, and the Kingler. Their unwavering belief in a well-rounded development leaves them without any vulnerabilities or weaknesses. What a daunting opponent to face in the very first gym battle. With a calm demeanor, Heiyu withdrew a Pokeball, striving to quell the turmoil within. A flash of white light erupted. Go, Krabby. Chapter 23. Normal type Qianli raised an eyebrow, revealing a confident smile. Go, Urshifu. Prepare for battle. Upon witnessing the Pokémon Qianli released, Heiyu instinctively sighed in relief. After all, Qianli was known for utilizing the Urshifu line as a primary Pokémon, renowned across various regions for their versatile battle styles across 3 evolutionary stages. Krabby initiated with Harden, bolstering its defenses. Heiyu issued a rather conservative strategy. Qianli smiled faintly, commanding, use Icy Wind. Although Urshifu's move pool was limited, it had learned numerous range techniques to adapt to various situations. Krabby, enveloped in a flash of white light, completed its fortification in an instant. The icy wind merely sent a chill through its body. Heiyu, it seems your Krabby has a high resistance to cold, Qianli remarked, displaying remarkable focus even amidst the battle. Heiyu commanded, Krabby, use Bubble Beam. Shaking off the ice that had formed on its body, Krabby opened its pincers wide, unleashing a flurry of bubbles. With agility, Urshifu leapt around the arena, dodging the barrage of bubbles, and charged straight at Krabby. Use Headbutt, came Qianli's calm directive. A milky aura enveloped Urshifu's head as it barreled towards Krabby. Don't be afraid, Krabby. Counter with a Night Slash. Heiyu, though surprised by Urshifu's sharp reflexes, commanded confidently. Use Quick Attack. As the 2 moves were about to collide, Urshifu swiftly veered, dodging Krabby's descending pincers, and retaliated, toppling Krabby from the side. Charge up. Quick Attack ready. Oh no, Krabby. Quickly use Protect. Krabby, having rolled several times on the ground, managed to erect a protective shield just in time. With a resounding thud, Urshifu, propelled by Quick Attack, crashed into the shield with extraordinary speed. Use Double Hit to defend. Krabby employed both pincers sequentially against Urshifu, successfully utilizing its strength to counter the blow. Clamp it. Control Urshifu's tail. Heiyu astutely noticed Urshifu's difficulty in turning. This Pokémon excelled in straight-line dashes and short-distance maneuvers, but its turning was notably sluggish. Indeed, having just executed Quick Attack, Urshifu was unable to adjust in time. Its tail caught in Krabby's pincers, producing a sharp cry of pain. Use Water Gun to defeat it. Heiyu's voice rang coldly. Krabby summoned a torrent of water that enveloped its body, culminating in a powerful charge towards the nearby Urshifu. With a resounding impact, Urshifu was sent flying, landing in the center of the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Heiyu held his breath, while even the onlooker, Xiaoyao, appeared tense, fixated on the center of the arena. Urshifu lay unconscious, its eyes swirling in defeat. With Urshifu unable to continue, the gym trainer was prompted to release their second Pokémon. The referee waved a flag, announcing the result of the match. Qianli withdrew the unconscious Urshifu into its Pokeball. An excellent performance by Krabby. The speed of your Bubble Beam was remarkable, and the strength of your pincers was truly impressive. Moreover, Heiyu, your judgment of the entire battle was astonishing, far beyond that of a novice trainer. Qianli exhibited no signs of defeat, but rather praised Heiyu continuously. As a gym trainer, it was his duty to cultivate the next generation for the league. Therefore, he selected Pokémon that matched Heiyu's level. Heiyu, understanding this, humbly replied, Thank you, Mr. Qianli. However, all credit goes to Krabby's own efforts. I cannot take any accolades. Heiyu then shifted the conversation. Moreover, Mr. Qianli, you have yet to unleash your full strength, have you not? Heiyu was acutely aware that this battle was merely a training exercise. Urshifu likely wouldn't even make it into Qianli's second or third team. Qianli smiled subtly, thinking, this Heiyu is indeed a promising talent, exhibiting no faults in speech or action. As the two exchanged compliments, Xiaoyao and Mizuko in the spectator area engaged in lively discussion. I've never heard Dad speak so highly of a trainer before, Xiaoyao remarked, her little hands propping up her chin, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Heiyu in the arena. Mizuko wore a gentle smile, replying, Xiaoyao, you must learn well. This is the first challenge since our gym's establishment. It holds great significance. The mother and daughter duo were intently focused on the unfolding battle. The next Pokémon shall be you, Apom. Qianli tossed out a Pokeball, and in a flash of white light, an energetic monkey appeared on the field. The referee waved the flag, inquiring, "Does the challenger wish to switch Pokémon?" Heiyu, noting Qianli had finally unleashed one of his signature Pokémon, felt a serious pressure mounting. "Return, Krabby. It's time for you, Carvania, to step up." Heiyu decided to conserve Krabby's stamina, as it had expended considerable energy with its recent moves. Releasing Carvania would allow it to acclimate to the terrestrial battle. Sure enough, Carvania, newly released, felt as if it had entered a steam room, discomfort radiating throughout its body. It could only hover just above the ground, seeking cooler air, hoping to find some humid relief. "Apom, bulk up," Qianli commanded decisively, prompting Apom to enhance its physical prowess in preparation for the impending clash. Upon receiving the order, Apom grew lively, as it was inherently an energetic Pokémon, now bouncing around in excitement. "Carvania," you screeched to interrupt. Heiyu, alarmed by Apom's transformation, hastily commanded Carvania to employ its screech move, attempting to disrupt Apom's enhancement process. Carvania opened its mouth, releasing a shrill, piercing sound that caused discomfort to all within earshot. However, Apom remained unfazed, its muscles taut and fur bristling, as if to challenge its adversary. As time passed, Apom's body began to glow a deep crimson, the effect of bulk up manifesting. "Carvania, don't stop. Keep using screech," Heiyu urged anxiously. Carvania once again opened its mouth, producing an even louder screech, this sound more jarring than before, prompting Xiaoao to cover her ears in discomfort. Yet Apom stood resolute, having fully adapted to the cacophony, maintaining its enhanced state. At last, Apom completed its bulk-up process, its physique becoming more robust, muscle definition more pronounced, with both attack and defense significantly elevated. Chapter 24. Kingler, this is troublesome, Heiyu thought, observing the invigorated Apom, feeling a tingle of apprehension. Apom, use step-by-step break. As anticipated, Qianli commanded the attack, and the powerful arms of the agile ape propelled it swiftly across the ground, landing directly before the toothfish. Heiyu urgently instructed, "Toothfish, utilize water jet to escape." The toothfish swiftly gathered water, shooting forth like a cannonball, darting around the arena at incredible speed. Heiyu continued to direct the toothfish to evade the relentless assaults, attempting to buy time. Qianli keenly sensed the shift in the toothfish's velocity and mused to himself, "It seems intent on stalling to maximize toothfish's acceleration, does it?" The agile ape, inherently a raucous Pokémon, grew increasingly agitated after several failed attempts to land a hit. Observing the toothfish's slippery movements, it pounded its chest in frustration, letting out a furious roar. "Calm down, agile ape, use rock block," Qianli commanded calmly. The agile ape harnessed its rock energy, forming stones which it hurled towards the toothfish. As expected, the rock block curtailed the toothfish's speed, littering the arena with rocks that hindered its escape. "Now, charge in and use Thunder Punch." The agile ape's fists crackled with electricity, surging with power before striking towards the toothfish with a thunderous force. Toothfish, employ Psychic Fangs. Given the rocky terrain surrounding the toothfish, evasion was no longer feasible, and Heiyu decided to confront the challenge head-on. It was a desperate gamble. The toothfish, leveraging its innate speed, launched a swift and fierce attack, its pink fangs shimmering into view. However, the electric type's advantage over water proved overwhelming, as the agile ape's might far exceeded that of the toothfish. Although the toothfish resisted valiantly against the thunder punch, it was unprepared for the agile ape's other hand to strike. "Agile ape, execute stepwise break," Qianli declared confidently. The agile ape delivered a crushing blow with its other fist, sending the toothfish flying. The toothfish, struggling to rise with its last ounce of strength, succumbed to unconsciousness, its eyes swirling. The referee promptly announced, "Toothfish is unable to continue. The challenger may release their second Pokémon." Heiyu stared blankly at the scene, retrieving the toothfish into its Pokeball, murmuring, "You did well, toothfish. Rest assured, your efforts shall not be in vain." Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the agile ape on the field, narrowing his eyes as he slowly produced another Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed the Lobster Soldier once more. "Lobster Soldier, I entrust you once again." The released Lobster Soldier appeared noticeably revitalized. Haha. It waved its pincers excitedly, emitting an invigorating cry. The lobster soldier showed no signs of retreat. Lobster soldier, use bubble beam. The lobster soldier unleashed a barrage of bubbles, transforming them into a streak of light that charged toward the agile ape. Take it head on. The agile ape refused to flinch, raising its arms to absorb the impact of the attack. Use Shadow Ball, Qianli commanded, arms crossed. While normal-type Pokémon may lack type advantages, their vast skill pool was formidable. The agile ape conjured a dark sphere and launched it like a basketball, sending a meteor-like projectile hurtling towards the lobster soldier. Seeing the devastating potential of the attack, Heiyu exclaimed, "This is bad." Lobster soldier, quickly deploy Protect. The protective shield sprang into action, but the Shadow Ball, still potent, erupted in a cloud of smoke, engulfing the arena. Now unleash Flamethrower across the field. Qianli commanded decisively. A fiery pillar swept through the smoke, and the anguished cries of the lobster soldier echoed amidst the chaos. Standing outside the arena, Heiyu felt increasingly anxious and instructed, "Lobster soldier, wrap yourself in water veil to prevent the flames from penetrating." The hissing sound of steam filled the air as the water vaporized upon contact with the intense heat. This flamethrower is truly formidable. Heiyu wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure mount. As the smoke began to clear, the lobster soldier stood resiliently at the center of the arena, its gaze unwavering. Although it bore numerous scars and singes, its formidable pincers remained intact. Just as Heiyu worried, a brilliant white light erupted from the lobster soldier, signaling its evolution. Heiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly filled with joy. Qianli, witnessing the transformation, ordered the agile ape to cease its assault. According to League regulations, Pokémon were not to be disturbed during evolution. In the spectator stance, Xiao Yao jumped with excitement, applauding and cheering, initially concerned that her older brother might lose, but now sensing the tides turning in their favor. "Big brother, go for it. Defeat Dad," she shouted with youthful enthusiasm. Hearing her words, Qianli's mouth twitched slightly, feeling as though something within him had shattered. As time passed, the white light gradually faded, revealing a striking lobster Pokémon before Heiyu. Compared to its previous form, the newly evolved Iron Claw lobster appeared more fearsome and striking, adorned with a pentagram atop its head and boasting mightier pincers. "Iron Claw lobster," Heiyu exclaimed joyfully. The Iron Claw lobster let out a powerful cry, its pincers swinging with a glimmer of shell blades appearing. "It's the shell blade move," Heiyu declared excitedly. "Iron Claw lobster, charge in and use shell blade." With renewed confidence, Heiyu commanded his Pokémon into close combat. With an impressive physical attack stat of 120, combined with its adaptability and type bonuses, he pondered whether the agile ape could withstand such an onslaught. "Agile ape, unleash chaos." Qianli issued his final command, knowing well that this move would plunge his Pokémon into a frenzied state. Yet, without hesitation, the resolute demeanor of a gym leader shone through. The Iron Claw lobster wielded its proud pincers, unleashing a relentless torrent of water-powered assaults towards the agile ape, each strike infused with tremendous force and aggression, compelling the agile ape to respond with all its might. Unyielding, the agile ape swung its powerful arms wildly, as if in a frenzy, its attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Disregarding all defensive instincts, consumed solely by the desire for victory and the thrill of battle. Just pincers. This electrifying close-quarters clash ultimately culminated in a resounding roar from the Iron Claw lobster. The battered agile ape collapsed slowly, panting heavily, while the Iron Claw lobster stood proudly in the arena's light, its pentagram aglow with brilliance. Chapter 25. The scale badge with the agile ape rendered unable to continue. The Iron Claw lobster triumphed, declaring Heiyu the victor. The referee raised a red flag to announce the result. Heiyu gazed at the Iron Claw lobster with a sense of gratitude, stating, "You've worked hard, Iron Claw lobster. Return and rest well." He retrieved his Pokédex from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Iron Claw lobster, the rogue Pokémon, water dark type, evolved from lobster soldier, known for its irritable temperament, often instigating battles. The ponds inhabited by Iron Claw lobsters are devoid of other creatures, rendering them solitary. Its ability is adaptability, gender, male, height, 1.3 meters. Weight, 40 kilograms, with attributes far exceeding its peers, demonstrating exceptional growth. The techniques mastered include high-speed star, clamp, glare, bubble beam, harden, bubble, protect, double hit, knock off, critical hit, shell blade, water jet, and dragon dance. Heiyu gazed at the displayed data of the iron claw lobster and remarked, "We've known each other for a year now. And you finally evolved. This star-shaped creature looks quite impressive." While the iron claw lobster might appear fierce to outsiders, to Heiyu, it was undeniably stylish. At that moment, Qianli approached leisurely, saying, "Congratulations, Heiyu. This is proof of your victory over me, the Libra badge." Heiyu accepted the badge, resembling a balance scale, yet somewhat akin to a dumbbell. Feeling a surge of joy, with a slight smile, he murmured, "This is my first badge." Qianli observed the exceptional young man before him and grew increasingly fond of him, deciding to impart some wisdom. As a gym leader, the message I wish to convey to challengers is the importance of balanced development. While most people will tell you to focus on each Pokémon's strengths and avoid their weaknesses, I personally prefer to cultivate Pokémon through a balanced approach. By honing a Pokémon's shortcomings to a strength comparable to its advantages, one can achieve a flawless and impeccable skill set. Qianli's words left a profound impact on Heiyu. Big brother, you won. You actually defeated Dad. That's amazing." Little Yao came running with her short legs, her sparkling eyes blinking in admiration at Heiyu. Heiyu felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself, "This little girl probably believes I truly defeated Mr. Qianli," unaware that it was merely a challenge match, essentially a guidance battle. If it came to a real fight, with Qianli's strength, only an Elite Four member might stand a chance. Feeling a bit awkward, Qianli watched his daughter celebrate Heiyu's victory while neglecting to console him. Though he maintained a smiling facade, his heart ached. "Heiyu, immersing oneself in Pokémon training is a formidable path. I hope to see your presence in the league competitions in the future," Qianli said solemnly. Heiyu bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qianli." "No need to thank me. Remember to register at the gym's front desk," Qianli replied, briefly instructing little Yao before turning to leave. With the new gym constructed, a myriad of tedious tasks awaited him, causing this battle enthusiast to feel overwhelmed. "Congratulations, Trainer Heiyu. Your battle record and video have been uploaded to the League database. You can view them anytime in your identity card or Pokédex," the front desk staff affirmed respectfully after a brief confirmation. Heiyu held the badge above his head, its Libra badge radiating a captivating glow under the light. "This first badge shall mark the beginning of my conquest of the League," Heiyu thought, invigorated. To challenge the League, one must collect 8 badges. However, the Hoenn League boasts far more than just 8 gyms. There are over 20, some of which remain unofficial. After exiting the gym, Heiyu hurried toward the Pokémon Center, relieved that the two buildings were not far apart, both situated in the city center. "Miss Joy, I would like to request your assistance," Heiyu said earnestly. His Liofish had sustained considerable damage from the hyperactive monkey and remained unconscious in its Pokeball. The Iron Claw lobster also bore minor injuries and, having just evolved, needed time to adapt to its new form, so he entrusted both to Nurse Joy for treatment. "Don't worry, Heiyu. Your Pokemon are in good hands," Nurse Joy assured him, her tone as gentle as ever, while a nearby Chansey clapped its small hands. Heiyu sat in the lobby, reflecting on his combat shortcomings. Reviewing one's performance is essential for becoming a formidable trainer. He pondered, is this the balanced development philosophy of Mr. Qianli? Before long, Nurse Joy emerged, showcasing the benefits of being a recognized league trainer, receiving priority treatment. One could observe countless injured Pokémon waiting patiently. Even as others cut in line, they dared not speak up. The rules set by the league were not to be challenged. Has it evolved into an Iron Claw lobster so soon? Its shell's hardness and size indicate excellent development. It seems Heiyu is indeed a prodigy, Nurse Joy contemplated. Let us upload its family data. We shall assess its potential for future recruitment based on family directives. She silently noted Heiyu's name and relayed the information to the Joy family. Should they determine Heiyu to possess recruitment value, they might consider arranging a marriage between him and a distant relative of the Joy family, a strategy to attract talented trainers. Regardless of the implications, this remains a dream for many male trainers. "Big brother, Dad is so useless, getting defeated by you so easily." In the backyard of the Orange Blossom Gym, little Yao held Heiyu's finger as they strolled through the bamboo grove. Heiyu turned back to glance at the gym, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Little Yao, it's not nice to speak ill of your father. That's not how good children behave." "Oh, then I won't say it." Little Yao pouted, her frustration evident. She felt upset that her parents were always busy. Since moving to the Hoenn region, only Big Brother had kept her company. "Big brother, When I embark on my journey in the future, I want to be as strong as you. How about we travel together then? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, making it difficult for Heiyu to refuse. Heiyu affectionately ruffled her hair, replying gently, "Sure, but I wonder which Pokémon you will choose as your starter?" Little Yao seemed momentarily stumped by the question and began counting on her fingers. Torchic seems nice, Mudkip is quite cute, and Trico is a bit aloof, which I don't really like. Heiyu couldn't help but smirk at her response, as expected of the only daughter of a gym leader. "So you're only considering the starter trio and haven't thought of any other Pokémon? How bold." He subtly offered some advice. While Trico may not fit a girl's aesthetic, its overgrow ability is quite impressive. Mudkip has a solid advantage in typing, and its final evolution, Swampert, only has a 4 times weakness to grass. As for Torchic, if it has the speed boost ability, it would be simply perfect. Little Yao listened intently, having never realized there was so much to consider when selecting a Pokémon. She merely thought Torchic looked pretty. Her admiration for Heiyu deepened further. "Big brother is indeed amazing. A speed boost Torchic, huh?" Little Yao murmured, the seeds of ambition beginning to take root in her heart. Chapter 26. Investment. Recently, new constructions have been rising in Orange Blossom City, the most noteworthy being the Orange Blossom Gym. Many wealthy businessmen flock to invest here, all due to Qianli. The economic benefits of an officially recognized gym are truly staggering. Over the past few days, Little Yao often dragged Heiyu to tour the gym, and it was hard for him to refuse the requests of an adorable 3-year-old girl. Big brother, look. This is the Pokémon greenhouse Dad is planning to build. It can mimic various jungle ecosystems, perfect for the family of hyperactive monkeys." Little Yu chattered away as they strolled through the gym's corridors, pointing at the glass doors. The greenhouse, occupying a third of the gym, simulated the wild environment as best as possible, housing numerous Pokémon, most of whom were normal types, lazy otters, hyperactive monkeys, and even a slaking. Through the transparent glass, Heiyu observed countless rare Pokémon, with the most striking being a Sloth King. He couldn't help but think, it is said that Mr. Qianli's ace is a Sloth King that has shed its lazy traits. Xiaoyao, perceptively sensing her older brother's envious gaze, innocently remarked, "Big brother, do you want a Pokémon from inside? I can ask my father to give you one." Heiyu was taken aback by her words, quickly denying, No, I just think that creating such a temperature-controlled environment must cost quite a bit." Heiyu hurriedly refuted, not wanting Mr. Qianli to mistake him for a greedy individual who approached Xiaoyao solely for selfish gains. Reputation, he mused, is of paramount importance. "What? Mr. Qianli, you say you want to invest in me?" Heiyu rushed over, only to be met with astonishing news. Mr. Qianli stated solemnly, "To be precise, it is an investment from the dojo on your behalf. In this world, those family powers that have stood for decades or even centuries are not foolish. They understand that it is challenging to sustain their family's glory solely on their own. Therefore, it is common to support civilian trainers who lack aristocratic backgrounds. These trainers are more than willing to accept such support, knowing that they will owe a favor in return once they become powerful. You need not feel pressured. This is merely a standard exchange of interests. You are trading a small portion of your future benefits for significant advantages today." Mr. Qianli's words elucidated the truth behind investments. Heiyu glanced at the papers in Mr. Qianli's hand, realizing they must be his evaluation report. Indeed, upon receiving the report from Mr. Qianli, Heiyu clearly saw his past documented within. The identity that Madame Meta had procured was remarkably discreet, even eluding the dojo's scrutiny. Heiyu casually perused the evaluation report, which recorded his background as the child of a guardian of the League and boldly assessed his potential as well. Exceptional talent, keen intellect, with a certain aptitude for breeding. Heiyu silently reflected on his evaluation. The benefits of the investment were equally enticing. A fixed annual breeding fund of 50 league coins. Though this sum may seem modest, the essence of investment lies in casting a wide net. Should Heiyu demonstrate his value and talent in the future, further investments would follow. Additionally, he would have access to some of the dojo's literature, including knowledge that the League has sealed away. And he would have the opportunity to select a Pokémon of outstanding quality from the dojo's hatchery. Beyond these primary benefits, there were also various minor privileges and rewards. However, there were numerous responsibilities to fulfill. Should he gain fame, he would need to promote the Orange Blossom Dojo and represent it in competitions. In summary, while there were many duties to undertake, most were contingent on future promises, which were of little concern at present. Sitting up straight, Mr. Chinley advised, with your talent. You might receive investments from other factions in the future, but remember not to be greedy. An ordinary trainer should accept no more than 2 or 3 investments, as each family faction has its own rivalries and interests. If 2 factions harbor animosity towards one another, would you remain neutral or favor one side? After listening to Mr. Qianli's words, Heiyu gradually solidified his resolve. What he truly valued was not the money or high-quality Pokémon, but the opportunity to freely explore the dojo's library and the potential to elevate his status within the league. Money can be earned, and Pokémon can be captured again, but knowledge monopolized by powerful factions, once missed, may never be accessible again. Mr. Qianli, I appreciate your recognition, and I am willing to sign this investment contract and fulfill the corresponding responsibilities, Heiyu stated earnestly. Mr. Qianli, delighted to hear this, replied, Haha, splendid. Heiyu, not only are you the first trainer to challenge the dojo, but you are also the first to accept an investment. You are truly destined to be with the Orange Blossom Dojo. Mr. Qianli looked over Heiyu with increasing fondness, noting his poise, strategic thinking, innate talent, and humility. With years of experience, Mr. Qianli discerned that Heiyu was not a mere ordinary individual, but rather a hidden gem. Upon securing the investment, Mr. Qianli promptly contacted the dojo staff to elevate Heiyu's trainer privileges. This upgrade allowed Heiyu to enjoy greater discounts when purchasing league items and provided him with additional benefits in certain areas. For instance, he would receive free passage on ships every 3 years and annual provisions of Pokémon food, among various other perks. While these benefits may seem trivial individually, their cumulative value was significant. This is the login password for our Orange Blossom Dojo's library database. You can access and borrow books directly through the Pokédex. Mr. Qianli handed over a note with a slight smile. Heiyu's eyes lit up as he eagerly entered the password, accessing the dojo's library. In an instant, his Pokédex experienced a momentary lag as countless volumes of knowledge flooded into it. Heiyu was elated, as the vast majority of this knowledge was entirely new to him, even unheard of. Heiyu, I know you have an interest in breeding, but your timing in battle is unparalleled. You possess great talent in Pokémon battles, and I hope you can make wise choices. Mr. Qianli imparted this rare piece of heartfelt advice, instantly awakening Heiyu's awareness. Madame Meta had also previously shared similar wisdom. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Breeding is merely a means for me to earn wealth. It is a skill I learned to facilitate my training of Pokémon. Only by constantly growing stronger can I reach the pinnacle. Heiyu reminded himself, vowing not to become immersed in breeding, but to maintain a balance between the 2 professions of breeder and trainer. Chapter 27. A new partner. The hatchery contained a fresh batch of Pokémon, all of the normal type, which is the dojo's specialty. Of course, if you wish to select a Pokémon hatchling or observe them up close, you may enter the temperature-controlled room and choose one, as long as the Pokémon is willing to accompany you. Mr. Qianli led Heiyu into the dojo's confidential area, where high-quality Pokémon awaited, coveted by outsiders. Even the most ordinary of Pokémon, such as a Snivy, boasted staggering qualifications, with none being lower than having inherited moves. Heiyu walked past rows of Pokémon eggs, each marked with the Pokémon's name, as well as the strength and general information of both parents. Before birth, a Pokémon's qualifications could not be assessed. Only the levels of the parents could provide a rough estimate. The further into the room, the higher the quality of the Pokémon and the rarer their categories became. Mr. Qianli took out his identification card and swiped it to unlock the hatchery door. Heiyu gazed at the neatly arranged Pokémon eggs, the vast majority being milky white, a distinct characteristic of normal-type Pokémon eggs. Pidgey, Rattata, Jigglypuff, Meowth, Farfetch'd, Lickitung, Snorlax, Tauros, Ditto, Eevee, Snorlax, Sentret, Ambipom, Trapinch, Teddiursa, and Blissey. Heiyu was increasingly astonished. Not only were there Pokémon from the Hoenn region, but also from Kanto, Johto, and even Sinnoh. The variety was immense, and moreover, the qualifications of these Pokémon were likely to be impressive, as he observed that none of the parents had levels below 40. According to genetic principles, these Pokémon eggs were not expected to have poor qualifications. After examining all the Pokémon eggs, Heiyu keenly noticed a small door in the corner. Mr. Qianli, is there more inside? Heiyu inquired with curiosity. Qianli responded with a hint of significance. The spirits within are classified secrets of the gym, not for you to select at this moment. However, if you wish to take a look, I can show you around, but you must sign a confidentiality agreement. Sensing the atmosphere becoming serious, Qianli quickly lightened the mood with a jest. Of course, if you aspire to become a champion in the future, I could gift you one of the spirit eggs from within. Heiyu calmed himself as he examined the various spirit eggs, comparing their merits while contemplating the future development of his team. This little Snorlax is quite impressive. Its father is a level 70 champion spirit, suggesting outstanding genetic lineage. The Chansey is also admirable, an excellent choice for support, second only to the nearly unattainable Happiny. Heiyu felt increasingly conflicted, akin to a famished individual faced with a lavish feast, unsure of what to select. Qianli interjected appropriately. Heiyu, regarding team composition, the league primarily categorizes into two styles, specialization and hybrid. The specialization style means capturing spirits of the same attribute within a team, allowing for focused training on a single attribute, saving considerable effort and thought. Conversely, the hybrid style entails capturing spirits of varying attributes, requiring more time and resources to understand. Those who choose this path are either exceptionally skilled or lack proficiency in trainer knowledge. Both styles have their pros and cons. The former can be easily countered while the latter is more diverse. After absorbing Qianli's explanation, Heiyu lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he abruptly raised his gaze, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qianli. I shall choose EV, as I prefer to specialize in dark types. Qianli's eyes sparkled with surprise. Through Heiyu's two spirits, he surmised that Heiyu likely favored the specialization style. Not water-type specialization, but dark type? How unexpected. Initially, Qianli had assumed, based on Heiyu's two spirits, the Krabby and the Carvanya, that he was inclined towards water types, as it seemed reasonable for a child raised on a solitary island to master water attributes. Heiyu cradled the selected EV egg, deliberately choosing a female. This was not due to any particular preference, but simply because of its rarity. The male-to-female ratio of EV is an astonishing 1:7. Moreover, research indicates that to enhance EV's intimacy and facilitate its evolution into either Espion or Umbreon, it is best to choose a spirit of the opposite gender to the trainer, thereby fostering greater closeness. This is not mere conjecture from Heiyu, but a well-documented fact, a delightful tidbit about EV. Is this EV? Quite splendid. It can hatch here in the gym. We have nutrient solutions for newborn spirits that can slightly enhance their potential. Upon witnessing Heiyu's decision, Qianli felt a sense of satisfaction and extended further assistance. Heiyu then signed a rather intricate confidentiality agreement and followed Qianli through a mysterious small door. Come with me. In the future, when you become a champion, your spirit may very well be among them. Qianli jested cheerfully. As Heiyu entered, he was immediately enveloped by a subtle fragrance pervading the room. This was the cleansing aroma produced by the Lorena family of the Unova League, beneficial for spirit eggs and newborn spirits. Qianli, noticing Heiyu's intrigue, offered a brief explanation. The room was exceptionally spacious, surrounded by pale pink walls and adorned with sophisticated machines, all designed to safeguard the 6 spirit eggs at the center. All of these eggs have been meticulously selected by me, even for my own selection. I must declare to the League, as they are classified as strategic resources. Among these 6 eggs, only the lazy otter egg is my ace, the descendant of my sloth king, which I can allocate. The rest are all supported by the League, and I currently owe a substantial loan to them. Qianli spoke with a hint of wry humor. Despite his esteemed position as a gym leader, he bore many burdens. Heiyu's attention was wholly captured by the 6 spirit eggs. One resembled a doll, while another was akin to a Happiny egg. Both were coveted support spirits, predominantly monopolized by the Joy family, making their appearance here quite surprising. The rarest among them was likely the lazy otter, which, like Qianli's sloth king, might overcome its lazy trait. Heiyu was uncertain whether Qianli's sloth king was a result of rigorous training or innate talent, yet he allowed himself to speculate and fantasize. Observing Heiyu's envious gaze, Qianli chuckled heartily. There's no need to envy these high-potential spirits. Potential is merely a stepping stone. True strength comes from postnatal training. Heiyu acknowledged the truth in Qianli's words, yet could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The foundation of most formidable factions lies in their unique training methodologies for specific spirits, a legacy passed down through generations, nearly inaccessible to ordinary trainers. Take, for instance, the water attribute training methods of the Cerulean Gym. They are the cornerstone of its establishment. Each year, how many high-potential rock-type spirits flow from the Pewter Gym? Yet, Have you ever witnessed the cultivation secrets for rock-type spirits emerging from the pewter gym? Even if a common trainer acquires a high-potential spirit without exceptional training methods, they will inevitably find themselves stagnated at a certain stage, unable to progress. After reflecting on these thoughts, Heiyu bid farewell to Qianli. Night had fallen, and it was time for him to return and rest. Chapter 28. The mysterious water droplet. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Heiyu slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he discovered that 50 credits had been deposited into his league account. The EV egg was set to hatch in approximately 16 hours, so he decided against further outdoor adventures. Contemplating his next steps, Heiyu retrieved his Pokédex and perused the internal information on the Orange Blossom Gym, uncovering a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to him. How surprising that the ink flower can be utilized in this manner. The wind pressure flower combined with morning dew can create a potion to attract flying-type spirits. This is the learning material for Dragon Dance. Heiyu eagerly perused these invaluable documents, which opened his eyes to a new world. As if he had entered an entirely different realm, Heiyu immersed himself in the content, greedily absorbing each word and phrase, feeling the power and wisdom they contained. The power of knowledge is indeed magnificent. Time slipped away unnoticed as Heiyu became lost in this sea of information. Only at noon, when the sunlight streamed through the window, did he suddenly awaken. It appears that accepting investment was indeed a wise choice. Had I been exploring alone, I would have never encountered this monopolized knowledge. Heiyu found the method to learn Dragon Dance, which filled him with delight, for although his Krabby had inherited Dragon Dance, it had always eluded mastery, leaving him with a lingering frustration. Now, he finally had the opportunity to resolve it. First, he needed to copy the instructional video on Pokémon. There are numerous methods to learn Dragon Dance, but the most straightforward is the segment narrated by a Dragonite. Although he could not comprehend the spirit's words, his Kingler certainly could. Additionally, he needed to concoct a potion to enhance Dragon-type bloodlines, requiring materials such as the scales of a Gyarados, the fur of a Zubat, and the blood of a Dragonair. Heiyu instantly felt the weight of pressure. These Dragon-type materials are often the most expensive within their category. Stretching lazily, I stepped out of my room and made my way to the Elven restaurant, where I ordered a complimentary meal and began to relish the delectable flavors. Oh, a new shop has opened on the nearby street, rumored to sell an array of delightful goods, including elven artifacts. Is it true? Could they possibly have an artifact craftsman in their midst? I am uncertain, but I have heard that this afternoon they put a mysterious water droplet up for sale, said to amplify power by over 10. As Heiyu listened to the discussions around him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The mysterious water droplet, the artifact craftsman. These two unfamiliar terms sent a jolt through him. Had he not perused those documents earlier that morning, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of artifact craftsmen. An artifact craftsman is but one of many professions, yet it appears far more enigmatic and rarer than that of a nurturer. Currently, the realm of elven artifact crafting is principally divided into two schools. The first employs various rare minerals and machinery for production, a method predominantly adopted by numerous companies and factions. While this approach conserves materials and enables rapid, mass production, it is limited to creating items such as charcoal and the mysterious water droplet, items that enhance attributes. Special artifacts like the Life Pearl, Toxic Pearl, First Strike Claw, and Momentum Band remain beyond their reach. In ancient times, many years ago, artifact craftsmen were referred to as alchemists, as a profession that has been passed down for millennia. It is said they can utilize parts from elves to create artifacts. They possess knowledge of crafting certain obscure items, yet this group is generally characterized by their reclusive nature. After all, the League prohibits the clandestine trade of elven corpses, and such a publicly condemned act often forces them into hiding within the mountains, rarely revealing themselves. If two nurturers were to meet, they would undoubtedly discuss their knowledge and exchange recipes for energy cubes, forging deep friendships. Conversely, if two alchemists encountered one another, they would strive to eliminate each other, vying for control over each other's crafting techniques. Thus, the number of artifact craftsmen continues to dwindle. As they are a profession that places immense value on the inheritance of their craft, they regard the master-disciple bond as more significant than blood relations. The mysterious water droplet? It perfectly suits my iron claw lobster. I must take a look. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of money, Heiyu found his wallet pleasantly plump, and encountering a mysterious water droplet was an opportunity he could not forego. With the establishment of the gym, this city has truly flourished. And hey, you could distinctly feel the bustling crowd at the Pokémon Center. The buildings outside were rapidly rising, each more varied than the last. After swiftly finishing his lunch, he exited the Pokémon Center in haste, following the guidance of the Pokédex towards the newly opened elven shop. Are all these people here to purchase the mysterious water droplet? Upon entering, he discovered a throng of customers. After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on him that the Hoenn region is indeed abundant in water, with many thriving cities situated along the coast. The closer one gets to inland cities, the more impoverished they become, with only the city of Heiyu, built near a dead volcano, standing out as a notable inland city. Consequently, water-type Pokémon are quite popular here. Goodness. The mysterious water droplet that amplifies power by 10 is priced at 100 league coins, equivalent to half the cost of a starter Pokémon. Although Heiyu had anticipated a high price, he had not expected it to be so exorbitant. No wonder so many were gazing longingly at the mysterious water droplet displayed in the shop, yet not a single person had made a purchase. Only a select few trainers could afford the 100 coins. After calculating his current funds, Heiyu found that he could buy it and still have some left for emergencies. Damn it, I'll buy it. Apologies, dear customer, but this mysterious water droplet is for display only, not for sale, a store clerk stated flatly. Heiyu's expression turned peculiar, and he inwardly cursed. Those around him were unfazed. Others had attempted to purchase the mysterious water droplet only to be met with the same refusal. This was the shop's tactic, using the allure of a rare item to attract customers and boost sales of ordinary goods. It must be said that this strategy is indeed effective, as items like energy cubes and herbal fruits were selling quite well. Just as Heiyu, overwhelmed with disappointment, was preparing to purchase some mundane materials and head home, he suddenly recalled the league privileges bestowed upon him by the master of the 1,000-Li Pavilion yesterday. Mr. Qianli had mentioned that he could receive preferential treatment in certain places. Perhaps this shop would be one of them? With a sense of cautious optimism, Heiyu requested the clerk to summon the store owner and presented his league privileges from the Pokédex. Oh, dear customer, there is no need to discuss whether we would sell it or not. We shall offer it to you at a 10 discount. The shop owner beamed, eagerly packaging the mysterious water droplet into an exquisite gift box. As Heiyu watched the smiling proprietor, he recalled the clerk's earlier impatience, and a wry smile tugged at his lips, leaving him speechless. It seems this league privilege is indeed a remarkable asset. Merely a minor elevation has resulted in such a stark difference. Heiyu began to suspect that the greatest benefit of the investment contract he had signed was the enhancement of his privileges. The League's established privilege system bears a resemblance to the feudal systems of ancient times. It is no wonder that the League appears indifferent to the lives of ordinary people, with such a robust and meticulous system in place. They need not fear any uprising akin to that of Huang Chao. If the direct line is akin to the nobility of yore, then the League's common residents resemble the common folk of the past. Thus, the elevation of privileges is akin to the promotion of noble titles. What an absurd world this is, Heiyu thought, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, he did not condemn this system. After all, he currently benefits from it, and no one wishes to undermine their own interests. Naturally, had he chosen to remain a part of the dark organization rather than becoming an esteemed league trainer, his perspective might have been entirely different. In that case, he might have even admired Huang Chao, contemplating a rebellion. Humans are inherently selfish. It is a fundamental flaw of our species. Chapter 29. Farewell beneath the setting sun. Come, Iron Claw Lobster, absorb this within. In the room of the Pokémon Center, Heiyu carefully extracted the pendant-like mysterious water droplet from the exquisite gift box. As the mysterious water droplet slowly approached the Iron Claw Lobster, a powerful suction drew it from Heiyu's grasp and into the lobster's body. The Iron Claw Lobster emitted a contented sound, its fierce gaze narrowing instinctively. With the water attribute power amplified by 10, the damage of its shell blade would be explosive. Heiyu envisioned the moment the Iron Claw Lobster would master the crab hammer. Ding, ding, ding. The Pokédex rang unexpectedly. Upon opening it, Heiyu exclaimed, "EV is about to hatch." He hurriedly dashed out of the Pokémon Center, racing toward the Changhua Gym, unable to conceal his joy. In the hatching room, Heiyu eagerly watched the Pokémon egg before him, which was on the verge of breaking open, while Xiao Yao, beside him, stared with wide eyes. Unable to contain her curiosity, this was her first time witnessing a Pokémon hatching. Big Brother is wonderful, Xiao Yao thought blissfully to herself. Suddenly, The Pokémon egg in the incubator emitted a burst of white light. Crack. Cracks began to appear on the egg, spreading gradually. Pop. A fluffy little head poked out from the shell, cautiously exploring the new world around it. "Hello there, little one," Black Feather greeted warmly, his small hand instinctively reaching out to stroke the head of the creature. Eevee shrank back timidly, its fluffy ears folding down, but upon sensing no malice, they perked up once more. With wide, glistening eyes, it cautiously explored the world outside its eggshell. Leaning closer to Black Feather's palm, it wrinkled its tiny nose, sniffing his fingers before extending its tiny tongue to taste. "How salty." Black Feather chuckled. "You see, little one, humans do sweat, hence the saltiness." He cradled the small EV in his hand, while the other hand gently groomed its messy, damp fur. Feeling the warmth of the palm, Eevee nestled comfortably, emitting soft, contented sounds. Newly hatched Pokémon are often quite sleepy, and soon enough, little Eevee lay back in Black Feather's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. "Eevee is so adorable." Xiaoyao watched enviously from the side, her eyes sparkling. As the eggshell shattered and Eevee peeked out, Xiaoyao's tiny hands unconsciously clenched in excitement. She resolved silently that she too would capture an EV in the future. Black Feather took Eevee to the Pokémon Center for a thorough examination of the newly born creature. Only after confirming everything was in order did he feel a sense of relief. Eevee possessed the ability adaptability and had inherited two skills, yawn and wish. Watching Black Feather leave, Joylin mused. Has he evolved his Kingler and captured yet another Eevee? It seems to have considerable potential, likely obtained from the Orange Blossom Gem. It appears he has accepted investment. I wonder when news from his family will arrive. Being backed by the Orange Blossom Gem already attests to Black Feather's potential. And Joylin felt a sense of urgency not to let such a talent slip through her fingers. After all, every genius discovered could bring her family's branch a certain degree of reward. "Miss Joy, could you assist me in treating my swallow?" A trainer approached for treatment, prompting Joylin to set aside her thoughts and resume her busy work. Over the next few days, Black Feather remained in the city, refraining from hastily venturing into the wilderness for tasks. During this time, little Eevee successfully transitioned through its infancy, thriving remarkably well thanks to the growth liquid provided by the Orange Blossom Gem. "It is time to depart. I have obtained the gym badge from Orange Blossom City, and my next destination is Canas City." Black Feather reflected on the considerable growth he had experienced during his time in Orange Blossom City, where his Krabby evolved into Kingler. His authority within the league had increased, and he had also captured a new partner in Eevee. With satisfaction, he packed all his belongings into his spatial backpack, glanced around the tidy room one last time, and resolutely left. Before departing, he felt it necessary to bid farewell to Mr. Qianli, Mrs. Mizuko, and Xiaoyao. After all, he was now nominally a beneficiary of the Orange Blossom Gem, considered somewhat of an insider. Outside the gym, Xiaoyu was no longer her usual vivacious self. Her face bore a sorrowful expression, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they could spill over at any moment. "Big brother, are you really leaving? Can't you stay and keep me company?" Xiaoyao's voice was heavy with disappointment and sadness. Being so young, she could not fully grasp the concept of parting and struggled to understand why her big brother had to leave so suddenly. Her innocent demeanor, combined with her effort to hold back tears, evoked a deep sense of compassion. She bit her lip tightly, trying to prevent her tears from flowing. Yet they continued to swell in her eyes, eventually cascading down her cheeks. "Xiaoyao, your big brother is going on a journey to collect badges and participate in the league competition. Remember to cheer for me in front of the television." Black Feather managed a strained smile, crouching down to pat Xiaoyao's head gently. "Mr. Qianli, Mrs. Mizuko, thank you for your care and guidance during this time. I have learned so much." Black Feather bowed solemnly to them. Mr. Qianli, taking the rare opportunity to see him off, remarked, "The gym in Canas City specializes in rock-type Pokémon, and with their former leader just retiring, the new one seems rather young. Given the type advantages of your Pokémon, you should be able to secure the gym badge with ease." Black Feather nodded appreciatively, then turned to Xiaoyao, asking if she had any parting words to share. "Big brother, this is a TM for the move harden that I borrowed from my dad's room. It should be useful for you." Xiaoyao presented a disc-like learning machine to him with a sense of pride. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Qianli's expressions darkened, their gazes towards Black Feather tinged with disapproval. All right, just take it," Mr. Qianli conceded generously. Though merely an ordinary TM, he figured he might as well gift it to Black Feather as an investment. Even with this reasoning, He felt a pang of discomfort. Why did his precious daughter become so attached to this boy? Was it merely due to a single act of saving her life? Unbeknownst to the battle-focused Mr. Chinley, he had already deprived Xiao Yao of many childhood experiences. Thank you, Mr. Chinley. In return, I have a rare herb I discovered in the wild. Black Feather retrieved a preserved star-patterned flower from his spatial backpack, which he had picked before rescuing Xiao Yao that day. Knowing Mr. Chinley would likely refuse it, he directly offered it to Xiao Yao. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, big brother. I will cherish it, Xiao Yao exclaimed, cradling the exquisite blue flower delicately in her hands. Black Feather slowly walked towards the city limits, waving goodbye. Chapter 30. Mossy Rocks. Route 104 in the Hoenn region is a north-south road. It connects Orange Blossom City to the east, Canaz City to the north, and the waterway of Route 105 to the south. This significant road divides the Orange Blossom Forest in two, bustling with adventure trainers traversing it daily. As Black Feather stepped out from the city, he strolled along this thoroughfare, accompanied by Kingler. The Orange Blossom Forest contained the elusive Shroomish. Though he had yet to encounter one, he pondered the veracity of the rumors circulating online. Using his Pokédex for navigation, he remained vigilant as Kingler scanned the surroundings for any wild Pokémon ambush. Prior to his departure, he had researched information regarding Route 104, where a recent discovery of Shroomish had garnered considerable attention. This rare and practical Pokémon was undoubtedly something Black Feather desired. The mushrooms on its body serve as a precious medicinal material, and it requires minimal care, thriving solely on decaying leaves and soil. Both its spore and effect spore abilities are regarded as top-tier characteristics. Spore, when attacked, there is a chance to leave the opponent in a state of paralysis, sleep, or poison. Effect spore, when poisoned, the Pokémon does not lose health from damage but instead converts it into healing. Black Feather quickened his pace, murmuring to himself. Shroomish typically appears in damp areas, especially after heavy rain. They tend to emerge in groups. Just as he was deep in thought, a boy in shorts suddenly leapt into the middle of the road. Hey, trainer of that Kingler. The boy, whose clothes were somewhat disheveled, yet whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, called out. Heiyu was startled by the shout, and, after regaining his composure, hesitantly pointed to himself, asking, Are you referring to me, little friend? Indeed. Are you bold enough to let your lobster minion battle against my sprite? The boy in shorts replied with a smirk. Heiyu suppressed a laugh and responded, Perhaps not. The disparity in our levels is far too great, and my sprite is not a mere lobster minion, but an evolved form, the Iron Claw lobster. The boy, feeling rejected, seemed to bristle with a mix of embarrassment and anger, his eyes betraying confusion as he appeared unfamiliar with the sprite. Humph, I see you lack the courage. Heiyu, recognizing the provocation, sighed, In a battle, there must be some stakes. What can you offer? This question appeared to leave the boy momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, I possess extensive knowledge about the Orange Blossom Forest and can share valuable information. Heiyu shrugged indifferently, replying, All right, if I lose, I will give you a box of energy cubes. At the mere mention of energy cubes, the boy's eyes lit up, and he promptly threw out a Pokeball. Come forth, spiny bug. Heiyu's Iron Claw lobster swiftly executed a clamp move, defeating the spiny bug in an instant. In return, Heiyu received the information he sought. Continuing on, he soon reached the northeastern corner of the Orange Blossom Forest, where a massive moss-covered rock stood. It was rumored that Eevee could evolve into Leafeon nearby, and a considerable crowd had gathered there. Heiyu pondered this information while a luxurious ball at his waist began to wobble, leading to the appearance of a fluffy Eevee at his feet. The little Eevee, seemingly aware of the discussion regarding its kind, eagerly emerged from the Pokeball. You wish to explore that rock? Heiyu hesitated but ultimately agreed, reasoning that his Eevee had yet to reach the evolution stage, so proximity would not trigger any reaction. The little Eevee joyfully wagged its tail and leapt into Heiyu's embrace, clearly fond of being held. I can't help but indulge you now, but once you grow up, that may change, Heiyu chuckled with a shake of his head. To quicken their pace, Heiyu retrieved a multifunctional folding mountain bike. Following the boy's directions to the northeastern corner, he soon arrived at the forest area, only to be met with a surprising sight. This place bore little resemblance to a forest. Instead, dozens of tents were set up, bustling with activity, an apparent campsite. Goodness, is this gathering for a festival? Heiyu stowed his bike in his backpack and counted, realizing that dozens of people had congregated here. His arrival naturally drew some attention, but most were preoccupied, as they had come primarily for the rare sprites of the orange blossom forest or the colossal moss rock itself. The little Eevee peeked out from Heiyu's chest, its bright eyes scanning the crowd. Look, others of my kind. Both Heiyu and the little Eevee noticed numerous other Eevees. Are they all here to evolve into Leafeon? Heiyu speculated internally. The little Eevee, delighted to see so many of its kin for the first time, forgot Heiyu's warnings and dashed toward the gathering, bouncing excitedly. Eevee, be careful, Heiyu called out anxiously as he hurried after it, only to be intercepted by a girl who exclaimed, "Oh, what an adorable Eevee." This sudden exclamation attracted many gazes. "Eevee, come back now," Heiyu said sternly. The little Eevee seemed oblivious to its trainer's irritation, merrily exploring its surroundings, filled with curiosity. "Is this your Eevee?" It's beautifully raised, fluffy fur, sparkling eyes, and a petite form. "May I ask you a few questions?" A scholarly-looking man with glasses approached, taking a step closer. Heiyu gently pulled the Eevee back into his arms, stroking its soft head as he replied, "This Eevee hails from the Orange Blossom Gym." He said little, but that single statement was sufficient. The surrounding people's expressions ranged from confusion to understanding. "The Orange Blossom Gym? I wasn't aware of that." One exclaimed, "Don't be foolish. It's a newly established gym. You can check your Pokédex for updates." "Ah, that explains the influx of visitors to the Orange Blossom Forest lately," others murmured, their discussions primarily revolving around the new gym, while a few were more intrigued by Heiyu, the Eevee's trainer. "My name is Mitsuba. May I ask your name?" The bespectacled man said, adjusting his glasses and producing a Pokédex, seemingly intent on exchanging contact information. Heiyu smiled faintly, fully aware of the man's intentions, merely probing into his connection with the Orange Blossom Gym and his identity. Heiyu produced his own Pokédex, and as they exchanged information, both devices displayed each other's details. Upon seeing Heiyu's status as a direct lineage trainer, Mitsuba's smile grew warmer. Come. I happen to have gathered some like-minded individuals. We could discuss Eevee training experiences." Heiyu felt relieved. He had been concerned about how to integrate into this circle. Since Mitsuba extended the invitation, he naturally would not decline. Moreover, given Mitsuba's demeanor, it was likely that most in this circle shared a similar background as direct lineage trainers, ensuring a high caliber of discussion. Come, everyone. Allow me to introduce Heiyu, hailing from." Mitsuba began, only to hesitate, glancing at Heiyu for confirmation. Heiyu inwardly mused, once again probing into my background? Very well. I shall indulge him. I come from a small island overseas, and am currently traveling through the Hoenn region to challenge gyms and participate in the league," Heiyu said with a gentle smile. In front of him stood Mitsuba, the bespectacled gentleman, alongside two twin boys and the girl who had earlier praised the Eevee. The four formed a small circle, and judging by their elegant attire and the sprites accompanying them, they were likely all direct lineage trainers from well-to-do families. Facing another direct lineage trainer like Heiyu, they clearly felt a sense of camaraderie, distinct from those of lesser means, and thus readily accepted him into their fold. "Heiyu, you are quite fortunate to encounter us. Otherwise, you might have been deceived by some lowly commoner," they remarked, their disdain for ordinary trainers evident as they spoke. Heiyu chose to remain silent, listening attentively. However, it was clear that they were quite interested in him, especially regarding his earlier mention of the Eevee originating from the gym. "The master of the Orange Blossom Gym, Mr. Qianli, holds me in high regard and has signed an investment contract with me. This little Eevee is one of the intended investment sprites," Heiyu casually revealed, noticing that several of them also had Eevees by their sides, allowing him to speak freely. Seizing the opportunity was a skill Heiyu had mastered. The group immediately looked on with envy, particularly the bespectacled boy, who finally understood why Heiyu's Eevee was so well raised. Clearly, it was a matter of genetic advantage. "Produced by the gym, it must be of exceptional quality," one of the twin brothers remarked. "So Heiyu, are you here to evolve your Eevee into Leafeon?" Heiyu shook his head, responding, "I simply came out of curiosity to observe the moss rock. My Eevee has just hatched and is not yet ready for evolution." The little Eevee peered out from behind Heiyu, timidly observing the larger Eevees around it. After a brief discussion, Heiyu learned that the group had gathered primarily for the evolution of their Eevees, prompting them to camp here and train in anticipation of this transformation. He discovered that during the nurturing process, one could indeed use the gentle breeze grass along with clean water to cleanse their Eevee's body, allowing its fur to expand beautifully. Surprisingly, the honey fruit could enhance Eevee's intelligence with remarkable results. Once the group confirmed that Heiyu was a trainer from the same league, any barriers between them dissipated, and they welcomed him into their fold. The five of them gathered together and began to discuss their methods of nurturing EV, each offering their unique insights. Heiyu listened intently, gaining much from their varied perspectives. After all, there is no singular perfect method for raising Pokémon. Rather, it is about discovering what is most suitable for each individual. Every Pokémon is a distinct entity, and thus, nurturing techniques must be tailored to their unique characteristics instead of rigidly adhering to traditional practices. As their discussion concluded, the five exchanged their summarized experiences regarding EV's evolution before returning to their respective tents. As night descended, Heiyu lay in his tent, contemplating the topics discussed throughout the day. He realized that rain was expected in a few days, and after the rain, a plethora of mushrooms might appear. Was there purpose for coming here to wait for this phenomenon? He thought briefly, deciding that since he was not in a hurry to head to Canas City, he would remain here for a few days to await the rain. As he nestled into his sleeping bag, he noticed his little EV attempting to crawl in beside him. The tiny EV buried its head within the sleeping bag, its fluffy tail wagging outside, and its body quivering slightly. Heiyu gently stroked its soft fur to soothe it. Realizing that the little EV was afraid of the dark, with a tender touch, Heiyu chuckled softly. Given the presence of dozens of nearby tents, they had already arranged for a night watch, allowing Heiyu to sleep soundly. The following morning, Heiyu awoke to the sound of clanging outside. It turned out that breakfast was being prepared. Heiyu took out a bottle of nutritional liquid and a bag of cream bread, starting his meal. He had always been indifferent about food. As long as it filled his stomach, anything would suffice. After preparing Pokémon food and energy cubes for his companions, Heiyu began to pack up the tent. Go, Swellow, use wing attack. Mushroom, rise up and show your spirit. Some had already begun their morning exercises, with Pokémon battles captivating the attention of most onlookers. Heiyu strolled around the campsite, holding his little EV. The tiny EV appeared drowsy, still waking up. As it lay in its trainer's embrace, a man approached. It was the refined individual from yesterday's discussion, named Sandpool. He slowly came closer and suggested, Heiyu, would you be interested in a mirror match with your EV? Heiyu's heart stirred at the thought and glanced at the EV in his arms. What a delightful opportunity. He readily agreed, as it would be a perfect way to train EV's temperament. After all, battles were inevitable in the future. EV could not remain a mere pet. Although the little EV was reluctant to fight, it did not resist nor fear the confrontation. Perhaps its journey alongside Heiyu had exposed it to battles? The mirror match between the two EVs was undoubtedly captivating. Being highly popular Pokémon, the duel attracted a large audience right from the morning. Come on, little EV. Give it your all. This is your first battle. Heiyu encouraged, stroking its fur gently. The little EV flashed a determined gaze and hopped eagerly toward the battlefield. The two EVs stood at a distance, locking eyes. Heiyu's EV was undoubtedly smaller in size. EV, use tackle. Both trainers commanded simultaneously. EV had limited moves to utilize, and the battle, while entertaining, was akin to a playful scuffle between children. The two Pokémon collided, and Heiyu's EV was at a disadvantage due to its smaller stature. It was knocked back, its once pristine fur now soiled with dust, which incensed the fastidious little EV. Use Swift, Heiyu shouted. The EV leaped into the air, its tail sweeping to unleash a cascade of dazzling stars towards its adversary. The adaptability of its abilities coupled with inherent type advantages made for a formidable attack. Use Sand Attack, Sandpool calmly instructed, adjusting his glasses. Though the power of their moves was minimal, the sight of the adorable EVs bouncing around made for an entertaining spectacle. All right, let's call it a day. The match was called to a halt by both Heiyu and Sandpool, as there was no need for a fierce competition. It was merely a friendly spar. Just as everyone was preparing to disperse, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from Sandpool's EV. The radiance connected with the massive moss-covered rock beside their campsite. As the glow faded, a beautiful Pokémon appeared, emanating a delightful fragrance. Leafeon. The unexpected evolution captured everyone's attention. Wasn't their purpose for gathering here precisely to witness the miraculous evolution associated with the moss-covered rock? Leafeon. Beep, beep, beep. Leafeon, the verdant Pokémon, a grass-type evolution of EV, possesses the ability to photosynthesize like a plant, thus surrounding itself with fresh air. Heiyu's little EV watched with curious eyes as it observed its evolving counterpart. Would it evolve into something similar in the future? The little EV's fluffy ears perked up with intrigue. Fear not, little EV. If you desire to evolve into a glacian in the future, that would be splendid. If you prefer another form, I will never force you. It is entirely up to your own wishes, Heiyu gently reassured, holding his little companion and feeling its soft fur. Of course, if it did not specialize in dark type, EV would remain a supportive Pokémon or a pet. There would be no way for it to enter the main team. Heiyu had already resolved to pursue a specialization in dark type, aiming for the forefront of his team. In the following days, torrential rain fell incessantly, preventing anyone from venturing outside the campsite. Notably, 2 more trainers successfully evolved their EVs into Leafians. With the discovery of the moss-covered rock, a continuous stream of trainers arrived at the campsite. Heiyu, we are preparing to venture out in search of mushrooms. Would you like to join us? Heiyu, who had been engrossed in studying nurturing techniques within his tent, paused momentarily upon hearing the voice. He then set down his book and slowly emerged from his tent. At that moment, the twin brothers, the girl, and Sandypool were already suited up in exploration gear, seemingly ready to search for traces of mushrooms following the recent downpour. Never mind, you all go ahead. The path is quite muddy right now. I will wait a couple of days before setting out to search. Heiyu politely declined their invitation to join their group, as he preferred the solitude of a lone wolf. The others appeared somewhat disappointed, but bid farewell to Heiyu before retreating into the core of the orange blossom forest. The mushrooms and spores shed by the mushrooms were excellent medicinal materials, and Heiyu had a few energy cubes that required them. He intended to capture a mushroom, not as a primary Pokémon, but as a supportive pet. By offering just a bit of food, he could continuously obtain the small mushrooms and toxic spores that fell from it, a highly advantageous arrangement. As the sun rose, the ground gradually dried out after 2 days of sunlight, and the paths through the forest were no longer muddy. Heiyu, like most of the inhabitants of the camp, embarked on a quest to seek out mushrooms. Mushrooms are inherently drawn to damp environments, residing on the moist forest floor deep within the woods. During the day, they remain motionless beneath the shade of trees and layers of fallen leaves, relishing the wet, decaying foliage and soil. However, when they sense danger, they tremble and release toxic spores from their tops. These spores are highly poisonous, capable of withering plants instantly, and if inhaled by humans, they can cause excruciating joint pain. Heiyu cautiously explored the forest, knowing that mushrooms are social Pokémon and tend to be skittish, easily startled by even the slightest noise. This was one of the reasons he preferred not to search with the larger group. "Eevee, are you certain this is the right place?" Heiyu inquired, gazing down at the little Eevee in his arms, its nose twitching as it seemed to be sniffing the air. Eevee nodded affirmatively. Its sense of smell was remarkably acute. Observing the tiny footprints and the nibbled, withered leaves on the ground, Heiyu felt a sense of determination. He bent down slightly and began to part the grass. Hidden in the shadows of a large tree, he spotted several mushrooms, though upon closer inspection, they appeared somewhat different. The upper halves were beige, adorned with emerald spots, while the lower halves were green, with a small opening at the top and a ring of folds. These were indeed mushrooms. Heiyu's eyes lit up as he pulled a luxury ball from his waist. A flash of white light revealed a Kingler. "Use Shellblade, but remember to hold back a bit. You don't want to kill it," Heiyu instructed. Upon command, Kingler raised its pincers high and then brought them down with force. The mushrooms, previously rooted in their hiding spots, were startled awake, and several began to scurry away on their short legs. "Carvanya, you take the one on the left. Pidgey, the one on the right is yours," Heiyu called as he crossed his arms and retrieved 2 luxury balls, releasing the respective Pokémon. Aside from one mushroom that was knocked out cold by Kingler, the others did not forget to release bursts of toxic spores from their tops as they fled. "Blow them away, Pidgey." Heiyu refused to comply with their desires. Once all 3 mushrooms had been subdued, Heiyu tossed the Pokeballs to capture them. Beep 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 mushroom. The mushroom Pokémon, a grass-type creature, inhabits the moist forest floor and feeds on the humus formed from accumulated leaves. Height, 0, 4 meters, weight, 5 kilograms, well-developed. Ability, Effect Spore, Moves Learned, Tackle, Absorb, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Giga Drain, Inherited Move, Absorb Punch. Heiyu scanned the Pokeballs containing the 3 mushrooms, and the Pokédex immediately displayed detailed information. TSK, this one with Absorb Punch is quite decent, and its ability, Effect Spore, offers tactical versatility. Heiyu decided to keep this particular one for support, planning to sell the other 2. "If I can acquire a Everstone in the future, I could potentially train it," he murmured. The evolved form of the mushroom, shroomish, is considered an excellent Pokémon, renowned for its rapid punches. Yet, what truly endears it to trainers is its move. Spore, famed for its guaranteed hypnosis effect. While perhaps exaggerated, its accuracy is indeed frightfully high. Unfortunately, only the mushroom family, the fungus family, and the Paras family can learn this move. Paras primarily resides in the Kanto and Johto regions, while fungus is found in the Unova region. However, the downside is that mushrooms can only learn Spore upon reaching level 40, and if they evolve, they lose the opportunity to learn this skill. Thus, to master it, one must keep the mushroom in its form until level 40, but ordinarily, mushrooms evolve into shroomish at level 23, which is precisely why an Everstone is needed to maintain the mushroom S form. Upon returning to the camp, the majority of the group returned empty-handed, having failed to locate any mushrooms. The commotion caused by the large group had frightened the timid mushrooms into finding refuge. Heiyu had no intention of selling the 2 mushrooms to the camp's inhabitants, as the League officially prohibited the trading of Pokémon. He had no desire to tarnish his record over a minor mistake. His future development required a clean slate. I will wait until I can make a move in the black market of Kanas City, Heiyu pondered, recalling the 2 mushroom Pokeballs stored in his spatial backpack. Chapter 33. Kanas City. Kanas City is a large metropolis situated in the western region of Hoenn, strategically positioned with Orange Forest to the south, the Karuk Tunnel to the east, and the Meteor Falls to the north. The city boasts a thriving industry and is known for its motto, a city where nature and science converge. Is this the headquarters of Devon Corporation? Truly magnificent. A single building dedicated solely to one company. Heiyu marveled as he stood beneath the towering structure. Devon Corporation has achieved legendary status online. It was once a small company focused on iron mining and steel refining. Today, its growth rivals the commercial giant Sylph Company, which is based in the economically prosperous Goldenrod city of Kanto, dominating over 80% of the Pokeball industry. To be able to compete with such a colossal corporation speaks volumes about the current stature of Devon Corporation. The present president, Zivik Mushin, is an extraordinary visionary who has developed machines powered by magma as a source of energy. The company has expanded its reach into the Pokémon item market and is rumored to have created new varieties of Pokeballs. The luxury ball at my waist is indeed a product of Devon Corporation. Heiyu instinctively touched the luxury ball at his side. Daigo should be around my age. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to meet this future champion. Heiyu made his way to the Pokémon Center, memories of Daigo filling his mind. As a well-loved supporting character in the Pokémon series, Daigo, often referred to as the elegant nobleman, is someone Heiyu is quite familiar with. He is adept in Steel-type Pokémon, the champion of Hoenn, known for his elegant demeanor, his ace being a shiny Metagross, and his fondness for collecting various stones. He relinquished his title to Mikoli. Why am I pondering all this? Given my current status, it would be difficult to establish a connection. I should focus on settling in at the Pokémon Center first. Although Heiyu yearned to befriend this future champion, he lacked the means. As Devon had become a vast corporation, Daigo, being a nobleman, was undoubtedly the dream of many girls, handsome and well-off. Miss Joy, I appreciate your assistance. Heiyu presented his credentials as an official league trainer with secondary authority, soon receiving a complimentary room for his stay. After settling in, he sought out a few local ruffians to inquire about the black market's location. The 2 relatively rare mushrooms were sold for prices of 21 and 27 respectively. His league currency swelled to 70 once more, and after purchasing some basic medicinal items and materials, Heiyu hurriedly left the black market. The black market in Kanas City is indeed well concealed. It took many twists and turns to find it. However, considering Kanas City's premier status in Hoenn, establishing a black market here is undoubtedly a challenge. Heiyu lay on the grand bed in his luxurious room, contemplating. Yet, despite the challenges of setting up a black market, the potential profits are staggering due to the dense population and flourishing economy. To create such a market in this prominent city suggests immense power behind it. It's likely that high-ranking league officials are involved in its concealment. Heiyu couldn't help but marvel at the bustling city of Kanas, which seemed to rival only the vibrant city of Heiyu, home to the headquarters of the Hoenn Alliance. After several days of exhausting travel, Heiyu chose not to continue his late-night study sessions, instead surrendering to a deep slumber. Sufficient rest is indeed the foundation for maintaining one's vitality. Awakening leisurely in the morning, Heiyu made his way to the dining hall, indulging in the complimentary meals provided. Have you heard? The trainer school is enrolling students. Is that true? I must see if my child can apply. Indeed, graduates can participate in the Alliance tournaments without the need to challenge gyms, and they'll receive official recognition. Heiyu listened attentively, his curiosity piqued by the news regarding the gyms and the Alliance tournaments, prompting him to delve into online research. The Trainer School, funded by the Duin Corporation in collaboration with the official alliance of the Hoenn region, primarily enrolls the offspring of elite trainers as well as some exceptionally talented commoners. Students benefit from meticulously crafted educational materials and access to cutting-edge research facilities. Upon graduation, their diplomas open doors to prestigious clubs or companies, granting them a distinct advantage. Naturally, the majority opt to join the alliance directly for official positions, as countless commoners aspire to secure stable employment. For those wishing to continue their journeys of exploration and adventure without working, participation in the alliance tournaments is also an option, bypassing the gym challenges. Perhaps the future champion, De Wu, emerged from this very academy? It is no wonder he attained such heights, as the Duin Corporation surely played a significant role behind the scenes. In recent years, Duin Corporation has heavily invested in the Hoenn region, establishing numerous factories and infusing substantial capital. Their headquarters, a towering edifice of over 100 stories, is prominently situated in Canas City, indicating their intent to establish a lasting presence. Rumor has it that a few years prior, when Duin Corporation was rising to prominence, the Johto region extended an invitation, but for reasons unknown, the negotiations fell through. Heiyu quickly recognized the disparities between the three regions. Johto and Kanto, being the oldest and most established, possess formidable strength, yet they also suffer from rigid class structures, with families like the Joys and the Kunzes holding significant influence, alongside long-established local powers such as the Yulong family and Team Rocket. Should Duin Corporation venture there recklessly, it would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance, facing exclusion from the local factions. However, the Hoenn region presents a different landscape. Despite its own strengths, the power dynamics are intricate. While the Alliance ostensibly controls everything, numerous clandestine organizations operate in the shadows, unlike the singular dominance of Team Rocket in Johto. Yet, Team Rocket remains impressively formidable. Everyone acknowledges their dark nature. Yet they seem untouchable. Heiyu found the situation somewhat amusing, yet could not help but admire the cunning of Sakaki. After a brief period of reflection and mood adjustment, he prepared to head to the Canas Gym. Based on his online research, the Canas Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Water types counter rock types. So Heiyu anticipated that today's gym battle might not be as challenging as previous ones. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way to the Canas Gym. The entrance to the Canas Gym was quite imposing, crafted from a massive rock base. According to whispers, transporting this rock required the assistance of powerful Pokémon such as Bashikadora, Tyranitar, and even Bangyros. With a solemn heart, Heiyu stepped through the grand doors. What? The gym is closed today and not accepting challengers. Heiyu's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished as he faced the apologetic staff member. The staff member clasped their hands in apology, explaining, "Our former gym leader has just retired, and the new leader has only been in office for 2 days and is frequently absent. We are at a loss." Dejected, Heiyu returned to the Pokémon Center. "Since I cannot challenge the gym, perhaps I shall explore other noteworthy places, like the Trainer School. I wonder if tours are available." Heiyu perused the information in his Pokédex, contemplating his next destination. Chapter 34. The Trainer School. The Trainer School, indeed a grand establishment backed by the affluent Duin Corporation, boasted an impressive campus. As Heiyu wandered through the public areas, he marveled at the opulent buildings, playgrounds, and decorations. According to the map, thousands of acres were occupied by the school, featuring lavish battle arenas capable of accommodating elite-level Pokémon battles, as well as environments simulating various wild habitats favored by Pokémon. It seemed extravagant for a school to construct such lavish battle facilities, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Heiyu found himself speechless, especially upon seeing that the student residences were standalone villas, a level of luxury he had never encountered before. No wonder so many were determined to gain admission. As Heiyu examined the information about the school in his Pokédex, he was startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. A poised girl dressed in a black skirt and pink tights approached gracefully. "Hello. Are you here to schedule a tour of the Trainer School? I am Du-Wan, a teacher here." The elegantly dressed girl introduced herself, her ribbon-like hair captivating. Heiyu promptly extended his hand in response. "You are Du-Wan, the gym leader of Kanaz? Indeed, but I am also an intern teacher at the trainer school. Du-won replied with a wink and a gentle smile. She appeared unperturbed by being recognized. News of the former gym leader's retirement had circulated widely online, making her new position quite public. Du-won, a brilliant student enamored with rock-type Pokémon, was reputed to be one of the best graduates of the trainer school last year. Although she had not participated in some official tournaments organized by the Alliance, she had achieved first place in internal competitions and passed the gym leader examinations. Gym leader Du-won. Just call me Teacher Du-won. This is a school, not a gym, she replied politely. Observing the graceful and dignified Du-won, Heiyu stated, Teacher Du-won, I truly appreciate your personal reception. I am sorry for the inconvenience. Although Du-won might not mind, Heiyu felt it was inappropriate to take the gym leader's hospitality for granted. Du-won appeared to be around 20 years old, exuding youthfulness and elegance in her demeanor. It is no trouble at all, Trainer Heiyu. While I am the gym leader of Kanaz, I am also a scholar and a teacher, and it is my responsibility to attend to this. As Du-won led the way, she turned back to smile at him. After traversing a long wooded path, they finally arrived at a large door, the true entrance to the trainer school, as the previous areas were merely peripheral spaces. Beep, beep, beep. Du-won glanced at a camera, seemingly undergoing identity verification. Heiyu felt intrigued, surprised to encounter facial recognition technology reminiscent of past experiences. The students within the trainer school are the next generation of the Alliance, thus enjoying various high-tech privileges. Noticing Heiyu's curious gaze, Du-won smiled and explained. Upon entering through the door, a vast battle arena came into view, populated by numerous formidable Pokémon radiating an intimidating presence. Lizard King, Blaziken, Swampert, Sceptile, Gardevoir, and Exploud, all high-level and rare Pokémon. Though some commoners managed to gain admission through talent, the majority were descendants of the affluent elite within the Alliance. These spirits are protective companions bestowed upon them by their parents, specifically designed to safeguard this group of defenseless children. Du-won's expression appeared somewhat unnatural as she awkwardly explained. Although the Alliance does not impose a hierarchy of nobility, the various nuances in its system and daily life undeniably reflect the doctrine of Alliance supremacy. Heiyu, with a rather inscrutable demeanor, did not reveal any unusual expressions, instead responding quite naturally, I see. With these spirits guarding you, the training school must be quite safe. Heiyu smiled, as if genuinely concerned for the safety of these students. Upon hearing his words, Du-won gradually regained her composure. This person possessed a level 2 privilege. She wondered which prominent family's scion was traveling, though he appeared quite unassuming in his attire. Du-won discreetly assessed Heiyu, pondering in silence. He did not strike her as a typical second-generation heir who exploits his family's influence. She felt a slight relief. She genuinely wished to avoid such hosting duties, as her days were already consumed with research, teaching students, and serving as a gym trainer, leaving her quite occupied. Initially, upon hearing he was a level 2 trainer, she thought he might be yet another spoiled aristocrat. Since taking on the role of gym leader, many prominent families within the Alliance had sought to arrange marriages, some even pursuing her to the gym, which had become quite vexing for her. She sought refuge in the school, partly due to her love for academia and the joy of immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge, and partly to evade the advances of those entitled heirs and the pressures of familial matchmaking. She was utterly fatigued by the incessant entanglements with those family scions, hence her lack of enthusiasm for this hosting task. However, it was fortunate that this trainer, named Heiyu, was not the second-generation heir she had envisioned. Heiyu was oblivious to Du-won's internal musings. His attention was wholly captivated by the lavish dormitories that lay before him. Were they truly meant for students? Each structure resembled a standalone villa. He was struck by the stark contrast between such opulence and the desperate poverty he had encountered in his past life, where countless souls perished from hunger and cold, struggling merely for survival. Yet the upper echelons of the Alliance had long since begun to pursue indulgences of a more spiritual nature. This stark disparity between the extravagant school and the dilapidated slums stirred within Heiyu a complex array of emotions. As they journeyed, Heiyu's thoughts meandered, silently following Du-won's lead. They passed through various populated areas, where teachers and students alike greeted Du-won with utmost respect upon noticing her presence. Although she was merely an intern teacher, her status as the gym leader was enough to explain the reverence she commanded. Heiyu mused to himself about the fortunate lives of these children, each adorned in luxurious attire, some even accompanied by servants. It was difficult for him to fathom that in this reformed alliance, the role of a servant still existed. Do-won. Given the vast expanse of the school, perhaps we should take a sightseeing vehicle, Heiyu suggested as Do-won flagged down a passing tour cart. That sounds splendid. Considering the grandeur of your institution, Heiyu replied with a resigned smile. Under Do-won's guidance, they spent the better part of the day exploring the school aboard the cart. As it came to a halt at the final stop, Heiyu disembarked to behold an expansive battle arena, where countless students directed their spirits in simulated combat. This is a space for students to engage freely in battle. Do-won instinctively raised her voice above the cacophony of colliding abilities. Good day, Teacher Do-won. Have you eaten yet? Do you have a boyfriend? Can I pursue you? As the most popular teacher, Do-won's fame had only magnified since assuming the role of gym leader. The moment she appeared, she drew the attention and admiration of all the students present. All right, everyone, return to your training. I am here to show someone around, so let's not embarrass our school, Do-won adeptly commanded, coaxing the students to comply. It was known that these youngsters were notorious in the eyes of other teachers, each hailing from exceptionally affluent backgrounds, making them difficult to discipline. As the second-generation students dispersed, their gazes frequently drifted toward Do-won and Heiyu, curious about the identity of the mysterious guest that warranted her personal attention. Uffed, that guy looks like a pretty boy. One boy scoffed. Don't say that. After all, Teacher Do-won is personally hosting him. He might have some background, another countered, more rationally aware that anyone receiving Do-won's attention was surely not an ordinary individual. Yet the first boy remained unconvinced, dismissing Heiyu's appearance as that of a simple country bumpkin. Function, if you believe that, why not test him? Some students urged, unable to contain their curiosity. Function, from a prominent family himself, was not a fool and recognized the underlying motivations of his peers. Just then, a student exclaimed, "Look, that guy seems to be challenging Teacher Do-won." The crowd surged toward the unfolding scene, while Heiyu remained oblivious to the students' whispered criticisms. Even if he were aware, he would likely not be affected. The opinions of outsiders were merely reflections of their own thoughts, and those who lived by the judgments of others were destined to a life of sorrow, a belief Heiyu had long embraced. Following Do-won, he listened attentively as she elaborated on the school's illustrious history. Our training school is dedicated to nurturing the next generation of the Alliance's pillars. For the benefit of the vast population, she spoke, her tongue growing dry as she licked her cracked lips. After quietly absorbing her introduction, Heiyu proposed, "Teacher Do-won, would you be willing to engage in a battle with me, wagering your gym badge?" Do-won blinked in surprise, quickly realizing his true intention. "Oh, so that is your ultimate goal, visiting the school merely to seek me out? I must admit, as a gym leader, I have been rather negligent, allowing challengers to pursue me even here." She chuckled at herself, acknowledging the whispers circulating online about her unworthiness for the position at such a young age. "I accept your challenge, Trainer Heiyu." Do-won's gaze gradually filled with determination, embodying the unwavering strength of rock-type Pokémon. "The Black-Feathered Trainer, if you do not mind. How about we engage in a battle here? It would serve as a practical lesson for the students." Do-won, regaining her composed and graceful demeanor, spoke softly to the Black-Feathered Trainer with a request. "Of course, I have no objections." The Black-Feathered Trainer politely acquiesced to her request. Although this would undoubtedly attract a crowd, it would be an immense psychological pressure, yet he would eventually participate in the league competition, where the audience would number in the thousands rather than just dozens of students. It would be prudent to hone his ability to withstand pressure in advance. The rules for the challenge would be 2 versus 2. Black-Feathered Trainer, you may freely switch your Pokémon, and I shall release my Pokémon first, allowing you to choose yours in response. Do-won articulated the rules of engagement softly. The rules were nearly identical to those of the Chunghua Gym, representing the most elementary level of challenge. Gym challenges, of course, are tiered. The lowest level requires no registration fee, and winning earns a badge. A higher tier necessitates a fee of 1 league coin, with rewards granted upon victory. The subsequent tier demands a fee of 5 league coins, and victory bestows a skill learning machine. Naturally, the difficulty of the challenges varies, and the one currently undertaken by the Black-Feathered Trainer was undoubtedly the simplest. "Come forth, Geodude." A flash of white light revealed a rock entity with 2 arms materializing in the arena. The Black-Feathered Trainer smiled faintly, realizing, as expected, the rock-type Pokémon was vulnerable to his 2 water-type Pokémon. "The advantage is mine. With confidence, he produced a Pokeball, and another flash of white light ensued. "Come forth, Carvania. Prepare for battle." The fierce-looking Carvania emerged, suspended just above the ground, its sharp teeth grinding ominously. At that moment, the students, sensing the imminent clash, surged forward like a tide, quickly encircling the arena with eager anticipation. However, some among the crowd began to mock the black-feathered trainer with disdainful jeers. "Humph, I expected more. Yet he only sent out a common Carvania." "Quite disappointing," sneered one student, disdain evident in his gaze. Another chimed in, "Indeed, he hasn't even evolved it into a Sharpedo. Clearly, this Carvania is of low level." Some even jeered, "Does he really think he can defeat Teacher Duwon solely based on type advantage? Such navet. He clearly lacks an understanding of true battle techniques and strategies." These words reached the ears of the black-feathered trainer, yet he merely shrugged, dismissing them with indifference. On the other hand, Duwon was incensed. She cast an apologetic glance at the black-feathered trainer, slightly bending forward in a formal gesture of apology. Turning to face the surrounding students, a hint of indignation surfaced on her elegant visage, causing her satin-like hair to sway gently behind her. The students, sensing her wrath, fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. "Black-feathered trainer, you may make the first move," Duwon said, brushing her hair behind her ear. "Geodude versus Carvania." "Carvania. Use focus energy," the black-feathered trainer commanded, initiating a power boost. Duwon, with a soft voice, instructed, "Geodude, use rollout." Geodude curled into a ball, its body gleaming with a bright white light. "Carvania, use water gun to interrupt it." The black-feathered trainer was determined not to let his opponent comfortably enhance their abilities. Carvania, having built up its speed with the speed boost ability, launched forward like a rocket, enveloped in water, crashing into Geodude before it could complete its enhancement, sending it rolling away. "Geodude, use rollout." Duwon realized that a safe enhancement was improbable and opted for her most adept combination. Geodude morphed into a stone sphere, rolling unabashedly across the arena. "Carvania, use bite." "Now Ice Fong." The black-feathered trainer continuously commanded offensive maneuvers, while Carvania's speed surged alarmingly. However, Geodude was inherently defensive, and with the rapid spinning of rollout, nearly all attacks were thwarted. The power of Geodude's rollout only intensified, while Carvania continued to accumulate speed. Both Pokémon were building momentum. The clash of speed boost and rollout ensued. "Geodude, use Rock Polish." Duwon softly commanded. The black-feathered trainer thought, "This is bad." Rollout's power escalated with each rotation, and if Rock Polish augmented its speed, Geodude would become unstoppable. "Carvania, unleash Water Gun." The two Pokémon engaged in a contest of speed, appearing as mere flashes of gray and blue across the arena, their rapid movements rendering them almost invisible. The combination of speed boost and water gun, alongside the rapid spinning from rollout and the acceleration from Rock Polish, resulted in a cacophony of crashing sounds echoing throughout the arena. Carvania could not allow Geodude to continue rolling, or else the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. Carvania's speed boost had reached its limit. Further acceleration would jeopardize its physical integrity. The black-feathered trainer was unwilling to sacrifice his Pokémon for a mere battle. Conversely, Duwon's Geodude had yet to reach its limit, likely having undergone specialized training to withstand enhancements for extended durations. "Carvania, use Supersonic." Carvania opened its mouth and unleashed a deafening roar. "Geodude." Immediately, Geodude ceased rolling, clutching its head in agony. "Now's our chance. Use Water Gun," the black-feathered trainer ordered. Duwon hastily instructed Geodude to resume rolling, but it was too late. Carvania, cloaked in water, propelled forward with maximum speed. Like a rocket, it collided with Geodude. The impact was immense, sending Geodude flying as it was already fatigued from rollout and Rock Polish. Struck directly in a vital area, Geodude lost consciousness, its eyes swirling into oblivion. What? Teacher Duwon actually lost. Could that boy have cheated? Perhaps Teacher Duwon was deliberately letting him win. The surrounding students erupted in disbelief, murmuring among themselves. In their eyes, Duwon, a graduated senior and now their teacher, was invincible. 2 years prior, Duwon had been a promising student captivated by rock types, and now she was the gym leader of the Kanas City Gym. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Duwon was their idol. Yet now, she had been defeated by an unremarkable young man of similar age to themselves. In the center of the arena, Carvania, panting, felt exhilarated, its body pulsating with newfound energy, emitting a radiant light. The evolutionary light. The students surrounding the arena were suddenly silenced, their jaws agape, eyes fixed on the evolving Carvana. Even Feng Chun, who had been mocking Black Feather, now fell silent. As the white light gradually dissipated, a colossal shark head materialized before the crowd. Remarkably, this shark head possessed no lower body, resembling a cannonball. The Great White Shark. A ferocious Pokémon of water and dark types, is an evolution of the Sharpedo, feared as the tyrant of the seas. With teeth capable of breaking and swiftly regenerating, it can single-handedly tear apart large vessels. Gender, male, ability, speed boost, height, 2 meters, weight, 90 kilograms, exhibiting exceptional growth compared to its peers, with an astonishing bite force. Mastered moves include Aqua Jet, Scary Face, Bite, Rage, Charge Beam, Feint Attack, Night Slash, Water Gun, Pursuit, Roar, Taunt, Ice Fang, Horrifying Face, and Poison Fang. Inherited move, Psychic Fangs. Black Feather recalled the Great White Shark, allowing the Pokédex to scan, revealing a stream of information. It has finally evolved. The Great White Shark has arrived. A smile graced Duwan's face as she gently said, Black Feather, congratulations on your Sharpedo evolving into a Great White Shark. I must also thank you for your guidance, Gym Leader Duwan. Black Feather replied with a slight bow of gratitude. Duwan's cheeks flushed. It was the first time someone referred to her as a gym leader with such respect. Her gaze towards Black Feather unconsciously softened with familiarity. No need for thanks. It is my duty as a gym leader. Now let us bring forth this Pokémon. With her words, she tossed out a second Pokeball. Nose Pass. A flash of red light revealed a statue-like Pokémon in the center of the arena, emitting a fierce roar. Black Feather's gaze sharpened as he thought, just as I suspected. This Pokémon is indeed the Compass Pokémon, Nose Pass. It has appeared. The Pokémon that Duwan excels at. The audience erupted in excitement. Why doesn't Gym Leader Duwan use her main Pokémon, the stronger Nose Pass? Someone questioned in confusion. Exactly, this Nose Pass is of such a low level. It cannot possibly compare to the Pokémon in Duwan's second team, others echoed, expressing their bewilderment. However, the observing students were unaware that this was a gym challenge, still pondering the choice of Pokémon sent forth by Duwan. After all, in comparison to the gym leader's title, Nosepass's level was indeed somewhat lacking. So, Black Feather, which Pokémon will you send out? Duwan smiled sweetly, lacking the airs of a gym trainer, appearing instead as a friendly companion. Chapter 37. The Rock Badge. Black Feather, once again, tucked the Pokédex into his pocket and released the Great White Shark. Great White Shark, I entrust you once more. A massive shark head emerged onto the field. Great Shark. It roared, its gaping maw wide open. No pass. Use Thunderbolt. Upon Duwan's command, Nosepass became enveloped in electricity, charging forward with a powerful thrust directed at the Great White Shark. Black Feather thought to himself, as expected. The reason he found Nosepass troublesome was due to his awareness that this rock-type Pokémon possessed an array of electric-type moves. Moves such as Thunder Wave, Thunderbolt, and the formidable Thunder Cannon. This negated the inherent advantage that the water and dark types typically held over rock types. While water does counter rock, electric-type moves counter water, leading to a stalemate. Great White Shark, evade with Aqua Jet. The Great White Shark, naturally possessing the speed boost ability, maximized the effectiveness of Aqua Jet. A powerful current surging around it, propelling it forward like a rocket. Despite its lack of a tail, it surged forth like a cannonball, creating a trailing stream of air behind it, a testament to its speed. Nosepass's attack missed as anticipated. Though it boasted an impressive defense stat of 135, its speed stat of 30 was undeniably a hindrance. Nosepass used Thunderbolt. Duwan recognized this and opted for a ranged attack. A dazzling bolt of electricity erupted from Nosepass, forming a lightning cascade aimed at the rapidly moving Great White Shark. Whoosh! The Great White Shark accelerated again, dodging this strike. The advantage of its speed boost ability was in full effect. A faint smile appeared on Black Feather's lips. The very reason he chose to capture this Sharpedo among many was its speed boost ability. Once, someone had asked which Pokémon ability was the most useful among the hundreds available. The official forum rankings placed speed boost in the top 10. Regardless of how other abilities fluctuated in rank, speed boost consistently remained in the top 10, even occasionally breaching the top 3. Nosepass, charge up Thunder Cannon. Duwan seemed unconcerned about whether her attack would hit, eager to unleash another powerful move. Black Feather, of course, was unfazed. If Thunderbolt couldn't hit, how could Thunder Cannon possibly connect? Great White Shark, use Psychic Fangs, he commanded, directing another attack as a massive pink spectral form materialized in front of the Great White Shark, lunging at Nosepass. Boom. The attack struck true. Nosepass cried out in pain, staggering momentarily. However, the Thunder Cannon it had charged up remained intact, its energy still being gathered. Great White Shark, swim quickly and avoid being targeted, Black Feather urged as he saw the charge nearing completion. The Great White Shark swiftly darted away, leaving only a blur of blue and a trailing stream of water in its wake. Thunder Cannon, fire! Duwan commanded with confidence. Black Feather sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. The tip of Nosepass's nose glimmered, and as the Thunder Cannon fired, just as Black Feather thought the Great White Shark would evade this strike, bang! The cannon-like Thunder Cannon struck home. Black Feather's mouth fell agape in disbelief, murmuring, "How is this possible?" The accuracy of the Thunder Cannon was already notoriously low, and at this moment, the Great White Shark's speed was at its peak, nearly indiscernible to the naked eye. Under such circumstances, it was absurd that it could still be hit. The situation felt utterly ludicrous to Black Feather. Nosepass could determine the location of its target through magnetic sensing, accurately navigating even in harsh conditions such as torrential storms or endless deserts. Duwan tucked her hand behind her back, softly stating, uncertain why she felt compelled to explain this to Black Feather. Perhaps it was merely the impulse to share the truth upon witnessing his astonished expression. "I see. Thank you for your guidance," Black Feather replied, bowing in understanding. Learning through combat, progressing through learning, he thought. It seemed that a direct confrontation was inevitable. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of the Kingler. Wielding its prideful pincers, Kingler appeared menacing. "Kingler, use Crabhammer." With powerful legs, Kingler leaped into the air, raising its claws to reveal the spectral form of Crabhammer. It struck downwards with tremendous force. This powerful Crabhammer assaulted the already fatigued Nosepass, who had just executed Thunder Cannon, leading to its immediate incapacitation. It collapsed, eyes swirling in a daze. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes were fixed on Black Feather, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Even Duwan herself could not help but widen her mouth in astonishment, feeling a touch of disbelief. How could it be possible? The Northern Nose was renowned for its defensive prowess. How could it fail to withstand even a single blow? Among the spectators was a student named Feng Chun, who suddenly exclaimed in shock and confusion. He had always looked down on Heiyu, harboring a strong animosity towards him, partly due to the disdain that the scions of prominent families held for ordinary trainers. However, a greater source of his jealousy stemmed from Duwan's warm demeanor towards Heiyu. In his youth, he had once secretly confessed his feelings to Duwan, only to be met with a stern reprimand. From that moment onward, she had never smiled at him, maintaining a distance characteristic of the teacher-student relationship. Yet, due to the disparity in their identities and the inherent shyness of youth, he could only express his dissatisfaction through words, such as the irrational nature of youthful affection. However, what unfolded before his eyes surpassed his wildest imagination. The figure he had once derided as a pretty boy had just defeated Teacher Duwan. Heiyu smiled, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment surrounding him. While he appeared magnanimous and indifferent to the students' taunts, he quietly took note of the incident, particularly remembering the loudest critic, Feng Chun. Heiyu mused inwardly, "Feng Chun, I shall remember you." He had never considered himself a gentleman. Heiyu regarded himself as rather petty, harboring a desire for retribution. Yet, he was adept at concealing his true nature. The combination of adaptive traits, his inherent attributes, and the mysterious water droplet item contributed to the incredible power of the Iron Claw Lobster's shell blade attack. Congratulations, Heiyu, on winning the challenge. Your Pokémon is truly formidable. I certainly was not as strong at your age. Duwan consoled the Northern Nose before recalling it into its Pokeball. Turning to Heiyu, she praised him further. This is the proof of your successful challenge at the gym, the Rock Badge. Duwan extended her hand, revealing a gray-brown badge. Its surface featuring two interlocking triangular stones, symbolizing strength akin to rock-like attacks. Chapter 38. Little Eevee, thank you for your guidance. Gym Leader Duwan. Heiyu expressed his gratitude after receiving the badge. After touring the final area of the trainer school, he departed, intending to handle gym formalities and battle recordings at a later time. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, he first entrusted his two Pokémon to Nurse Joy, especially the recently evolved Sharpedo, which required careful attention. Ding dong. Trainer Heiyu, your Pokémon have been healed. Please check them carefully, Nurse Joy said with a gentle smile, handing over the Pokeballs with her delicate hands. After thanking her politely, Heiyu left the front desk, unaware that Nurse Joy was watching him with keen interest. Heiyu, the trainer that Sister Lin from Orange Blossom City mentioned needing attention? She mused, recording Heiyu's Pokémon information and sending the data to the family database. This operation was second nature to her, having done it countless times before. After returning to his room at the Pokémon Center, Heiyu collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The day's tour and battles had drained him, necessitating rest to regain his strength. As night descended and the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow, Heiyu's Pokeball at his waist began to tremble. Suddenly, a cute Eevee leaped out, cautiously surveying its surroundings, clearly intimidated by the unfamiliar environment. Unable to bear the darkness, the Eevee promptly burrowed into Heiyu's blankets, its fluffy tail peeking out, trembling slightly. A sudden gust of cool wind prompted the Eevee to realize its predicament, and it hastily tucked its tail under the covers. Finally feeling secure, it curled up, wriggling around until it found a comfortable spot and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Heiyu awoke groggily to find Eevee nestled in his arms. "Eevee," it murmured, blinking its sleepy eyes and staring adorably at its master. "Eevee, how could you just jump out like that? You mustn't disobey," Heiyu admonished earnestly. "Eevee." The little creature displayed a pitiful expression, its short paws drooping in front of it, ears twitching. "Do you dislike being in the Pokeball?" Heiyu suddenly pondered aloud. "Eevee." Upon hearing this, Eevee's ears perked up, and it nodded its small head eagerly. Heiyu continued his earnest lecture, but alas, the little Eevee seemed unable to absorb his words, its tear-filled eyes indicating it was on the verge of crying. All right, I concede. You can stay by my side from now on," Heiyu finally relented. "Eevee." The little Eevee seemed to have triumphed, joyfully bouncing around. This lively scene brought a smile to Heiyu's face. After finishing lunch, Heiyu headed to the shop to procure a batch of berries, vital for crafting energy cubes. Today, he aimed to create energy cubes that enhance beauty and fur smoothness. Aptly named Smoothness, this energy cube was a basic variant noted by Master Meta, designed to augment a Pokemon's beauty and fur texture, making it ideal for performance-oriented Pokemon, especially those involved in film productions, which often required large quantities of smoothness energy cubes. He laid out various materials on the table: mushroom spores, the fur of a spring-form season's deer, and petals from a toxic rose. He released the mushroom he had captured in Orange Blossom Forest. The other two had already been sold on the black market yesterday, leaving him with this one, which possessed the healing trait and inherited Absorb Punch. Through friendly negotiation, the mushroom willingly shed its spores. Heiyu first placed a blueberry into the grinder, extracting juice before adding it to the crafting machine, carefully introducing the materials in sequence. The resulting energy cube was paste-like, which he then molded into cube shapes. At this stage, he could try adding some spices to enhance its appeal to the little Pokémon. Finally, he placed the energy cube into the baking machine. Phew! The 17th attempt succeeded. It seems that crafting such lifestyle energy cubes is relatively simple, Heiyu remarked as he wiped the sweat from his brow. In the sunlight, the golden-purple energy cube glimmered in his hand, radiating a warm, smooth sensation. He broke off a small piece and tasted it, feeling a mild sweetness spread on his tongue. It was sweet with a hint of astringency. However, the final product was not sweet enough and lacked the desired bitterness. Heiyu critiqued his first attempt at creating this energy cube. Given that it was his initial endeavor, some discrepancies were expected, but he could improve his proficiency in the future. Seizing the momentum, Heiyu continued crafting, dedicating the entire afternoon to producing over 20 energy cubes, arranging them 8 to a box. He ended up with 3 boxes and 1 extra cube. "Come, Eevee," he called softly, noticing the little creature hiding in the corner. Hearing her master's voice, Eevee perked up, leaping excitedly and catching the delicious energy cube perfectly. "Don't be sad, Eevee. I was just busy. Now I have time to play with you," Heiyu reassured her. Heiyu gently comforted, softly stroking the velvety fur of Eevee. Ecstatic, Eevee wriggled in Heiyu's embrace, searching for a comfortable position, then emitted a joyful sound. As Eevee gazed out the window, it noticed the sun gradually tilting to the west, signaling the approach of evening. After rising, Heiyu smiled at Eevee and said, "Let us take a stroll outside, Eevee. The evening scenery is quite beautiful." Carefully cradling Eevee, he prepared to step outside. Before leaving, Heiyu made sure to pack the energy cube crafting machine from the table into his spatial backpack, ensuring everything was neat and orderly. Once they exited the Pokémon Center, the previously deserted street buzzed with life as office workers poured onto the streets, eager to return home after a long day's work. Simultaneously, the shops lining the streets began illuminating their lights, preparing for the arrival of night. Heiyu and Eevee wandered side by side along the roadside, with Eevee's bright, curious eyes darting around, taking in the wonders of its new environment. This was Eevee's first venture onto the bustling streets, and it was filled with exhilaration at the unfamiliar yet fascinating world around it. Suddenly, a car sped past, accompanied by a rush of wind. Eevee, startled. Eevee leaped in fright, quickly seeking refuge behind Heiyu, clutching tightly to his pant leg with its fluffy little paws, as if that would provide a sense of security. Ha. There's no need to be afraid, Eevee. Just be careful not to run into the street. The boy and his little Eevee frolicked on the street, their laughter echoing far and wide as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chapter 39. The Breeder Guild. The following morning, Heiyu awoke, having stayed up late the previous night crafting energy cubes and taking Eevee to the night market. After rising, he brought a few Pokémon to the dining area, ordered several dishes, and began to feast. Good morning, Miss Joy, Heiyu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Miss Joy in the restaurant. However, Miss Joy appeared somewhat downcast, her gaze distant. She only responded when greeted. Ah, hello, Trainer Heiyu. Recognizing Heiyu due to his rare level 2 privileges, Miss Joy's demeanor brightened slightly. Eager to foster a closer connection, Heiyu approached her and asked, Miss Joy, may I sit across from you? Observing her slightly haggard face, he inquired, have you been experiencing insomnia? Forgive my impertinence, but you seem rather fatigued. Heiyu's expression reflected concern. Instinctively, Miss Joy touched her face with her small hand before offering a wry smile. In a few days, I have my breeder certification exam, and I've been burning the midnight oil studying. Taken aback, Heiyu asked for clarification about the breeder certification. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Kansas City housed a breeder guild, primarily for assessing apprentices seeking to become breeders. More importantly, it served as a platform for breeders to communicate and exchange information, while also collecting rare medicinal herbs. Heiyu, I recall you are an adventurer, often traversing the wilds. If you happen upon any rare herbs, consider selling them to the breeder guild, Miss Joy eagerly shared, her earlier fatigue seemingly dissipating as she spoke passionately about breeding. This was Heiyu's first exposure to news about the breeder guild. Orange City lacks such resources. Kansas truly is one of the most prosperous cities in the Hoenn region, Heiyu mused. Simultaneously, he was puzzled by the absence of any information regarding the breeder guild online. He attributed this to the League's restrictions on the dissemination of privileged knowledge, which prevents ordinary citizens from accessing such information. After hastily finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to the somewhat troubled Miss Joy, Heiyu returned to his room. He accessed the League's database, inputting the library password for the Orange City Gym, and sifted through thousands of volumes to locate texts concerning the Breeder Guild. Indeed, my greatest gain is the level 2 privileges and the reading access to the Orange City Library, Heiyu realized, feeling the advantages of his newfound privileges. The Breeder Guild, originating over a century ago, was initially comprised of individuals from various professions who shared a love for Pokémon, ranging from Pokémon massage therapists to caregivers and trainers. The primary role of breeders involves formulating tailored training plans for Pokémon and crafting energy cubes. Heiyu attentively perused the information in his Pokédex, filtering out most data until only the details about the Breeder Guild remained. The guild is a vital component of the League, standing alongside the Pokémon Center, the League's police department, the League's investigative organization, and the various city gyms, collectively known as the 5 major organizations of the League. The emblem of the League, featuring 1 large and 5 small symbols, represents the League's headquarters and these 5 organizations. It is said that each regional League headquarters, such as the Indigo Plateau in Kanto, the Silver Mountains in Johto, and the Lily Cove City in Hoenn, is accompanied by a breeder guild. This underscores the elevated status of the breeder guild. Breeders are indeed an indispensable part of the League's development, significantly contributing to its progress and reforms. I had no idea the history of breeders was so profound. Heiyu couldn't help but reflect. Such knowledge had never been imparted to him by Lady Meta. He certainly didn't suspect her of withholding information. Perhaps even his teacher was unaware of these matters, given that she, too, had come from humble beginnings. Heiyu speculated. Lady Meta had generously shared her knowledge with him. While breeders might not hold the same emphasis on lineage as alchemists, the handwritten notes she passed down demonstrated her regard for him. Heiyu held no doubts. The Kanaz City Breeder Association was set to host the breeder examination in 3 days. The information shared by Miss Joy ignited a spark of ambition within Heiyu. Although the certification would not hinder his ability to craft energy cubes, having a title would undoubtedly be advantageous. Support from the League for Breeders is considerable. Traveling under the title of a novice breeder would afford him many privileges and elevate his social standing. After briefly researching past examination content, Heiyu felt adequately prepared. For the next 3 days, he confined himself to his room at the Pokémon Center, even firmly rejecting Eevee's attempts to coax him outside. "Eevee, you must be obedient. Once I become a breeder, I will craft even more delicious energy cubes for you. You wouldn't want to miss out on tasty treats in the future, would you?" Heiyu earnestly instructed little Eevee, allowing him to focus on his studies and review his knowledge. 3 days later, Heiyu rose early that day. Upon entering the Pokémon Hall, he was struck by the lively crowd, far busier than usual, and felt a wave of emotion. It seems the breeding exam has indeed attracted a multitude of individuals. Many may not be there to take the exam, but they certainly had their own motives for attending. The only conclusion Heiyu could draw was the pursuit of talent. Every novice breeder is considered a treasure, a strategic asset. No company, family, or organization would overlook the potential of a breeder. As expected, this time of year brings forth a fresh wave of aspiring breeders, making it the prime opportunity to attract talent. Miss Joy is unexpectedly absent, seemingly having already made her way to the Breeder Guild. Heiyu's gaze shifted toward the reception desk, where a strikingly beautiful nurse stood in for Miss Joy today. Even someone like Miss Joy, who comes from a prestigious family and enjoys job security, is compelled to take the breeder examination, which underscores the allure of this profession. Even those within the system are striving to excel. After reflecting on this, Heiyu exited the Pokémon Center, summoned a ride via his Pokédex, and set off toward the Breeder Guild. Chapter 40. Breeder. At the entrance of the Breeder Guild, a steady stream of people flowed in and out, many adorned with sun-shaped badges hanging from their chests. The onlookers cast envious and respectful glances their way, for these individuals were all Alliance-certified breeders. Among the crowd, a dark-haired youth accompanied by an Eevee stepped forward. "Hello, please present your Alliance ID card." Upon entering, Heiyu was halted by the doorman, who allowed him to pass only after he scanned his ID with the Pokédex. Once inside the Breeder Guild, Heiyu quickly noticed the bustling crowd, where breeders constituted only a minority. The majority were Alliance trainers, for every trainer relies on the assistance of energy cubes. While energy cubes sold outside are adequate, those available within the Breeder Guild are often of superior quality. Some affluent trainers even commission esteemed breeders to craft custom energy cubes for their Pokémon. An expense that is immeasurable. Wealth alone is insufficient. Connections are crucial to engage the master breeders. Let me check the map. Heiyu approached the floor plan in a corner, scrutinizing it closely. The Breeder Guild comprises 5 floors. The first floor is the public area and trading zone. The second floor is the assessment area. The former allows entry with basic identification, primarily serving as a trading platform for the public to conveniently purchase energy cubes. The latter is designated for assessing breeder apprentices. As for the upper 3 floors, they are accessible only to breeders, imposing a barrier to entry. Observing the vibrant trading area, Heiyu mused, such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. I shall see if there are any rare herbs available for procurement. He began to wander through the first floor hall. This is a snake molt fruit, which accelerates the molting process of serpentine Pokémon. Hiss. Could this be a sandscale fruit? A million value fruit just lying here. Goodness, and here's a recipe for a mid-level energy cube. After exploring, Heiyu broadened his horizons, discovering resources that are rarely seen outside, yet commonplace here. It is no wonder so many breeders converge in this place. After surveying the area, somewhat numbed by the abundance, Heiyu proceeded to the second floor, as his primary purpose for this visit was the assessment. Upon entering the elevator, he noticed many individuals displaying anxious expressions, likely all there for the assessment, he surmised. Among them, he even spotted an elderly gentleman with gray hair and beard. Upon inquiry, he learned that this gentleman was also there for the assessment. I've taken this assessment hundreds of times, so I'm quite familiar with it. I've heard this year's difficulty has been lowered. Perhaps I stand a chance. The old man stroked his bushy beard with a jovial demeanor, alleviating the tense atmosphere in the elevator. Heiyu regarded the elder with respect, and as the elevator doors opened, everyone rushed out. Greetings, those here for the breeder assessment. Please fill out the forms here, queue up in order, and refrain from crowding. We have a large number of candidates today. We appreciate your understanding. A staff member, smiling and courteous, guided the crowd. Heiyu joined the queue, adhering to the principle of neither standing out nor lagging behind. After completing the form, he found a seat in the corridor to sit casually. Individuals passed by, each holding a form and card, which served as their identification and exam admission ticket. Heiyu chuckled at the thought of needing an admission ticket even in the Pokémon world. As time progressed, the floor became increasingly crowded, with countless individuals whispering amongst themselves. Beep, beep, beep. The first round of written assessments is about to commence. As candidates entered the examination room according to their admission ticket numbers, Heiyu followed suit. The room was modest in size, containing dozens of desks spaced apart. For surveillance cameras were installed in the corners, scanning the entire area, while two impassive proctors sat at the front and back, with a hint of nervousness. Heiyu settled into the front row. As the candidates gathered, silence fell, and they began to answer questions. The first round consisted of basic questions, designed to gauge the collective knowledge of the candidates. After all, thousands of individuals take this assessment monthly. Conducting individual evaluations would be overwhelming. Thus, this round served as a filtering stage. Only those who pass may proceed to the advanced assessment. According to official sources, it is said that this round will eliminate over 90% of the candidates. As for its difficulty, that varies from person to person. What is the flavor profile of the juice produced by crushing berries like Lingyu and Fena? I believe it leans towards salty, with a hint of sourness. The Abra sheds its skin annually. How many days apart are the 3 molts of this Pokémon? They occur at intervals of 7 days, 30 days, and 6 months. Which Pokémon can currently learn Quick Attack? Those include the Furfrou, Lucario, and Togekiss. Additionally, the Snivy and Dratini can acquire it through inheritance. As Heiyu rapidly answered the questions, he inevitably encountered a few that stumped him, especially when compared to the scions of prestigious families who have been immersed in this knowledge since childhood. He was merely a novice with a year of study under his belt. The breeder assessment tests one's reservoir of knowledge. Even a prodigy would struggle to excel without ample time for learning. Unfortunately, Heiyu's knowledge base was decidedly his weak point. However, he believed that passing should not be an issue and did not foresee being eliminated. As 2 hours passed, Heiyu filled his answer sheet to the brim. Rubbing his somewhat sore wrists, he glanced around. Most candidates were sweating profusely, their expressions puzzled and anxious. In the classroom of over 40 individuals, only a handful had completed their exams. Soon, the assessment time concluded. After 3 hours, the vast majority had not even finished the exam. Heiyu hastily reviewed his answers before submitting his paper, following the others out of the classroom. Once everyone had exited, the 2 proctors began collecting the answer sheets. Upon reaching Heiyu's paper, one of them exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this candidate is only 17 years old. It is quite rare for someone so young to take the assessment." The other proctor replied, "He is likely from a prominent family. They receive extensive education and training from a young age, so it's not surprising for him to be taking the exam at this age." However, Heiyu was oblivious to the uniqueness of his age in the context of the assessment. At that moment, he was wandering through the first floor hall when suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted. "Hello, Guild Master Duwan." Soon, more voices joined the chorus. "Oh, it's Guild Master Duwan. She's also come to the Breeder Guild. Look over here. Look over here. Guild Master Duwan, I am your devoted fan." Heiyu gazed curiously at the fervent fans, their excited cheers stirring something within him. Is it possible that Master Duwan has also come here? The image of that enchanting teacher clad in a long black gown involuntarily flashed through his mind. Chapter 41. The announcement of results. Duwan must be here to recruit personnel for her dojo. Heiyu was squeezed out of the crowd and retreated to a corner. A dojo cannot possibly function with only its master, in addition to the standard staff provided by the league. The master must devise ways to recruit apprentices and various other personnel. As expected, Duwan, surrounded by a throng of admirers, raised her hand, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The authority of a dojo master is indeed formidable. All present were talents of the league and residents of Kanas City. With the dojo about to open, various talents were urgently sought. If anyone has ideas, Duwan, though young, demonstrated her adeptness in the art of persuasion, skillfully enticing talent with her well-rehearsed rhetoric. Heiyu listened quietly, noticing Miss Joy in a corner, who had just rushed over to greet him. "Good morning, Miss Joy." Miss Joy remained as gentle as ever, even with most eyes captivated by Du-Wan, yet a group of men surrounded her. Upon seeing Heiyu approach, they immediately displayed hostility. Heiyu, not wishing to provoke a confrontation, merely smiled and distanced himself, opting to leave the bustling elevator and exit the Breeder Association via the stairs instead. Results would be announced tomorrow. He decided to use this time to delve into past assessment information. Cradling his EV, he returned to the Pokémon Center, where the hall appeared somewhat desolate as the majority of the crowd had flocked to the Breeder Association. Heiyu quietly returned to his room to continue reviewing the assessment material. Later that night, as fatigue began to weigh heavily on his eyelids, Heiyu was abruptly awakened by a chime from the Pokédex. He hastily opened it. "Dear Trainer Heiyu, you have successfully passed the basic examination of the Breeder Association. Please attend the assessment tomorrow." A smile crept onto Heiyu's lips. Although his knowledge base was limited, his experiences from a previous life endowed him with remarkable memory. He hoped for a smooth outcome the next day. After receiving the news, Heiyu drifted off to a peaceful slumber. However, it was certain that many in the hotels of Kanas City, including the Pokémon Center, would find it difficult to sleep that night. A basic examination could eliminate up to 90% of candidates. This clearly illustrated the difficulty of becoming a breeder. Under the League's monopolization of knowledge, it was nearly impossible for commoners to attain that status. Had Heiyu not received the League's secondary authorization and the investment from the Chunghua Dojo, he too might have missed the opportunity. As he flipped through the pages of the League's history, each one narrated the splendor and glory of its establishment. Tossing and turning, he finally discerned two words within the text: cannibalism. Heiyu was reminded of a saying from his previous life, uttering it with a touch of irony. The following morning, the number of individuals at the Breeder Association had diminished, and Heiyu no longer felt overwhelmed upon entering the hall. After presenting his identification and the text message confirming his passage of the Trainers Association, a staff member escorted him to a small room on the second floor. "This is the waiting room. Those whose names are called will enter for their individual assessments." The middle-aged man gestured towards a small door, indicating it led to the examination room. Inside the small room, there were few individuals. Aside from Heiyu, there were only 4 others. However, 2 of them surprised him: Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center and the elderly gentleman he had encountered in the elevator yesterday. "Good morning, Miss Joy." "Good morning, sir." Heiyu greeted, taking a seat and smiling at the 2 beside him. The last individual was a young man in his 20s whom Heiyu did not recognize, but nodded politely to anyway. One must not appear unfriendly when out and about. Establishing a good persona can effectively expand one's network. However, the young man seemed indifferent, dismissively turning his gaze away with a scoff and coldly turning his head. Heiyu paid no mind to this and began to observe the room, striking up a conversation with the elderly gentleman. "Sir, may I ask how old you are? What brings you to the assessment at this age?" Heiyu was curious. The old gentleman's attire suggested he belonged to a wealthy family, and at his age, one would typically be enjoying retirement, not seeking challenges. "Haha, I am only 80 years old, the perfect age to venture forth," the elderly man replied, his complexion rosy and his demeanor cheerful. This remark elicited a chuckle from Miss Joy, who gently explained to Heiyu, "Do not mind Grandpa Fushan. He is here for the assessment merely to avoid taxes." A flicker of confusion crossed Heiyu's mind. After some inquiries, he learned that this elderly gentleman was a shareholder in a nearby battle club and was not lacking in wealth. He sought to become a breeder solely to evade a hefty inheritance tax. As stipulated by the Pokémon League's regulations, substantial taxes must be paid for one's estate to be passed down. However, by becoming a breeder, one could enjoy a series of benefits, including tax exemptions. Heiyu admired the old gentleman, astounded at his spirit at such an age. As they conversed, several other assessment candidates entered, most around 30 years of age. The group engaged in conversation, with Miss Joy serving as an excellent intermediary, easing the atmosphere. After all, the essence of the assessment was selection, not elimination, so they did not view one another as rivals. Heiyu also gleaned information about the others. Most had undergone this assessment numerous times. Inevitably, others inquired about Heiyu, as he appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not yet an adult. "What? You're only 17? Truly remarkable," exclaimed Grandpa Fushan, astonished. Others turned their heads in surprise. Miss Joy widened her eyes, blinking as she considered relaying Heiyu's information back to her family. This young man was quite presentable. Should he achieve commendable results in this assessment, he could be a valuable asset, even if he did not become a breeder. Miss Joy instinctively dismissed the likelihood of Heiyu passing the assessment. After all, while it was possible for a 17-year-old to pass the junior breeder examination, such instances were rare, and the majority were monopolized by established breeding families. Across all regions, the number of successful candidates each year rarely exceeded 3. As for how to cultivate a relationship, it was certainly not her role to pursue. As the joy of Kansas City, an essential urban hub, she belonged to the direct line of her family. Future alliances would certainly be formed with other families, making it improbable for her to lower herself to court a trainer without a background unless he were an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Thus, any approach to Heiyu would likely come from a collateral branch of the Joy family. I recall my cousin from Guame Town seems to be of marriageable age, Miss Joy mused internally, maintaining her gentle and refined exterior. Chapter 42. The assessment commences after a brief wait. The number of people in the room continued to grow. Finally, a staff member entered and announced, "It seems we have a large number of candidates this year, many of whom are new faces." Casting a glance around the room, he turned to Grandpa Fu Shan, saying, "Ah, an old acquaintance. We just saw each other last month, didn't we?" This light-hearted banter eased the tension among the crowd. The first candidate for assessment was called Joy-chan. It remains uncertain whether this is merely coincidence or a deliberate gesture by the Breeders' Guild. But Miss Joy has become the first candidate to undergo the assessment. Indeed, although she appeared somewhat anxious, she gracefully lifted her skirt and entered the examination room with poise. "No need to be nervous. You were merely a hair's breadth away from success last time. With your knowledge, you will surely excel," a staff member reassured her. As Miss Joy departed, an awkward silence enveloped the room, the air thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of each person's breath. Before long, Miss Joy emerged, her face alight with joy and a smile gracing her lips, suggesting that she had indeed succeeded in her assessment. Blackfeather mused internally. The evaluations must conclude before anyone can leave, so Miss Joy quietly returned to her seat, awaiting the results of the others. This time, she appeared significantly more at ease, her demeanor even exhibiting a touch of pride. "Ah, old Master Fu, it's your turn," the staff member chuckled. After all, this venerable gentleman was a regular, attending assessments monthly. He would soon exit, looking somewhat disheveled but quickly regaining his composure, having faced failure numerous times and likely developed a sense of resignation. At 80 years of age, his mental fortitude was undoubtedly commendable. Shortly thereafter, a rather haughty young man entered, a figure Blackfeather recognized as one of the earliest occupants of the room. "Old Master Fu, do you know who he is? He seems to look down on us." Blackfeather couldn't help but inquire. "Haha, that one. He is said to be the grandson of a mid-level breeder, possessing some talent in the field. At merely 22 years of age, he came close to passing the assessment last year." Old Master Fu replied with a grin, though his expression hinted at something unsaid. "However, it is rumored that he is rather arrogant and prefers not to engage with us common folk. But do not take it to heart. Such attitudes are typical among those from breeding families." Blackfeather nodded thoughtfully, realizing that having a mid-level breeder as a backing could elevate one's status, as high-level breeders often serve as the heads of regional guilds. In places like Kansas City, even the branch leaders are typically of mid-level breeding status. Yet, it seemed unremarkable to him. He could not understand why one would be so prideful. The assessments continued, and within a brief half-hour, several individuals emerged, their expressions dark, suggesting failure. This weighed heavily on those still awaiting their turn, casting a shadow over their hopes. Next, Blackfeather. Upon hearing his name, Blackfeather stood, the gaze of the room converging upon him. As the youngest participant, most merely glanced at him before forming their judgments, deeming him too young to succeed. "Come on, young Blackfeather, you can do it," Old Master Fu encouraged with a smile. Entering the room, Blackfeather passed the haughty youth, who regarded him with disdain. Blackfeather understood the source of the youth's irritation. He had failed yet again. The expectations had been high, given his near success the previous year, but disappointment lingered now. The atmosphere around the arrogant youth was frigid, his face twisted in anger, deterring others from approaching him. His contemptuous gaze towards Blackfeather indicated that he believed someone younger could not possibly pass. Blackfeather chose not to engage, as he refused to let an unsavory individual affect his own mindset for the assessment. Welcome to the assessment, gentlemen. Upon entering, Black Feather was greeted by 3 examiners, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman with graying hair, who served as the chief examiner. You must be Black Feather. I am Fei Jing, the chief examiner for this assessment. The 2 gentlemen beside me are registered junior breeders. We will be overseeing your evaluation together. The elderly man stated sternly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Fei Jing, and esteemed elders. Black Feather replied politely with a bow. Given your youth, do not feel pressured if you do not succeed. There will be many opportunities ahead. We will begin with a few simple questions, so please take a seat. The middle-aged examiner said, offering a few words of comfort. Every year, there are those who cannot bear the pressure of failure and resort to tragic measures. They certainly did not want such an event to occur within the Kansas City Breeders' Guild. Black Feather seated himself, exuding composure as he focused intently on the examiners. First question. The silver powder obtained from the hunting swallowtail and the poison moth. How many grams can be extracted from each? The silver powder is a crucial item that amplifies insect-type moves. Black Feather pondered briefly before responding. That depends on the strength of the Pokémon. For example, a level 30 Pokémon could extract 3 grams from the hunting swallowtail and 2 grams from the poison moth. However, variations may occur based on individual Pokémon differences. The examiners exchanged glances, nodding in satisfaction before continuing with their inquiries. Why is the silver powder from the poison moth generally less than that from the hunting swallowtail? After a moment of contemplation, Black Feather replied, this is due to the poison moth possessing a toxic attribute. The silver powder extracted from it must undergo special processing to remove the toxins, which inevitably results in some loss. As the question and answer session progressed, Black Feather adeptly answered several queries, some of which were more obscure. While he could address some, others eluded him, as he had only studied for a year. His knowledge base still significantly less than those who had dedicated several years or even decades to their craft. Nevertheless, his responses astonished the examiners. Achieving such understanding at 17 was remarkable, considering the average successful assessment age was 31. Well done on your answers. We will evaluate your performance based on the recordings. The examiner on the right indicated towards the camera. Creating energy cubes is an essential skill for breeders. Now, please produce a basic energy cube, showcasing your best work. The chief examiner instructed, gesturing towards the energy cube machine in the corner. Black Feather approached the machine, finding an array of options, including the latest models from various companies. Selecting the one he was most familiar with, he returned to the table. Esteemed examiners, I will need black tree fruit, the feathers of a prideful sparrow, the fur of a lazy otter, and a black ring flower, he announced, preparing to create an energy cube designed to enhance the physical attributes of standard-type Pokémon. The examiners nodded and instructed a nearby staff member to retrieve the materials from the guild's storage. Before long, the materials were laid out before him. Taking a deep breath, Black Feather methodically placed the components into the machine, prioritizing those requiring special treatment, precisely monitoring the order, quantity, and time. His movements were fluid and devoid of any superfluities. The examiners observed him with admiration, their eyes sparkling as if they had uncovered a hidden treasure. As he processed the materials, removing impurities, mashing them into a paste, grinding, separating, and merging, he added spices to enhance the aroma, ensuring every step was executed flawlessly. The energy cube took shape without a single error, culminating in a product that was as exquisite as it was effective. In less than 10 minutes, an energy cube rolled out from the machine's outlet. The examiners were taken aback, disregarding all formalities, and approached Heiyu directly to examine the energy cube closely. Its luster is brilliant, its surface smooth, and it exudes a delightful aroma. It is indeed a premium product, remarked the middle-aged examiner. The venerable Master Fei Jing was even more direct. He produced a tool to scrape off a small piece from the energy cube and savored it thoughtfully. A genius, he murmured, observing the examiner's approval. The other 2 showered praises upon Heiyu. Though your knowledge may be somewhat lacking, your age compensates for it. The creation of this energy cube is truly exceptional, they declared. Young lad, we have unanimously decided to pass you as a junior cultivator. From this day forth, you shall be a junior cultivator of the Kansas Guild. A junior cultivator at the age of 17. While this honor is bestowed upon a few each year, it is a rarity, chosen from thousands of cities across several regions. Moreover, most junior cultivators possess a hint of superficiality or have connections that facilitate their passage. Those who, like Heiyu, succeed based on merit are exceedingly rare. Ah, young one. You are now one of us. Here is your certificate of assessment, Master Faging exclaimed, producing a sun emblem that, while not particularly bright, was dim compared to the one hanging on his chest. Inscribed in small letters below were the words Junior Cultivator. This emblem signifies a range of privileges and benefits exclusive to cultivators, more advantageous than even the direct lineage of the Alliance. Heh, young lad. Do visit the Cultivators Guild often. Engage with us old-timers. After expressing his gratitude, Heiyu departed the room under the admiring gazes of the examiners. As he exited, he caught sight of the haughty young man, whose expression remained sour, seemingly brooding over his failed assessment. Upon seeing Heiyu emerge, the young man prepared to mock him, only to be struck speechless by the sight of the emblem hanging on Heiyu's chest, as if words were lodged in his throat. How could this be? A gasp echoed throughout the small room, capturing everyone's attention. It was then that they turned their gaze towards Heiyu and noticed the cultivator's emblem adorning his chest. Am I seeing things? A 17-year-old junior cultivator? You must honor me with a visit to my home. I have a granddaughter who is 18 and exceptionally beautiful. Elder Fu Shan, the calmest among those present, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. His words shattered the prior tranquility, igniting a flurry of discussion in the room as everyone eagerly surrounded Heiyu, inquiring about his achievement. I can't believe it. It is indeed the cultivator's emblem. My heavens. What have I been doing for the past 20 years? Miss Joy, who had previously been cheerful, was now overtaken by shock. Her gentle, beautiful eyes widened, and disbelief colored her rosy cheeks. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly, and her heart raced as she finally grasped the reality. A once-in-a-century genius. The term flashed through Miss Joy's mind. If the former Heiyu was not worth her attention, the current Heiyu was undeniably compelling enough to warrant her interest. She longed to access her Pokédex and relay this news to her family, but alas, all communication devices had been confiscated during the assessment. Nevertheless, Miss Joy gracefully rose and approached Heiyu. Meanwhile, the proud young man, who had relied on his grandfather's status as a mid-level cultivator, sat helplessly, incredulity etched across his face. Just then, a figure in a nurse's uniform appeared before him. It was Miss Joy. Expecting comfort due to his grandfather's esteemed reputation in Canas City, he forced a smile. To his dismay, Miss Joy, like everyone else, lavished praise upon Heiyu, leaving him feeling utterly ignored. In that moment, he perceived the laughter of those around him, and the compliments he had once given to Heiyu now felt like mockery directed at him. Before the assessment, he had boasted of his assured success in becoming a cultivator. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he had not only failed to achieve his goal, but had also witnessed the rise of another genius. Overwhelmed, he could no longer think clearly. His mind a tumult of thoughts, until, after a considerable time, a staff member roused him from his stupor. Upon regaining his senses, his face flushed crimson. Disregarding the gazes of others, he hastily sprang to his feet and fled the Cultivators Guild in a frenzy. A 17-year-old junior cultivator. The emergence of a prodigious youth. This news swiftly dominated the headlines of Canas City, and Heiyu's name became renowned within the city and the realm of cultivators. As such prodigies appeared only a handful of times each year. Within the Cultivators Guild, President Faging sat at his desk, engrossed in the day's freshly printed Alliance headlines, his smile unwavering. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, shattering the tranquility. President, a call from the headquarters of the cultivators. Upon hearing this, President Faging promptly set down the newspaper, adjusted his attire and expression, and answered the phone. Hello? Yes, indeed. We shall not disappoint the Alliance's nurturing and the headquarters' expectations. He replied respectfully to the voice on the other end. After hanging up, the myriad wrinkles on President Faging's face could not hide his joy. His hands trembled with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with delight. The call from the cultivators' headquarters had announced an increase in resource allocation for the Canas City branch for the second half of the year. The Cultivators Guild in Canas City was about to prosper. Chapter 44. Joy Pure returning to the Pokémon Center. Heiyu fell into a deep slumber. By the next morning, a pile of notes had been left at his door. Goodness, these are all contact numbers, Heiyu thought, his face darkening as he found the doorframe plastered with notes. However, amidst the clutter, he noticed the contact information from the Canas gym. After clearing the notes, Heiyu took his Pokémon downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast. Hey, have you heard? That genius cultivator Heiyu is staying at the Pokémon Center. Really? I heard he is only 17. It would be amazing to get to know him. Heiyu quietly enjoyed his meal, relieved that others were unaware of his appearance. Otherwise, he feared he would be surrounded again, just as he had been at the Cultivators Guild the previous day. Hello, Trainer Heiyu. Would you mind if I sat here? Miss Joy, clad in her nurse's uniform, greeted him with a warm smile. Heiyu glanced around, saw that no one was paying attention, and nodded. May I ask, Miss Joy, what brings you here? He inquired, sensing her intent. No need for such formality. We met yesterday, remember? You can call me Joy Pure, she replied softly. Heiyu suddenly recalled and said, how could I forget to congratulate you, Miss Joy, on becoming a cultivator as well? Joy cast a glance at Heiyu, a light laugh escaping her lips as she remarked, not at all. I am nearly 25, and I cannot compare to your remarkable talent. A flicker of surprise crossed Heiyu's eyes. It was difficult to believe that Miss Joy was already 25, for their appearances remained unchanged. It was uncertain whether it was genetics or some secret formula, but the decay of their youthful beauty was remarkably slow. Heiyu, would you be interested in joining the Joy family? Just as their conversation flowed with ease, Miss Joy finally could not contain her curiosity. Heiyu paused mid-bite, feeling his heart race under her earnest gaze. The expression on Miss Joy's face was undeniably disarming. Surely, any man witnessing such a pitiful look would find it hard to refuse. Are you suggesting a marriage proposal? Heiyu ventured cautiously. Indeed, she confirmed. Your reputation reached the family yesterday, and they have sent me to recruit you. However, I felt it would be inappropriate to conceal this from you, hence my forthrightness. With a demeanor that exuded concern for his well-being, Miss Joy gazed at Heiyu, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Heiyu thought, a strategic retreat, perhaps? How intriguing. Miss Joy's words instinctively placed them on equal footing, a mere tactic to forge a closer bond. He could not believe that Joy would betray her family. Nevertheless, he knew he had to play along for appearances. I need to contemplate this. After all, I am merely 17, and considering marriage feels rather premature. I still yearn to travel, Heiyu replied, donning a mask of hesitation before offering his explanation. A hint of confusion flickered in Miss Joy's eyes, yet she patiently elaborated. Heiyu, with your innate talent in the breeding profession, you could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a master breeder. However, this journey is not without its requisite resources and knowledge. Upon hearing this, Heiyu felt a stirring within. She was correct. To excel as a breeder, one needed ample resources and knowledge. Yet, he refrained from immediately voicing his thoughts and continued to listen. Miss Joy continued, should you agree to join the Joy family, we will devote ourselves to nurturing your talents, assisting you in reaching the pinnacle of breeding. At that point, even I could. Her voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing, clearly embarrassed to continue. Observing her bashful demeanor stirred a ripple of emotions within Heiyu. In front of outsiders, particularly ordinary trainers, the usually aloof Miss Joy was willing to unveil such vulnerability and utter bold declarations. A peculiar thrill coursed through him, yet it was soon submerged by reason. He inhaled deeply, composed himself, and stated, I apologize, Miss Joy. While I am a breeder, my aspirations lie in becoming a trainer. I intend to continue my travels and challenge the league gyms. With this declaration, Heiyu effectively declined her proposal, causing a flush of embarrassment to creep onto Miss Joy's rosy cheeks. To prevent further entanglement, he hastily finished his breakfast and retreated to his room, leaving a flustered Miss Joy alone in the dining area. In the following days, Miss Joy persistently sought him out, albeit with newfound wisdom, refraining from broaching the topic of marriage. Instead, she visited him under the guise of friendship, engaging in discussions about breeding. Although Heiyu recognized this as a tactic, he could not help but feel an affinity for her. After all, Miss Joy's beauty was irresistibly captivating. It was hard for anyone to remain unmoved by such a stunning woman taking the initiative. Despite this, Heiyu reminded himself internally, this was merely a ploy, and he must not fall prey to it. Thus, while their interactions appeared amicable, he maintained a careful distance. As anticipated, on the fourth day, Miss Joy could no longer contain herself and directly broached the subject. Heiyu, do you truly not wish to join the Joy family? She inquired, her expression a mixture of emotions. Over the days spent together, she had come to recognize Heiyu as a remarkably talented individual with a vivid imagination, and his wit often brought her joy. Therefore, if he agreed to join their family, Miss Joy was even willing to sacrifice her own status, lowering herself for the sake of their lineage. Regrettably, Heiyu seemed disinclined towards such notions, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Since you are unwilling to join, I shall not press you. How about an investment instead? The Joy family could consider investing in you. Miss Joy spoke earnestly. She continued, Heiyu, you must have received an investment from the Chuhua Gym, correct? If so, accepting our family's investment would also be viable. Her alluring visage was serious, as if she were not jesting. Heiyu paused, taken aback. The Joy family had conducted an investigation into him, though he was not particularly surprised. After much effort and persuasion, Miss Joy finally secured his reluctant agreement. This brought her joy, yet also a hint of fatigue. As she exited Heiyu's room, she sighed with relief. At last, it is done. I have successfully fulfilled the task assigned to me by my family. However, despite the task being completed, a twinge of regret lingered within her. What a pity to have encountered someone who stirs my heart so. She sighed softly, gently caressing her cheek, her gaze reflecting doubt and disappointment. Has my charm diminished? Or perhaps Heiyu finds my 25 years too burdensome. Chapter 45. The dark crow Heiyu sat quietly on a chair, contemplating the investment contract before him, alongside a family insignia. The contract, naturally, was the one he signed with Miss Joy, featuring terms that were exceedingly favorable. He could not help but marvel at the generosity of the Joy family. As for the insignia, it was the family emblem of the Joy clan, which would grant him certain privileges when presented before any member of the Joy family. The prospect of joining them was indeed alluring, yet Heiyu was resolute. He did not wish to be beholden to anyone for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he opened his sharp eyes wide and muttered to himself. The idea of joining would indeed grant him the Joy family's substantial support, a tempting proposition at first glance. However, it came with a significant caveat. He would have to submit to their control, relinquishing his freedom. His future would be confined to a singular path as a breeder, as dictated by their development plan. More critically, he would be subjected to the various constraints imposed by the Joy family, stripping him of his autonomy. This fact remained hidden from the common folk, as it was far too clandestine. After all, how could the Joy family feel secure in nurturing an outsider? Simultaneously, the Joy family needed to ensure their own strength, hence their eagerness to attract these external prodigies. Otherwise, would they truly rely solely on their own resources? Heiyu had discovered in the Joy family's history at the Changhua Gym library that they had once cultivated an outsider through marriage into a champion. Unfortunately, that champion, upon reaching a certain pinnacle, seemingly abandoned the Joy family, unwilling to remain subservient. This tumultuous departure led to significant negative repercussions for the Joy family, prompting them to impose stringent control over every individual who entered their fold, ensuring they would grow increasingly dependent on the Joy family until they ultimately surrendered both body and soul. Heiyu, of course, had no desire to plant a ticking time bomb in his future. Hence, the notion of joining was dismissed outright. In the coming days, as the residence of Black Feather was exposed, an increasing number of powerful families began to extend their invitations. Some sought to recruit Black Feather as the exclusive cultivator for their shops to produce energy cubes, while others, like the Joy family, wished to invite him to join their clan through marriage. There were even those who aspired to enlist Black Feather into their companies, envisioning him as an artist whose talent and nurturing would undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. Black Feather, increasingly annoyed by these incessant disturbances, ultimately vacated the Pokémon Center and found refuge in a hotel. Hello, sir, your package has arrived. Slowly opening the hotel door, Black Feather cautiously accepted the package before swiftly shutting the door behind him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he gazed at the parcel in hand. At last, the exchange voucher from the official breeding house had arrived. He hurriedly opened the package, extracting a card within, and scanned it with his Pokédex. The exchange code was instantly transferred to the device. This voucher was one of the Joy family's investments, permitting him to visit any official breeding house across various regions and cities to exchange for a Pokémon. Except for demigods and the starter trio, he could redeem any Pokémon at will. As the levels of several of his Pokémon climbed to 30, the growth rate of his Spearow noticeably slowed. Ultimately, its qualifications were insufficient. All of Black Feather's Pokémon were captured in the wild, with only the Kingler possessing commendable innate qualities, while the Sharpedo was prized solely for its rare ability. However, the sole function of Spearow was flight and reconnaissance. Upon reaching level 30, despite daily investments of abundant energy cubes and rare resources, its leveling speed remained painfully slow. It was time to replace it. Perhaps it would be best to allow it to retire, Black Feather mused. He had already arranged a suitable place, the indoor simulated greenhouse of the Orange Blossom Gym. After consulting Spearow and receiving its consent, he decided that his next Pokémon would be a Murkrow. Without hesitation, Blackfeather stepped out of the Pokémon Center. The official breeding house lay at the far western edge of the city, situated in the most prosperous area. As he stepped into the opulent establishment, he was greeted by two hostesses on either side of the entrance. "Hello, welcome." Both hostesses wore attire that accentuated their figures and were adorned with their signature smiles. Blackfeather nodded and walked inside, noticing the sparse number of customers. It seemed that only a select few trainers frequented the official breeding house for their Pokémon. He pondered. The vast majority of trainers acquired their initial Pokémon either through wild captures or from the black market. The first-floor exhibition hall was resplendent, with pure white marble flooring throughout the lobby, displaying an array of Pokémon eggs in glass showcases. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" A sales associate approached, greeting him softly. After surveying the surroundings, Blackfeather replied in a low voice, "I am here to purchase a Pokémon, specifically of the dark type." The sales associate continued gently, "Very well, sir. Do you have any other specific requirements for the Pokémon? What is your budget?" Naturally, the higher the Pokémon's qualifications, the better. As for the budget, there was no ceiling, Blackfeather stated, turning to the associate. Upon hearing this, the associate appeared slightly dazed, scrutinizing Blackfeather before realizing he did not appear to be fabricating his claim. "Sir, please follow me," she said, her tone becoming notably more enthusiastic. Nodding, Blackfeather followed her into a passageway, passing several rooms before finally stopping at one marked with a Dark-type emblem. "Please be cautious, sir. Dark-type Pokémon tend to be quite fierce, and those with volatile tempers may exhibit aggressive tendencies," the associate kindly warned before gently opening the door. Upon entering, Blackfeather was met with a unique ambience. The walls were primarily deep brown, aligning perfectly with the Dark-type theme, and the room featured simple decorative equipment that evoked the essence of dark energy cubes. Blackfeather wrinkled his nose, sensing a peculiar aroma in the air. Yet, he wondered, where were the Pokémon? The sales associate retrieved a special whistle from a nearby cabinet and blew into it. The sharp sound echoed throughout the room. From the corners and beside training apparatus, various small heads and bodies emerged, Mytana, Drifloon, and others. One by one, the distinctive Dark-type Pokémon materialized, and Blackfeather's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alas, was there no Absol or Zoroark? He expressed his disappointment with a hint of regret. Observing Blackfeather's lofty expectations, the associate quietly speculated, could he be a scion of a wealthy family? But his attire did not suggest such an origin. "Sir, the two Pokémon you mentioned are exceptionally rare, and Zoroark is not native to our region. If you wish, we can check other breeding houses in different regions to arrange a trade," the associate suggested thoughtfully, implying that breeding houses across regions were interconnected. "First, let me see the list of Murkrow available," Blackfeather decided after brief contemplation, adhering to his initial inclination to select a Murkrow. Receiving the list from the associate, he turned to the page dedicated to Murkrow. "Only a little over 20? He inquired, puzzled. "Sir, Murkrow is inherently a less common Pokémon, and since it requires a dusk stone for evolution, it tends to attract fewer buyers," the associate patiently explained before stepping back into the corner to allow Blackfeather to make his selection without interruption. Of course, there was another significant reason she withheld. Murkrow, as a dark Pokémon, was often associated with ill omens, leading many to avoid it. Being an informed cultivator, Blackfeather had researched Murkrow prior to visiting the breeding house and was well aware of its associated legends. The associate, prioritizing her sales, chose not to disclose this information, and Blackfeather remained indifferent. "I'll choose this one, number 19, he declared, selecting the Murkrow that most appealed to him. This particular Murkrow possessed the hidden ability Prankster, an excellent support trait that accelerated the usage of status moves. Even upon evolving into Honchkrow, its ability would transform into overconfidence, boosting its attack after defeating a Pokémon. Yet, Blackfeather was chiefly captivated by this Murkrow's remarkable inherited moves: Brave Bird, Feather Dance, Foul Play, and Peck. He was astounded by the opulence of its inherited moves. This was undoubtedly the most exceptional Pokémon he had encountered thus far. After making his decision, Blackfeather followed the sales associate to another room, successfully securing the Murkrow. Gazing at the Murkrow before him, Blackfeather's eyes betrayed his affection as his hand slowly reached out to stroke its feathers. "Sir, be careful," the associate, intending to caution him about the ferocity of Dark-type Pokémon, was taken aback when the Murkrow remained unperturbed, allowing Black Feather to caress its plumage. This sight left her astonished. Dark-type Pokémon had a notorious reputation for their aggressiveness, particularly the cunning avian types. Other Murkrow exhibited a glint of cunning and malice, but the one before Black Feather radiated a resolute determination. He perceived an ambition for strength in its gaze as he gently cradled it, inspecting for any injuries. The dark corvid, surprisingly docile, did not attempt to escape. Whether this was due to the Alliance's excessive nurturing or simply the creature's innate temperament remained unclear. Dark corvid, would you like to accompany me? Black Feather inquired softly, gazing at the creature in his arms. The dark corvid looked back with a curious gaze. Though it felt a twinge of reluctance, it was overshadowed by a yearning for the outside world. With a croak, the dark corvid emitted a raspy sound that was quite unpleasant. After presenting the Alliance's voucher, he successfully took the dark corvid with him. Sir, we look forward to your next visit, the sales assistant said with a reluctant expression as Black Feather departed from the breeding house. However, instead of returning to the Pokémon Center, he first headed to the Breeders' Guild. Upon entering the Breeders' Guild, the atmosphere was no longer as bustling as it had been a few days prior, yet there was still a lively hum of voices. After presenting a simple Alliance identity, Black Feather slowly made his way into the hall. Since he was merely procuring materials, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal his identity. The expansive first-floor hall took him over half an hour to explore fully. He purchased a substantial quantity of materials related to the dark type, including evil fruits, ebony wood, and blackberries, all for his team. The resources for dark types were consumed rapidly, necessitating frequent replenishment. As the dark corvid was still in its juvenile stage, it was the perfect opportunity to concoct a potion suitable for newborn Pokémon. Black Feather also spent a significant amount on a bottle of Moo Moo milk from a vendor, which was not the ordinary beverage milk found in stores. This particular milk was produced by the gym in Goldenrod City and was said to dominate over 80% of the world's supply. It bore similarities to the monopolies held by the Junsha family with their dog Pokémon and the Joy family with their Happiny. The sale of this high-quality milk was the gym's primary industry, thus ensuring substantial profits. Young man, I must tell you, this milk is sourced from a Moo Moo over level 60, and it is undoubtedly worth every coin. The vendor's flattery ultimately convinced Black Feather to spend one Alliance coin on the bottle of fresh milk. As the vendor had claimed, it was indeed rich in nutrition. After another round of spending, Black Feather noticed his wallet had thinned, and with the day waning, he prepared to return to the Pokémon Center. His first task was to register his newly acquired dark corvid, as it would soon be openly trained. Currently, he had registered 4 Pokémon: the Kingler, the Sharpedo, the Eevee, and the dark corvid. As for the Spearow and the Shroomish, they remained unregistered since they had not yet made public appearances or participated in competitions. Black Feather, your Pokémon registration is complete, Joy Pure said as she handed him the Pokeball with both hands, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, providing immense comfort. Her tender demeanor made the other male trainers nearby green with envy, casting jealous glances as if they wished to consume Black Feather whole. However, Black Feather seemed oblivious to the unusual attention, merely nodding politely in gratitude before turning to leave. Just then, Joy Pure called out, Black Feather, please wait a moment. He paused, looking back at her in curiosity. Joy Pure smiled and explained, the materials you previously asked me to gather have been found and are now in your room. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of surprise crossed Black Feather's eyes. He had previously entrusted Joy Pure with the task of collecting some dragon-type materials to create energy cubes that would aid in training his Kingler's dragon dance. Unfortunately, due to the rarity of dragon-type materials, his own search had yielded little success, prompting him to seek the assistance of the Joy family. Thank you so much. I just wonder how much these materials cost. I can offer you extra as payment, he said, eager to repay the favor, as he disliked being indebted to others. Hee. There's no need for that. You are now considered an investment of our Joy family, so you're practically one of us. Joy Pure waved her hand dismissively, smiling broadly. Chapter 47. Training and Dragon Dance. Upon returning to his room, he indeed found a box on the bed. Opening it revealed countless vials and containers. He took out one vial containing a vivid red liquid and, after removing the cap, carefully sniffed it. This is the blood of a Dragonite, Black Feather concluded, identifying it through his keen sense of smell and reference materials. Checking the list at the bottom confirmed his findings. There were also bat hair, Gyarados scales, and a considerable assortment of rare dragon-type materials. Black Feather couldn't help but marvel at the financial prowess of the Joy family. With this batch of dragon-type materials, he could expedite the training schedule for his Kingler's Dragon Dance technique. However, the immediate priority was to prepare a potion suitable for the Dark Corvid, tailored for newborn Pokémon. He opened the Pokédex, entered the password to access the Orange Flower Gym's online library, and successfully found a potion that would enhance the innate abilities of juvenile Pokémon and nurture their bodies. The crafting difficulty was not particularly high. An ordinary novice breeder could easily concoct it. Black Feather scraped a small piece of resin from the ebony wood and crushed the black berries into juice. Without hesitation, he set to work, meticulously cleaning the table and beginning the potion preparation. Each drop of liquid was measured with utmost precision. After combining all the materials, he placed them in a special machine to rest for half an hour, ultimately yielding a small vial of dark liquid. The potion bubbled ominously, resembling poison at first glance. Black Feather checked the analysis displayed on the machine. Indeed, here it is, Dark Corvid, drink this. He released the Dark Corvid. With a flash of white light, a shadow appeared in the room, flapping its black wings, emitting a shrill cry from its beak. Black Feather extended his arm, inviting the Dark Corvid to perch upon it. After a moment's hesitation, the Dark Corvid landed. Gently stroking its head, Black Feather's eyes softened as he instructed, Dark Corvid, drink this, it will benefit your future growth. He brought the vial of potion to the Dark Corvid's beak, and after sniffing the aroma, it promptly drank it without hesitation. A look of satisfaction crossed Black Feather's face. He appreciated the Dark Corvid's unreserved trust in him. After consuming the potion, the Dark Corvid could distinctly feel a unique energy entering its body, spreading warmth throughout before it succumbed to a deep slumber. Black Feather chuckled softly, withdrawing it into a luxury ball. Glancing at the now-setting sun, he hastily retrieved the dragon-type materials he had entrusted to the Joy family, beginning the process of crafting energy cubes to assist in training Dragon Dance. Additionally, he pulled up the video he had found in the Orange Flower Gym's library, showing the techniques of Pokémon teaching Dragon Dance, while he diligently crafted the energy cubes. The night passed without incident. The next day, in the training grounds of the Pokémon Center, Black Feather addressed the flying Dark Corvid. Show me the skills you have mastered. The Dark Corvid let out a raspy cry, its roar filled with vigor. In the air, the Dark Corvid seemed to possess boundless energy, its sharp beak emanating a glimmer of flying-type energy. Its beak sharpened and then suddenly dove towards the target. Peck. Not bad. Not bad. Do you have any more? A look of satisfaction flickered in Black Feather's eyes. While the Dark Corvid's flying technique was slightly flawed, it could be corrected later. Its control over energy was exceptional, and its physical strength was outstanding among its peers. Truly, it was a quality Pokémon inheriting 4 skills. As the Dark Crow continued to circle around the wooden target without making a move, Black Feather was filled with curiosity. Suddenly, a loud caw erupted from the Dark Crow, startling the target and shattering it into pieces. Realizing what had happened, Black Feather exclaimed, "That was a scare tactic. You're quite skilled at this move, Dark Crow." The Dark Crow completed a loop before returning to perch on Black Feather's shoulder, somewhat embarrassed, using its wings to shield its eyes. During its time in the breeding house, its mischievous nature often led it to play pranks on its companions using this very skill, a part of its past that it wished to keep hidden from its master. Black Feather, undeterred, casually inquired and learned that the Dark Crow had lost its mastery over the skill. Feeling a bit downcast, the Dark Crow cawed softly. "Don't worry, Dark Crow," Black Feather reassured. "Once you level up in the future, you will gradually regain your inherited skills." He instructed the Dark Crow to continue its flight training, with the guidance of the skilled toucan. With its ability to soar gracefully over the roaring sea, the toucan's flying techniques were exemplary, and Black Feather felt confident under its tutelage. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw Lobster began its training for Dragon Dance. Black Feather shifted his focus to the training of another Pokémon, now understanding why official trainers could only register 6 Pokémon. As the number of Pokémon increased, so did the trainer's responsibilities. Even with only 4 Pokémon, managing their training, feeding, and care proved to be a daunting task. The Iron Claw Lobster had already consumed Black Feather's specially crafted energy cubes, and its dragon-type energy was now quite vibrant. "Iron Claw Lobster, you must concentrate," Black Feather urged. Though he had no particular methods to assist, he could only instill the idea of focus within the Pokémon. Fortunately, The Iron Claw Lobster had watched instructional videos of other Pokémon the previous day, and it now had a glimmer of understanding. Following Blackfeather's direction, it began to channel its dragon energy at the center of the training ground, focusing its mind. As time passed, a purplish-red aura began to envelop the Iron Claw Lobster. Its body involuntarily started to move, gradually increasing in intensity as it danced a mysterious and vigorous dance. Within mere seconds, the aura surged, culminating in a dramatic awakening as it opened its eyes wide, letting out a triumphant roar. The dragon dance had been successfully executed. Through the instructional videos and the infusion of dragon energy cubes, the Iron Claw Lobster had barely grasped this inherited move, highlighting the inherent difficulty. After all, inherited moves are often easier to master, yet it had taken the Iron Claw Lobster quite some time to succeed. Truly, as a dragon-type Pokémon, even its moves radiated exceptional prowess. Watching his Pokémon gradually find their rhythm, Blackfeather couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He recalled the inherited move, Brave Bird, possessed by the Dark Crow, and could already envision the challenges that training it would entail. As the ultimate flying-type move, its training difficulty would likely rival that of Dragon Dance. It seemed preparations were in order. Observing the diligently training Dark Crow, Blackfeather's lips curved into a slight smile. Chapter 48. Skill Discs. Move Tutors, commonly referred to as skill discs, are items that allow Pokémon trainers to teach specific moves to their Pokémon. Typically, these move tutors are single-use, rendering them exceedingly precious. Little Pure, I've made my selections. This will be it, Blackfeather said, handing over the exchange manual that he had marked with his choices to Joy Pure. Seeing Blackfeather's casual approach to what could be considered a waste, having selected all 5 skill discs funded by the Joy family, Joy Pure gently advised Blackfeather, "You really don't need to rush to learn all 5 skill discs at once. You may very well breed other Pokémon in the future." Joy Pure's counsel was quite tactful, yet Blackfeather discerned her underlying message. He was unaware of the disc's true value. However, as Joy Pure stated, each skill disc was worth a fortune, particularly the ones he had selected, which would be difficult to procure even for tens of thousands in the market. Rest assured, Little Pure, I simply hope you could advocate for me to avoid any shortages, Blackfeather replied with determination, unwavering in his stance, yet still addressing her affectionately as Little Pure. After all, Joy Pure was his only link to the Joy family, and maintaining a good relationship was paramount. Humph. You little rascal, now you know to call me sister? Joy Pure appeared somewhat miffed, still nursing her feelings over Blackfeather's previous rejection of her confession. Rolling her eyes with a hint of pride, I'll take a look for you, but securing them is uncertain. You know how hot these skills are. Even within our Joy family, we struggle to keep up with demand. Joy Pure flipped through the exchange manual, particularly taken aback when she noticed Blackfeather had redeemed 3 move tutors for Protect, unable to suppress her disbelief. How did I not notice this little guy's greed before? She mused inwardly. Thank you, Little Pure. If Protect isn't available, I'd be fine with Substitute instead. Ultimately, amidst Blackfeather's playful banter, both departed the hall. Back in his room, Blackfeather flopped onto the bed, gazing at the ceiling, overwhelmed by thoughts. The Joy family truly possessed considerable wealth. They were willing to invest in skill discs like Protect, Light Screen, and Hyper Beam for outsiders. In the skill disc manual he had discussed with Joy Pure, almost every move available on the market was included, except for certain weather-related skills such as Rain Dance, Sandstorm, and Sunny Day, as well as field skills like Grassy Terrain. The rest even included moves like Dragon Tail. Nonetheless, Blackfeather was not greedy, only requesting 3 Protect discs, 1 Tailwind, and 1 Substitute disc. The Iron Claw Lobster could autonomously learn Protect, allowing him to exchange 1 for Substitute. As for Joy Pure's suggestion to save the opportunity to select skill discs for later, Blackfeather dismissed the notion. In his view, only what was in hand could truly be considered his. Rather than leaving those exceptional opportunities as mere words, he preferred to convert them into effective combat power. The Protect skill, needless to say, was a move that all Pokémon could learn, serving as an exceptional defensive maneuver against all variations of attacks of the same level. Protect was undoubtedly expensive in the black market. This skill disc often fetched prices exceeding 80, occasionally even soaring to 100. The catch, however, was that despite its value, it was often unavailable. Even if one had the funds, finding a seller was nearly impossible. The Tailwind skill disc was a perfect fit for the Dark Crow, complementing its prankster ability. Since the overall speed of his team was not particularly high, This would effectively compensate for that shortcoming. Among all his Pokémon, the Dark Crow possessed the best potential, even surpassing the recently bred Eevee from the Orange Blossom Gym. Aside from one Protect skill disc for another Pokémon, Black Feather reserved the last Tailwind disc for the Dark Crow, a small token of favoritism. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Black Feather's consciousness began to wane. His hands clasped behind his head, his eyes gradually closing as he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Black Feather had yet to awaken when a hurried knock at the door jolted him from his dreams. Oh dear, so early. Just as he prepared to open the door to discover who had interrupted his slumber, he was taken aback by the figure that stood before him. Little Pure, what brings you here? Black Feather hurriedly fastened the buttons of his pajamas, covering his previously exposed chest. Joy's face flushed a delicate shade of red as she averted her gaze, exclaiming, "The skill discs you selected have arrived. The family truly values you, sending 3 defensive discs." Her eyebrows arched slightly in surprise, and when she glanced at Heiyu, her eyes inadvertently darted toward his chest. Heiyu, neglecting to change his shoes, hurriedly dashed downstairs in his slippers. Joy followed closely, observing Heiyu's retreating figure and admonishing, "Oh dear, such childishness, so hasty." Upon reaching the first-floor hall, the morning atmosphere felt eerily quiet. Aside from a few staff members, the hall was nearly devoid of trainers. Over there is the Pokémon learning machine. She indicated a solitary, intricate device in the corner. It has instructions, and with your intelligence, you should navigate it easily. This machine could directly imprint skills recorded on the discs into a Pokémon's mind, allowing them to learn the skill instantly. It is considered one of the most advanced technologies in this Pokémon world, reportedly developed by the Silver Company in the Kanto region. Shortly after its creation, the League forcibly acquired the technology along with the entire development team, though this incident catapulted the Silver Company into fame. Heiyu briefly skimmed the user manual, then followed the instructions, inserting the Pokeball of his Dark Raven into the designated slot. After placing the skill disc in the central storage area and pressing the start button, the machine roared to life with a deep rumble. Fortunately, it was still early, and Heiyu was the only trainer present in the hall. Otherwise, onlookers would surely be astonished to witness the simultaneous use of 5 skill learning devices. For most trainers, mastering a single skill for a Pokémon is a formidable challenge, and balancing multiple skills is nearly impossible. However, Heiyu's Dark Raven possessed exceptional aptitude, augmented by the breeding manual exchange from the League and the abundant resources of the Joy family, along with extensive data available from the Chunghua Gym. While it may be overwhelming for other Pokémon, acquiring these skills was a breeze for Dark Raven. After utilizing the last disc for the substitute skill on the Kingler, Heiyu couldn't help but smile, feeling immensely satisfied. Chapter 49. The aggrieved Eevee. With all 5 skill discs rendered useless, the skills were fully learned. Heiyu released all his Pokémon from their luxury balls. The Eevee, upon emerging, distinctly leaped into Heiyu's embrace, looking up at him with eyes brimming with tears. "I can't take it anymore." The expressive gaze seemed to plead. All right, Eevee, don't be sad. I promise not to keep you in the ball next time." It was necessary for skill learning, Heiyu consoled, wiping the tears from Eevee's big, glistening eyes, leaving wet trails on its fur. As Dark Raven emerged, its black wings unfurled dramatically as it took to the air, soaring above Heiyu, showcasing the flight techniques learned from its Zubat companion. Having recently graduated from the breeding facility, Dark Raven had successfully navigated its juvenile phase. Though some advanced aerial maneuvers still posed a challenge, its progress was considerable. Flight seemed to be an innate trait for avian Pokémon, and Dark Raven was no exception. Like Eevee, it disliked confinement within its Pokeball, reveling in the freedom of the skies. As Dark Raven gracefully descended, Heiyu extended his arm to serve as a landing point. "So, have you all mastered your skills?" he inquired, cradling Eevee while gently stroking Dark Raven's feathers. "Caw-caw." Dark Raven, ever impatient, responded immediately, exhilarated by the novelty of its recent freedom. Eevee, prepared to answer, felt overshadowed by Dark Raven's enthusiasm, stirring feelings of resentment. Previously, Heiyu had always favored her, and as the youngest member of the team, she enjoyed the affection of her older companions. However, with Dark Raven's arrival, little Eevee felt her share of love was diminishing, especially when she observed Heiyu tenderly caressing Dark Raven's feathers. A wave of discomfort washed over her. "Eevee," the small creature whimpered, tugging at Heiyu's clothing, tears pooling in her eyes. Heiyu sensed a headache forming, He was acutely aware of the emotional dynamics between the two young Pokémon, as their newborn innocence rendered their feelings transparent. However, he could only strive to mediate the situation. This was an essential lesson for any trainer, fostering harmony among diverse Pokémon within a team. In contrast, Kingler and Sharpedo were much more at ease. Having spent over a year alongside Heiyu, their bond deepened during their shared time adrift at sea, alleviating any concerns for Heiyu. Even Sharpedo, who had previously displayed a touch of laziness, had become diligent post-evolution, seemingly influenced by Kingler's work ethic. All right, little Eevee. I'll prepare some delicious cheese sticks for you later. After much effort to soothe Eevee, Heiyu turned his attention to examining the moves of his Pokémon. Kingler, use substitute. With narrowed, fierce eyes, Kingler summoned a pale energy, and within moments, a replica of itself appeared beside it, identical in appearance. However, upon closer inspection, the substitute's demeanor appeared vacant and expressionless. Nevertheless, it was convincingly lifelike for battle. Dark Raven Dove toward the substitute on the right, using Peck. Flapping its wings, it plunged from above, its beak sharpening instantly. A shadowy streak flashed, and the seemingly real substitute was swiftly pierced, erupting with an explosive bang. Excellent. Just after learning substitute, you managed to deploy it in mere seconds. Now, focus on enhancing the realism of the substitute to ensure it mirrors your true self flawlessly, Heiyu noted with satisfaction, feeling assured in Kingler's training capabilities. With just a few recommendations, Kingler would train independently. A simple search in the Changhua Gym's online library for a video tutorial on the substitute skill would quickly enhance Kingler's proficiency. Little Eevee, seemingly eager to reclaim Heiyu's attention, let out a determined cry. Eevee! Pouting, Eevee gracefully leaped from Heiyu's arms, landing softly on the ground. As if to prove herself, her expression grew serious as she concentrated her energy. Within seconds, a green protective shield materialized around her, only to dissipate after a brief 2 seconds. Protect. Heiyu was thoroughly familiar with this skill. In high-stakes competitions, it was often employed for pivotal defensive maneuvers, an essential skill for any trainer. Yet, for ordinary trainers, mastering Protect was a rare achievement. Eevee seemed intent on impressing Heiyu, tensing her body and attempting to cast Protect once more. However, despite her efforts, the green energy merely flickered without forming a shield. All right, little Eevee, you can only use Protect once in a short span. You've done wonderfully. Heiyu smiled, crouching to gently pat Eevee's head. As the sun gradually ascended, time passed slowly. Trainers at the Pokémon Center began to rise, and Heiyu noticed the increasing number of individuals and Pokémon in the nearby training area. Just as he prepared to return to his room, he was unexpectedly halted by Joy's voice. Heiyu, wait a moment. Someone is looking for you. Joy's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, her gaze even tinged with a subtle scrutiny. Following her line of sight, Heiyu beheld a vibrant young girl clad in a black dress standing at the front desk, cradling 2 books in her arms. With each gesture, she exuded a distinctive scholarly aura that irresistibly drew one closer. Beside her stood a throng of trainers, all radiating enthusiasm as they seemingly adored the girl. Duan? Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks. He had not anticipated encountering Duan here. Unbeknownst to him, Joy's expression darkened further upon witnessing Heiyu's astonishment and the different appellation he used, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. While others addressed Duan as the gym leader, Heiyu referred to her as Teacher Duan, clearly indicating their acquaintance. Joy recalled the occasion when Duan had sought her out, her eyes sparkling with admiration at the mere mention of Heiyu, the illustrious gym leader. In that instant, the revered goddess in the hearts of countless trainers and the esteemed scion of the Joy family, celebrated as one of the most beautiful goddesses in Kanas City, felt a pang of jealousy. She silently pondered, could it be that Heiyu truly found her age unappealing? After all, Duan was merely 4 years her junior. The difference between 21 and 25 was hardly substantial. Yet, Joy remained oblivious to the fact that her feelings had transcended mere concern for a friend. An inexplicable fondness often begins to blossom the moment one's emotions are stirred. Chapter 50. As a teacher, Heiyu, Duan, while forcing a smile to engage the enthusiastic residents, was acutely aware of her responsibilities as a gym leader. In truth, every gym leader is a highly esteemed figure within their local community. However, as the newly appointed leader, Duan was still adjusting to her role. Her sudden outburst startled the surrounding trainers, who gazed in astonishment as gym leader Duan jogged over to a young man. Just as the crowd expressed their confusion, someone in the throng exclaimed, "I remember that prodigy from the Breeder Association. Wasn't he called Heiyu?" This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, who began to scrutinize Heiyu with newfound intrigue. Could it be that gym leader Duan was attempting to recruit him? Some astute observers speculated. As discussions regarding this prodigious breeder had surged recently, even leading to rumors of his impending marriage into the Joy family. While the crowd continued to speculate, Duan and Heiyu had already departed the hall, finding themselves in an empty backyard. "This place is quite serene, free from interruptions. I shall take my leave now," Joy remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Heiyu, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Heiyu, gazing skyward, feigned ignorance. Duan, unable to contain her excitement, spoke up. "Heiyu, you've become quite the sensation recently. I've even heard students discussing you at school. Wouldn't you agree?" The prodigious breeder. Duan tilted her head slightly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Heiyu, confronted by such an endearing gesture, felt utterly disarmed. Teacher Duan, what brings you to seek me?" Heiyu stammered, initially intending to address her as gym leader, but Duan's sudden display of irritation prompted him to revert to a more formal title. Duan first offered a respectful bow to Heiyu before elegantly stating, "Heiyu, the breeder. I would like to invite you to join our Kanaz gym as a specialized breeder on our staff." In essence, a specialized breeder is one who is exclusively responsible for a particular individual or entity. Given the scarcity of breeders, it is common for one to cater to many. Whether producing energy cubes or formulating breeding plants, a specialized breeder is essentially a premium hire, effectively bought out to preclude them from taking on other clients. After a brief contemplation, Heiyu politely declined. "I appreciate the offer, Teacher Duan, but I intend to continue my journey and expand my horizons. I won't be able to remain in Kanaz City for long, so I must respectfully decline your generous invitation." His expression conveyed a sense of regret, mirroring his previous response to Joy's proposal of marriage. After all, every trainer's aspiration is to compete in the league and strive for victory. And traveling is an essential part of that journey. Even parents who dote on their children would find it hard to deny their requests for travel. Moreover, their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. "Very well, then would you be interested in serving as a temporary teacher at our trainer school?" Duan, seemingly anxious about another potential refusal, hastily elaborated. "This isn't just my personal invitation. Our school has decided to extend this offer to you, and the compensation is quite substantial. All you would need to do is serve as a temporary breeding instructor." This time, Heiyu did not outright refuse, but instead bowed his head in contemplation. After a moment of thought, he slowly raised his gaze and inquired, "What kind of remuneration are we discussing?" "A formula for a medium energy cube?" Duan tentatively suggested. "Deal." Heiyu agreed without a moment's hesitation. The rarity of a medium energy cube formula was self-evident. In Madame Meta's journals, he had encountered numerous formulas, but most were for beginner-level cubes. Only the last one, which could gradually enhance one's aptitude, qualified as medium grade. Previously, when Heiyu inquired about energy cube formulas at various shops, the proprietors had clammed up, refusing to sell, and some irritable owners even had him escorted out. Even in the black market, information about energy cube formulas was elusive. If any existed, they were merely standard recovery-type cubes. After all, a single energy cube formula is the result of countless breeders pouring their heart and soul into its development, embodying immense effort and intellect. Furthermore, an exclusive energy cube formula equates to a monopolized business, a veritable golden goose. Heiyu did not take advantage of the situation to raise his stakes. The trainer school's offer was undoubtedly predicated on his recent fame and the title of prodigious breeder. Once the current excitement waned and attention shifted, his worth would naturally decline. Hence, Heiyu readily acquiesced. "Heiyu, here is my contact information. You can report to the trainer school tomorrow morning," Duan instructed, pulling out her Pokédex to connect with Heiyu, solidifying their newfound friendship. Heiyu gazed at the array of dazzling titles adorning Duan's profile, particularly the golden inscription of Gym Leader. Impressive indeed. Following their agreement, the rapport between Heiyu and Duan visibly deepened, their conversations growing more intimate. Duan, an adept student of rock-type Pokémon, exhibited a wealth of knowledge that even surpassed Heiyu's as a breeder. Often, her casual remarks would provide Heiyu with profound insights. Rock-type Pokémon are notably resilient, yet they are vulnerable to water. However, Frequent consumption of moonstone and gray essence can bolster their resistance to water-type moves. Indeed, as you mentioned. But gray essence is rather costly. Perhaps substituting it with gray honor liquid would be more economical. The two engaged in fervent discussions about Pokémon breeding, their eyes sparkling with delight as they exchanged ideas. Heiyu was astonished by Duan's accomplishments at just 21 years of age, coupled with her impressive knowledge and formidable prowess. Duan was astonished by Heiyu's profound knowledge in breeding. Initially, she had presumed that his reputation as a genius was merely exaggerated, a case of style over substance. However, it became evident that he truly deserved the title of a prodigious breeder. Even when discussing the unfamiliar rock-type Pokémon, he engaged her in a thoughtful exchange. The admiration in Duan's eyes was nearly overwhelming, and her demeanor relaxed, swiftly drawing them closer together. Unbeknownst to them, at the reception of the Pokémon Center, Joy Chun observed the developing rapport between the two with a rare tinge of jealousy. She adjusted the angle of the surveillance camera, struggling to avert her gaze. Meanwhile, Heiyu noticed the camera's movement from the corner of his eye, a satisfied glimmer appearing in his expression as he subtly smirked. Chapter 51. Fortunate the following morning. Heiyu rose early. After preparing a simple meal for his Pokémon, he began to attend to his appearance. He combed his tousled hair while glancing at his reflection in the mirror. Standing at 1.75 meters tall at the age of 16. He was relatively tall for his peers, with room for further growth. Although he could not be deemed strikingly handsome, his youthful features combined with a refined aura made him quite endearing. When he smiled, he appeared like any ordinary trainer. Yet his expressionless countenance could emanate a chilling intensity that unsettled those around him. Heiyu displayed none of the reckless fervor typically associated with his age. "Come here, little Eevee," he called, inviting the small creature to perch upon his shoulder. After checking his belongings, he departed the room. In the dining area of the Pokémon Center, after enjoying a complimentary breakfast, Heiyu greeted Joy Chun with a smile, noticing a hint of melancholy etched on her face. Pretending not to see, he left the Pokémon Center without a backward glance. As he made his way toward the Trainer Academy, he exchanged pleasantries with enthusiastic passers-by, responding to each greeting in kind. Upon returning to the opulent school, Heiyu felt a sense of disorientation. It was not merely the grandeur of the institution that overwhelmed him, but the stark contrast with the slums he had just passed, a mere half-hour's journey away. It was difficult for him to fathom how such opulence and squalor could coexist within the same city, so close in proximity. The image of the impoverished slums lingered in his mind, the disparity between the two environments evoking a deep sense of reflection. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as he was soon welcomed inside by the school staff. The students on campus regarded Heiyu with curious glances, and he quickly garnered the admiration of several young girls, to the extent that he overheard some rather absurd remarks. "Wow, your Eevee is so adorable, don't you think? I must get my grandfather to buy me one too." "Don't worry, you two have no need to fret. My breeding facility has plenty of Pokémon. After school, you can come to my place and pick two for free." Hearing these students trivialize the precious Pokémon as if they were mere common creatures, Heiyu felt a twinge of discomfort. The world seemed profoundly distorted to him. In this realm, children typically began their education in Pokémon knowledge at the age of 12, and by 16, they would receive their first Pokémon. They were thereafter divided into two factions, the travel-oriented and the academy-oriented. The academy students, like those in this school, were predominantly unwilling to venture into the unknown, preferring instead to rely on their status or substantial financial contributions to pursue their studies. Graduating successfully would allow them to participate in the Alliance Conference with a recommendation letter from the school, bypassing the need to collect badges. Conversely, the traveling faction consisted largely of commoners, akin to the shorts-clad boys and bug catchers. Among these struggling trainers, only a select few could ascend and distinguish themselves from the masses. The majority would meet their demise in the wild, and even those fortunate enough to survive would eventually come to terms with reality after years of hardship. Of course, a rare few would resist the entrenched system established by the Alliance, seeking to join the ranks of underground organizations or becoming Pokémon hunters traversing various regions and cities. In this Pokémon world, the shadowy underbelly offered one of the few avenues for social mobility, as the vast majority could scarcely afford to keep a Pokémon. Even the least expensive Caterpie would cost only a few thousand Alliance coins, yet the ongoing expenses of care and training far exceeded the initial investment, often amounting to several times the Pokémon's worth. It is not merely the ability to purchase a Pokémon that signifies merit. Sustaining one is the true measure of capability. Is this world truly fair? The Alliance's regulations seem to suggest otherwise. Trainers with familial connections often have their paths meticulously planned from a young age. By paying an annual deposit of 20 coins from the age of 6 until 16, they could secure a distinguished status within the Alliance and receive one of the starter Pokémon. These individuals would either join the Academy for studies or embark on adventures in the wild, ultimately becoming the backbone of the Alliance, whether as Pokémon officers or forest rangers, further solidifying the Alliance's unyielding structure. As Heiyu gazed upon the smiling faces of the students, he recalled the sight of starving beggars from earlier. His heart held neither pity nor envy. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Grateful that he had traversed into this world with the memories of his past life and the ability to read. Grateful to become a pirate rather than languishing under the Alliance's oppression. Grateful to have encountered Madame Meta, who became his mentor and imparted the most precious treasure of knowledge. Grateful for saving Xiao Yao, earning the recognition of Mr. Qianli, and securing investment from the Changhua Gym, thereby breaking the Alliance's information blockade on ordinary trainers. Grateful to have caught the attention of the Joy family and received their backing, allowing him to board the Alliance's rickety vessel. While this ship may appear decrepit, it remains surprisingly sturdy, navigating the seas with a semblance of stability. EV. The call of the small creature jolted Heiyu back to the present as he continued to follow the staff member leading the way. Upon entering the heart of the school, he began to see buildings that had previously been off-limits during his last visit. A path extended before him, flanked by vast flower beds blooming with exotic flora. Amidst them, he even spotted a couple of rare medicinal herbs, igniting an impulse to pluck them. At the center stood a grand fountain, crowned by a colossal statue of a cheerful kappa, spouting water, while within the basin, a few love discs swam lazily. Ultimately, he was led into a lavishly appointed classroom building, its overall design leaning toward a somber hue, seemingly in harmony with the architectural style of Kanaz City. The little Eevee nestled in his arms curiously surveyed the surroundings, its head peeking out, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sir, your Eevee is exceptionally well-bred." The path seemed interminable, lacking any visible end. The staff member leading the way, sensing the prolonged journey, turned to Heiyu and struck up a conversation. Heiyu was slightly taken aback by the insight of the middle-aged man before him, surprised that a staff member at this institution possessed knowledge of breeding. "One must say, it is indeed a trainer's school," he mused. "Oh no, you flatter me. I've been working here for over a decade. I suppose I've absorbed a bit of Pokémon knowledge along the way." Heiyu nodded in understanding, contemplating as they approached the end of the corridor. Chapter 52. Peers as teachers. After guiding Heiyu to his destination, the staff member took his leave. Knock, knock, knock. Heiyu inhaled deeply and slowly tapped on the door of the office, after which a frail, aged voice beckoned him to enter. Pushing open the ancient wooden door, a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Before him lay an office steeped in the essence of literature, with bookshelves lining both walls, meticulously arranged with countless volumes. The ambience of the room exuded elegance, and seated at the desk was a stooped, balding elder. Clad in a black robe, the old man lifted his lifeless, fish-like eyes upon Heiyu's entrance. "Are you the cultivator recommended by little Duan?" the elder murmured. With utmost respect, Heiyu replied, "Yes, sir, I am Heiyu, a novice cultivator." The manner in which the elder referred to Duan gave Heiyu pause, hinting at the elder's distinguished status. After all, a mere principal would not address a curator so casually. "Ha, ha, no need to mind this old man. My time is nearly up." The stooped elder waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. Despite this, Heiyu remained respectful, standing quietly at the door, hesitant to cross the threshold. Although he sensed a touch of mortality about the elder, the commanding presence he exhibited was unmistakable, a distinct aura of authority that belonged to someone of high standing. Heiyu prided himself on his keen observational skills, believing them to surpass even his innate talents as a trainer and cultivator. Just then, the atmosphere in the room, marked by an eerie silence, was interrupted as the door swung open once more. Duan entered slowly, and Heiyu felt a ripple of emotion. Before he could utter a word, Duan, who usually presented herself with poise, rushed over to the elder's side. "Grandpa Mutuo, why haven't you eaten the breakfast the cafeteria prepared for you? It's not good for your stomach. When will your health regain its vigor?" Duan exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she gently helped the elder sit upright. scolding him softly. "Heh, little Duan, instead of busying yourself with the dojo, you concern yourself with this old man?" The elder chuckled, revealing a few remaining yellowed teeth. His voice raspy. Heiyu listened attentively to their exchange until they both departed the room. As Duan quietly closed the door, she explained to Heiyu, "Grandpa Mutuo is the former master of the Kanaz dojo and also my mentor." Heiyu then understood, instinctively turning to glance at the ancient door, reassessing his perception of the elder who was steeped in twilight. Subsequently, Duan led Heiyu to another teaching building, and along the way, students greeted her warmly. Our school students are divided into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and senior. Generally, students enroll at 16 and graduate by 19 to participate in the Alliance Conference. The uniforms you see are colored white, gray, and black, representing the 3 grades. Of course, there are some rather slow learners who may need to repeat a year. Duan explained thoughtfully, providing Heiyu with various insights about the school. "You will be serving as a temporary cultivation teacher, primarily guiding students in nurturing Pokémon." She reminded him as they arrived at a beautifully appointed classroom. "Here is the list of students you will be teaching." Heiyu took the list and, upon glancing over it, noted with dismay that there were only a handful of students, merely a dozen or so. The trainer school adhered to an elite educational model. Observing the correct class number displayed above, Heiyu steadied his emotions. Some students were even a year older than him, and now he was to instruct them. Heiyu found it difficult to articulate his feelings. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, he opened the door. Instantly, a dozen curious gazes turned toward him. Counting the students discreetly, Heiyu offered a gentle smile and spoke softly. "Hello, I will be your temporary cultivation teacher for the upcoming week." No sooner had he finished speaking than one student raised his hand. Upon closer inspection, Heiyu realized this student bore a familiar countenance. It was the same one who had taunted him during his previous match with Duan. The student, named Fengchun, seemed to have some influence. "Teacher, may I ask how old you are?" Fengchun queried with skepticism. "I just turned 17 not long ago." Heiyu maintained a standard smile. However, his words astonished the students present, who looked at their peer, who appeared to be of similar age. "Really? Teacher, you seem exceedingly young. Are you sure you possess the capability to impart knowledge to us?" Fengchun's tone was laden with provocation and doubt. Heiyu's eyes narrowed as he regarded the repeatedly challenging student, a flicker of hostility emerging within him. Although he presented himself as a virtuous young cultivator to outsiders, he had never forgotten his former life. Pirate, a profession buried with countless corpses beneath the sea. The path of the Alliance was fraught with complications, a web of constraints. Had he been at sea, he would have dealt with Fengchun swiftly. Heiyu gradually quelled the rising animosity in his heart, maintaining an outward facade of calm. Meanwhile, the other students watched with keen interest, eager to see how their youthful teacher would respond. Heiyu descended from the podium and approached Fengchun, casually picking up a book from the desk and rolling it into a cylinder. With a swift motion, he struck Fengchun on the forehead. "You." Before Fengchun could utter a curse, Heiyu interjected, "Next time you address your teacher, do so with reverence. It is the bare minimum respect owed to a scholar imparting knowledge." Fengchun, hailing from a prominent family, was accustomed to having his way at school, where even teachers would defer to him. He had never experienced such treatment before. "How dare a mere trainer offend me? I'll have you know my family." But before he could finish, Heiyu's icy gaze silenced him, sending shivers down Fengchun's spine. Heiyu, with a pirate's inherent ruthlessness and ferocity, had kept such traits concealed. However, once unleashed, they were far beyond the toleration of these pampered second-generation students. After imparting a minor lesson to Fengchun, Heiyu returned to the podium and inscribed 2 characters on the canvas: Black Feather. "This is my name. I am a junior cultivator, more than capable of teaching you the intricacies of cultivation." Upon hearing this, the dozen students below widened their eyes in astonishment. Some hailed from influential families, while others were from various regions and cities. They had all recently received a directive from their families to befriend a cultivator named Heiyu. Rumors had circulated about a prodigy who, at the tender age of 17, had passed the junior cultivator examination. Little did they anticipate that Heiyu was the unassuming youth standing before them, now their peer and instructor. Chapter 53. Imparting knowledge. The room fell silent in disbelief, particularly Fengchun, who had initially viewed Heiyu as merely a fortunate youth who had bested teacher Duan through trickery. He was taken aback to discover that Heiyu was indeed the much-discussed genius cultivator. His family had previously sent word urging him to seek an opportunity to ally with Heiyu. Fengchen's face turned pale, and he slumped into his chair, his mind racing as he pondered how to appease his family. Although a family is bound by the ties of blood and kinship, allowing all its members to unite in critical moments, it is equally governed by its own rules and regulations. At this moment, Feng Chun was drenched in cold sweat, particularly after receiving the dangerous glance from Heiyu, an expression he had never encountered before. Heiyu, unfazed by the presence of others, earnestly opened his textbook, briefly skimmed through it, and decided to commence his lecture. Today, we shall delve into the origins and development of energy cubes. When discussing energy cubes, one must inevitably mention the profession of a nurturer, which did not even exist many years ago. Heiyu began instructing the group of students, casually displaying the badge of a junior nurturer, which elicited admiration and astonishment from the students. Although they could all carve out a decent living after graduation, they were still a tad short when compared to a junior nurturer. After all, many present were merely coasting through, and they had a clear understanding of their own limitations. The duties of a nurturer are manifold. In addition to formulating nurturing plans for various Pokémon and crafting exclusive energy cubes for specific Pokémon, one must also acquire knowledge in care and medical treatment, as well as in Pokémon physiological massage, among other subjects. The most fundamental item for crafting energy cubes is the fruit from trees. Cultivating this fruit is a complex endeavor, as the color of the fruit varies according to different soil types and temperatures, which in turn affects their efficacy. For instance, the red berry has a rather pungent aroma and is typically used as a material for crafting energy cubes that restore health, whereas the yellow berry has a refreshing scent and is commonly utilized for creating energy cubes that replenish stamina. As Heiyu spoke, his throat grew parched, prompting him to grab a cup of water from the dispenser nearby. Upon drinking, he was surprised by a sweet sensation, and upon further contemplation, it seemed as though a nutritional solution had been added. He couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the trainer school. Even the communal water dispenser was remarkably different. Ahem, your assignment for today is to write a paper centered around tree fruit. You may explore topics such as tree fruit cultivation, its uses, or even delve into its history and intriguing anecdotes. Please submit it to me before class tomorrow, and I will provide feedback during our session. After delivering his instructions, Heiyu gathered his materials and promptly exited the classroom. Mere seconds after his departure, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic discussions. It was evident that the news of the prodigious nurturer, Heiyu, serving as a temporary teacher at their school, would soon circulate throughout the entire institution. As Heiyu walked along the school corridor, he glanced at the message from Joy Pure on his pocket decks and felt a wave of relief wash over him. This Feng Chun was indeed courting disaster, as he turned out to be a distant relative of the family, not held in much esteem. If given the opportunity in the future, it might be possible to devise a plan against him. Heiyu's audacity to assert himself in front of these second-generation students stemmed from two main factors: his backing from the Joy family and the Orange Blossom Gym, and the recent acquisition of the title of a genius nurturer, which had even led to frequent communication with Master Feijing, the president of the Nurturers Association in Kansas City. The warmth in their exchanges brought joy to Heiyu, and for the first time, he felt a semblance of stability in this world. He no longer had to live in fear. He was no longer the small pirate at the mercy of others. Heiyu leisurely made his way to the cafeteria. Although the crowd was sparse, he ascended to a private room on the second floor. This was part of the perks included in his employment contract. And why not take advantage of it? He ordered a few of his favorite dishes within the meal allowance: pan-seared scallops, mushroom vermicelli casserole, and steamed Dideo beast tail. The food was undeniably delightful. After finishing his lunch, Heiyu proceeded to the logistics office to claim his allowance for the week. 10 alliance coins? That was a decent side income. If outsiders were to overhear this, they would surely be astonished. 100,000 alliance coins could rival the annual income of an average family, and Heiyu managed to earn that sum in just 7 days. This was truly the benefit of a trainer school. Even a part-time teacher could receive such a stipend. One could only imagine the compensation for those who held long-term contracts. However, given the small class sizes and the need to endure the antics of these second-generation students, knowledge is indeed priceless. Upon returning to his teacher's dormitory, though it was not a standalone villa, the single apartment exuded luxury. "Little Evie, I'm back," Heiyu called out as he opened the door, and sure enough, within moments, a shadow leapt into his embrace. "Evie." Little Evie buried its head into Heiyu's chest, wriggling with excitement. "All right, All right, little EV. It must have been rather dull being home alone. After some effort, Heiyu managed to calm little Evie down. It must be said that Evie was incredibly endearing, even making Heiyu momentarily consider keeping it solely as a pet instead of a battle Pokémon. Yet, that thought was quickly extinguished. Today, let us try crafting a new energy cube, shall we? You will be my assistant for the Wall Guardian Energy Cube, which enhances the defensive capabilities of Pokémon shells. Without hesitation, Heiyu retrieved a compact energy cube crafting machine from his spatial backpack. The device gifted to him by Madame Meta had long been relegated to a corner, preserved only as a memento of his first energy cube crafting machine. The one before him, however, was purchased from within the Nurturers Guild and was more compact, user-friendly, and equipped with additional automation features, eliminating the need for constant manual intervention. As night fell, the low rumbling sounds from Heiyu's room echoed continuously, gradually fading into silence after a while. Heiyu slowly opened the door, holding an energy cube storage box containing the newly crafted Wall Guardian Energy Cube, designed to enhance the hardness of Pokémon shells. In the corner of the room, a pile of failed materials from his earlier attempts lay in disarray. Over the next few days, Heiyu devoted himself to imparting knowledge to the students, during which no second-generation student dared to challenge him, perhaps due to the exaggerated rumors that had circulated depicting him as a formidable figure. Whispers of life and death being determined by a mere glance and tales of Feng Chen's frightful reactions had become commonplace. Even as he walked through the school, the students avoided making eye contact with him, leaving Heiyu both amused and exasperated. However, this spared him from unnecessary troubles. He had no desire to be entangled in any melodramatic school narratives. Chapter 54. The Black Glasses. Heiyu had recently found himself in a financial bind. Alas, with an increasing number of Pokémon, the resources consumed had also escalated, necessitating the purchase of bulk materials to practice crafting energy cubes. As he gazed at his account balance, which barely topped 10 Alliance coins, he contemplated whether it was time to sell a batch of energy cubes. With the growing number of Pokémon, expenses had surged, and his bills were overflowing with various necessities for his Pokémon. There were flight weight trainers for his Dark Crow, sandbags for training his Clawitzer, and even a device for automatically setting up a small water pool for his Sharptooth Shark. The only Pokémon that was relatively economical was Eevee, yet even its regular snacks, poffins, biscuits, and plush toys accumulated to a considerable expense. He had amassed a significant stockpile of energy cubes and considered selling a portion. Recently, he had experimented with several new types of energy cubes, each possessing unique characteristics. Thus, aside from the ones intended for daily use, the rest could be put up for sale. Heiyu meticulously arranged all the energy cubes into exquisite boxes, muttering to himself, "However, I must avoid selling them in the black market this time. It's better to approach some shops or the Nurturers Guild instead." While the prices in the black market were undoubtedly higher, frequent dealings there were not advisable. Currently, the primary source of income for the enigmatic Heiyu is derived from the Chunghua Dojo and investments from the Joy family. However, for those who take the time to investigate, discrepancies between Heiyu's expenditures and income statements become apparent. Thus, fabricating a plausible financial document and source of funds has become an urgent necessity. The city of Kanaz is vast, and without adhering to the navigation provided by the Pokémon Guide, it would be quite challenging to locate the Pokémon store. Upon entering a bustling department store, Heiyu's gaze was immediately drawn to a prominent shop on the first floor, adorned in a striking blue exterior and bearing a sign featuring a Pokeball. The vibrant throngs of shoppers within the building elicited a wistful thought from Heiyu. The owner of this establishment must be raking in a fortune. A twinge of envy stirred within him as he approached the shop. To his surprise, the door swung open automatically, a testament to the city's flourishing vibrancy. Upon entering, Heiyu noticed that the store was relatively uncrowded, with only a few staff members in uniforms arranging merchandise. The shelves were brimming with an array of dazzling products, including the latest sweet balls from the Duan Company. "Welcome," exclaimed a staff member, approaching to assist Heiyu. He politely declined, expressing his intention to browse leisurely rather than rush into a purchase of energy cubes. He took his time wandering around the store, familiarizing himself with the various products and the general pricing of energy cubes. Eventually, he made his way to the front counter and addressed the staff member on duty. "I am a breeder. Might you be interested in acquiring energy cubes?" He produced his badge, symbolizing his status as a novice breeder, to show the attendant. However, The ordinary staff member lacked the authority to make such decisions and promptly summoned the shop owner, a tall, lean man with a bushy beard. Thank you, esteemed breeder, for placing your trust in our store. Would you mind if I sought the expertise of an appraiser? The shop owner welcomed Heiyu warmly, seemingly holding breeders in high regard. Heiyu nodded in agreement, and soon after, an elderly gentleman sporting reading glasses entered the shop, evidently a professional appraiser. These energy cubes are impeccable, each brimming with vitality. And the individual who crafted this batch is undoubtedly a standout among novice breeders. The old man's discerning gaze conveyed a sense of reverence as he carefully set down his appraisal tools. With this affirmation, the shop owner no longer harbored doubts and began negotiating prices with Heiyu. Agreed, at 140. I also wish to make some purchases at your store. Heiyu issued his final ultimatum, raising the price of a 130 value product. Very well, it's a deal. The shop owner acquiesced through gritted teeth. Encountering such a high-quality batch of energy cubes was rare, and selling them would indeed yield a profit. He was particularly eager about the diverse types of energy cubes and their unique effects, which could significantly enhance the store's reputation. For instance, there were energy cubes that assisted Pokémon in grooming and enhancing their fur, others that could temporarily increase a Pokémon's size and weight, and those that improved their physical flexibility. Although these energy cubes were somewhat niche, they held considerable value for certain types of Pokémon. After signing the contract and ensuring the bank notarized the transaction, Heiyu successfully acquired a substantial sum of money. Please wrap this black glasses item for me. After much deliberation, Heiyu selected a pair of black glasses that amplify the power of dark-type moves by 8. Accompanied by a certification from a certain institution, this item was indeed rare. Typically, ordinary items yield an amplification of 5 to 15, while those below 5 are deemed defective, with a risk of malfunction. Items exceeding 15 are classified as rare, with prices doubling for each additional point. In this store, Heiyu also procured some basic items, nutrient solutions, and common materials, totaling nearly 100 league coins. Just as he had received a sizable sum, he spent a significant portion, reducing his account balance to below 50. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center's room, Heiyu released several of his Pokémon. Little Eevee, eager to taste the latest flavor of Pock Puffs, tugged at Heiyu's pant leg with its fluffy paws, pleading for a snack. All right, no need to rush, Heiyu affectionately reassured. He reluctantly retrieved some treats from his backpack and handed them to Eevee. These freshly made Pock Puffs were not only palatable for humans, but also highly favored by Pokémon. However, Heiyu himself had little interest in culinary delights. So the Pock Puffs he purchased were primarily intended for Eevee, who was, after all, a notorious little glutton. Come, Sharpedo, absorb this. He carefully presented the black glasses, inching them closer to Sharpedo's form. As the glasses approached, a mysterious force began to resonate. Sharpedo seemed to respond to the black glasses, and a faint glow shimmered as the item autonomously detached from Heiyu's grasp, soaring directly towards Sharpedo. To Heiyu's astonishment, Sharpedo opened its mouth and swallowed the black glasses whole. Startled, Heiyu felt a rush of relief, realizing that this peculiar method of item absorption was indeed effective. Shortly after, Sharpedo's body quivered slightly, a surge of dark-type energy emanating from its razor-sharp teeth. A shadowy silhouette of the black glasses materialized behind Sharpedo, proclaiming its dominance as the underwater tyrant. Chapter 55, Expulsion from School. It was Heiyu's final day of employment at the school. As he strolled into the classroom, all the students averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. A subtle smile graced Heiyu's lips as he announced, "We will not be having breeding class today. Instead, I will take you to attend Teacher Duwan's lecture on Pokémon battles." It appeared that today was a public class taught by Duwan, and given her popularity, it was bound to be a hit. Almost every student from various classes would be attending, which conveniently alleviated some of Heiyu's burdens, allowing him to escort a dozen students along. He was also keen to hear the insights of this gifted individual, who was enamored with rock-type Pokémon. Yay! The students erupted in cheers, and Heiyu led them to the southernmost part of the school, where a spacious battle arena awaited. Upon their arrival, they found that a considerable crowd had already gathered, easily numbering in the hundreds. At the center, Duwan was surrounded, utilizing a small projector and a screen, the only tools needed for her lesson. Pokémon battles are far from the simplistic notion many hold. They are not merely a matter of simulation and ease. A successful Pokémon battle necessitates consideration of the environmental conditions, move matchups, tactical synergy, and item selections, among various other factors. Furthermore, one must also factor in the psychological interplay and pressure resilience of both trainers. Surrounded by several hundred students, Du-Wan paced the playground, wielding a slender teaching stick, tirelessly imparting knowledge about battles to the eager audience. Regrettably, the vast majority of students seem rather indifferent. In their minds, battles are merely a matter of overwhelming opponents with Pokémon levels and move confrontations, while everything else is considered superfluous. These students, who have never experienced an authentic battle, remain oblivious to the intricate strategies involved in Pokémon dueling. Let us review the footage from the previous Kanto Region Champion Challenge, where the Dragon Master Dewey faced off against the Ice-type Master Kinna. Upon hearing the name Dodo, Heiyu instantly perked up, captivated by the intense battle displayed on the projector, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The other students were equally eager to watch the duel, not out of a desire to learn, but rather in a playful manner. Recalling that this was the fourth time the Dragon Master had challenged Kinna, always falling short. Haha, yes. Each time, the hatching Shelder manages to defeat the Dragonite. They chortled. With your remarks, I can't help but feel that Dewey doesn't resemble a Dragon-type master at all. It seems all his Pokémon are flying types. Their focus was predominantly on gossip, completely disregarding Du-Wan's analysis of psychological tactics and strategic confrontation. This left Du-Wan, who was attempting to enlighten these privileged youths, quite exasperated, as her earnest guidance was met with indifference. Look at your lazy demeanor, thinking too highly of yourselves. Pokémon battles are not as simple as you imagine. As irritation colored Du-Wan's usually composed features, even her satin-like hair swayed with agitation. Take a look at Heiyu. At the same age, he is already a junior breeder, having outclassed you in battles by leaps and bounds. In her frustration, Du-Wan unexpectedly shifted the topic to Heiyu. Realizing her misstep too late as all eyes turned with disdain towards him. Recently, discussions about Heiyu had been rampant among the students, and they were baffled as to why someone of his age should be their mentor. Moreover, their elders often compared them to Heiyu, leading to a long-standing resentment. Now, witnessing their revered teacher express admiration for Heiyu, the more volatile students could no longer contain their feelings. Why should he get the credit? Just because he has a knack for breeding? Why should he be deemed superior in battles? Indeed, he barely has high-level Pokémon. His recent victory over Du-Wan must have been sheer luck. Let him come and face me in a real Pokémon battle. A torrent of scorn erupted towards Heiyu. In the center of the arena, Du-Wan found herself at a loss, not anticipating that her casual remark would result in such turmoil for Heiyu. Anxiety washed over her as she sought to quell the students' outrage, but her attempts were drowned out by their raucous voices. Heiyu furrowed his brow slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd before settling on Du-Wan. Was this intentional or merely an oversight? He pondered. However, he could not fathom why Du-Wan would act thus, and her flustered expression led him to a conclusion. Yet, he could not allow their insults to persist. Rising slowly, Heiyu's icy demeanor commanded attention as he proclaimed, "According to the Academy's 7th rule, disrespecting and insulting one's elders shall result in expulsion, with no chance of re-enrollment." At his words, an immediate silence fell over the arena. Among the students present, only a few with powerful connections could afford to leave the trainer school at will. The vast majority were acutely aware of the significance of their enrollment and credentials. The thought of being expelled over this incident, unable to explain themselves to their families, was a daunting prospect. Du-Wan, witnessing Heiyu's swift action to calm the students' fury, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she was a graduate with exemplary credentials and a gym leader, she still felt like a novice in dealing with such matters, lacking the decisiveness that Heiyu displayed. "Heiyu," Du-Wan murmured softly, her voice barely audible. This ordinary trainer had already astonished her time and again. Reflecting on their first encounter, when Heiyu had pursued her from the gym to the school for a battle, showcasing remarkable combat acuity, she had sensed that this young man was destined for greatness. Little did she anticipate that, within a mere fortnight, he would transform into a celebrated genius breeder, sought after by various factions. Even she had ventured to the Pokémon Center to extend an invitation, only to be turned down. Yet, during their conversation, she had been captivated by his profound knowledge of breeding. Now, in the face of this chaotic situation, Heiyu displayed an extraordinary calmness that transcended the ordinary. Du-Wan realized that her usual sense of superiority was of no consequence in this moment, dissipating quietly. "I too shall strive to be a decisive and capable individual like Heiyu." She resolved inwardly, her gaze fixed upon Heiyu, who had swiftly turned the situation around. Chapter 56. Are you playing tricks on me? Duan gazed at Heiyu's handsome face, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and an unusual sentiment. Unbeknownst to her, Fengshun, lurking in the corner, observed all of this. Feelings of jealousy and resentment swelling within him, intensifying his animosity towards Heiyu, particularly upon witnessing his idealized teacher exhibit such admiration for Heiyu. He felt an overwhelming surge of envy, twisting his previously stoic expression into one of distortion. From the outset, he had looked down on Heiyu, and after being publicly reprimanded by him days prior, he had become the subject of ridicule within the academy. While other students refrained from discussing it openly due to his influential family background, behind his back, he was the butt of many jokes, especially when exaggerated rumors circulated. It became unbearable for him to attend classes. To him, losing face was far worse than death. If it weren't for Duwan's public lesson today, he would likely still be hiding in his dormitory. Just days ago, his family had even approached him regarding the matter, with his father reprimanding him as well. Though Fengshun belonged to a prominent family, he was but a distant relative, lacking favor, and the already limited resources allotted to him were significantly reduced due to this incident. Consequently, his monthly allowance barely sufficed, forcing him to seek additional funds from his parents. All of this turmoil could be traced back to that man, Heiyu. The more Fengshun dwelled on it, the angrier he became, his teeth gritting in fury, leading him to utter a statement he would regret for a lifetime. Heiyu, since that's the case, do you dare to challenge me to a simulated Pokémon battle? The attention of the many students shifted back to Fengshun, as most recalled the animosity between the two, for rumors spread rapidly, and people were always inclined to believe them. Heiyu paused momentarily, then turned to the student he had long since noted. He hadn't even begun to seek revenge when his adversary had presented the opportunity. A simulated battle? That would be no problem, though he was uncertain whether he could borrow the school's simulation battle helmets from Duan. Heiyu called out to Duan, "Could I possibly borrow the school's simulation helmets?" In essence, a simulated battle was akin to a virtual projection game, where trainers donned helmets to project and simulate Pokémon in real time. Although Pokémon could not respond to commands as fluidly as in reality, executing basic moves was certainly feasible. This advanced technology was virtually unheard of outside, yet it had already been integrated into trainer schools by the League's higher-ups. Heiyu gazed expressionlessly at Fengshun, his cold and piercing eyes fixated on him, causing Fengshun to feel an unsettling chill. He took a slight step back, occasionally swallowing nervously, already regretting his actions. Regardless of how the situation unfolded today, he knew he would face punishment upon returning to his family. Offending a promising breeder, especially one who was a key target for his family's support, filled him with remorse. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to bravely face the consequences. Otherwise, how could he survive at school? What would others say? After Duwan's consent, several staff members brought out the sealed Pokémon simulation battle helmets. Heiyu donned the precious device, feeling a slight dizziness in his mind. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands helped him up, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance at the tip of his nose. It was Duwan. Heiyu instantly recognized the identity of the person assisting him. Unbeknownst to him, having already put on the helmet and unable to see the outside world, he was unaware of the stir he had caused. The dignified and poised Duwan was publicly supporting a stranger, leaving countless students' hearts secretly shattered. Meanwhile, Duwan's cheeks flushed slightly, overwhelmed by the gazes and whispers from those around her, making her face burn with embarrassment. She carefully assisted Heiyu to sit on the lawn before hurriedly retreating back into the crowd. As the battle commenced, two ethereal blue Pokémon figures materialized before the spectators. The simulation was impressively lifelike, captivating the attention of new students who had never encountered such advanced technology. Much to the disdain of the older students who had long grown tired of it, they often conducted their training battles using this very device. Sigh, is there any hope for the next generation of trainers in the Alliance? Duwan pondered, worried about the educational future of the Alliance's youth, especially since these students had yet to experience even the basics of battle. Heiyu, intrigued by the buttons appearing in front of him, played with the Pokémon simulation helmet. To his surprise, he could choose Pokémon, Garchomp, Dragonite, Salamence. He could even select items and abilities reminiscent of the battles from his previous life. A smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. With memories of his past life, he had countless strategies stored in his mind. Unfortunately, these strategies couldn't be realized in actual battles, but now they were about to come in handy. Function opted for a 3v3 battle, meaning both sides would send out 3 Pokémon for a free-for-all. Interesting, Function indeed chose powerful dragon-type Pokémon. Heiyu noted as he observed the 3 blue Pokémon figures materializing in the arena: Dragonite, Garchomp, and Dragapult. The opponents had selected almost all quasi-legends from various regions. Heiyu's eyes sparkled as he ultimately chose an unexpected lineup: Shroomish, Sizer, and Durant. The onlooking students were puzzled, questioning why he didn't choose quasi-legends or starter Pokémon. However, upon examining the abilities of his chosen Pokémon, Heiyu felt a sense of satisfaction. As the battle began, it was no surprise that the Dragon-type Pokémon unleashed their overwhelming power, forcing Heiyu into a defensive position. Sizer, activate Toxic Orb. Shroomish, activate Toxic Orb. Durant, use Find Partner. As Heiyu's commands were issued, a purple mist enveloped the 2 Pokémon, spreading toxins throughout their bodies. To the astonishment of the spectators, the Toxic Heal ability was activated. The abilities of the 3 opposing dragon types were all transformed into Durant's hidden ability, Truant. In an instant, the dragon-type Pokémon's attacks plummeted, their once sharp gazes turning lethargic, their bodies unwilling to move. Shroomish used Toxic on both itself and Sizer, continuously attacking them with the Toxic move. The toxins within their bodies accumulated to an unbelievable level, and thanks to the Toxic Heal ability, all the toxins were converted into healing. The 3 dragon-type Pokémon became increasingly exhausted, their sluggishness weighing them down. In contrast, Sizer and Shroomish grew more invigorated, even with injuries. They healed rapidly due to the Toxic Heal ability. As time passed, the 3 quasi-legends collapsed, leaving the onlooking students utterly stunned. 3 ordinary Pokémon had, through a series of maneuvers, decisively defeated 3 quasi-legends. "I'm not satisfied, let's do it again," Function exclaimed, ripping off the helmet, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze with fury, displaying a look of defiance. In his view, this underhanded tactic could hardly be called a battle. True combat should be a fair and honorable confrontation. Heiyu looked at Function in surprise. It was his first time encountering someone eager for punishment. "All right, I agree. Since that was the case, why not oblige his wishes?" And so, the entire afternoon unfolded with Heiyu and Function engaging in numerous battles, with Function suffering defeat in each one, often in a humiliating manner. During this time, Heiyu employed the various strategies he had learned in his past life: the poisoning tactic, the King's Shield tactic, the tiny toss and light powder tactic, and the stealth rock combined with spikes and toxic spikes tactic. The afternoon's battles opened the eyes of the entire trainer school. They had never imagined that battles could be so diverse, with a myriad of Pokémon, item combinations, moves, and tactical clashes, revealing the psychological warfare among trainers. As yet another battle concluded, Heiyu slowly removed the helmet, gazing at Function, who had been thoroughly beaten down and was now questioning his life choices. Pokémon battles are not as simple as you think. What I have shown you is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 57. The Kale Green Tunnel. After concluding a week of teaching, Heiyu returned to the Pokémon Center, continuing his training and studying breeding knowledge daily. Before leaving, he selected a Universal Intermediate Dark-type Energy Block recipe as a reward for his temporary teaching role. Dark Raven, use haste. In a closed indoor training room, Heiyu commanded the burdened Dark Raven. Instantly, the Dark Raven in the room flapped its wings, releasing puffs of black mist from its sharp beak. The haze move can reset the abilities of Pokémon that inhale the mist, effectively countering abilities like overconfidence or boosting moves like Swords Dance. Thus, it was a crucial skill for Dark Raven to master. Heiyu observed quietly from a corner of the room as the mist gradually dissipated, losing its energetic control. "All right, Dark Raven, return." Upon hearing this, the Dark Raven, which had been soaring above, immediately ceased its flapping and gently landed on Heiyu's shoulder. "Caw!" The Dark Raven seemed to boast as it emitted a hoarse cry. A tender glimmer crossed Heiyu's eyes as he stroked the Dark Raven's wings, praising, "You did exceptionally well. But don't forget to train your flying skills while learning new moves." Recently, the Dark Raven had adapted to flying in various environments, even managing to soar through the strong winds created by a Noctowl's gust. However, when it comes to flying techniques, it becomes somewhat difficult to master. Upon encountering complex terrain and obstacles, speed can drastically diminish. Otherwise, one might not have enough time to brake and might crash headlong into them. How has the training of the Kingler been progressing these days? Any improvements? Heiyu inquired. glancing towards the corner where the kingler was incessantly striking a sandbag with its claws. Claw. The kingler swiftly turned and sent the sandbag flying, exuberantly releasing its power. Upon hearing its trainer's question, it hurriedly approached with its 6 short legs, then gradually closed its eyes to channel its dragon-type energy. After a few seconds, the kingler began to wield its claws, its body swaying as it initiated a peculiar and mysterious dance. Its momentum gradually increased, with purplish-red energy spilling forth. Successfully executing the dragon dance. Heiyu exclaimed with delight. Excellent. You are becoming increasingly proficient in the dragon dance. Kingler, this will be the focus of your future training. Make sure to savor every moment. Heiyu immediately began timing the exercise, focusing on 3 main aspects of the dragon dance training: the time taken to execute the dragon dance, the amount of energy it can enhance, and the duration for which it can be maintained. The second aspect requires precise instruments for testing, so for now, Heiyu concentrated on the other 2 facets. A robust physique can endure greater energy, and Heiyu understood this principle well. Therefore, he included energy cubes that enhance physical attributes in the diet of the kingler. As time passed, the rhythmic ticking echoed in the quiet room. The energy boosted by the dragon dance within the kingler began to wane, gradually declining until it swiftly dissipated within a matter of seconds. 47 seconds, Heiyu noted, his mood lifting as he observed the timer on the Pock decks. The first execution of the dragon dance lasted only a little over 20 seconds, yet within these brief days, the improvement was remarkable. After feeding the Pokémon a few energy cubes to restore its stamina, Heiyu contemplated the upcoming training regimen. As the sun set, he returned to the front desk to check out of the training room, paying for the extended time. Even as a direct descendant trainer, he had to cover the costs for such specialized training facilities. After all, the abundant energy and wear on the room incurred expenses. That night, as Heiyu lay in bed, a sudden thought struck him, and he sat up with a clap of his thigh. Right. The Dark Raven and Eevee have yet to see blood since their birth. Coming from a lineage of pirates, Heiyu was accustomed to the reality of bloodshed, having witnessed countless battles where Pokémon fell victim to the claws of Kingler and the jaws of Sharpedo. However, unlike them, Eevee and the Dark Raven had been raised on land since their capture, thus they had scarcely encountered blood. Now I understand why the Dark Raven has struggled to integrate into the team and bond with the Kingler, Heiyu mused. It is because the Dark Raven has been deprived of the baptism of blood, while little Eevee could win the affection of the team through its adorable antics. The cunning Raven-type Pokémon could not achieve the same. At times, the Dark Raven appeared overly reclusive, reluctant to approach any Pokémon other than its trainer. Lost in thought, Heiyu eventually drifted into slumber, while in the warmth of the blankets, little Eevee lazily turned over. The drowsy Eevee was awakened by Heiyu's sudden movement. Finding nothing else to do, it curled up its body, wrapping its fluffy tail around itself, exposing only its small head, and nestled against Heiyu's shoulder, drifting back to sleep. With the dawn's first light, a black-haired youth clad in ordinary adventurer's attire appeared on the outskirts of Canas City. The youth bore a handsome visage, which would undoubtedly be quite charming when paired with warmer hues. Yet, for reasons unknown, he donned a dark ensemble, which, alongside his adorable Eevee, seemed rather peculiar. Heiyu had left Canas City at daybreak, preparing to train his Pokémon in the wild, while also accepting several league tasks. The well-known adventure spots nearby were limited to Orange Blossom Forest and the Kale Green Tunnel. The Kale Green Tunnel directly led to Greenfield Town, serving as a crucial passageway connecting the 2 towns. Previously, the tunnel had been managed by the Duin Company for mining, but for reasons unknown, the project had halted, transforming it into an exploration zone for trainers. According to the information I found online, Heiyu mumbled, it's worth mentioning that the Kale Green Tunnel is rich in minerals, and even an unassuming rock may contain a highly valuable evolution stone. This has attracted many hopeful individuals seeking to strike it rich through gambling on stones. It was said that there was even a stone gambling house on the outskirts, specializing in selling the minerals mined from the Kale Green Tunnel. A raspy caw echoed from the sky. Heiyu looked up to see the Dark Raven returning from reconnaissance, extending an arm to serve as a landing point. The Dark Raven descended gracefully, and Heiyu felt a gust of wind, instinctively closing his eyes. When he opened them again, a massive beak loomed before him. Caw-caw. Heiyu listened as the Dark Raven reported on the situation ahead, its black wings gesturing animatedly. While he could grasp the general idea, some details eluded him. Heiyu promptly removed the camera from the Dark Raven's neck and began to observe the situation ahead through the recorded footage. Chapter 58. The Dark Raven's transformation. Walking slowly along the forest path, leaving behind varying depths of footprints in the soil, Heiyu eventually halted beside a flourishing tree. Cautiously peering out, he spotted a Pokémon nestled within the bushes, a very common Pokémon, the Spinarak. This creature is prevalent in the forests of the Hoenn region, akin to the Caterpie in the Kanto region, occupying the lowest tier of the food chain. The Spinarak was eagerly gnawing on a piece of fresh bark, blissfully indulging in its feast. Its two tail spines lifted as it tore into the bark, savoring the sap that dripped to the ground. Dark Raven, use gust. A black, eerie raven burst forth from the branches, its wings flapping vigorously, unleashing two gusts of wind. With a faint blue energy emanating, a dark light streaked through the air. And before the Spinarak could react, the attack struck it fiercely. Yow! The Spinarak let out a cry of pain as wounds began to ooze blood. Naturally timid, it quickly attempted to flee. However, Heiyu would not allow it to escape unscathed, urgently commanding, Dark Raven, show no mercy. Use peck. The Dark Raven's sharp beak sharpened further as it soared high before diving down swiftly, its pointed beak striking the Spinarak with ferocity. The Spinarak, battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground, its eyes pleading for mercy. Heiyu's emotionless voice persisted. Continue the assault. Finish it off. In the wild, the law of survival is that the weak are devoured by the strong. Today, Heiyu had come to ensure that two young Pokémon witnessed blood, and he would show no leniency. The Dark Raven hesitated in midair, glancing at Heiyu, then at the wounded Spinarak on the ground, its eyes reflecting a flicker of compassion. Yet, ultimately, constrained by Heiyu's impassive demeanor, the Dark Raven executed the peck attack until the Spinarak drew its last breath. Eevee, observing from the side, shed tears, its fluffy ears covering its eyes as it bravely resisted the urge to look. However, the metallic scent of blood in the air was inescapable, leaving it in a state of fright. In a moment of overwhelming fear, it chose to enter the Pokeball it had long been reluctant to occupy. Sigh, a flicker of satisfaction flashed in Blackfeather's eyes. In this savage world, there was no room for mercy. Yet, it was evident that they would need to adapt further for future encounters. Blackfeather pondered that perhaps it had been a bit too aggressive. As a species, the Dark Corvid was known for its cunning and ruthlessness, which might render it more adaptable. Nevertheless, Eevee needed some guidance. After clearing the remnants of battle around him, Blackfeather resumed his journey toward the Karoo Green Tunnel. For over a day, Blackfeather remained in the forest, primarily training the Dark Corvid. As the number of defeated Pokémon grew, the Dark Corvid gradually grasped the concept of survival of the fittest. Its actions became increasingly decisive and ruthless, a testament to the innate talent of Corvid Pokémon for swift adaptation. The Dark Corvid underwent a baptism of blood and emerged with a fierce gaze capable of intimidating even timid Pokémon. Consequently, its level surged rapidly, reaching level 13. Finally emerging from the forest, although not as exhausting as traversing the Orange Blossom Forest, the training along the way for the Dark Corvid was no easy feat. As Blackfeather observed the distinct tire tracks and footprints along the roadside, a smile spread across his face. The Dark Corvid let out a hoarse caw, flapping its wings joyously. After some contemplation, Blackfeather decided to abandon walking, retrieving a folding mountain bike from his spatial backpack and pedaling toward the Karoo Green Tunnel. Along the way, he finally encountered a few people, most of whom carried mining tools like hoes or shovels. Their destination, like Blackfeather's, was also the Karoo Green Tunnel. But they appeared to be quite professional, seemingly there to prospect for gold. Approaching the destination, those gigantic sheds ahead must be the gambling stone shops. Blackfeather lowered his monocular, observing a vast expanse of green tents, brushing off the dust from his attire as he pedaled closer. A black-haired youth on a bicycle, trailed by a Dark Corvid, drew the attention of passers-by. However, their gazes quickly returned to their own affairs, despite his somewhat tattered appearance. Blackfeather's trainer adventure outfit left no room for doubt. Yet, an unexpected occurrence arose. A robust Miss Junsha, clad in a blue police uniform, appeared on her motorcycle, blocking Blackfeather's path. Hello, trainer. Please present your alliance identification. If there's any offense, I apologize. Miss Junsha, with her long legs, dismounted her motorcycle with authority, first displaying her officer badge before requesting Blackfeather's credentials. Her enchanting eyes held a scrutinizing glint, and her partner, A herdier approached Black Feather, sniffing intently. In the city, there were certainly more than one Miss Junsha or Nurse Joy, and this particular one was responsible for inspecting trainers wishing to enter the Karoo Green Tunnel. After all, the tunnel was a unique case, neither a wilderness nor a city, and it had not been designated as a conservation area by the Alliance. Greetings, Miss Junsha. Here's my identification card. Thank you for your diligence in this routine check. Black Feather replied wearily, retrieving his identification and handing it to Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha produced a peculiar small device, placing Black Feather's card against it, which emitted a series of beeping alarms. After meticulously reviewing the displayed information, the tension in her expression gradually eased. An official Alliance trainer? It seems there are no issues. You possess secondary authorization. A look of surprise crossed Miss Junsha's striking features, especially upon seeing the endorsement from the Joy family, as she scrutinized Black Feather anew. Returning the identification card, she apologetically stated, I apologize, esteemed trainer Black Feather. I was merely performing my duties. Recently, there have been frequent disturbances caused by underground dark organizations in the Karoo Green Tunnel. Miss Junsha's rare explanation caught Black Feather off guard, as she typically bore a stern demeanor towards ordinary trainers. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, hastily making his way toward the tent area below. Thank you, Miss Junsha. I am quite fatigued and shall take my leave. Black Feather mounted his bicycle, pedaling downwards. Wong, wong, wong. The herdier barked a few times. Miss Junsha watched Black Feather's departing figure, murmuring, Herdier, do you detect the scent of blood on him? In truth, Miss Junsha had sensed something amiss with Black Feather, yet deemed it unnecessary to pursue further, as there was no concrete evidence, and it would only waste time. Moreover, the act of slaughtering and capturing Pokémon in the wild had become an unspoken rule among Alliance trainers, given the weak legal constraints in the wilderness. Soon after, Miss Junsha resumed her post, as two more trainers approached the path, though this time, she interrogated them rigorously. These trainers were mere civilians, not even official trainers of the Alliance. Ultimately, under Miss Junsha's subtle prompting, they discreetly slipped her 2 Alliance coins to secure their passage. Hee. While the treatment here isn't as favorable as in the city, there are still plenty of opportunities for extra earnings. Despite her polished exterior, Miss Junsha bore considerable pressure. Positions in the city with good benefits and high salaries were not available to someone from her family's side branch. Yet, the funds needed for nurturing her herdier and several other Pokémon were substantial, necessitating the use of her limited authority to earn some extra income beyond her salary. After pocketing the Alliance coins she had just obtained, she settled them back in her wallet and awaited the next trainer's arrival. Heiyu, stop right there. Please present your identification. Chapter 59, Thunderstone Ding Ding Ding. Black Feather parked his mountain bike at the outskirts of the Gambling Stone shop, leaping off with a quick stride. What a bustling scene. It seems everyone here is venturing to the Karoo Green Tunnel. The entire Gambling Stone shop was filled with a cacophony of noise, with people frequently entering and exiting, many of them carrying pickaxes or mining shovels. Black Feather keenly observed that these individuals wore varied equipment, donning thick boots, and even their shovels appeared to be a unique black-gold color, unlike anything on the market. He decided to take his time before entering the Karoo Green Tunnel and wandered through the urban area, looking to see if any maps were for sale. Folding his bicycle and stowing it back in his spatial backpack, he returned the dark corvid to its Pokeball, changing out of his somewhat tattered adventure attire into a fresh outfit. After tidying his unkempt hair and wiping his face with a wet tissue, he stepped slowly into the stone shop. The entire stone shop sprawled widely. Upon entering through the main door, Black Feather found no end in sight. Along the stalls, various stones of different shapes and sizes were displayed, some resembling peculiar Pokémon, while others were so small they were no larger than eggs. Occasionally, patrons wielded flashlights or magnifying glasses, intently examining the stones until they seemed to reach a decision, resolutely purchasing one. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of onlookers, the selected stone was slowly fed into a cutting machine. The rumbling sound echoed, embodying the adage that one could become either wealthy or impoverished with a single cut. A stone worth merely a few Alliance coins may yield nothing but a heap of worthless debris. Conversely, a seemingly insignificant rock might bring forth returns 100-fold, leading to overnight wealth. This place is a paradise for the fortunate and a veritable hell for gamblers. Some individuals strike it rich here, while others suffer total ruin. Heiyu has no interest in gambling on stones, not due to an excess of self-discipline, but because he recognizes that it is all but a ruse. Is it truly impossible for the Alliance or its high-ranking officials to detect the contents within these stones? Setting aside his prior encounters with the Alliance's advanced technological marvels, the myriad wonders of this world teeming with spirits raises his suspicions. Can psychic-type spirits truly not discern what lies within? Can rock-type spirits not sense the unique minerals contained therein? Upon contemplating the underlying connections, Heiyu found himself devoid of any interest in stone gambling, and he felt no inclination to counsel those who had lost their fortunes to it. Sometimes, the lessons imparted by experience are indelible, while the teachings of others may never take root. Moreover, the affairs of others bear no consequence for Heiyu. Each person has their own destiny and choices. When one interferes with the causes of others, one must bear the consequences that follow. After a brief exploration of a small area, Heiyu began inquiring with merchants and passers-by, eventually learning the whereabouts of a map vendor. "Brother, looking for a map? 5,000 Alliance coins apiece, no haggling." A short man, burdened by a large satchel, produced a pristine map from within. Heiyu gave it a cursory examination and noted it was hand-drawn and printed, suggesting a robust industry behind it. "Rest assured, this map was updated just a few days ago. As long as you don't venture into the deepest parts of the Kalu tunnel, you should encounter no issues," the vendor assured with a pat on his chest. Heiyu thought to himself, indeed, there must be those who specifically enter to gather data on the terrain, while others are tasked with creating the maps. The vendor before him is likely the latter, responsible for selling the maps. After handing over 5,000 Alliance coins, Heiyu obtained a map, but chose not to plunge directly into the Kalu tunnel. Instead, he sought out several more map vendors. Although each map differed in detail, they largely conveyed the same information. Once he confirmed the accuracy of the maps, he purchased a pair of exploration boots and an alloy shovel from a shop near the gambling stone house. Although his primary intention was to train his spirits, he could not afford to overlook the possibility of encountering rare minerals. Regardless, even if he did not find any rare stones, these tools could be resold, ensuring minimal loss. Following the teams entering the tunnel, Heiyu gradually made his way along a rocky path into a fog-laden passage. At the tunnel's entrance, a crowd held up signs that piqued his curiosity. "Mining team, I have a damp-type spirit, capable of preventing explosions, an experienced exploration team with over 3 years. Seeking a trainer with a flying-type spirit capable of dispersing fog." Heiyu pondered these signs, aware that the Kalu tunnel was renowned online for 2 notable characteristics. Firstly, it harbored various rare spirits, including Geodude and Swablu. Secondly, a faint mist perpetually permeated the tunnel, severely impairing visibility. The dimly lit passage offered visibility of scarcely more than 5 meters. Without a flying-type spirit or an exploration lantern, one would inevitably become lost within. Just as Heiyu prepared to enter, a cacophony of cheering erupted from a distance. "What is happening? What is going on? Oh my, you guys must return. Someone at the Gambling Stone House has unearthed a high-grade thunderstone. Is that for real? That's a fortune." Soon, individuals rushed to inform their companions, prompting those nearby to abandon their tasks and flock back to witness the spectacle. After all, such high-grade minerals are not encountered daily, and everyone wished to bask in the fortune of the one who had unveiled the thunderstone. It is human nature to seek out excitement. Even the officers stationed at the tunnel entrance could not resist temporarily abandoning their posts to partake in the commotion. Heiyu stood upon a rock, gazing towards the stone house, quietly reflecting. A high-grade evolution stone typically boasts a purity exceeding 90, easily worth $1 million. This valuation pertains solely to a purity of 90. Should the purity be slightly higher, the price would soar further. Although the Thunderstone does not rival the fervor surrounding the Firestone or Waterstone, it remains a valuable asset, especially since the Kanaz Gym had publicly sought Thunderstones over a month prior, as its leader, Duwan, requires them for evolving her signature spirit, Electabuzz. The apprentices she recruits predominantly possess Electabuzz as well. Uninterested in mingling in the commotion, Heiyu turned and entered the dim tunnel, tightening the adventure hat atop his head. A beam of light emerged from the hat's lamp, while the shadowy crow perched on his shoulder flapped its wings, gradually dispelling the mist. Heiyu's silhouette faded into the darkness, leaving the tunnel's entrance deserted. At that moment, 2 trainers clad in red and blue emerged from the shadows, casting scornful glances at the throng diverted by the allure of the Thunderstone. The rotund man in red remarked, The alliance is becoming increasingly decrepit. They are so easily distracted by our diversion. The woman in blue with dark skin retorted. Enough idle chatter. Let us not forget our objective lies within the Ka-Lu tunnel. The red-clad man appeared quite displeased with the woman's words, countering, Humph, Aquan. Do not forget, our collaboration is only temporary. Our infiltration of the Darwin Company is solely to acquire their newly developed data and the terrain maps of the Ka-Lu tunnel. Fire Village. What do you mean by that? Have I not already shared the data and maps with you? You ought to reveal the secrets hidden within the Ka-Lu tunnel. The woman, referred to as Aquan, stamped her foot in anger, her hands slowly reaching towards her waist as she warily regarded Fire Village. The man, known as Fire Village, appeared somewhat wary of her demeanor and waved his hand, saying, Do not forget, our respective organizations are currently in a period of covert cooperation. Are you certain you wish to resort to violence here? His words seemed to calm Aquan. Both turned their gazes towards the dim, tranquil tunnel, their expressions rife with caution. Just as they entered, several dozen individuals clad in red and blue attire began to trickle into the Ka-Lu tunnel in groups. The two factions stood at odds, yet spoke of cooperation. Chapter 60. Stinking Mud. The Ka-Lu tunnel was initially a mining vein managed by the Darwin Company, which originally contained only a single vein suitable for crafting attribute stones. However, as deeper excavations commenced, it became apparent that the area housed an astonishing array of minerals. Seizing the opportunity, the Darwin Company prospered, evolving from a small enterprise into a well-respected regional company within the realm of Pokémon. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Ka-Lu tunnel, once a focus for capital accumulation, abruptly ceased operations. It was subsequently opened to trainers for exploration, a decision that, while elevating the company's prestige to unprecedented heights, also resulted in immeasurable losses in potential profits. Thus, the gambling stone house thrived. Yet it could not compare to the immense fortune generated by the exclusive exploitation of such a substantial resource. For several years, the Ka-Lu tunnel allowed trainers to mine, with the exploration area extending nearly 10,000 meters. During this time, countless branching paths emerged, akin to an anthill. While the extent of benefits reaped by the myriad exploration trainers remains unknown, it undoubtedly constitutes a staggering figure. All of these represent the losses incurred by the Darwin Company. The reasons behind the company's actions remain a mystery, yet this does not deter the enthusiastic trainers from embarking on their adventurous explorations within the tunnel. Dark Raven. Disperse this mist. With the beam of light emitted from his adventurous hat, Heiyu struggled to discern the direction, guiding Dark Raven along the way. As the fog in front of him cleared, Heiyu finally spread out his map to ascertain his bearings. Currently, he was traversing the central avenue of the entire car tunnel, which was interspersed with numerous branching paths. These narrow offshoots were intricate and potentially harbored dangerous Pokémon. Each year, adventurers would lose their way within the mines, ultimately becoming sustenance for the Pokémon lurking in the darkness. Heiyu marked his path with a sprinkle of his specially formulated lime, gradually delving deeper into the tunnel by following the map. After more than 4 hours of continuous travel, he finally emerged from the outermost layer. Dark Raven unleashed a scare. A dim glow flickered in the cave, and with a startled cry, a common Geodude came into view. Heiyu simultaneously commanded Eevee and Dark Raven to deal with the creature. As they ventured deeper, they began to encounter lower-level Pokémon. To his surprise, a Geodude with the hidden ability Sandvale appeared, which he decided to keep and sell after exiting the tunnel. On his journey, Heiyu also encountered various low-level Pokémon, such as Rattata and Caterpie. These creatures, while diverse in species, shared a common trait of being exceedingly frail and malnourished. Additionally, they exhibited a pronounced tendency to attack. Throughout his expedition, Heiyu sustained numerous assaults from these Pokémon, indicating that one of their food sources was the trainers who dared to explore. Heiyu quickly grasped the implications of this dynamic. Within the car tunnel, devoid of any vegetation, the Pokémon were unable to feed on one another. Given the exceedingly low visibility, they could not discern direction. Geodude could survive by consuming sand and rocks, while other Pokémon resorted to attacking humans for sustenance. Carnivorous Pokémon, like Zubat, would even opt for human flesh. Fortunately, in the outer regions, Heiyu had not encountered any significant dangers, as the Pokémon he encountered were generally below level 15. With the combined efforts of his two Pokémon, he easily dispatched his foes, and Dark Raven had grown accustomed to the violence. assisting Heiyu in eliminating numerous wild Pokémon. Eevee, however, seemed unable to accept the reality of the final blows dealt to each fallen Pokémon, which were always executed by Dark Raven. Nevertheless, Heiyu felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, there was no longer any visible reluctance in Eevee's eyes, and its attacks were unrelenting. Progress must be made incrementally, and Heiyu remained patient with Eevee's development. After delving deeper for another hour, Heiyu finally paused, not solely due to his own rapid exhaustion, but also because Dark Raven and Eevee were now visibly fatigued, panting heavily. He summoned his Kingler to stand guard against potential threats. Cradling Eevee and Dark Raven, Heiyu offered them a brief massage to alleviate their fatigue and relax their muscles. It must be noted that the innate talent of these two Pokémon was astounding, befitting products of the gym and alliance breeding facilities. In just a few hours, their battle experience had surged, from initially sustaining minor injuries to now seamlessly cooperating to defeat wild Pokémon. Particularly, Dark Raven appeared as if born for battle, exhibiting precise control over the timing of its attacks. During this period, it reached level 15 and learned the skill Wing attack, eagerly awaiting mastery to replace its less effective peck. After a short rest, replenishing their energy, Heiyu and his Pokémon resumed their exploration according to the map. Along the way, they passed several exposed rock deposits, which upon being struck with a metal shovel revealed nothing more than ordinary steel. Although such minerals held some value, Heiyu deemed them not worth the effort to carry, as they were excessively heavy. His spatial backpack was already filled with numerous items, leaving no room for the steel. As Heiyu approached a junction, a foul odor suddenly wafted from within. This stench was no ordinary foulness. It was a nauseating, fishy smell, reminiscent of spoiled cured meat. The faint odor pervaded the junction, occasionally drifting outwards. Heiyu clamped his mouth shut, grimacing, while the sensitive-nosed Eevee recoiled in distaste, casting disdainful glances at the dimly lit passage. Summoning Kingler, Heiyu steeled himself, illuminating the tunnel with his flashlight, revealing two dark clumps of sludge at the end of the passage. The name of a Pokémon immediately surfaced in his mind, Grimer. The sludge Pokémon typically feeds on refuse, exuding an incredibly foul odor. Some environmental companies favor this Pokémon, as it provides a solution to the challenging issue of waste disposal. Heiyu's flashlight caught sight of two deeply embedded bones in the corner, their skulls faintly glowing. He promptly commanded, Kingler, use Shell Blade to eliminate them. With a swift leap, Kingler crossed its claws, delivering a single blow that rendered both Pokémon incapacitated. Heiyu quickly tossed two Pokeballs to capture them. Dark Raven, disperse the stench here. Once the air was cleared, Heiyu cautiously approached the corner of the junction, where he beheld two neatly arranged skulls alongside various scattered human bones. Heiyu remained silent, while Eevee cowered behind him in fright. Dark Raven cast a disdainful glance at Eevee before adopting a cold demeanor on Heiyu's shoulder. Grimer, being an omnivorous Pokémon, indeed had a taste for flesh. Heiyu pondered this with a hint of melancholy as he observed the darkness in the depths of the tunnel, his indifferent gaze reflecting a chilling light. After burying the two bones with his shovel, Heiyu departed from this grim and filthy place. Beep beep beep. As the Pock Dex chimed, Heiyu reviewed the information on the captured Grimer. One had inherited the move Shadow Punch, which was a modest yet delightful surprise. Chapter 61. The cunning uncle. As Heiyu continued onward, he became notably more cautious, for the poison-type Pokémon within this tunnel were exceedingly treacherous. In the wilderness, among various abnormal statuses, poisoning is often the most dreaded encounter. Burns, freezes, paralysis, and sleep states are overt and can be alleviated with corresponding potions or berries. However, poisoning is different. The types of toxins are numerous, and some are insidious, lying dormant within a human's body until they later manifest. The unpredictability of poison makes poison-type Pokémon one of the most formidable attributes to contend with. While traversing the tunnel, Heiyu had also come across signs of human presence. For instance, a recently extinguished campfire at a fork in the tunnel. What's this sign? Heiyu approached another junction, where he suddenly spotted a sign at the entrance of a tunnel. This passage seemed shallow, with a faint glimmer of light visible from the entrance, where a sign indicated that the tunnel had been temporarily designated as a camping base. Those who intruded would face attack, and the consequences would be theirs to bear. Typically, such shallow and fully explored tunnels serve as makeshift resting spots. Just as Heiyu was about to turn away, hurried footsteps echoed from within the tunnel. prompting him to grip his metal shovel tightly. Even the sound of the dark crow flapping its wings diminished as a pair of piercing eyes keenly surveyed the exit, poised to strike at any moment. Within a mere few seconds, a middle-aged backpacker slowly emerged, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the black-feathered figure, then hastily tightened his grip on the shovel he held. This man, burdened with a backpack, was accompanied by a Marel. Just as tensions escalated between the two, the middle-aged man unexpectedly flashed a benign smile and obstructed the path of the black-feathered figure, who sought to enter the bifurcated tunnel. Young brother, there has been a collapse inside this tunnel. I strongly advise against proceeding further. The man gestured toward the tunnel from which he had just exited. The black figure retreated a couple of steps, maintaining a safe distance. However, as he prepared to depart, he noticed something amiss. The middle-aged man was drenched, droplets continuously trickling from his collar, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. Having once drifted at sea, the black figure was all too familiar with this odor, a mingling of water and blood. Though the scent was faint, when he directed the light toward the man's boots, he detected traces of blood. Fearing detection, he quickly shifted the light away, but a troubling conjecture arose within him. This blood was undoubtedly human, not that of an elf. The black figure mused in alarm, yet maintained a facade of innocence, replying, "Very well, uncle, I shall choose another path. My apologies for the disturbance." He turned to walk toward an alternate tunnel, glancing back with the corner of his eye as he left. The middle-aged man seemed to notice the subtle movement, hastily shifting his stance to block the black figure's view of the tunnel's interior. This instinctive action heightened the black figure's suspicions. Once inside the other tunnel, he crouched against the stone wall, his onyx eyes gleaming with a cold detachment. There was no doubt, the middle-aged man harbored secrets. The bifurcated tunnel concealed a truth he was desperate to keep hidden. The black figure did not rush to uncover this secret. Instead, he lingered in the alternate tunnel for quite some time before returning to the junction where he had encountered the man. The uncle had vanished, seemingly departed. The black figure cast a glance at the tunnel that the man had tried to obscure, a mysterious smile forming on his lips as he quietly stepped inside. Shortly after he entered, the middle-aged man emerged from behind a massive rock wall, gazing into the tunnel the black figure had just entered, his eyes flickering with a shadowy glint. The formerly benign expression faded, replaced by a cruel grin as he tightened his grip on the blood-stained shovel, murmuring, "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me." The black figure advanced into the tunnel, illuminated by his light, finding no signs of collapse, further solidifying his belief that the man had lied. After walking for less than a few minutes, he reached the tunnel's end, revealing a pit resembling a room. Not sensing anything amiss, he noticed some refuse and signs of human activity in the corner and turned to his companion, Evie. "Little Evie, sniff around and see if anything seems off." The small creature scrunched its nose, poking at a visibly raised patch of earth. The black figure's eyes sparkled with realization as he used the shovel to excavate the mound. After only a few strokes, he unearthed something astonishing, a severed hand. Continuing to dig, he soon uncovered fragments of human remains. As he pieced together the sizes of the bones, they formed the shape of a complete person. A quick count of the charred remains allowed him to reconstruct the figure in his mind. This was the truth that the middle-aged man had desperately sought to conceal. Was it a dispute over rare minerals or a long-standing vendetta? The black figure could not fathom the history of love and hate that existed between the deceased and the man. He released the captured sludge monster, commanding it to consume the gruesome remains and clean the site before departing. Vigilantly, the black figure made his way out of the tunnel. Upon emerging, he found the middle-aged man standing in the midst, seemingly awaiting his return. "Uncle, you deceived me. There was no collapse inside," the black figure stated with an almost mocking smile. "Oh, really?" The man scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Perhaps you took a wrong turn. After all, there are numerous forks in this tunnel." A silent understanding passed between the two as they locked eyes, neither speaking, yet both slowly reached for their waists. The distance between them widened, until they stood at opposite ends of the bifurcation, the man's amiable demeanor swiftly dissipating. His once kind smile transformed into an expression of cold indifference. "Young brother, did you encounter anything unusual down that fork?" The middle-aged man's expression hardened as he scrutinized the black figure, searching for any sign of weakness. The black figure smirked. "I witnessed quite the spectacle." He tapped the ground with his shovel, a mysterious grin adorning his face. The middle-aged man's heart raced with alarm. His expression faltered as he roared, What exactly did you see? The black figure's gaze flicked to the man's space backpack. Curiosity piqued about what could provoke such enmity among companions, perhaps even murder for treasure. Chapter 62. The masks are torn aside. The black figure was certain that the middle-aged man was a novice at murder. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his facade was merely a reflection of decades of experience. His methods were painfully crude, and his handling of the body was hasty at best. While it was difficult to detect within the labyrinthine tunnels, outside, it would not take long for Miss June Shaw to pinpoint him as the murderer. Uncle, this is your first time killing, isn't it? Did you not know that human bones are remarkably sturdy and cannot be eliminated by fire? You did not prepare adequately for body disposal, did you? The black figure regarded the middle-aged man with an air of indifference, his tone steady. The man's expression shifted slightly at the remark, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing a calm demeanor as he retorted, "Humph. I don't know what you're talking about." The corners of the black figure's mouth curled into a slight smirk, a hint of derision in his smile. "You have blood on you. You commanded your elf to wash it away, yet you failed to clean it thoroughly. Can't you smell the scent of blood clinging to you?" With that, he casually directed his flashlight toward the man's shoes. The middle-aged man slowly lowered his gaze. Following the beam of light and discovering bloodstains on his footwear that had not been washed clean, the realization struck him, causing his heart to race and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He raised his head, his eyes narrowing into a fierce glare at the black figure. His previously expressionless face now darkened with rage, veins bulging in his bloodshot eyes like a cornered beast. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man roared, his voice laced with unbridled fury and fear. Yet, it was evident that this was more a self-interrogation, as his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within. "You shall be buried here with him," commanded Marl, unleashing water gun, sludge, and mudshot. The middle-aged man directed his elf to attack, intent on silencing the black figure and burying the secret within the depths of the tunnel. In truth, it is not entirely unreasonable for him to harbor such thoughts, as the appearance of Kuroha is exceedingly beguiling. At first glance, Kuroha, still in the throes of adolescence, undoubtedly resembles a child, garbed in attire that is far from ostentatious. He is evidently a novice embarking on his journey. Accompanied by an EV and a Murkrow, these two Pokémon likely constitute his entire team. The middle-aged man cannot be blamed for his assumptions, as his limited perspective only allows for such conclusions. Approaching middle age, his Pokémon linger around the level of 20, indicative of humble beginnings and a lack of innate talent as a trainer. Coupled with the recent defeat of his companion, his confidence swelled, and upon seeing Kuroha, a mere child, he acted with decisive aggression. Kuroha promptly commanded his two Pokémon to use Protect, successfully fending off the incoming assault. With a swift roll into the corner, he unleashed a Kingler. A flash of white light revealed the formidable crustacean. Kuroha assessed the opposing Pokémon with a discerning eye, easily discerning their relative strength. The Pokémon appeared to have been trained quite poorly, their capabilities unremarkable, with the sole exception being the fairy-type abilities of the Marl, which in this world seemed to have gone unnoticed, merely categorized as a common type. "Is this all your strength?" Kuroha taunted, echoing his earlier words. At that moment, the middle-aged man, clearly on the brink of despair, was overwhelmed by the pressure of his murderous intent coupled with Kuroha's relentless demeanor, especially upon the emergence of the Kingler. His face grew increasingly pallid as he sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from it, plunging him into deeper despair. He realized he might have underestimated this seemingly innocent child. "Marl, use Bubble Beam. Grimer, employ Mud Bomb." The middle-aged man commanded anxiously, his mind consumed with the desire to eliminate Kuroha. Witnessing his opponent's frantic state, Kuroha abandoned any thoughts of taunting and simply ordered the Kingler to take action. "Use Crab Hammer." The training of the past days bore fruit, as the Kingler had not only improved in Dragon Dance, but also honed its Crab Hammer technique. The torrent of water enveloping its pincers crashed down upon Grimer, delivering a blow it could scarcely withstand. "Murkrow, use Wing Attack." "EV, deploy Swift." Kuroha continued to direct his remaining Pokémon in the offensive, denying his opponent even a moment's respite. With Murkrow and EV preoccupying Marl, it was impossible for the latter to assist Grimer, while Kingler relentlessly attacked. The middle-aged man's forehead glistened with sweat, his expression tightening with anxiety. At that moment, he regretted not having nurtured an additional Pokémon. In the wild, fairness is a concept of little concern. The prevailing theme is that of overpowering the weak with sheer numbers. My Pokémon outnumber yours, allowing me to bully you. With another bubble beam striking Grimer, it faltered, its body weakening, even the toxins it secreted pooling onto the ground in a pitiful display. The battle had become overwhelmingly one-sided. And with Grimer incapacitated, Kingler turned its attention to Maril, intensifying the onslaught. The tide of battle was unmistakably turning, even without Kuroha's intensified commands. The three Pokémon coordinated seamlessly, swiftly draining the life from their adversaries. Why? Why are you all forcing me? The middle-aged man shrieked, bloodshot eyes wide with despair as he staggered to the ground, gazing vacantly ahead, his heart steeped in hopelessness. After commanding the execution of the two opposing Pokémon, Kuroha approached him, looking down with an air of authority. Now, shall we discuss the truth behind these events? What drove you to slay your own companion? Regrettably, the man was beyond the point of explanation, muttering to himself, why? How did it come to this? His heart was engulfed in remorse as he pondered whether it would have been better to share the treasure rather than eliminate his companion for selfish gain. Kuroha stepped back, instructing Murkrow to finish him off. Observing the lifeless body, Kuroha remained indifferent, his dark eyes glinting with cold detachment. This world has always been thus. To strengthen Pokémon and advance as a trainer, one must engage in fierce competition, especially for trainers of humble origins. The only path forward is through relentless struggle for resources. Sadly, some do not even possess the right to compete. Much like this middle-aged man who squandered his life without achievement. It is precisely this decaying system and the severed pathways of advancement that drive countless ordinary individuals into the embrace of dark organizations, becoming part of the underworld. This is the only means by which they can contest the League and vie for resources. The proliferation of dark organizations across regions, seemingly impossible to eradicate, is a testament to this reality. After a brief search of the man's body, Kuroha found little beyond a few scattered alliance coins and several empty Pokeballs. Once he had commanded Grimer to clear the remains, he turned his attention to the two deceased Pokémon, one Grimer and one Maril. The Maril was slightly larger than average, with a thicker waist, suggesting it possessed the thick fat ability. Kuroha used a spade to extract the more valuable parts from the two Pokémon, wrapping them in special materials before placing them into his spatial backpack. Finally, he gazed at the middle-aged man's spatial backpack. Murkrow flew forward with uncanny coordination, its claws grasping the backpack and fluttering excitedly before Kuroha. Kuroha smiled and affectionately patted Murkrow's head before accepting the backpack. Inside, aside from some miscellaneous items and Pokémon food, there were 3 vials filled with a yellowish goo. As Kuroha slowly removed a vial, the light revealed the liquid's clean luster. Earth vein milk, Kuroha exclaimed in delight. This was an exceedingly rare treasure, one he had encountered in the library of the Orange League gym. It is said to contain the essence of the earth, a true elixir of the land. This earth vein milk is of immense value, especially for rock and ground-type Pokémon, as consuming it can significantly enhance their potential. In the black market, a single drop can fetch an exorbitant price, sold by the drop. Indeed, this trio of glass vials contained at least several hundred drops, worth nearly 10 million. Kuroha finally understood why the middle-aged man resorted to such drastic measures against his companion. It was no wonder that few could maintain their integrity in the face of such temptation. After all, 10 million is enough to procure a Pokémon of exceptional quality. With ample funds remaining for nurturing, having tidied the scene, Kuroha departed from the tunnel, continuing his exploration in another direction. This place is far from the utopian world depicted in animation. Where there are people, there exists a realm of conflict, where love, hate, and betrayal intertwine. The prevailing theme here is one of survival of the fittest. In this world, only by consuming others can one truly advance. Upon exiting the tunnel, Heiyu diligently followed the map to discover an uninhabited passage. After placing a sign at the entrance and assigning the Iron Claw Lobster to guard the entrance, he ensured their safety before setting up camp inside the tunnel. A warm campfire was ignited, food was prepared, and the fairies were nourished. Little Evie, be good and stay still. Heiyu gently laid the little Evie across his lap, carefully parting her fur to apply ointment on her injury. With a soft spray, the cooling mist met her leg, and in an instant, Evie felt a sharp pang of pain. Evie, the discomfort, coupled with the refreshing sensation, caused her to whimper. Her tearful gaze fixed upon Heiyu as he tended to her wound. She felt profoundly aggrieved. This was her first serious injury. Never had she imagined that battles could be so perilous. In the past, Their seamless coordination had rendered wild Pokémon helpless, yet this time, under the guidance of another, she had suffered harm. Little Evie, determined not to let her tears fall, held back the droplets clinging to her eyes, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Observing her distress, Heiyu offered her a pain-relieving energy cube, employing skilled massage techniques to ease her discomfort. Before long, exhaustion overcame little Evie, and with the pain subsiding, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Heiyu carefully placed her onto a soft sleeping mat, covering her with a warm blanket, relieved not to have disturbed her slumber. Finally, it was Crow's turn. Heiyu continued to massage the dark crow until his wrists ached, at which point he paused, shaking his hands and reflecting on the challenges of massaging Pokémon. While Heiyu explored the Ka Green Tunnel, a tremendous quake shook the interior of Kanas City. The latest research data from the Duin Company had been stolen. Countless police cars were dispatched, and Officer Junshaw personally arrived to inquire about the situation. President Zivki, is what you say true? The stolen data pertains to the latest research on the Pokémon navigation device. Officer Junshaw exclaimed, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Indeed, I never anticipated that a traitor lurked within my company, or perhaps they were double agents all along. President Zivki was astounded to discover that the two employees he trusted, Huitsuin and Aquin, had pilfered the company's groundbreaking research. Officer Junshaw nearly fainted with anger. The Pokémon navigation device was a colossal project backed by her family. This device, unlike its predecessors, would not require connection to a signal tower. It would directly link to Duin Company's global signal network. This meant it could be utilized in the harshest of environments, be it volcanic seas or untamed forests, even in places untouched by humanity. For Alliance investigators and police personnel, this invention held monumental significance. The Junshaw family had invested heavily in this project, and the success of this invention would yield the greatest benefits for them. But now, to be informed that the research data had been stolen? Meanwhile, President Zivki felt even more disheartened, for not only had the research data been taken, but even the topographical map of the Ka Green Tunnel had been stolen. It contained certain secrets of their family, and although the area was now abandoned, he felt a lingering unease. Since leading the Zivki family to prominence, he had not experienced such anxiety in a long time. Watching the police team rush out, Zivki Myukin, the current head of the Zivki family and president of Duin Company, displayed a worried expression. At that moment, a phone call came through. Hello, Dad. I heard the company is in trouble. Should I come back to help? A youthful voice chimed from the other end. Zivki Myukin chuckled and shook his head, playfully chiding. Forget it, you rascal. You spend all your time with those rocks. Bringing you here would be of little use. The voice on the other end responded, Dad. Isn't this all your influence? Didn't you also enjoy playing with rocks when you were young? Amidst their playful banter, Zivki Myukin's gloom began to lift. Before ending the call, he added, Dawu, the shiny iron bell you collected for the family has been found. Next time you come back, let it and your own evolve into a Metagross together. Fusion evolution. It was said to be a unique secret technique developed exclusively by the Zivki family, suitable only for quasi-divine Pokémon, Metagross. This technique allowed two identical Pokémon to fuse and evolve, resulting in a significant enhancement in their potential. Of course, only a prominent commercial family like the Zivki could afford such a distinctive evolution secret. For others, even those from prestigious families, obtaining a single iron bell would only allow for regular evolution. Even if they possessed the Zivki family's fusion evolution secret, they likely wouldn't have the financial means to utilize it. Chapter 64. Magma Team and Ocean Team. Heiyu continued his exploration of the Ka Green Tunnel, having traversed countless branching passages and encountered various scenarios. Some diverging tunnels had revealed the remains of Pokémon, while others had led to human encampments, or even the remnants of Pokémon eggs that had long since perished, devoid of life. Each small branching tunnel was akin to opening a blind box, offering Heiyu an array of surprises, though some were perhaps more terrifying than delightful. He meticulously wielded a shovel, tapping against the earthen walls, his flashlight illuminating the path ahead. The dark crow blew away the mist shrouding the tunnel. As the faint haze dissipated, Heiyu cautiously advanced, step by step. He picked up a nearby stone and tossed it into the dark tunnel, waiting patiently for the echoes to return, which eventually reverberated back to him. It seemed this tunnel was not short. Heiyu halted his advance, leaning against the wall to ponder. This path could likely lead to a dead end or connect to another main route. Careful consideration and planning were essential. The The dark crow flapped its wings nearby, effectively clearing the mist. I have already garnered significant rewards from this journey. Besides the considerable progress of several Pokémon, I unexpectedly acquired geothermal stone milk. I should refrain from being greedy. Heiyu concluded that it would be wiser to continue exploring along the existing path rather than venturing into another main route, even if it meant traversing a shorter branching tunnel. Just as Heiyu prepared to turn back, a deafening explosion echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Bang! The sound resembled an explosion, the reverberation crossing vast distances to resonate in Heiyu's ears. Little Evie jolted in fright, her soft fur bristling. The dark crow, too, was startled, its flight rhythm disrupted as it flapped its wings to maintain balance in the air. Yet, instead of anger, Heiyu felt a surge of delight as his eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing toward the dark branching tunnel. This was the roar of an explosive Pokémon. A wave of joy washed over Heiyu. He had undertaken several quests during this journey, one of which involved capturing a Gunneyu. The explosive Pokémon was the evolution of Gunneyu, capable of evolving into Noivern around level 40. Although Noivern's final base stats only reached 490. Seemingly unworthy of its three-stage evolution status, it remained beloved by trainers for its mastery of a move known as Soundwave. One of the most powerful special attacks in the normal type category, boasting a remarkable power of 140 according to official textbooks. Second only to the formidable super impact with a power of 150 and the destruction beam. The sonic boom possesses no adverse effects compared to these high-powered techniques. However, the number of Pokémon capable of mastering this extraordinary move is exceedingly scarce, with only the Soundwave Larva, Soundwave Dragon, and Exploding Sound Pokémon qualifying. The other two are both esteemed and rare Dragon-type Pokémon. As Heiyu contemplated this, a surge of excitement ignited within him. The task of capturing the Gunneyu promised a substantial reward, settled in alliance points. To avoid detection, he dimmed the light to its lowest setting, bending low as he cautiously advanced towards the dark tunnel from which the sounds erupted. After an indeterminate period of groping through the darkness, Heiyu finally glimpsed a sliver of light, his eyes sparkling with hope. Yet, as he drew nearer, he overheard human voices conversing. "Boss, this Pokémon is incredibly troublesome. Its sonic attacks are too powerful. Stop whining, just hold it down. My great hound will be ready to unleash a crushing bite in no time." Two men clad in red were commanding a ground hound and a great hound as they struggled against an exploding sound Pokémon. From the situation, it was evident that the exploding sound Pokémon was gradually falling into a disadvantage despite being a 2-on-1 situation. Besides the numerical disadvantage, the more pressing issue was the small Gunneyu that the exploding sound Pokémon was protecting, requiring it to split its focus between battling and safeguarding the vulnerable offspring, resulting in a growing number of wounds on its body. Roar! The exploding sound Pokémon unleashed a powerful sonic attack once more. The attacking ground hound was instantly sent flying, crashing against the stone wall and losing consciousness. "Boss, you need to attack now. I can't hold on much longer." One of the men in red urged anxiously. "Great hound, use crunch." The other man growled menacingly. The great hound, gathering its strength, lunged forward, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva, exuding an aura of ferocity. Dark energy coalesced, ravenously tearing into the exploding sound Pokémon. Yet even so, the exploding sound Pokémon remained resolute, intent on protecting the Gunneyu behind it. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm it, a surge of blue water rushed forth. The Iron Claw lobster uses water jet. After observing for a while, Heiyu emerged and directed the Iron Claw lobster to attack the Great Hound. A column of blue water struck the Great Hound directly, its level disparity causing it to be knocked back with a single blow. "Don't give it a chance. Use Shellblade." Heiyu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The two trainers in red immediately reacted, barking, "How dare you? Can't you see that SR Pokémon?" Heiyu replied with a chilling smile, "And what of it? Those two Pokémon are now my quarry." His icy gaze swept over the pair, and he felt a strange familiarity with their attire, as though he had seen it before, but he could not recall where. However, this did not deter him from claiming the right to seize the wild Pokémon from their hands. One of them was incensed, attempting to confront Heiyu. The other whispered something to his companion, which quelled the anger and turned their gaze to the Iron Claw lobster with a hint of trepidation, realization dawning on their faces. "Humph. You Ocean Team members are as unreasonable as ever. I will certainly report you to the captain later, The first red-clad man mocked. The other, calm in demeanor, concurred, indeed. Our two organizations are supposed to be cooperating, yet you brazenly attempt to snatch our prey. Heiyu, who had been directing his Pokémon to assault the battered exploding sound Pokémon, was startled by their words. Ocean team? Then their attire must signify the lava team? Heiyu's astute mind quickly connected the dots. They mistook me for a member of their organization because of my Iron Claw lobster, the signature Pokémon of the ocean team. He did not deny their assertions, but silently acknowledged them, as Heiyu illuminated the two with his light. The deep crimson of their garments was reminiscent of molten lava, and the letters emblazoned on their chests triggered a flash of recognition. Lava team. Heiyu gasped in astonishment. Without his command, the exploding sound Pokémon seized the opportunity to escape down one of the branching tunnels. When Heiyu turned back to check, it had already vanished from sight. The two lava team members exchanged glances, a hint of schadenfreude evident in their expressions. Hey there. Ocean team friend, you can keep that exploding sound Pokémon. I hope you manage to find it again in the convoluted tunnels. With that, the lava team members recalled their great hound and ground hound and departed the tunnel. Heiyu scrutinized their retreating figures, a sense of caution creeping in, thus refraining from sending his Pokémon to detain them. The dark organizations in the Hoenn region were numerous. The Ocean Team and Lava Team were merely among the more prominent factions. Furthermore, given the tone of the two men earlier, it appeared that the Ocean and Lava Teams had begun to collaborate secretly. With my memories from a past life, I know that these two organizations will ultimately rise to prominence. It is best not to provoke them for now. Heiyu recalled his Iron Claw lobster and called upon his Eevee and Dark Raven to continue pursuing the fleeing, exploding sound Pokémon. Chapter 65. Emergency summons from the Alliance. Dark Raven. Wing attack. Eevee, use Swift to intercept. Heiyu ran through the dark tunnel, the light from his lamp illuminating the path ahead, where a monstrous exploding sound Pokémon swayed side to side, cradling a small Gununyo, seemingly its offspring. Roar. The exploding sound Pokémon seized the moment to launch another sonic attack, and the two Pokémon quickly raised a protective shield to deflect the blow. However, in the narrow confines of the tunnel, the sonic vibrations caused the surrounding earth to weaken, with debris cascading down around them. Continuing to direct his Pokémon in the assault, Heiyu steadily closed the distance until he observed the exploding sound Pokémon enter a fork in the tunnel that he had previously explored. This fork led to a dead end, a fact he had marked long ago. Dark Raven, do not rush, it's trapped. Let us clear the fog first. After a brief moment of regrouping, Heiyu entered the tunnel, stepping on the soft earth, creating a rustling sound. A slight frown crossed his brow. The exploding sound Pokémon was highly sensitive to sound, and approaching recklessly would surely result in being detected and facing a preemptive strike. It was no wonder the tranquil tunnel was an ideal setting for the sound-sensitive, exploding sound Pokémon. Heiyu suddenly understood. As long as one was not airborne like the Dark Raven, any sound made by those on the ground would be immediately detected by the exploding sound Pokémon. Iron Claw Lobster, if you sense anything amiss, use guard immediately. For safety's sake, he summoned his ace Pokémon, the Iron Claw Lobster, the strongest and most trustworthy of his team. As he approached the tunnel's end, Heiyu cautiously endeavored to make no sound. Yet, it seemed the exploding sound Pokémon was exceedingly sensitive. In an instant, a sonic attack was launched. The green protective shield of guard sprang up instantly, the Iron Claw Lobster reacting swiftly to block the sonic assault. Heiyu waved his hand decisively, issuing a cold command. Iron Claw Lobster, use Shell Blade to attack the exploding sound Pokémon. Dark Raven, target the Gununyo with wing attack. The Dark Raven, ever prepared, dove down swiftly towards the cornered offspring. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw Lobster propelled itself forward with its powerful legs, channeling water energy into its pincers. The shadow of a shell blade materializing before it came crashing down. With a despairing cry, the already exhausted and battered exploding sound Pokémon succumbed, losing consciousness. After Heiyu commanded the Dark Crow to effortlessly deal with the Gununyo, he threw out two Pokeballs to capture them. Beep beep beep. Gununyo, the whispering Pokémon, typically speaks in a soft voice that goes unnoticed unless one pays close attention. However, if it senses danger, it emits a piercing scream that can induce headaches. It is a Pokémon of the normal type, male, with the ability Soundproof, measuring 0.6 meters in height and weighing 15 kilograms, showing signs of underdevelopment due to malnutrition. The moves it has mastered include Pound, Echoed Voice, and Snore. With the inherited move tackle, Heiyu took out the Pokédex to examine the two captured Pokémon. Gunyunyo had just passed its juvenile stage and inherited tackle. Unfortunately, due to the lack of food in the tunnel, it exhibited some developmental issues, and Heiyu decided to take care of it for a few days before submitting it for tasks. The other Pokémon, the Howl Bomb, had reached level 27, showcasing impressive potential, which was remarkable given the scarcity of energy and sustenance in the tunnel. What surprised Heiyu was that the Howl Bomb possessed the hidden ability Intimidate, allowing normal and fighting-type moves to affect ghost types. For a Pokémon that is already normal type, this trait is exceptional, enhancing its versatility and making it a formidable contender with its Soundwave attacks. However, Heiyu had no intention of keeping it. Merely astonished by the higher value attributed to the Intimidate ability of the Howl Bomb. Upon successfully capturing the Pokémon, Heiyu felt a sense of accomplishment regarding his mission. Although he encountered a series of minor mishaps, including a run-in with an uncle and the lava team, nothing significant arose from them. Heiyu retraced his steps, preparing to leave the Kalu tunnel. Since he had marked his path with special lime, his return journey was smooth, with hardly any chance of getting lost. Midway, Heiyu glanced at his little EV, who, despite panting heavily, stubbornly refrained from complaining about fatigue. This adventure had indeed been a significant leap in Eevee's growth. Previously, Eevee was merely a pet kept close to Heiyu, seldom engaging in battles and often looking forlorn when its fur got dirty. After this journey through the Kalu tunnel, Eevee had matured, understanding the rigors of combat and witnessing the harsh realities of battle. While it could not match the Dark Crow's ruthlessness in battle, Heiyu was immensely satisfied with its progress. Upon returning to a previously visited tunnel to set up camp, Heiyu and his Pokémon gathered around a campfire, relishing a peaceful dinner. After cleaning the ingredients he had brought, he roasted them over the fire. Having subsisted on frozen food for too long, he could no longer resist the urge for a proper meal. The little Pokémon eagerly watched as Heiyu filled their bowls with an abundance of food and energy cubes. Little Eevee remained as tidy as ever, placing a small cloth under its sitting spot. Unlike the other Pokémon, who ate with abandon, Eevee elegantly picked up a piece of food with its paws and delicately placed it in its mouth. The Kingler, after swiftly finishing its meal, took it upon itself to stand guard at the tunnel's entrance. The food for the Dark Crow was a meticulously prepared energy cube by Heiyu, with a ratio of 37 dark and flying attributes. Currently, the Dark Crow had not learned any exceptional Dark-type moves, possessing only 3 flying-type inherited moves: Brave Bird, Roost, and Peck. This indicated a stronger affinity for flying-type moves, and Heiyu intended to cultivate it into a master of the skies. However, the Dark Crow had yet to master any inherited moves, as their learning curve was quite steep. Even for genetically ingrained inherited moves, mastery was no easy feat, especially considering the Dark Crow had only recently learned to fly and had not yet delved into skill development. Pokémon training is a gradual process, built over time. One cannot simply rush to become an expert. As Heiyu prepared to lean against the wall for a brief respite, his Pokédex suddenly emitted a sound. Typically, Heiyu kept his Pokédex on silent mode, leaving him puzzled. Upon opening it, the device unexpectedly displayed an unfamiliar message. Alliance emergency call. Dear Trainer, there are members of an underground dark organization active in your current location, Kalu Tunnel. An emergency mission of Alliance Level 1 has been issued, requesting your cooperation with law enforcement to apprehend them. Contributions will be rewarded with Alliance credits. Chapter 66. Joining the battle. At the moment, Heiyu and all trainers exploring the Kalu Tunnel received the emergency call from the Alliance. Police cars blared as they arrived outside the gambling stone shop. A group of officers clad in uniforms surrounded the establishment, their expressions grave, led by the valiant Officer Junsha. Standing atop a large off-road police vehicle, Officer Junsha held a megaphone, her commanding voice resonating throughout the gambling stone shop. Attention, residents and trainers of the Alliance. It is highly possible that members of an underground dark organization are among you. Please remain calm and follow the directions of the police. We will ensure your safety. Officer Junsha repeated these words, striving to prevent panic, but even with her assurances, unease lingered among the crowd. Handing the megaphone to her assistant, she turned to a technician beside her and inquired, "Have the emergency mission notifications been dispatched?" "Rest assured, Captain Junsha. All Pokédexes in the Kalu Tunnel have received the mandatory alert." Upon hearing this, Officer Junsha felt a slight relief. She efficiently directed the police in crowd control while simultaneously urging for reinforcements from the Pokémon division. Upon receiving the emergency mission, Heiyu felt an urgency to leave the Kalu tunnel. He hastily instructed the Dark Crow to scout ahead, rushing out of the tunnel. Just as he emerged, law enforcement gathered the trainers for identification checks, and he had no choice but to comply and await the Alliance's response. Officer Junsha, spotting Heiyu and his accompanying Kingler in the crowd, regarded him with a hint of suspicion. Among the Dark Organization members they were apprehending, many had Kinglers as their representative Pokémon. Name? Heiyu. Please present your identification. As expected, Heiyu was singled out by Officer Junsha for questioning. Officer Junsha scanned Heiyu's identification card, her expression shifting to one of doubt as she processed the information displayed. My apologies, esteemed trainer Heiyu. Due to the urgency of the situation, I hope you can understand. It appeared that Officer Junsha had recognized Heiyu's elite status and second-level authority, dispelling her earlier doubts. Straightening her posture, she executed a formal salute to Heiyu, her demeanor serious as she offered her apologies. Heiyu nodded, expression neutral, preparing to leave when Officer Junsha unexpectedly stopped him and approached. Esteemed trainer Heiyu, I trust you have also received the information regarding the emergency mission we have issued at Alliance Level 1. While it is not a mandatory task of special urgency, we would greatly appreciate your assistance as a member of the Alliance. Officer Junsha had sensed Heiyu's considerable strength, as the Kingler could only evolve upon reaching level 30. Thus arose the desire to engage Heiyu in battle. Fearing he might be reluctant, Miss Junsha hastily added, as long as you assist the Alliance with this urgent mission, you will be generously rewarded afterward. Her tone was exceedingly gentle, but this kindness was exclusive to Heiyu. Had it been an ordinary civilian trainer, they would have been forcibly conscripted into the combat team. Heiyu bowed his head in contemplation, realizing that given his current circumstances, he had no need to risk participating in such perilous tasks. He could reliably earn Alliance coins through the sale of energy cubes. Can the rewards be exchanged for Alliance points? He inquired after a brief moment of thought. Alliance points were undoubtedly more precious than Alliance coins, being the most esteemed currency within the official reward exchange system. Even the most basic privileges could be redeemed for a variety of treasures, energy cubes, and high-quality Pokémon offspring. With higher-tier privileges, one could exchange for the 3 starter Pokémon and manuals for Alliance cultivation. As for Heiyu's current secondary privileges, they could redeem even more valuable items, such as rare Pokémon tools and exotic Pokémon offspring. He speculated that with tertiary privileges, he might gain access to exchanges for quasi-deities, though he was uncertain how to elevate his Alliance status. Indeed, upon hearing Heiyu's desire to exchange for Alliance points, Miss Junsha hesitated briefly. Very well, I shall agree on behalf of the Alliance Police Bureau. Considering Heiyu's secondary privileges, she did not press the matter further and readily acquiesced. However, she harbored a slight grievance, believing he was taking advantage of the situation. This was a pride unique to the Junsha family. After all, no one had ever dared to refuse her, nor take the opportunity to raise their stakes in her presence. Miss Junsha gazed intently at Heiyu, unexpectedly wishing to remember his visage. As Heiyu joined the ranks of trainers accepting the Alliance's summons, he quickly found himself approached by others, for the majority had witnessed Miss Junsha personally invite him. Moreover, his companion, the Kingler, exuded a formidable presence, prompting many to seek camaraderie in the face of uncertainty. However, before the pleasantries could last long, an eruption of flames suddenly engulfed the entire Karuga tunnel. Boom! The crowd stared in shock at the partially collapsed tunnel, while Miss Junsha and a group of police personnel stood on high alert. Instantly, 3 Pokémon appeared at the tunnel's entrance. The Charizard unleashed Flamethrower. The Sharpedo, circumventing the Pokémon, targeted a young girl with a water gun. 2 figures, one red and one blue, commanded their Pokémon to launch overwhelming attacks, the shockwaves forcing back the trainer's Pokémon. Even Miss Junsha's Houndoom struggled to withstand this might, barely maintaining a protective barrier. At that moment, a colossal Steelix slowly raised its head, its massive, silver body shimmering in the sunlight. A girl stood atop its head, her expression fierce as she commanded. Use electromagnetic cannon against the Sharpedo and earthquake against the Charizard Longlongian. The attacks of the 2 Pokémon were equally formidable. A massive sphere of electromagnetic energy enveloping the sky, casting a shadow before crashing into the Sharpedo. Bang! The girl atop the Steelix remained unperturbed. calmly directing her Pokémon to engage the enemy. Below, the trainers were battling a group of ordinary members clad in red and blue from the Dark Organization. Yet they couldn't help but glance at the main battlefield. The power of those Pokémon was simply overwhelming. Even the residual energy left many of their Pokémon dazed. Was this the might of a champion-level Pokémon? Miss Junsha stared in astonishment at the confrontation between the gym leader Du Wan and the Dark Organization's leader. Her normally steady legs feeling a bit weak. Heiyu instinctively turned to the girl, exclaiming in surprise, "Teacher Du Wan." Chapter 67. Junsha amidst the chaos of battle. Heiyu was approached by a member of the Oceanic team clad in blue. "Humph, I never expected your Pokémon would also be a Kingler. Let's see whose is tougher." The Oceanic team member provocatively scrutinized Heiyu's Kingler, lingering particularly long on its pincers. "Those pincers are rather small. Your strength must not be much." With a mocking tone, the member taunted. Heiyu disregarded such trivial remarks, continuing to direct his Pokémon in the offensive. The size of the opposing Kingler's pincers was merely a reflection of its ability, which was due to its skill link ability. While its pincers appeared larger, that did not necessarily imply greater strength. "Kingler, use Shell Blade," Heiyu commanded with a stoic expression. "Let us see how I can overwhelm you." "My Pokémon's pincers surpass yours." The Oceanic team member also commanded his Kingler to execute Shell Blade. The two Kinglers leaped into the air, using their robust legs to propel themselves while conjuring Shell Blade. Water energy gathered, enveloping their pincers as the Shell Blade's phantom emerged. Boom. Water, though intangible, took form. Though Heiyu's Kingler's pincers were smaller, it was undoubtedly larger in overall stature than its opponent. The Oceanic team member seemed to recognize this, his expression turning awkward. Yet he continued to direct his Pokémon to attack. Heiyu released his Sharpedo, ordering it to incessantly use Water Gun, coordinating with its speed boost ability to create disturbances across the battlefield. "Dark Raven, little EV, stay close to me and be ready to use Protect." Heiyu was quite focused on self-preservation. After all, only by surviving could one hope for a future. Furthermore, the members of the Oceanic and Lava teams before him were not like the trainers within the Alliance. These individuals were well versed in the essence of wilderness combat. They needed not defeat his Pokémon. They merely required the death of its trainer. Consequently, although the temporary members summoned into battle appeared formidable, a trainer would occasionally fall to a sneak attack from an enemy Pokémon. Most of the temporary recruits were not seasoned trainers. Their Pokémon were primarily those like Geodude and Machop, useful for mining. It was clear these individuals were specialized gold diggers. A team composed solely of such ordinary individuals could hardly withstand the tightly knit and powerful members of the Dark Organization. Indeed, as lines of defense crumbled, yet another trainer fell victim to a Mytiana's lethal assault. Blood and flesh flew as a head rolled into the crowd. The temporarily summoned trainers immediately began to scatter, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Some trainers, lacking mental fortitude, became like headless chickens, frantically commanding their Pokémon to escape, darting about the battlefield in disarray. Not every trainer possessed the courage to face the specter of death. The vast majority had only accepted the summons for the rewards proposed by Miss Junsha. "Kingler, deliver the final blow with Water Gun." Heiyu anxiously observed the battlefield's collapse, continuously commanding his Kingler to attack. Wrapped in water, a brilliant blue light suddenly illuminated the battlefield, crashing into the opposing Kingler. Bang! It was slammed against the nearby rock wall, losing consciousness. Witnessing his Pokémon's defeat, the Oceanic team member furiously yelled at the Lava team members nearby. "Damn it! Didn't you see that brat Sharpedo rampaging across the battlefield?" Swift as a bolt of blue lightning, the man urged his companions to assist him. A member of the Lava team cast a fleeting glance at the irate individual, seemingly indifferent, as his attention drifted toward the depths of the Karalu tunnel, where something of great significance awaited. Although Black Feather had vanquished several foes, his comrades were still retreating under relentless assault. Just as he contemplated abandoning the mission, a wave of formidable orange flames swept from the adjacent mountains into the enemy ranks. The inferno surged, and apart from a few members of the Ocean team, the Lava team swiftly commanded their Pokémon to employ defensive skills. Most members of the malevolent organization perished in this cataclysmic blaze, their bodies charred, leaving only remnants of bone. Black Feather turned his gaze towards the mountainous forest, where numerous swift hounds stood resolute, their majestic forms emanating an aura of authority as they howled mightily. Miss Junsha, spotting the multitude of swift hounds amidst the woodland, beamed with delight and called out to the surrounding trainers, urging them to hold on for the final moments. Their victory was within reach. As the amplified voice resonated across the battlefield, morale surged, and everyone prepared to unveil their ultimate strategies. Meanwhile, Du-Wan and Huitsuan, stationed atop the Great Steel Snake, heard the echo from the loudspeaker while commanding their Pokémon in battle. Exchanging glances, both Huitsuan and Aquan contemplated escape, simultaneously pressing their fingers against a device at their waists. Instantly, numerous small devices erupted from the ground around the Karalu tunnel, racing towards the peculiar apparatus at their sides, seemingly in a bid to retrieve these small contraptions. Observing this maneuver from atop the Great Steel Snake, Du-Wan grasped their intentions. She could not allow them to flee. They must be ensnared and retained. Although Du-Wan maintained a gracious and gentle demeanor in her everyday life, this kindness was reserved for her comrades within the Alliance. When it came to these sinister forces, her zero-tolerance policy against underground organizations was unwavering, instilled in her from a young age by her upbringing. The Great North Nose unleashed its iron magnetic bombs, launching steel projectiles that adhered to their targets, ensuring a direct hit. Suspended in midair by magnetic forces, the Great North Nose expelled these bombs, which, while not overwhelmingly powerful, possessed a peculiar attraction that yanked the retreating fire camel back into the fray. Damn it! These Alliance wretches are as troublesome as ever. My fire camel has been drawn away. Huitsuan, with his bulky frame atop the Great Hound, was incensed upon witnessing this turn of events, realizing that his fire camel had been pulled beyond the retrieval range of his Pokeball. Even the usually composed Huitsuan felt a flicker of panic. Fortunately, Aquan, the dark-skinned beauty beside him, interjected, "Data collection is complete. Our mission has been accomplished. Even if we lose one Pokemon, your leader, Chi-Yin Song, will likely compensate you." Her implication was clear. There was no point in lingering here. With the police bureau's Pokemon forces having arrived, it was only a matter of time before the Alliance's elite would show up. Although the two of them together could contend with a champion, they would likely fall short against a true master. Furthermore, despite the ordinary appearance of her other Pokemon, the Great North Nose was undeniably formidable. Preserve the Green Hills, and we need not fear a lack of firewood. This advice snapped Huitsuan back to reality. However, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of leaving behind the fire camel, which had accompanied him through thick and thin. He cast a resentful glance toward the Alliance's ranks, vowing that once his leader's plans came to fruition and the continent expanded, he would exact vengeance on these Alliance scoundrels. Before departing, he could not allow them to have an easy time. He patted the Great Hound beneath him and directed a wave of dark energy towards the Alliance. Chapter 68. The Rising Star of the Alliance. All swift hounds, safeguard. A resonant female voice commanded, and the entire pack of swift hounds leapt from the forest, forming protective barriers around the trainers. Boom! Bang! As the onlookers turned their attention, they beheld the Great North Nose in midair coalescing a massive silver beam aimed at the fire camel. Cannon beam, fire! As the battle drew to a close, the surviving Alliance trainers erupted in jubilant cheers, while the police apprehended captured members of the ocean and lava teams, ushering them into police vehicles. Awaiting them were grim interrogations and harsh punishments. Whether they would divulge any critical information remained uncertain. Leaning against a rocky outcrop, Black Feather, like many others, awaited the Alliance to clear the scene before disbanding. In truth, following the recent skirmish, the surrounding individuals regarded Black Feather with a newfound respect. He had undeniably shown on the battlefield. Most had relied on the assistance of the Blue Lightning Great Jaw Shark, not to mention the Iron Claw Lobster, which had successively bested several elite members of the ocean and lava teams. As the Alliance collected the fallen Pokémon, Black Feather felt a twinge of regret. He had defeated several elite Pokémon exceeding level 30, but ended up with nothing to show for it, merely serving as the Alliance's benefactor. If the Alliance points awarded later are unsatisfactory, Black Feather mused inwardly, yet quickly concealed his thoughts upon feeling a Pokeball nestled against his chest. As a staunch, self-serving individual, he could not allow his efforts to go unrewarded. During the chaos, he had surreptitiously pilfered a Pokeball from a fallen adversary. It contained a high-level Great Hound, surpassing level 30, likely the mainstay of the Ocean team. The absence of its deployment in battle suggested it was a trump card, reserved for a hasty retreat, only to be reduced to ashes before it could escape. Recalling the torrent of flames unleashed by the swift hounds, he cast a wary glance at the scorched earth, which appeared to have been turned over, displaying a hue starkly different from its surroundings. Observing the dismal conditions of the other Alliance trainers, he felt a wave of disdain. They were utterly naive. Alliance trainers, particularly those with less experience, often remained blissfully unaware of the darker facets of this world. Had it been any seasoned trainer maneuvering through the gray areas, they would have acted as Blackfeather did, seizing opportunities for personal gain. Among the surviving Alliance trainers, he noted only a handful who shared his mindset, exchanging knowing smiles of mutual understanding. Withdrawing his gaze from the others, he cradled the great jaw shark in his arms, its coarse scales causing him discomfort. Nevertheless, he retrieved a small healing spray and began to tend to several of his Pokémon. Blackfeather preferred to be hands-on in nurturing his companions. Approaching him was a Chansey, gently presenting a milky white egg, which it lovingly offered to the Iron Claw lobster. Just a claw? The Iron Claw lobster hesitated, glancing at Blackfeather, who nodded in approval, prompting it to reluctantly accept the egg. After cracking it open, it began to consume the pieces, and in an instant, the scratches and abrasions on its exterior vanished, as pale particles enveloped the wounds. In moments, a brand new, gleaming shell re-emerged. Just a claw. The Iron Claw lobster triumphantly waved its impressive pincers, the star atop its head shimmering brightly. Miss Junsha, well done. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, exuding an air of elegance and confidence, gracefully approached the resting camp of the trainers. Upon her arrival, the surrounding trainers rose in greeting. Even the injured among them disregarded their discomfort, which attested to Miss Junsha's esteemed position. Thank you all for your hard work. The medical team dispatched by the Alliance is en route, and I stand here representing the Alliance Police Bureau to express our gratitude for your contributions. The citizens of Canas City will not forget your efforts. The Police Bureau will not forget your efforts. The Alliance will not forget your efforts. Miss Junsha possessed an innate understanding of human emotions, seemingly trained from a young age due to her noble background. With just a few words, she calmed the hearts of the crowd, prompting them to cheer once more, chanting "Long live the Alliance." As for the ordinary trainers who had suffered casualties in the Alliance, they were no longer mentioned, as if they had been forgotten by the crowd. Their only concern now was when they would receive the rewards promised by the Alliance. Miss Junsha, her high heels clicking against the ground, with her flowing emerald locks trailing behind her, elegantly strode towards Heiyu. The onlookers cast envious glances at Heiyu, pondering that this young man was destined for greatness. After managing the scene and the police personnel, Miss Junsha finally found a moment of respite with the arrival of the Alliance personnel. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in her eyes as she regarded Heiyu, particularly impressed by his performance in battle, which reaffirmed her foresight in inviting him to participate. His distinguished lineage and secondary authority indeed bolstered her confidence, and compared to others, Heiyu's contributions were undeniably the greatest. It was proven that her invitation had been exceedingly wise, without Heiyu's formidable Sharpedo wreaking havoc on the battlefield and providing assistance. Their defensive line would have crumbled before the arrival of the Alliance Police Bureau's fleet of Manectric. Heiyu, you have worked hard. Miss Junsha brought her alabaster legs together in a formal salute, her posture impeccably straight, showcasing her exquisite figure, which captivated the attention of the nearby trainers who could not tear their eyes away. Feigning fatigue, Heiyu leaned against a rock, lifting his trembling hand to return the salute. This gesture tugged at Miss Junsha's heartstrings. Miss Junsha, this is my duty. As trainers of the Alliance, we must combat evil and punish lawlessness. His declaration, delivered with just the right volume to be heard by all, earned him nods of approval from those who had previously whispered about him. A promising youth, a genius, a rising star of the Alliance. Miss Junsha, taken by his words, quickly retrieved a notebook from her chest to record his statement, intending to use it as a quote during the Alliance's commendation ceremony. When she looked at Heiyu again, her admiration was unmistakable. Initially, she had assumed his noble lineage and secondary authority indicated he was merely a sheltered scion of a prominent family, likely unfamiliar with the trials of outdoor adventure. However, his recent words and battlefield performance convinced her that Heiyu was indeed a formidable, battle-hardened trainer. Heiyu, your presence is a boon to the Alliance. Miss Junsha's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Hearing this, Heiyu gazed at the Alliance flag fluttering in the wind nearby. While he could not suppress a smile within, he maintained a facade of righteous composure. It is my fortune to join the Alliance. Chapter 69. Rest and Recuperation. After a brief conversation with Heiyu, Miss Junsha's admiration for the young man deepened, and she found herself contemplating the prospect of fostering an investment in him. However, given the present circumstances, it was not the right moment to broach such a topic. Thus, she continued to traverse the camp, soothing the spirits of those present. Meanwhile, at the upper section of the Karalu tunnel, Duwan was engaged in a succinct information briefing with the Alliance personnel. Zivik Mushin, the chairman of Duan Corporation, recounted the entire sequence of events. Indeed, Huitsuan and Aquan infiltrated my company with premeditated intent. They not only stole our initial research data, but also the topographical maps of the Kerala tunnel. Old man Mushin lamented the nefarious deeds of the Dark Organization, his expression one of deep sorrow, which might lead onlookers to assume he was merely a vulnerable elder. Yet, the Alliance's commanding officer felt somewhat embarrassed, as everyone knew that Old Man Mushin was a formidable king-level trainer, renowned as the revitalizer of the Zivik family and the savior of Duan Corporation, a builder of a commercial empire. Duwan then inquired, how curious. They could have easily escaped with the stolen data. Why would they choose to cause chaos in the Kerala tunnel? Recalling the small device used by the adversaries during the earlier battle, Duwan spoke candidly. The expressions of those around her grew awkward, internally questioning why the young girl was so blunt in her inquiries. Old Man Mushin replied vaguely. This location was once a breeding ground for Pokémon by our family, specifically designated for the survival of Pokémon offspring, but it has since fallen into disuse. He admitted he had no idea why the two Dark Organizations had suddenly attacked the Kerala tunnel. The Dark Organizations involved were the Oceanic Team and the Magma Team. And based on the brief intelligence gathered earlier, it appeared that the two factions had commenced a temporary alliance. The Alliance's commanding officer received a report through his earpiece and turned to address the senior officials present with a note of concern. Duwan, maintaining her forthright demeanor, stood in stark contrast to the seasoned individuals around her, often interjecting with remarks that left them momentarily speechless. Little Duwan, the Alliance has this situation under control. You should go and reassure the populace. After all, you are the gym leader of Kanaz City. The average age of those present was over 40, well-versed in the ways of the world. Therefore, they quickly found an excuse to dismiss the out-of-place Duwan. Duwan sensed something amiss, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, her mind involuntarily recalling Heiyu's composed demeanor and control of the situation. Feeling dejected, she departed from the tunnel's upper section and headed towards the campsite in the woods. Just as she was about to extend her condolences to those who had fought for the Alliance, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Heiyu? Her eyes widened in surprise. However, she quickly realized that Miss Junsha was conversing animatedly with Heiyu. An inexplicable sense of frustration welled up within her. Determined, she approached Heiyu, seeking clarity. After the emergency summoning task announced by the Alliance concluded, everyone recorded their statements and was subsequently dismissed for free time. Just as Heiyu prepared to leave, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Teacher Duwan? Heiyu, I didn't notice you were here. Duwan had intended to confront him with indignation, but she suddenly recalled the nature of their relationship, merely friends. Thus, when she stepped in front of Heiyu, she found herself at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to proceed, and could only respond awkwardly. Yet she did not forget her earlier inquiry and remarked indirectly, Miss Junsha is truly magnificent. I wish I could be like her someday. Upon hearing this, Heiyu felt a shiver run down his spine and cast a curious glance at Duwan. Heiyu, keenly aware of the young girl's feelings, feigned a dramatic tone as he replied, just now, Teacher Duwan displayed remarkable prowess, driving off the leader of the Dark Organization. To me, you are the true guardian of Kanaz City. While Duwan had heard many compliments in the past, they often seemed to be mere flattery due to her status. As he gazed into the clear eyes of the dark-feathered companion, a sense of secret delight welled up within him, especially upon hearing the compliments. The two engaged in animated conversation, ultimately departing the Kalu tunnel together, heading toward the heart of the city. Miss Junsha, who was about to bid farewell to the dark-feathered one, observed the scene from behind. Musing to herself, I never expected the bond between him and the curator Duwan to be so profound. It seems I must elevate my intelligence level regarding him. Upon returning to Kanaz City, Blackfeather and Duwan parted ways, with Blackfeather hastily making his way to the Pokémon Center. As soon as he entered his room, he collapsed onto the bed. Little did he anticipate that a mere intention to train his Pokémon would entangle him in such a myriad of events. He stared at the ceiling, extending his arms into the air as if trying to grasp something elusive. The bones buried beneath the Kalu tunnel the treachery of the cunning uncle towards his comrades, the rarity of the Pokémon and the precious geological stone milk, the intrusion of the ocean and lava teams, and the urgent summons from the Alliance. All these memories flooded his mind. In just a few days, he had experienced so much, compounded by the lack of proper rest in the underground tunnels. Thus, as he lay on the bed, his body relaxed, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, Black Feather perused the headlines published on the Pokédex network, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. The Dark Organization attacks a major Alliance stronghold. The Alliance Legion successfully repels the attack in cooperation with numerous trainers. The entire report extolled the Alliance's victory and glory while denouncing the Dark Organization to the fullest extent. Not a word was mentioned regarding the casualties among the trainers summoned for the urgent mission. Black Feather chuckled softly to himself, swiping the Pokédex to clear the screen. He opened his space bag, preparing to sort through the spoils and gains from his recent endeavors when a sudden knock interrupted him. He quickly stowed away all the spoils and ensured that no personal items remained in view before confidently opening the door. Standing at the threshold was none other than Miss Junshaw from the previous day. How could Black Feather distinguish her from others of similar appearance? He lacked the discerning eye of Brock for beautiful women. Rather, he recognized her solely by the police badge emblazoned with the number 001. Upon entering, she instinctively glanced around his room before swiftly averting her gaze. Yet, Black Feather, keenly observant, noticed and stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. "My apologies. I have observed too many crime scenes, hence the instinctive action," Miss Junshaw said, somewhat embarrassed. Black Feather quickly waved his hand, assuring her it was no trouble. Seemingly unfazed, Miss Junshaw boldly walked inside, perhaps owing to her accustomed life filled with admiration and reverence from the public, which fostered a rather self-centered mentality. Chapter 70. Provocation without seeking Black Feather's consent. Miss Junshaw seated herself comfortably in a chair and proclaimed, "Trainer Black Feather, in recognition of your outstanding performance during yesterday's Alliance summoning mission, I represent the Alliance in granting you an appropriate reward. In addition to the cash sum of 50,500 points of Alliance credits have already been deposited into your account." With that, she produced a stack of cash from her pocket, neatly placing it on the table before rising to her feet. Gazing at Black Feather, her strikingly handsome face broke into a smile as she stated, "I hope you will continue to maintain your excellent performance and contribute even more to the Alliance. Wishing you all the best." After uttering these words, she gave a slight nod and turned to leave, leaving Black Feather standing alone in the room. He contemplated the Alliance currency on the table, deep in thought. 500 Alliance points roughly equated to 500,000 Alliance coins. The Alliance seemed rather generous. Confounded, Black Feather pondered the implications. However, he could not possibly decline such an unsolicited boon and naturally accepted it. As Miss Junshaw stepped out of Black Feather's room, she felt a sense of elation. The recent series of events had significantly elevated her standing within the Alliance, possibly paving the way for future promotions. Distributing rewards was indeed a lucrative endeavor. However, Black Feather was a direct descendant of the Alliance with secondary authority, thus she could not afford to pilfer from him. Miss Junshaw glanced back at Black Feather's door, regretting. Among the dozens of trainers who participated in this battle, there were commoners, direct descendants, and those with substantial backgrounds like Black Feather. If he were a commoner, I would have unhesitatingly seized all the rewards. After all, they are merely commoners and pose no threat. A mere 1 or 2% of the profits could suffice for the ordinary officers below. Should any public outcry arise, we could easily pin the blame on them. If he were a direct descendant, however, Miss Junshaw would have to tread more carefully. Yet, she could still siphon off a small percentage of their rewards, ultimately flowing into her own coffers. Just as Miss Junshaw was lost in her financial reverie, her phone rang at her waist. "Hello, Captain Junshaw. A crowd of commoner trainers has gathered at the entrance of the police district, demanding an explanation for our alleged embezzlement of their Alliance rewards." The voice on the other end was drowned in chaos, accompanied by distant cries. A hint of derision crossed Miss Junshaw's striking visage as she scoffed. "A handful of lowly commoners dare to seek an explanation from me? Arrest them all. Charge them with inciting disturbance." Immediately, respectful affirmations echoed from the other end of the line. Miss Junshaw had executed this maneuver countless times, rarely missing her mark. Even if a scandal were to arise and public sentiment turned, her family's influence would swiftly suppress it. The Alliance could only permit her family to continue such actions, Or perhaps her family was intrinsically intertwined with the alliance, both parties having long since merged their interests. Black Feather leisurely made his way to his room, and then to the Pokémon Center's hall, where he strolled to a self-service machine to begin his operations. First, I will submit Gunyu. After an intense negotiation with the task issuer, Black Feather successfully secured a satisfying price. Watching his alliance credits accumulate, his spirits soared as he promptly purchased the breeding manuals for the Kingler and Sharpedo. The remaining credits barely sufficed to acquire the breeding manual for the Dark Raven. Deciding to exhaust all his credits, he reasoned that since he would soon leave this city, there would be little opportunity for a Pokémon Center in the wilderness. Rather than let the credits languish in his account, it was wiser to expend them on something beneficial. However, the Pokémon in his bag were indeed difficult to part with. He resolved to bide his time and sell them in the black market later. Given the recent turmoil caused by the two dark organizations, the black market would undoubtedly be in disarray. Black Feather was unwilling to take risks. Content with the ample resources and alliance currency he currently possessed. Seizing the opportunity of the morning's relatively empty hall, he approached the front desk to reserve a training venue. Come forth, Dark Raven. Black Feather retrieved a luxury ball from his waist, and with a flash of white light, the Dark Raven emerged. Caw! As soon as the Dark Raven was released, it soared into the air, circling above Black Feather's head. Your task today is to master the art of Tailwind. This is a fundamental skill for your future training as a flying-type Pokémon, and it must not be taken lightly, Black Feather instructed earnestly. Allowing the Dark Raven to perch upon his shoulder, he retrieved a weight ring from his space bag, adjusting it to the second level. Currently, the Dark Raven was progressing rapidly, showcasing remarkable improvement day by day. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the morning slowly slipped away. Dark Raven, Tailwind. Black Feather stood in the shadows of the training area, shielding himself from the sun while issuing commands. The speed stat of the Dark Crow is an impressive 91, placing it among the upper echelon of Pokémon. However, upon evolving into the Crow Leader, its speed stat diminishes to 71. Consequently, it becomes imperative to utilize the Tailwind ability post-evolution to compensate for this deficiency, especially given the perfect synergy with the Prankster ability. Not only does it allow for swifter execution of moves, but it also enhances the learning process for change-type skills, leading to a greater aptitude. As the Dark Crow executes a turn, its black-feathered wings tremble, conjuring an invisible breeze around it. The Tailwind ability, once activated, bolsters the speed of all allied Pokémon. This technique proves to be invaluable not only in official league matches, but also in chaotic wild battles. Observing the dissipating breeze around the Dark Crow, Black Feather commands. Feel the power of the breeze and maintain its energy. The essence of Tailwind lies in its ability to create a continuous flow. Following the trainer's guidance, the Dark Crow gradually consolidates the surrounding flying-type energy, forming swirling currents around itself. The gentle breeze reemerges, and the Dark Crow feels a sudden relaxation throughout its body. Its speed surging once more. As it zips around the training ground, it becomes a mere blur, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Do not cease the Tailwind. The flying energy requires precise control. As two more breezes slip away, the Dark Crow intensifies its focus. Once training commences, Black Feather's demeanor transforms, resembling an unyielding machine, relentlessly issuing commands. This relentless pursuit is not born from cruelty, but rather from the understanding of a nurturer who comprehends the limits of their Pokémon. The training regimen devised is neither painful nor excessively taxing for the Dark Crow. All right, Dark Crow, you may stop. Black Feather observes the stopwatch, noting significant improvement since the beginning. The Dark Crow flaps its wings, panting as it lands on Black Feather's shoulder, patiently awaiting the removal of its weighted ring. Black Feather gently ruffles the Dark Crow's disheveled feathers, smiling as he says, "Let us return to our room and groom you." The Dark Crow, weary, leans against Black Feather's neck, letting out a series of caws. Chapter 71. The Black Market in the days following their return to the Pokémon Center. Black Feather has dedicated himself to specialized training for several of his Pokémon, perhaps influenced by some external stimulus or the gruesome sight of battling against the Dark Organization. The EV has shown exceptional diligence in its training. Particularly with the move Protect, the EV has progressed rapidly, outpacing its companions, the Sharpedo and the Dark Crow, both of whom learn the move through the use of technical discs. At present, The EV can execute protect with instantaneous reflexes, nearly eliminating the possibility of ambushes. Additionally, it has begun to master the inherited move yawn. Black Feather feels a wave of satisfaction, reflecting on the tumultuous journey through the green tunnel, which, despite its challenges, has proven to be worthwhile. The Dark Crow, having undergone a baptism of blood, has seamlessly integrated into the team, while the EV has shed its reluctance toward rigorous training, becoming increasingly industrious. Days pass quietly, and the city of Kanaz continues to regain its composure. Although recent news has been sensational, it bears little relevance to the everyday lives of ordinary citizens who carry on with their routines. It is time to engage with Pokémon. Black Feather steps out of the Pokémon Center, donning a concealing black cloak and mask, and re-enters the Kanaz City black market. Like a drop of water merging with the ocean, many figures within the market resemble Black Feather, entirely shrouded to avoid detection. He first ventures to the stall area where Pokémon are sold, glancing briefly at the various booths. Among them, a particular Pokémon catches his eye, a Nidoran with the vital spirit ability, which upon evolution becomes the formidable Nidoqueen with the sheer force ability. The sheer force ability eliminates the additional effects of moves, but significantly amplifies their power by approximately 30%. When paired with a life orb, the move's potency increases at the cost of a small amount of health. This combination renders the Nidoqueen a fearsome force on the battlefield. Though Black Feather has no intentions of training poison or ground-type Pokémon, nevertheless, the Nidoran is quite popular, fetching a high price of 30 league coins despite average attributes. It appears that the vital spirit ability, or the eventual sheer force Nidoqueen, is indeed in high demand. However, evolution requires a moonstone, which has led potential buyers to hesitate. Otherwise, the price could have been even higher. Next, Black Feather makes his way to the shop area, seeking a store that purchases Pokémon. Adjusting his mask beneath the cloak, he steps into the establishment. The shop is adorned in dark hues, with eerie illustrations of Pokémon such as Gengar and Drifloon gracing the walls. Approaching the counter, he calmly states, "I wish to sell a Pokémon." The clerk, seemingly indifferent to Black Feather's composed demeanor, casually gestures towards a small door behind him before returning to his toys. Without further ado, Black Feather pushes open the door and enters a long corridor. He walks for what seems like an eternity before reaching the end, where he encounters another cloaked figure. They exchange glances for a few seconds before sidestepping each other, refraining from any conversation. As they pass, both instinctively tighten their grips on their Pokeballs. Once a safe distance apart, they exhale in relief. Ultimately, Black Feather enters a small room where a middle-aged man is polishing his glasses, dressed in an elegantly tailored brown suit. "Ah, a customer has arrived. Please, take a seat and present your goods," he says with a welcoming smile. Without uttering a word, Black Feather slowly extends his gloved hand, revealing 4 Pokeballs, which he places within a glass case beside him. The man instinctively glances at Black Feather's gloved hand, then quickly retracts his gaze. Internally, he muses, this one appears to be quite experienced, revealing no vulnerabilities. Black Feather notices the man's subtle reaction and lets out a couple of dry chuckles. "My friend, I suggest you hasten with your offer." The clerk, now awkwardly chuckling, proceeds to place the Pokeballs into a machine for inspection. A Loudred, a Geodude, and 2 Grimers. Ah, one of them has inherited Shadow Punch. That's quite impressive. After a brief evaluation, the clerk ponders and proposes a somewhat low price. 55 league coins. This is the highest I can offer. Considering the Loudred's decent level and the Grimer with an inherited move, Black Feather scoffs, retracting his hand to reclaim the Pokeballs, and coldly remarks, "You clearly lack discernment. I suggest you recheck. Your detection equipment is likely outdated." Upon hearing Black Feather's words, the clerk hastily stops him and rechecks the Pokémon with the machine, this time taking noticeably longer. After a prolonged wait, he bends over to pour Black Feather a cup of tea, smiling apologetically as he says, "It seems we overlooked something. Your Geodude possesses the hidden ability Sandveil, and the Loudred has the hidden ability Reckless. We can offer you 75 league coins." Beneath the mask, Black Feather's face reveals a mocking smile. An oversight in detection? Such juvenile excuses are hard to believe. Even a Pokédex could ascertain a Pokémon's abilities, let alone such advanced machinery. The individuals traversing the shadowy realms are indeed driven by self-interest, exhibiting a cunning wisdom. Heiyu reclined in his chair, his hands languidly draped upon the table, rhythmically tapping the surface. A steaming cup of tea emitted wisps of vapor, and after a considerable pause, Heiyu spoke. If you lack sincerity, I am sure other establishments would be more than willing to engage in trade with me. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression finally shifted, abandoning his previous awkward smiles. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes as he solemnly declared, 80 alliance coins is the utmost price I can offer, should the guest find it unsatisfactory. I shall regrettably have to forfeit this deal. Following his statement, he disregarded Heiyu's response, returning to his seat to continue polishing his glasses. The expression behind Heiyu's mask remained inscrutable, but after a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from beneath the mask. Deal. Both parties rejoiced as the price was settled, and the transaction was completed. Upon exiting the establishment, Heiyu's stock of alliance coins surged once more, prompting him to sell various trinkets at the shop, including precious parts from a sprite's corpse, common ores discovered in the tunnels, and notes on breeding sprites crafted by others. Only a large hound remained unsold. As Heiyu navigated the treacherous paths of the black market, he maintained a cautious distance from the throngs of people. Whenever someone cast a glance his way, the menacing claws of his lobster companion would emit threatening sounds, intimidating those who roamed these shadowy streets. Chapter 72. Hot water and provocation indeed. The majority were duly intimidated, for the lobster could only evolve upon reaching level 30, marking it as a minor expert within the black market. No one dared to provoke such a creature over trivial matters. As Heiyu wandered through the black market, he sensed a few furtive glances directed at him, only to be swiftly averted. A cold smirk crept across Heiyu's lips as he mused. There are indeed many restless souls in the black market. Has merely entering a shop caught their attention? Feigning interest at a stall, he pretended to select items while secretly observing those who were covertly monitoring him. Heiyu melded into the crowd, pretending to depart, and with a few deft turns, he shook off his pursuers. By the time they realized what had transpired, he had vanished, reappearing in a quaint shop. With nearly 300 alliance coins in hand, bolstered by the 80 garnered from his previous sales, he felt it a waste to hoard such wealth without expenditure. He decided to browse for useful materials. The shop's atmosphere was rather austere, with few patrons scattered about, all eyes drawn to the mid-range energy cubes displayed within the counter. However, Heiyu did not cast a glance in that direction. Instead, he scrutinized an array of bizarre materials atop the counter. Among the rewards obtained from the trainer school was a recipe for a mid-level universal dark-type energy cube. Yet many materials were notoriously difficult to procure in the market, until now. After meandering through the shop, under the curious gazes of others, Heiyu procured an assortment of peculiar items: a fong from a black logia, a heart from a vulture-like creature, a fragment of a water stone, and a tuft from the crest of a bird. Additionally, he acquired a substantial quantity of berries and rare herbs. Ultimately, he spent 70 alliance coins to secure this eclectic collection, departing the shop with a brisk step amidst the bewildered stares of onlookers. It was clear he had attracted attention. As he strolled leisurely down the black market's pathways, he sensed several figures trailing him once more, leading Heiyu to a deeper understanding of the murky depths of this place. Here, displaying even a modicum of wealth would incite the ravenous pursuit of those lurking in the shadows. Seizing an opportunity, Heiyu blended into a crowd gathered around another shop. Emerging shortly after, his dark cloak shed, revealing a lean youth clad in a mask. He turned to observe the figures still fixated on the throng, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. After meandering about, he entered a shop dedicated to selling skilled discs, which bustled with activity compared to the previous establishments. Inside, dozens of individuals, akin to Heiyu, were present, perusing skill discs. From an external perspective, the scene appeared quite peculiar. Heiyu's arrival stirred no ripples. The crowd merely glanced at his mask momentarily before redirecting their attention. In the black market, an unspoken rule prevailed. Lingering too long on another's face implied provocation, often leading to conflict. Heiyu began perusing the specimens on display, finding most uninteresting, either due to mismatched attributes or excessive commonality. The sole item of rarity was a skill disc for hot water and provocation, priced at 40 and 50 respectively. After a brief contemplation, he purchased both. The lobster lacked powerful special attacks, and Bubble Beam had become insufficient. Provocation was intended for his Dark Raven, as an essential skill for a mischievous spirit. He loathed those who employed disgusting defensive tactics. But if he were to wield it himself, that would be another matter entirely. To ensure his safety and avoid drawing unwarranted attention due to his newfound wealth, Heiyu exited and re-entered 2 different shops, changing his attire each time to acquire the skill discs. Following this, he visited other shops, purchasing various intriguing trinkets, such as a stone adorned with a decaying flower, information on which he could not find even in the Orange Blossom Gym's library, leading him to speculate it might be the first specimen of a new hybrid species born in this world, valuable for research purposes. After a bout of haggling, he successfully acquired it for 3,000 alliance coins. Finally, he briefly rented a small sprite skill learning machine at the black market stronghold, using the skill discs on his lobster and dark raven. His balance plummeted from nearly 300 alliance coins to just over 100. In a mere 2 hours, he had spent over 100 alliance coins as if they were water. For a family in poverty, such an amount might take a lifetime to amass. Yet for an ambitious trainer like Heiyu, it was merely a small expense on the road to success. Finding an inconspicuous shop in a corner of the black market, he sold the large hound for over 30, recouping some of his losses. Though its level was high, it had once belonged to another trainer, making it challenging to tame, a task typically reserved for specialists. Moreover, high-level sprites with established developmental paths often found little favor, their value drastically diminished compared to sprite offspring, as most buyers sought them merely for temporary use. With all matters resolved, Heiyu exited the black market, concluding his venture there on a satisfactory note. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Joy was still at the front desk, her gaze scanning the hall as if searching for something. Upon noticing Heiyu, her expression brightened, and she delicately lifted the hem of her pristine nurse's uniform, dashing towards him. Heiyu, you have finally returned. Heiyu regarded the suddenly appearing Joy and inquired, Little Joy, what is it? Is there something urgent? Upon hearing the address from Heiyu, Xiao Ichuan's expression turned slightly awkward, seemingly still preoccupied with the previous incident where Heiyu had rejected her. However, she quickly composed herself, gently patting her slightly heaving chest, and spoke softly. Heiyu, I just received an urgent message from the Changhua dojo. It seems there is something important that requires your attention. Heiyu's mind stirred as he retrieved his Pokédex from his waist, and indeed discovered several missed calls. He had turned off the device before entering the black market. How could I have forgotten? He hurriedly bid farewell to Xiao Ichuan and rushed back to his room. Chapter 73. Enhanced investment. Upon returning to his room, Heiyu promptly closed the door, activated the Pokédex, and initiated a video call. After a few seconds, the connection was established, revealing a delightful, rosy-cheeked face on the other end. Big brother. A voice of surprise and joy emanated from the Pokédex. Heiyu relaxed his expression and feigned a gentle tone, saying, Oh, it's Xiaoyao. What made you think of calling me all of a sudden? Are you bored at home? Xiaoyao glanced at the familiar face on the screen, her face lighting up with happiness. Her large eyes involuntarily squinted, eyebrows arched, and her lips curled upward. No, big brother, it's my dad looking for you. But he is currently engaged in a dojo challenge. Xiaoyao's tone was tinged with a hint of resentment. She was quite displeased with her father, who seemed perpetually busy, and had even made a special trip to the battle arena to cheer him on. Big brother is the best. Xiaoyao's gaze drifted to a starry flower placed on her bedside, and a sweet sensation welled up within her. Heiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, reassuring her, Xiaoyao, let me tell you, this journey has been quite interesting. He began recounting tales of his travels, albeit with a fair amount of embellishment, infusing the stories with innocence, joy, and sunshine. Naturally, the darker aspects, like the underground caverns, battles against dark organizations, and rampant Pokémon trafficking, were entirely omitted. Even so, Xiaoyao, who had never ventured far from home, listened intently, her fondness for her big brother growing with each passing moment. Just as Heiyu was becoming slightly parched from his storytelling, the voice of Mr. Qianli finally came through on the other end. All right, Xiaoyao, hand the Pokédex over to your father now. I need to discuss serious matters with your big brother. Xiaoyao looked at Mr. Qianli with a pitiful expression, but her attempts to be endearing seemed to fall flat. In the end, amidst one of Xiaoyao's playful expressions, the Pokédex found its way into Mr. Qianli's hands. Heiyu quickly composed himself and respectfully greeted. Good afternoon, Mr. Qianli. On the other end, Mr. Qianli exchanged pleasantries with Heiyu before addressing the purpose of the call. Heiyu, I received your news from Changhua City. I never expected you to truly become a novice breeder. It seems you possess a remarkable talent in this regard. I was right about you. You are no mere shrimp in the pond, but a potential dragon. As time passed, news of Heiyu's achievements had naturally been disseminated by the breeding association in Canas City. While ordinary trainers might not pay much heed, officials like Mr. Qianli were genuinely invested, having memorized Heiyu's features early on. Although Heiyu felt a flicker of joy at Mr. Qianli's praise, he maintained a humble demeanor. "Oh no, Mr. Qianli, you flatter me. It was you who discovered my potential. Otherwise, I would have remained unnoticed in the crowd." Heiyu was neither excessively modest nor arrogantly boastful, striking a balance that left a favorable impression on Mr. Qianli. Indeed, Heiyu was a master of the art of language, skillfully navigating the conversation without diminishing himself while elevating Mr. Qianli's stature, leaving him quite pleased. "Haha, Heiyu, I am delighted to hear your perspective." After a brief exchange, Mr. Qianli's expression grew serious as he continued. "The reason I contacted you is to discuss investment opportunities. Based on our dojo professionals' assessments, we are prepared to increase your funding. The annual breeding budget will rise from 50 to 150, and in addition, you will receive a skill disc of your choice." Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Heiyu's lips, and a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Qianli, for your consideration." He had anticipated an increase in investment from the Changhua dojo, given the substantial contributions from the Qiao family. While their financial prowess played a role, it was primarily due to Heiyu's exceptional talent as a breeder that garnered such attention. Under these circumstances, how could the Changhua dojo remain indifferent? After a brief conversation, Heiyu bid farewell to Mr. Qianli, and amidst Xiaoyao's reluctant expression, ended the call. Collapsing onto his bed, Heiyu gazed at the ceiling, astonished that his casual mention had led Mr. Qianli to genuinely agree to provide a skill disc for rain dance. He murmured to himself, unable to suppress the broadening smile on his face. It was worth noting that even the affluent Xiao family had not been willing to invest in similar skill discs. The most expensive among these were undoubtedly the amplification moves such as Dragon Dance and terrain-based moves like Grassy Terrain and Psychic Terrain. Weather-based moves like Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Sandstorm were likewise among the most coveted. Such skill discs were rare, often valued at millions, and even in the black market, they were scarce and invaluable. Even if one wielded alliance coins, they would find it nearly impossible to procure them. Heiyu speculated that his relationship with Xiaoyao played a significant role in this favorable outcome. Building a good rapport with Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the right choice. Mr. Qianli is indeed a doting father, he thought to himself with a mischievous grin. After preparing dinner for his Pokémon, Heiyu decided to head to the Pokémon restaurant for his own meal. Unlike his usual choice of complimentary meals, which, while balanced, did not suffice for his current good spirits, he opted for a fish burger, curry meat sauce pasta, and a bottle of delicious soda. Heiyu relished his meal at the table, savoring the flavors while alleviating the fatigue from his earlier visit to the black market. Of course, it was not physical fatigue. Navigating the black market had kept him mentally tense and weary. Heiyu understood that both training and life required balance. If one remained taut like a bowstring, it would inevitably snap one day. As fate would have it, just as Heiyu was enjoying his meal, the Pock Dex at his waist suddenly emitted a sound. An electronic contract had arrived, and after a quick review, Heiyu signed it without hesitation. The following day, the Rain Dance skill disc was delivered to him. Iron Claw Lobster. You are in for a treat. Heiyu could hardly fathom the power of a crab hammer boosted by Rain Dance following a Dragon Dance. The combination of Dragon Dance with the rain-enhanced adaptability of his own type and a whopping 100 power crab hammer was formidable. Moreover, Crab Hammer came with a probability of critical hits. If this attack were to land a critical hit, the sheer force behind it was unimaginable. Heiyu gazed at the imposing Iron Claw Lobster, his heart already brimming with anticipation for that day to come. Chapter 74. Farewell at the battle arena in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Heiyu was currently engaged in a duel with another trainer. The thrilling battle has reached its climax, and the onlookers hold their breath, eagerly anticipating the victor of this fierce contest. The Dark Crow unleashes an assault with its wings. With a command from Black Feather, the Dark Crow, bolstered by the favorable wind, displays astonishing speed. With a powerful flap of its black wings, it dives downward in an instant. Muscular Chicken, do not fear its sky uppercut. Another trainer, clad in exquisite attire, fervently shouts. The Muscular Chicken leaps several meters high with a stomp of its claws, launching an uppercut straight at the Dark Crow. The gentle breeze surrounding the Dark Crow once again enters its body, enhancing its speed as a shadow plunges downward. The clash of wing attacks and the uppercut ensues. A resounding thud echoes through the arena. As the dust settles, the crowd gazes through the haze to discern the figures within. The dark crow struggles to flap its injured wings, floundering in the air, while the muscular chicken lies unconscious, incapacitated by the very wing attack that countered its own. A collective gasp escapes the spectators, who watch in awe at the dark crow in the center of the arena, with Black Feather directing from behind. Is this the 7th battle? A 7th consecutive victory for the dark crow. The fatigue from the 6 prior battles has rendered it nearly exhausted. Yet it has triumphed over the starter trio? Some wonder if the credit lies solely with the dark crow, while others assert that the true skill belongs to the commanding trainer, whose mastery over the battle's timing is nothing short of extraordinary. The surrounding crowd buzzes with excitement, having witnessed such a formidable dark crow for the first time. Especially after harnessing the wind as favor, its speed is astonishingly swift, and one cannot impede its execution. Even if one were to engage in close combat, the instantaneous appearance of a protective shield would obliterate any hope of victory. The trainer of the muscular chicken reluctantly recalls it into its Pokeball, intending to seek counsel from the trainer who defeated him, only to find that the opposing trainer has vanished from the arena. At this moment, Black Feather has returned to the Pokémon Center's lobby, handing over the Pokeball containing the dark crow to Nurse Joy. "Thank you, Joy." Black Feather addresses the familiar face with earnest gratitude. Upon hearing his voice, Joy immediately sets aside her current duties, disregarding the other trainer's Pokémon, and hastily accepts the Pokeball. "Rest assured, Black Feather, leave it to me." Joy quickly points to a nurse, entrusting her front desk responsibilities, and turns to enter the medical room to examine the dark crow. The trainers queuing nearby cast envious glances at Black Feather, silently wondering, which prominent family scion is this? Naturally, Black Feather's privileges spark discontent among some, yet none dare voice their grievances. Under the unyielding framework established by the League, no one would challenge it. A series of beeping signals indicate the completion of the treatment. Black Feather smoothly receives the Pokeball from Joy's delicate hands. "Joy, please cancel my room reservation." Black Feather suddenly utters this unexpected request. Joy's smile instantly falters, her hands trembling involuntarily. She raises her head, incredulity etched on her face, and asks, "Are you leaving Kansas City?" Black Feather, with no intention of concealing the truth, nods and states, "I have gained much here, and will soon embark on my next journey, so there is no need to linger." Joy bites her lip, a hint of reluctance crossing her features as she asks, "Is there nothing here that makes you wish to stay?" Her words seem to imply more, as she looks up at Black Feather with a hint of longing. Over the past days, they have often discussed nurturing knowledge, and their bond has deepened rapidly. Regrettably, Black Feather appears indifferent to such sentimental matters. Sensing this, Joy refrains from pressing further, though as the day of parting approaches, a tinge of sadness lingers. Black Feather's gaze remains fixed on Joy, words escaping him, lost in silence. Ultimately, she processes the cancellation, and as she hands back Black Feather's identification card, her small hands cling to it, reluctant to let go. "Remember to return and discuss nurturing knowledge with me," Joy murmurs softly, lowering her head. Black Feather strides out of the Pokémon Center, raising his right hand in farewell before vanishing into the crowd. In the following days, trainers in Kansas City notice that Nurse Joy has taken a 3-day leave. This seems utterly astonishing for someone so dedicated and diligent in her work. Upon her return, Joy's smile appears diminished, her gaze occasionally fixated on a signed book. A mysterious expression lingers in her eyes. Whenever someone approaches to glimpse the signature, they are swiftly reprimanded and sent away by Joy. The contents of the signature she cherishes become a topic of speculation among the trainers of Kansas City. At night, in a pastel pink room filled with youthful charm, Joy rests her head on the desk, quietly gazing at the signature. Under the soft glow of the light, the signature gradually reveals its colorful letters, 2 simple words emerging: Black Feather. In the trainer school, a scholarly office exudes an air of intellect. Duwan sits quietly at her desk, her eyes fixed upon the Pokédex, transfixed by a message on the screen, unable to shake her contemplation. Only when her mentor, Grandpa Mutua, clears his throat gently does she awaken from her reverie. "Little Duwan, what troubles you today? You seem restless," he inquires kindly. As a former gym leader and her teacher, he is well acquainted with her character and habits. Struggling to support himself with the armchair, Grandpa Mutua slowly ambles toward the nearby bookshelf. Duwan gradually closes the Pokédex, rises, and approaches him, bowing deeply to express her respect as a student. "Grandpa Mutua, I aspire to be a decisive person. Please teach me." Duwan's voice resonates with determination, a newfound resolve to transform herself evident in her demeanor. The softness and gracefulness that once characterized her eyes have been replaced with steadfastness and courage, as if a switch within her has been flipped. Chapter 75. The Dragon Tamer's Passage. The Kale Green Tunnel connects Canas City to the verdant green town. Following the recent upheaval caused by the ocean and lava teams, the tunnel is now under strict official control. Black Feather surveys the barricaded road ahead, flanked by armed personnel, accompanied by canine Pokémon like the Thunder Beast, Little York, and Darubi. Occasionally, a strikingly handsome Miss Junsha graces the scene with a Katy dog by her side, eliciting envy from the other officers. It seems he must traverse mountains and take a detour. Black Feather dismounts his rugged bicycle, folding it back into his space backpack, gazing helplessly at the obstructed path. As he walks through the bamboo forest, he gazes northeast at the towering peaks, the Chimney Mountain. Just beyond this forest lies Greentown. And to the northeast of Greentown stands the renowned Chimney Mountain of the Hoenn region. The closer Black Feather approaches Greentown, the more he senses a refreshing aura in the air. Despite being near a volcano, there is no trace of volcanic ash to be found. It seems that due to the prevailing winds, the volcanic ash never drifts into Green Meadow Town. Renowned for its refreshing and rejuvenating air, Green Meadow Town is an idyllic haven for many elderly individuals, making it a favored destination for affluent retirees seeking tranquility. Additionally, several frail patients come to this town for recuperation. As Heiyu gazed towards the distant town, his steps grew increasingly light, while a solitary black crow circled overhead, vigilant and seemingly guarding him. As night descended, Heiyu resolved to refrain from further risks and opted to camp on the outskirts of the forest. Iron Claw Lobster, please take care of my shoes, and remember to clean them with foam. Great White Shark, could you fetch a couple of fish from the stream? These compressed biscuits are simply unpalatable. Heiyu commanded the Dark Crow to patrol the vicinity while the little EV assisted him in setting up the tent. Engaging in these mundane tasks together with his Pokémon effectively deepened their bond. With a swift motion, Heiyu gathered some flammable twigs and leaves, piling them up before producing some combustible materials from his backpack. As the campfire crackled to life, warmth spread throughout his body. A necessary comfort in the chill of the forest night. Neglecting warmth could easily lead to a cold. Despite having endured harsh weather at sea, Heiyu had no desire to succumb to illness. Sitting by the fire, he curled up to absorb the heat. The little EV, imitating Heiyu, cautiously extended her paw towards the flames, only to ignite a tuft of fur. "EV," she cried out in panic, desperately trying to stamp out the small flame with her soft paws. At that moment, a splash of water extinguished the flames on her tiny limb. The Iron Claw Lobster slightly opened its proud pincers, and as Heiyu observed the little EV's delicate paw pads, a smile crept onto his face. "Hee EV, what a unique style you have." The little EV, feeling embarrassed by her trainer's teasing, was overcome with emotion, her tearful eyes rendering Heiyu momentarily speechless. "All right. No need to cry. Tomorrow, I'll make sure your breakfast includes a soft energy cube to help your fur grow back quickly." The little EV covered her eyes with her short paws, yet the pink pads that occasionally peeked through elicited laughter from everyone, especially the Dark Crow, which cawed with mirth. As Heiyu adjusted the skewer over the fire, flipping the fish caught by the Great White Shark, the sizzling sound caught the little EV's attention. Heiyu retrieved a bag of versatile seasoning, sprinkling a pinch over the fish. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Heiyu to lick his lips in anticipation. While savoring the delicious grilled fish, he perused the Pokémon encyclopedia for city news, regional updates, and even global headlines. Wow! The Dragon Master Yudu from the Kanda region has failed his 5th consecutive championship challenge, once again falling to the Ice-type Master, Kinna. Heiyu read with fascination, marveling at the unfolding drama. The championship challenge is the highest level and most prestigious official competition in Pokémon League history. Success in this challenge would elevate a trainer to the status of a regional champion, on par with the regional president. The process is straightforward, yet grueling. One must defeat the 4 Elite Four members consecutively without taking breaks, showcasing the difficulty of the task. Yudu consistently faltered against the final Elite Four member, Kinna, especially when faced with Kinna's 2 cloisters, which, after shell breaking, unleashed relentless attacks augmented by the power herbiome. As night deepened, Heiyu crawled into his tent, nestled into his sleeping bag, and watched videos of the championship challenges in hopes of gleaning insights. However, the humorous comments on the livestream always made him chuckle. Hilarious! Yudu was all smiles during his first loss, but by the 3rd attempt, he was utterly expressionless. What a disgrace to the Yudu family, especially since all of his Pokémon are flying types. Heiyu laughed, recalling how the onslaught of Cloyster's critical hits and ice beams distorted the expressions of even the most stoic Dragonite. Heiyu shook his head, bemused by the audience's comments. Acknowledging that Yudu would eventually serve as the proxy champion for both the Kanto and Johto regions, he called out to the Dark Crow outside, "Dark Crow, I entrust you with the Night Watch." Caw-caw. The Dark Crow responded hoarsely, relishing the nighttime ambience, which was indeed its domain. Chapter 76. Green Meadow Town. Green Meadow Town is a verdant locale, albeit small, housing a population of several hundred thousand. Its vibrancy stems not only from the unique fresh air and conducive recuperation environment, but also from two prominent establishments, the venue for the Grand Festival and the Battle Club. Alas, the next Grand Festival will not be held for another 3 months, a time by which I shall likely have departed. As Heiyu quickened his pace upon sighting the row of houses ahead, he traversed a grassy plateau imbued with the scent of fresh grass. At the entrance of Green Meadow Town stood a fair-skinned boy with dark hair, accompanied by an adorable EV. Heiyu swiftly located the local Pokémon Center, conveniently situated nearby for passing trainers to rest. "Hello, welcome to the Pokémon Center." A warm and gentle voice greeted him as Nurse Joy smiled from behind the counter. Heiyu, recognizing her familiar face, momentarily lost his train of thought. "Good day, Nurse Joy. I would like to register for accommodation." Upon surveying the center's lobby, he noted that it paled in comparison to those in the previous 2 cities, lacking not only battle arenas but also many essential facilities. After depositing his luggage in his room, Heiyu eagerly ventured out of the Pokémon Center, driven by anticipation towards his destination, the Battle Club, within Green Meadow Town. The bustling Battle Club attracted more foot traffic than even the Pokémon Center. Standing at the entrance, Heiyu read the sign overhead, "Come witness the battles here and feast your eyes." Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of cheers emanating from within the club. Pushing the door open, he was enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere filled with excitement. The lobby was alive with energy, merchants peddling goods, spectators filling the stands, and affluent patrons placing bets. While the exterior of Green Meadow Town appeared quiet, the interior buzzed with liveliness. Heiyu observed that most of the bettors were elegantly dressed elderly individuals. It seemed that these wealthy merchants chose to settle in Green Meadow Town not only for its pristine environment, but also for the potential for profit. Heiyu found a secluded chair in a corner and began to peruse the library of the Changhua Dojo. It turned out that the Battle Club was a subsidiary of the Battle Expansion Zone, which explained the bustling atmosphere. Capital was evidently at work behind the scenes. The Battle Expansion Zone is a unique facility located in the Hoenn region, each of which is overseen by several exceptionally skilled battle innovators. Each of these individuals possesses strength that rivals that of the gym leaders. I recall Hoshino you mentioning that his family was once one of the shareholders of the Battle Expansion Zone. Suddenly, Heiyu's mind drifted to the chubby fellow aboard the pirate ship. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from within the Battle Club. As the outcome of the match on the stage was announced, this not only represented a contest between 2 competitors, but also the interests of numerous wealthy individuals who had placed bets on both sides. While some gained wealth, others inevitably lost. Heiyu rose and approached the registration desk, addressing the busy staff member. "Hello, I would like to register for the junior arena. Please fill in my name and the Pokémon I will be battling with." Without lifting their head, the staff handed him a form to fill out. After writing down the name of his Pokémon, Heiyu patiently awaited the processing of his registration. Before long, his information was entered into the Battle Club's database, and he received a card signifying his identity. "You can proceed to the self-service machine over there to process your battle application," the staff member explained, their demeanor slightly softening upon seeing Heiyu's credentials as a direct descendant of a trainer. Heiyu paid little mind to this familiar display of preferential treatment, having witnessed it countless times before. The Battle Club operates on a continuous 24-hour basis, divided into 3 levels of battle arenas: Junior, Intermediate, and Advanced. The Junior level typically accommodates Pokémon below level 20, and the registration fee for the Junior arena is 500 League coins. Winning a single match not only refunds the registration fee, but also grants the winner the opponent's fee. Furthermore, as victories accumulate, rewards increase. In addition to the registration fees, there are also precious prizes awarded by the Battle Club, such as universal potions exclusively produced by the Battle Expansion Zone or commemorative Pokeballs. Undoubtedly, the most coveted item is the ability capsule. achieving 10 consecutive victories at the junior arena and defeating the final opponent sent by the Battle Club would yield this invaluable ability capsule. Rumored to be a specially developed item by the Battle Expansion Zone, unavailable through any external channels. Additionally, there is a prize pool funded by a portion of the betting money, which adds 2 league coins for each consecutive win. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to participate. With a registration fee of 500, winning just one match would afford him at least 2 league coins and a plethora of valuable prizes. This model is precisely why battle clubs flourish across various towns in the region. Not to mention the million league coin value of the ability capsule following 10 consecutive victories. Furthermore, the allure of betting has drawn a multitude of affluent patrons and gamblers, further contributing to the club's success. Heiyu chose not to rush into registration. Instead, he took a leisurely stroll around several arenas, closely observing the ongoing battles. To his surprise, he noticed individuals affiliated with the league were also present. Purchasing a ticket, he settled into the audience, discovering the seats emblazoned with the prominent emblem of the league. Throughout the battles, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the commands of the trainers were almost drowned out by the cacophony. One cannot deny that this battle club adeptly taps into the psychology of the spectators. Alongside the intense music played during pivotal moments of battle, the rules here differ from those of official league battles. A certain degree of violence and brutality is even permitted. The club's straightforward rationale is that battles between Pokémon are no mere child's play. Casualties are an inherent part of the sport. Thus, for most ordinary citizens, such fights are thrilling, attracting many who choose to unwind after work by attending. Moreover, as the battle club operates round the clock, ticket sales alone yield considerable profits. Chapter 77, Black Sky. The battle concluded with Kadabra losing its fighting ability, and Circle Bear emerged victorious. Let us congratulate the formidable bear competitor on achieving a 6-match winning streak. The prize pool has now accumulated to 12 league coins, along with a special reward from our club. As the announcer's voice resonated, the crowd erupted into cheers once more, interspersed with a few lamentations, likely from those who had lost their bets. Indeed, the match was thrilling. The Pokémon in the intermediate arena typically exceeded level 30. Heiyu's Kingler and Sharpedo were at this level, allowing him to perceive the shifts in the battlefield with keen insight. However, the brutality was undeniable, Heiyu remarked, as he witnessed Kadabra being lifted and slammed down by Circle Bear, subsequently enduring a flurry of fighting-type moves. A 4x weakness is no trivial matter. Kadabra's steel armor was visibly dented, signifying severe injuries. That Circle Bear is no slouch. Its offensive capabilities are impressive. Truly, offense is the best defense, remarked a delinquent youth beside Heiyu, sporting a mohawk hairstyle. Unlike others who sat quietly, he crouched, clutching a Pokeball, embodying the appearance of a street thug. Intrigued by the youth's commentary, Heiyu interjected, while offense is indeed crucial, one must not overlook defense. To his surprise, the delinquent seemed unyielding and retorted, "What do you know? Offense is the only true defense. Attack! Attack! Attack!" The youth leapt to his feet, brandishing the Pokeball, cheering for the ongoing match on the stage. Heiyu, indifferent to the youth's challenge, realized his own match was imminent and rose to leave the audience section. The delinquent, curious about Heiyu's departure, contemplated for a moment before following him to the spectator area of the junior arena. The next match features the newcomer known as Black Sky against the Wolf competitor. Perhaps due to the frequent presence of individuals from the gray areas, the matches do not employ real names, but rather nicknames. Heiyu welcomed this system and decided to adopt a moniker himself. Indeed, these names often reflect the characteristics of the competitor's Pokémon. For instance, the opponent's wolf competitor is represented by a large hound Pokémon. As Heiyu stepped into the dimly lit contestant corridor, he was met with thunderous cheers and spirited music. Even before the battle commenced, the atmosphere alone was enough to ignite one's passion, and this was merely the junior arena. Observing the packed audience and contemplating the odds of the wagers placed on this match, Heiyu mused that regardless of the outcome, the organizers would undoubtedly profit. In the contestant corridor, Heiyu casually selected a mask to wear. The battle club seemed unconcerned with the true identities of the competitors, even providing a degree of protection for them. This piqued Heiyu's curiosity, imparting a sense of navigating through a gray area. "Please place a bet of 10 league coins on me for victory," Heiyu instructed as he handed a stack of league coins to the attendant accompanying the competitors. Within the club, there exists a dedicated betting platform for competitors. Black Feather casually glanced at the odds, which stood at 4-1. The formidable opponent on stage, known as the Wolf, had achieved 3 consecutive victories, making him a notable figure in the novice arena. In contrast, Black Feather, as the host aptly described, was a newcomer, an unknown entity. The maximum bet allowed on the novice stage was 10 alliance coins, and Black Feather had wagered the full amount. The betting staff regarded him with surprise, as such confidence was rare among new competitors. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in their minds. Could he be involved in match fixing? It was known that in previous contests, 2 players had conspired, placing exorbitant bets before deliberately losing to reap illicit profits. The outcome was predictable. They were exposed by the organizers and subsequently expelled from the club, never to be seen again. The limitations of betting, capped at 10 alliance coins, made sense. If a skilled player were to challenge the novice arena with bets in the hundreds of thousands, the rewards would be astronomical. Black Feather mused internally, lamenting the organizers for leaving no loopholes. Upon exiting the player corridor, the dim lighting transformed into brilliance, revealing a vast square arena. It was a rather ordinary combat venue, seemingly designed to minimize costs, as the organizers had not prepared specialized environments akin to those seen in alliance competitions, lacking aquatic, icy, or grassy terrains. The Wolf, having achieved 3 consecutive victories, maintained impressive stamina, and should he win again, his prize would increase to 8 alliance coins, alongside a higher-tier mysterious reward. The host's enticing words ignited the audience's enthusiasm once more. A machine nearby had accumulated a substantial sum of money, an overt display of wealth that significantly heightened the competitors' fervor while also serving as a gimmick to attract more spectators. The Wolf's brutal style of play, coupled with the allure of the mysterious reward, which could include items of considerable value such as evolution stones, captivated the crowd. The organizers ensured fairness by allowing the competitors to open their gift boxes immediately, creating an enticing sense of anticipation akin to unboxing surprises. Wolf, 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 tear your enemies apart. Wolf, go for a 4th victory. Amidst the fervent cheers, a tall, lean man adorned with a menacing mask ambled forth, waving to the audience with a slight smirk, evidently relishing the spotlight. Black Feather observed the audience's overwhelming enthusiasm, which was predominantly directed towards his opponent. Let us now welcome another contender, Black Sky, a newcomer whose chosen sprite is the Dark Crow, a relatively rare specimen. In this battle of darkness, who shall emerge victorious? The host's tone was noticeably colder as he introduced Black Feather, the enthusiasm in his voice waning, even tinged with a hint of mockery. Unsurprisingly, the crowd erupted in boos. Was this an attempt to rally the audience by deriding him? Black Feather found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 78. The Corruption of Humanity. As Black Feather surveyed the audience, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, the delinquent boy who had been seated next to him at the intermediate arena. The boy's bright red hair, particularly his mohawk, made him stand out in the crowd. He bore a half-smirk as he watched Black Feather, their eyes locking and evoking a sense of familiarity. Bold, reckless. How amusing that this was a battle of darkness. The delinquent tossed his Pokeball into the air and caught it deftly, repeating the motion while observing Black Feather with keen interest, as if contemplating offering some unsolicited advice. Would the seasoned Wolf maintain his reign, achieving a 4th victory? Or would this newcomer defy expectations? Let us await the outcome. The host, his face flushed with excitement, shouted exaggeratedly to incite the crowd's anticipation for the upcoming duel. Both competitors rose simultaneously, ascending the steps to the arena and gazing at each other from a distance. This match would be a one-on-one sprite battle, limited to level 20, until one sprite succumbed in battle or conceded. With the referee's command, Black Feather released a Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed the Dark Crow, which flapped its wings and circled above the arena. In this novice arena, only Eevee and Dark Crow were eligible to compete, as the other sprites, such as the Kingler and Sharpedo, had surpassed the level cap. Concerned that Eevee might be overwhelmed by the cacophony of cheering spectators, Black Feather opted to deploy Dark Crow. Unsurprisingly, his opponent's sprite was the well-known Wolf. Judging by Black Feather's current perspective, the opponent's Wolf seemed to have been raised under average conditions, aside from its sharp teeth. It lacked any notable characteristics. Upon entering the arena, the Wolf let out a commanding howl, displaying a fierce expression. Intimidate ability. Black Feather's mind raced as he recalled this fact. Unfortunately, the cunning and ruthless nature of the crow rendered such intimidation ineffective. Having endured the battle in the Green Tunnel, The dark crow's resilience had been honed to an extraordinary degree. A subtle smile crept beneath Black Feather's mask as he commanded, "Dark Crow, enhance your speed with Tailwind." The dark crow, slightly uneasy at the prospect of battling before such a large audience for the first time, swiftly complied with its trainer's command. A few wisps of wind appeared around its body, with one weaving into it, significantly boosting its speed. Observing that his usual intimidation tactic had failed, the opponent felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he had specifically trained the wolf for its intimidating prowess. Its previous 3 victories had relied heavily on this advantage. "Wolf, roar loudly." The wolf's trainer, now visibly flustered, watched as Dark Crow's speed increased further. He hastily issued commands. The wolf opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs still stained with traces of its last opponent's blood. An ear-splitting roar erupted, sending sound waves aimed at Dark Crow, who soared above. "Dark Crow, you screech," Black Feather commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. Although the Dark Crow's cry lacked the volume of the wolf's roar, it resonated throughout the audience, compelling many to cover their ears. "Wolf, don't be afraid. Use another roar." The wolf's trainer was now clearly rattled. While the wolf had sustained no significant injuries in its previous matches, it had inevitably expended some energy. Facing the airborne Dark Crow, the wolf had no ranged attacks to utilize. It could only resort to its roar. Beads of sweat began to form on the trainer's brow, revealing his helplessness in this predicament. However, Black Feather's next command ignited a flicker of hope within him. "Dark Crow, ascend, and then dive to strike with your wings." Black Feather's emotionless voice resonated from beneath the mask. Was he truly intending to engage in close combat? In an instant, the malevolent wolf's heart surged with joy as he commanded, "Let the great hound charge forth and crush it." The 2 sprites were gathering their strength for a decisive strike. The dark raven soared swiftly into the air, strands of breeze swirling around its form, amplifying its speed to the utmost. It dove downward, a shadow racing past. The great hound's eyes shone with resolve, malevolent energy pulsating between its sharp fangs. Yet, before it could unleash its gathered power, the dark raven's silhouette appeared before it, moving with a speed that left no time for reaction. In the hound's astonished gaze, the raven's wings swept past its body, and in that fleeting moment, the hound glimpsed a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Before it could respond, a searing pain coursed through its body, sending the great hound staggering to the ground, howling in agony as it succumbed to dizziness. But the assault was far from over. Under the cold, merciless command of the Dark Feather, the raven executed a swift turn and launched another winged attack. This was the battle principle of the Dark Feather. When the enemy showed signs of faltering, one must attack fiercely. The great hound succumbed to unconsciousness, and the once quiet audience erupted into cheers, this time celebrating the dark sky. The masked malevolent wolf slowly raised his arm, retrieving the great hound into its pock ball, leaving the arena with a face full of reluctance. This arena no longer belonged to him. Just as he had once defeated others to earn their cheers, now the acclaim of the entire venue belonged to the dark sky. Before entering the passage, the malevolent wolf cast a lingering glance at the pile of cash in the prize pool, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he not succumbed to greed and chosen to fight one more round, the accumulated 6 league coins and a mysterious gift would have been his. Alas, humanity is often driven by avarice, desiring more once they have acquired something. The match concluded. Let us congratulate the Dark Sky competitor for successfully defeating his opponent, claiming this arena and becoming the new champion, alongside an increase of 2 league coins to the prize pool. Will the Dark Sky competitor choose to continue the challenge? Should he triumph in the next battle, the prize will accumulate to 4 league coins. The host fervently rallied the crowd's emotions, attempting to coax him into continuing the fight. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the audience. To the Dark Feather, 2 league coins may seem trivial, but to the vast majority who do not train Pokémon, it represents several months of wages. Their latent greed and envy were stirred, urging the Dark Feather to accept the fight. Win, win, keep winning. As the prize swelled to an exorbitant sum, they would relish the sight of a competitor losing it all in a single bout, their faces etched with regret. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in this moment. Chapter 79. Consecutive victories. Faced with the host's question of whether to continue battling, the Dark Feather swiftly replied, "Yes, I choose to defend my title." His response aligned perfectly with the audience's expectations, igniting an explosive cheer throughout the arena. As the victor over the malevolent wolf, The dark feather naturally inherited all his applause. Dark sky, dark sky, dark sky. The dark feather beckoned the dark raven to perch on his shoulder and slowly descended from the arena, making his way toward the competitor's passage. The competition club system had already begun to match him with a new opponent. In the dimly lit passage, the dark raven let out a hoarse caw from its perch. Caw caw. The dark feather tenderly stroked the raven's body, producing a small energy cube from his sleeve to restore its stamina. In truth, the dark raven had not exerted itself to the fullest in the recent battle, suffering no injuries. It merely expended some energy through a few skills. It would recover swiftly. Yet the dark raven now seemed to have entered a bloodthirsty and combative state. This was the inherent nature of avian sprites. Well done, dark raven. Remember the sensation of the tailwind from earlier. Maintain that accelerated state even during battle. Once you master it, aim to assist your teammates more. The dark feather whispered, offering encouragement. Though he had placed considerable bets and was eager for rewards, his primary goal was to hone the battle skills of his sprite. As for riches, earning a little extra while not hindering the training of his sprite was quite commendable. After collecting his quadrupled winnings of 40 league coins from the staff's betting table, he was called to the competition arena once more. Dark Sky competitor, please proceed to the battle arena. Before the dark feather could rest for a few moments, another match arrived. Such is the allure of the arena battles. Continuous combat was essential to unleash the potential of sprites, which was precisely what the dark feather desired. Casting a glance at the determined dark raven, he donned his mask again and stepped out of the passage with resolute strides. He glanced at the betting odds, which had returned to normal figures. With that, he lost the desire to place another bet, having showcased his impressive prowess in the previous battle. It was only natural for the club to adjust the odds. On the novice arena, the dark feather's strength was already among the elite. His opponent in the second match did not seem to hail from the Hoenn region, as their accent bore a resemblance to that of the Sinnoh region. Their sprite was also a native of Sinnoh, Starly. The two sprites engaged in a fierce aerial chase on the arena, darting like lightning, captivating the audience's gaze. They witnessed a black and gray silhouette ceaselessly pursuing one another, with the dark raven maintaining the upper hand thanks to the tailwind. The dark feather, of course, would not afford the opponent any respite. Dark raven, pursue. The dark raven swiftly appeared beside Starly, raising one wing and delivering a powerful blow. Bolstered by its own dark-type energy, the strike was formidable. Moreover, in terms of base stats, it overwhelmingly dominated. Starly was struck down low, crashing onto the arena and kicking up a cloud of thick smoke. The dark feather commanded coldly, do not give it a chance. Use wing attack. The dark raven adhered to its trainer's teachings, knowing that when the enemy showed weakness, it was imperative to capitalize on that momentum, leaving no opportunity for respite. As a milky energy cascaded over the ground, the winds surrounding the dark raven seemed to receive an unseen cue, swiftly dispersing the thick smoke. At that moment, Starly lay unconscious on the arena, contorted in an awkward position. Its once lustrous feathers now appeared dull, and wounds oozed blood, staining the arena a dark crimson. Scattered feathers surrounded it like silent testament, revealing the severity of Starly's injuries. Yet, in the face of such a brutal scene, the surrounding audience displayed no pity. Rather, their eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. What they craved was precisely this, a fierce battle, bloody, violent, and exhilarating. Now, let us collectively congratulate the Dark Sky competitor on his triumphant second victory. His winnings have accumulated to an astonishing 40,000. With an even more precious mysterious gift awaiting him, the host's impassioned voice rang out. Immediately, a substantial stack of cash appeared in the prize pool, creating a spectacular sight. This visual impact struck the audience like a sharp blade, invigorating each individual present. Countless spectators erupted into cheers, their faces flushed with excitement as they waved banners and shouted slogans, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. The dark crow alighted upon the shoulder of Heiyu, emitting a cheerful caw. Well done, Dark Crow, Heiyu remarked, but do not underestimate your opponent. The upcoming battles will only grow more arduous. Heiyu gazed towards the host, resolutely choosing to continue fighting, determined to defend the arena and achieve 10 consecutive victories, a formidable challenge indeed. Moreover, securing the coveted characteristic capsule would not be an easy feat. Once he achieved 10 consecutive victories, the arena contest would commence. Winning the arena battle would grant him the priceless characteristic capsule valued at 1 million. As expected, with each passing battle, the opponents grew increasingly formidable, and the Dark Crow struggled more with each encounter. Heiyu's winning streak swiftly reached 9 victories. By this point, the Dark Crow bore several wounds, its disheveled feathers stained with fresh blood. The tournament format allowed no respite for the Pokémon, nor any means for them to regain their strength. Meanwhile, Heiyu's prize money accumulated to 18 alliance coins. If he could win the 10th match, he could temporarily secure his victories and at least avoid entering the final arena battle in such a weakened state. A sigh of relief escaped Heiyu's lips, yet the 10th match remained daunting. His opponent was also a skilled contender boasting an 8-game winning streak, with a Pokémon at the pinnacle level of the junior arena, level 20. What was most concerning was that the opponent's Pokémon was a Scyther from the Kanto region. Although the opponent's Pokémon had also expended energy, it had only sustained a single injury on its leg. In contrast, the Dark Crow was marked by numerous abrasions and scratches. After applying a healing spray to the Dark Crow's wounds, Heiyu softly inquired, "How confident are you, Dark Crow?" The matchmaking mechanism was controlled by the organizers, so it was only natural for them to select a powerful adversary. After all, the opponent's Scyther had evidently undergone early evolution with the Metal Code, sacrificing potential for immediate strength. Though this would grant formidable power in the short term, it would be detrimental to the Pokémon's future development. Conversely, if the organizers had not chosen to challenge him here, Heiyu would have felt uneasy, suspecting the possibility of ulterior motives. After all, he cared little for the 200,000 prize pool. His sole focus was on the high-level mysterious package awarded after achieving 10 consecutive victories. Earlier, during a brief respite, he had looked up the treasures obtained by those who had previously reached 10 consecutive victories, which were mostly Pokémon items and evolution stones, each worth several dozen alliance coins. Not to mention, after achieving 10 consecutive victories, one could request a duel for the arena, and the characteristic capsule obtained upon victory would be the true treasure. Fear not if you reveal your cards, even if your visible strength is great. My apprehension lies in the treacherous tactics. Open attacks may be dodged easily, but hidden assaults are far more difficult to defend against. Heiyu inquired about the betting odds for this match, uncertain whether the organizers aimed to maximize their profits or for some other reason. They had expanded the scale of the betting pool significantly. The betting limit for competitors had astonishingly reached 500,000. Heiyu felt a surge of excitement and chose to wager 50 alliance coins. Chapter 80. 10 consecutive victories. The Dark Crow narrowed its eyes, the cool sensation of the healing spray eliciting a slight sting from its wounds. Simultaneously, a pair of fierce, crimson eyes scanned the opposing Scyther. Caw! The Dark Crow's feathers fluffed, and it chirped excitedly. Heiyu smiled faintly, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Excellent. This is the feeling, Dark Crow. Emerge from the cocoon in despair and progress in peril." At that moment, Heiyu and the Dark Crow locked eyes, achieving a form of resonance. "Now, let us welcome the contestants." Heiyu steadied himself, inhaling deeply as he ascended the arena, his gaze tranquil. The opponent met his gaze, their expression grave yet tinged with disdain, especially as they scrutinized Heiyu's delicate skin, instantly concluding that he was quite young. To Heiyu's surprise, the opponent chose not to wear a mask. With the referee's command, both sides released their Pokémon, the Dark Crow and Scyther fixating on each other with intense glares. Scyther used Bullet Punch. The match commenced with Scyther unleashing its signature move, causing Heiyu to question whether its ability was that of a technical expert. All would be revealed in the ensuing battle. Dark Crow, Tailwind. A gentle breeze enveloped the Dark Crow, allowing it to deftly evade Scyther's powerful Bullet Punch. Scyther, renowned as the Red Lightning, lived up to its name, executing the move with remarkable speed and terrifying agility. Scyther, close in with Fury Cutter. Scyther nodded slightly before dashing forward, effortlessly covering half the arena in mere moments. In its rapid advance, it matched the Dark Crow's speed. Do not focus on it. Leverage the Tailwind. Although bug types are strong against dark types, flying types resist bug types, which was one of the reasons Heiyu had chosen the Dark Crow in the first place, a strategic countermeasure. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange, with Scyther relentlessly pursuing the Dark Crow. Unfortunately for Scyther, the Dark Crow, bolstered by Tailwind, maintained a swift pace. As they soared, the Dark Crow utilized its wings to generate gusts of wind, launching a series of wind attacks. The spectators could only glimpse a red flash and a dark silhouette racing across the arena, unable to discern the true identities of the Pokémon. Yet, The thrilling contest raised the adrenaline levels of the audience, igniting waves of fervent cheers amidst the exhilarating music. Simultaneously, the organizers announced the impending closure of betting, attempting to entice the audience to spend more. The Battle Club's backing group undoubtedly understood the psychology of the crowd, knowing how to exploit their desire for profit. Heiyu's consecutive victories had not yielded substantial earnings under previous odds, but this match was different, an encounter between an 8-game winner and a 9-game winner. On the junior arena, it was undoubtedly a clash of titans. Consequently, numerous wealthy patrons were lavishly wagering their fortunes. As the two Pokémon collided, their speed gradually waned with the passage of time. High-speed maneuvers were inherently taxing for Psychic-type moves, and for Scyther to maintain such tactics was already a feat, let alone consecutively. Yet, possessing the prankster ability, the Dark Crow could once more employ Tailwind. With the boost from Tailwind, the Dark Crow unleashed a terrifying screech. The sound reverberated through the air, causing Scyther to clutch its ears in agony, momentarily dazed by the ringing. Now's your chance, Dark Crow, use Peck. The Dark Crow spiraled downwards, its beak sharpening, shimmering with a silvery glow. Despite being somewhat unrefined, aided by the tailwind and the momentum of its dive, the Dark Crow plummeted towards Scyther like a shooting star. Scyther, defend yourself. The opponent's voice was laced with urgency. It was evident that being forced to defend in the midst of battle signified that the fight had reached a critical juncture. Scyther, use Metal Claw. Scyther's massive fist transformed into a gleaming steel weapon, crashing down towards the Dark Crow. Yet, the Dark Crow would not yield so easily. With a swift maneuver, it evaded the blow, retreating rapidly, bolstered by Tailwind, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. In the early stages, the advantage of base stats was indeed significant. Heiyu observed the escalating tension in the battle, his heart filled with admiration. Scyther's impressive base stat total of 500, especially its formidable 130 attack, compelled Heiyu to proceed with caution. Once the Dark Corvid receives a single blow from the opposing side, it is certain to suffer grievous injuries. If the adversary possesses technical prowess, then that strike from the Metal Claw could very well vanquish the Dark Corvid outright. Hence, Black Feather urged the Dark Corvid to continually evade attacks, never daring to engage in a head-on clash of skills or close combat. While contemplating a strategy to turn the tide, Black Feather's attention was captured by a stumble of the Scyther as it dashed across the arena. Was that a wound on its left leg? Even its running was hindered, indicating a far more severe condition than its outward appearance suggested. Black Feather observed keenly. The Dark Corvid had indeed expended considerable stamina over 9 battles, but how much could the opponent, boasting an 8-game winning streak, truly have left? The Scyther's left leg was undoubtedly a vulnerability. A wild decision surged within Black Feather's mind, prompting him to issue an order to the Dark Corvid, which was being pulled back in the center of the arena. Dark Corvid, attack the Scyther's left leg, summon a gust. Upon hearing this command, the Dark Corvid executed a graceful turn in midair, flapping its wings to unleash 2 fierce gusts, one to the left and one to the right, aimed at the Scyther's injured leg. Scyther, evade quickly. The trainer's shout spurred the Scyther, despite its fatigue, to prepare for another leap to escape. However, an ear-piercing shriek soon assailed it, causing it to clutch its head in agony. It was the Dark Corvid's skill, fright. With no time to dodge, the 2 gusts swiftly enveloped the Scyther, the force of the winds further tearing at its left leg's wound. Scyther, the creature cried out in pain, staggering to a knee. As it lifted its head, a dark figure surged toward it. In this battle, Dark Corvid, use wing attack. A shadow swept past, and the Dark Corvid unfurled its black wings to strike fiercely at the Scyther's left leg. The intense pain rendered the Scyther unconscious, accompanied by a heavy thud as it collapsed. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers. A 10-game winning streak. Such a feat had not been witnessed in nearly 6 months. The novice arena once again welcomed its crownless king, the Dark Chosen and his Dark Corvid. Black Feather cast a sympathetic glance at the fallen Scyther, knowing that its earlier use of Metal Claw had depleted its potential, coupled with the lack of treatment for its left leg during the recent battle, and the relentless pursuit by the Dark Corvid. It seemed that without a powerful healing Pokémon, that leg might be irreparably damaged. Even with the slightest chance of recovery, it could result in a permanent disability, hindering any future progress. But why should that concern me? A cruel smile crept across Black Feather's lips, his eyes gleaming with a madness unique to the dark attributes. This moment was witnessed by a delinquent youth in the audience, sporting a red mohawk, whose eyes flickered with a hint of appreciation as he regarded Black Feather. How intriguing! This expression was precisely what a dark-type trainer ought to embody. The youth perched one foot on his seat, provoking ire from nearby spectators, yet he remained unperturbed, still toying with the Pokeball in his hand.